The Cultural Cold War. The CIA and the World of Arts and Letters. Francis Stunner Saunders. What fate or fortune led thee down into this place, ere thy last day? Who is it that thy steps hath piloted? Above there in the clear world on my way, I answered him, lost in a veil of gloom, before my age was full, I went astray. Dante's Inferno, Canto 15. I know that's a secret, for it's whispered everywhere. William Congreve, Love for Love. Contents. Acknowledgements. V. Introduction, 1-1 Exquisite Corpse, 5-2 Destinies Elect, 23 Marxists at the Waldorf, 28-4 Democracy's Demon Form, 35-5 Crusading's The Idea, 45-6 Operation Congresses, 52-7 Candy, 64-8 Set Fate Americaine, 69-9 The Consortium, 79-10 The Truth Campaign, 89-11 The New Consensus, 96-12 Magazine X, 101-13 The Holy Willies, 116-14 Music and Truth, Ma Non Troppo, 130-15 Ransoms Boys, 143-16 Yankee Doodles, 161-17 The Guardian Furies, 177-18 When Shrimps Learn to Whistle, 191-19 Achilles Heel, 198-20 Cultural NATO, 206. 21 Caesar of Argentina, 216-22 Pen Friends, 225-23 Literary Bay of Pigs, 231-24 View from the Ramparts, 238-25 That Sinking Feeling, 244-26 A Bad Bargain, 254-27. Epilogue, 260 Notes and Sources, 267 Select Bibliography, 310 Index, 314. 7. Introduction. The way to carry out good propaganda is never to appear to be carrying it out at all. Richard Crossman. During the height of the Cold War, the U.S. government committed vast resources to a secret program of cultural propaganda in Western Europe. A central feature of this program was to advance the claim that it did not exist. It was managed, in great secrecy, by America's espionage arm, the Central Intelligence Agency. The centerpiece of this covert campaign was the Congress for Cultural Freedom, run by CIA agent Michael Joss Elson from 1950 till 1967. Its achievements, not least its duration, were considerable. At its peak, the Congress for Cultural Freedom had offices in 35 countries, employed dozens of personnel, published over 20 prestige magazines, held art exhibitions, owned a news and features service, organized high-profile international conferences, and rewarded musicians and artists with prizes and public performances. Its mission was to nudge the intelligentsia of Western Europe away from its lingering fascination with Marxism and communism towards a view more accommodating of the American way. Drawing on an extensive, highly influential network of intelligence personnel, political strategists, the corporate establishment, and the old-school ties of the Ivy League universities, the incipient CIA started, from 1947, to build a consortium whose double task it was to inoculate the world against the contagion of communism, and to ease the passage of American foreign policy interests abroad. The result was a remarkably tight network of people who worked alongside the agency to promote an idea, that the world needed a Pax Americana, a new age of enlightenment, and it would be called the American Century. The consortium which the CIA built up, consisting of what Henry Kissinger described as an aristocracy dedicated to the service of this nation on behalf of principles beyond partisanship, was the hidden weapon in America's Cold War struggle, a weapon which, in the cultural field, had extensive fallout. Whether they liked it or not, whether they knew it or not, there were few writers, poets, artists, historians, scientists, or critics in post-war Europe whose names were not in some way linked to this covert enterprise. Unchallenged, undetected for over 20 years, America's spying establishment operated a sophisticated, substantially endowed cultural front in the West, for the West, in the name of freedom of expression. Defining the Cold War as a battle for men's minds, it stockpiled a vast arsenal of cultural weapons, journals, books, conferences, seminars, art exhibitions, concerts, awards. Membership of this consortium included an assorted group of former radicals and leftist intellectuals whose faith in Marxism and communism had been shattered by evidence of Stalinist totalitarianism. Emerging from the pink decade of the 1930s, mourned by Arthur Koestler as an abortive revolution of the spirit, a misfired renaissance, a false dawn of history, one their disillusionment was attended by a readiness to join in a new consensus, to affirm a new order which would substitute for the spent forces of the past. The tradition of radical dissenter, where intellectuals took it upon themselves to probe myths, interrogate institutional prerogative, and disturb the complacency of power, was suspended in favor of supporting the American proposition. Endorsed and subsidized by powerful institutions, this non-communist group became as much a cartel in the intellectual life of the West as communism, too, had been a few years earlier. There came a time, when, apparently, life lost the ability to arrange itself, says Charlie Citron, the narrator of Saul Bellows' Humboldt's Gift. It had to be arranged. Intellectuals took this as their job. From, say, Machiavelli's time to our own, this arranging has been the one great, gorgeous, tantalizing, misleading, disastrous project. A man like Humboldt, inspired, shrewd, nutty, was brimming over with the discovery that the human enterprise, so grand and infinitely varied, had now to be managed by exceptional persons. He was an exceptional person, therefore he was an eligible candidate for power. Well, why not? Too, like so many Humboldts, those intellectuals who had been betrayed by the false idol of communism now found themselves gazing at the possibility of building a new Weimar, an American Weimar. If the government, and its covert action arm, the CIA, was prepared to assist in this project, well, why not? That former left-wingers should have come to be roped together in the same enterprise with the CIA is less implausible than it seems. There was a genuine community of interest and conviction between the agency and those intellectuals who were hired, even if they didn't know it, to fight the cultural Cold War. The CIA's influence was not always, or often, reactionary and sinister, wrote America's preeminent liberal historian, Arthur Schlesinger. In my experience, its leadership was politically enlightened and sophisticated. 4. This view of the CIA American Samoa, a haven of liberalism, acted as a powerful inducement to collaborate with it, or, if not this, at least to acquiesce to the myth that it was well motivated. And yet this perception sits uncomfortably with the CIA's reputation as a ruthlessly interventionist and frighteningly unaccountable instrument of American Cold War power. This was the organization that masterminded the overthrow of Premier Mossadegh in Iran in 1953, the ousting of the Arbenz government in Guatemala in 1954, the disastrous Bay of Pigs operation in 1961, the notorious Phoenix program in Vietnam. It spied on tens of thousands of Americans, harassed democratically elected leaders abroad, plotted assassinations, denied these activities to Congress and, in the process, elevated the art of lying to new heights. By what strange alchemy, then, did the CIA manage to present itself to high-minded intellectuals like Arthur Schlesinger as the golden vessel of cherished liberalism? The extent to which America's spying establishment extended its reach into the cultural affairs of its Western allies, acting as unacknowledged facilitator to a broad range of creative activity, positioning intellectuals and their work like chess pieces to be played in the great game, remains one of the Cold War's most provocative legacies. The defense mounted by custodians of the period, which rests on the claim that the CIA's substantial financial investment came with no strings attached, has yet to be seriously challenged. Amongst intellectual circles in America and Western Europe there persists a readiness to accept as true that the CIA was merely interested in extending the possibilities for free and democratic cultural expression. We simply helped people to say what they would have said anyway, goes this blank check line of defense. If the beneficiaries of CIA funds were ignorant of the fact, the argument goes, and if their behavior was consequently unmodified, then their independence as critical thinkers could not have been affected. But official documents relating to the cultural Cold War systematically undermine this myth of altruism. The individuals and institutions subsidized by the CIA were expected to perform as part of a broad campaign of persuasion, of a propaganda war in which propaganda was defined as any organized effort or movement to disseminate information, or a particular doctrine by means of news, special arguments, or appeals designed to influence the thoughts and actions of any given group. 5. A vital constituent of this effort was psychological warfare, which was defined as the planned use by a nation of propaganda and activities other than combat which communicate ideas and information intended to influence the opinions, attitudes, emotions, and behavior of foreign groups in ways that will support the achievement of national aims. Further, the most effective kind of propaganda was defined as the kind where the subject moves in the direction you desire for reasons which he believes to be his own. 6. It is useless to dispute these definitions. They are littered across government documents, the duns of American post-war cultural diplomacy. Clearly, by camouflaging its investment, the CIA acted on the supposition that its blandishments would be refused if offered openly. What kind of freedom can be advanced by such deception? Freedom of any kind certainly wasn't on the agenda in the Soviet Union, where those writers and intellectuals who were not sent to the gulags were lassoed into serving the interests of the state. It was of course right to oppose such unfreedom. But with what means? Was there any real justification for assuming that the principles of Western democracy couldn't be revived in post-war Europe according to some internal mechanism? Or for not assuming that democracy could be more complex than was implied by the lauding of American liberalism? To what degree was it admissible for another state to covertly intervene in the fundamental processes of organic intellectual growth, of free debate and the uninhibited flow of ideas? Did this not risk producing, instead of freedom, a kind of or-freedom, where people think they are acting freely, when in fact they are bound to forces over which they have no control? The CIA's engagement in cultural warfare raises other troubling questions. Did financial aid distort the process by which intellectuals and their ideas were advanced? Were people selected for their positions, rather than on the basis of intellectual merit? What did Arthur Koestler mean when he lampooned the international academic call-girl circuit of intellectual conferences and symposia? Were reputations secured or enhanced by membership of the CIA's cultural consortium? How many of those writers and thinkers who acquired an international audience for their ideas were really second-raters, ephemeral publicists, whose works were doomed to the basements of second-hand bookstores? In 1966, a series of articles appeared in the New York Times exposing a wide range of covert action undertaken by America's intelligence community. As stories of attempted coups and political assassinations poured onto the front pages, the CIA came to be characterized as a rogue elephant, crashing through the scrubland of international politics, unimpeded by any sense of accountability. Amidst these more dramatic cloak-and-dagger exposes came details of how the American government had looked to the cultural Brahmins of the West to lend intellectual weight to its actions. The suggestion that many intellectuals had been animated by the dictates of American policymakers rather than by independent standards of their own generated widespread disgust. The moral authority enjoyed by the intelligentsia during the height of the Cold War was now seriously undermined and frequently mocked. The consensocracy was falling apart, the center could not hold. And as it disintegrated, so the story itself became fragmented, partial, modified, sometimes egregiously, by forces on the right and left who wished to twist its peculiar truths to their own ends. Ironically, the circumstances which made possible the revelations contributed to their real significance becoming obscured. As America's obsessive anti-communist campaign in Vietnam brought her to the brink of social collapse, and with subs. 4. Quent scandals on the scale of the Pentagon Papers and Watergate, it was hard to sustain interest or outrage in the business of Kulturkampf, which in comparison seemed to be fluff on the side. History, wrote Archibald MacLeish, is like a badly constructed concert hall, dead spots where the music can't be heard. 7. This book attempts to record those dead spots. It seeks a different acoustic, a tune other than that played by the official virtuosi of the period. It is a secret history, insofar as it believes in the relevance of the power of personal relationships, of soft linkages and collusions, and the significance of salon diplomacy and boudoir politicking. It challenges what Gore Vidal has described as those official fictions that have been agreed upon by altogether too many too interested parties, each with his own 1,000 days in which to set up his own misleading pyramids and obelisks that purport to tell sun time. Any history which sets out to interrogate these agreed-upon facts must, in Tsvetan Todorov's words, become an act of profanity. It is not about contributing to the cult of heroes and saints. It's about coming as close as possible to the truth. It participates in what Max Weber called the disenchantment of the world. It exists at the other end of the spectrum from idolatry. It's about redeeming the truth for truth's sake, not retrieving images that are deemed useful for the present. 8. 5. 1. Exquisite corpse. Here is a place of disaffection. Time before and time after. In a dim light. T.S. Eliot, Burnt Norton. Europe awoke to a freezing post-war dawn. The winter of 1947 was the worst ever recorded. From January to late March, it opened a front across Germany, Italy, France, and Britain, and advanced with complete lack of mercy. Snow fell in Saint-Tropez, gale force winds building up impenetrable drifts, ice floes drifted to the mouth of the Thames, trains carrying food supplies froze fast to the tracks, barges bringing coal into Paris became icebound. There, the philosopher Isaiah Berlin found himself terrified by the city's coldness, empty and hollow and dead, like an exquisite corpse. Across Europe, water services, sewage disposal, and most other essential amenities collapsed, food supplies dwindled and coal reserves slumped to an all-time low as miners struggled to operate winding gear which was frozen solid. A slight thaw was followed by a further freeze-up, locking canals and roads under a thick layer of ice. In Britain, unemployment rose by 1 million in 2 months. The government and industry stalled in the snow and ice. Life itself seemed to freeze, more than 4 million sheep and 30,000 cattle died. In Berlin, Willy Brandt, the future chancellor, saw a new terror grip the city which most symbolized the collapse of Europe. The icy cold attacked the people like a savage beast, driving them into their homes. But there they found no respite. The windows had no panes, they were nailed up with planks and plasterboard. The walls and ceilings were full of cracks and holes, which people covered over with paper and rags. People heated their rooms with benches from public parks, the old and sick froze to death in their beds by the hundreds. In an emergency measure, each German family was allotted 1 tree for heating. By early 1946, the Tiergarten had already been hacked down to stumps, its statues left standing in a wilderness of frozen mud. By the winter of 1947, the woods in the famous Grunewald had been razed. The snowdrifts which buried the rubble of a bombed-out city could not conceal the devastating legacy of Hitler's mythomaniacal dream for Germany. Berlin, like a ruined Carthage, was a desperate, cold, haunted place, defeated, conquered, occupied. The weather cruelly drove home the physical reality of the Cold War, carving its way into the new, post-Yalta topography of Europe, its national territories mutilated, the composition of its populations fractured. Allied occupation governments in France, Germany, Austria, and Italy struggled to cope with the 13 million people who were displaced, homeless, demobilized. The swelling ranks of Allied personnel arriving in the occupied territories exacerbated the problem. More and more people were turned out of their homes, to join those already sleeping in halls, stairways, cellars, and bomb sites. Clarissa Churchill, as a guest of the British Control Commission in Berlin, found herself protected both geographically and materially from the full impact of the chaos and misery existing in the city. Waking in the warm bedroom of some Nazi's ex-home, feeling the lace-edged sheets, studying his shelf of books. 6. Even these simple experiences gave me a warning tinge of conqueror's delirium, which a short walk in the streets or a visit to an unheated German flat immediately dissipated. These were heady days for the victors. In 1947, A carton of American cigarettes, costing 50 cents in an American base, was worth 1,800 Reichsmarks on the black market, or $180 at the legal rate of exchange. For 4 cartons of cigarettes, at this rate, you could hire a German orchestra for the evening. Or for 24 cartons, you could acquire a 1939 Mercedes-Benz. Penicillin and Persilchine certificates, which cleared the holder of any Nazi connections, commanded the highest prices. With this kind of economic whammy, working-class soldiers from Idaho could live like modern tsars. In Paris, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Rothschild, the first British soldier to arrive on the day of liberation in his capacity as bomb disposal expert, had reclaimed his family house on Avenue de Marigny, which had been requisitioned by the Nazis. There, he entertained the young intelligence officer Malcolm Muggeridge with vintage champagne. The family butler, who had worked on in the house under the Germans, remarked that nothing seemed to have changed. The Ritz Hotel, requisitioned by millionaire intelligence officer John Hay Whitney, received David Bruce, a Princeton friend of F. Scott Fitzgerald, who turned up with Ernest Hemingway and a private army of liberators, and put in an order for 50 martini cocktails from the manager. Hemingway, who, like David Bruce, had fought in America's wartime Secret Service, the Office of Strategic Services, set himself and his whiskey bottles up at the Ritz, and there, in an alcoholic daze, received a nervous Eric Blair, and the more forthright Simone de Beauvoir with her lover Jean-Paul Sartre. The philosopher and intelligence officer A.J. Freddie Eyre, author of Language, Truth, and Logic, became a familiar sight in Paris as he sped about in a large chauffeur-driven Bugatti, complete with army radio. Arthur Kestler and his lover Mama Paget got tight dining with André Malraux on vodka, caviar, and blinis, Balik and Souffle Siberienne. Also in Paris, Susan Mary Alsop, a young American diplomat's wife, hosted a series of parties in her lovely house full of Aubusson carpets and good American soap. But when she stepped outside, she found that the faces were all hard and worn and full of suffering. There really is no food except for people who can afford the black market and not much for them. The pastry shops are empty. In the windows of teas hops like Rumplemeyer's, one sees one elaborate cardboard cake or an empty box of chocolates, with a sign saying model and nothing else. In the windows of shops on the Faubourg Saint-Honor are proudly displayed one pair of shoes marked real leather or model surrounded by hideous things made of straw. Outside the Ritz I threw away a cigarette butt and a well-dressed old gentleman pounced for it. 3 At much the same time, the young composer Nicholas Nabokov, cousin of the novelist Vladimir, was throwing away a cigarette butt in the Soviet sector of Berlin. When I started back, a figure bolted out of the dark and picked up the cigarette I had thrown away. 4 As the super race scavenged for cigarette ends or firewood or food, the ruins of the Führer's bunker were left unmarked and barely noticed by Berliners. But on Saturdays, Americans serving with the military government would explore with torches the cellars of Hitler's ruined Reichschancellery, and pocket their exotic finds, Romanian pistols, thick rolls of half-burned currency, iron crosses and other decorations. One looter discovered the ladies' cloakroom and lifted some brass coat tags inscribed with the Nazi eagle and the word Reichskanzlei. Vogue photographer Lee Miller, who had once been Man Ray's muse, posed fully dressed in Hitler's 7. Bunker bathtub. The fun soon wore off. Divided into 4 sectors, and sitting like a crow's nest in a sea of Soviet-controlled territory, Berlin had become the traumatic synecdoche of the Cold War. 5 Ostensibly working together in the Allied Kommandatur to achieve the denazification and reorientation of Germany, the 4 powers struggled against strengthening ideological winds which revealed a bleak international situation. I felt no animosity to the Soviets, wrote Michael Jos Elson, an American officer of Estonian-Russian extraction. In fact, I was apolitical at that time, and this made it much easier for me to maintain excellent personal relationships with most of the Soviet officers I came to know. 6 But with the imposition of friendly governments in the Soviet Union's sphere of influence, the mass show trials and swelling gulags in Russia itself, this collaborative spirit was severely tested. By the winter of 1947, less than 2 years after American and Russian soldiers had hugged each other on the banks of the Elbe, that embrace had dissolved into a snarl. It was only after Soviet policies became openly aggressive, and when stories of atrocities committed in the Soviet zone of occupation became a daily occurrence, and when the Soviet propaganda became crudely anti-Western, that my political conscience was awakened, 7 Jos Elson recorded. The headquarters of the Office of Military Government US was known as AUNDERS, which Germans initially took to mean bus in English because it was painted on the sides of double-decker buses requisitioned by the Americans. When they were not spying on the other three powers, AUNDERS officers found themselves behind desks piled high with columns of the ubiquitous Fragebogen which every German seeking a job was obliged to fill in, answering questions relating to nationality, religion, criminal record, education, professional qualifications, employment and military service, writings and speeches, income and assets, travel abroad and, of course, political affiliations. Screening the entire German population for even the faintest trace of Nazism and militarism was a deadly, bureaucratic task, and often frustrating. Whilst a janitor could be blacklisted for having swept the corridors of the Reichschancellery, many of Hitler's industrialists, scientists, administrators, and even high-ranking officers, were being quietly reinstated by the Allied powers in a desperate effort to keep Germany from collapsing. For one intelligence officer, the filling out of endless forms was no way to deal with the complex legacy of the Nazi regime. Michael Jos Elson adopted a different approach. I didn't know Jos Elson then, but I had heard of him, recalled the philosopher Stuart Hampshire, who at that time was working for MI6 in London. His reputation had spread across Europe's intelligence grapevine. He was the big fixer, the man who could get anything done. Anything. If you wanted to get across the Russian border, which was virtually impossible, Jos Elson would fix it. If you needed a symphonic orchestra, Jos Elson would fix it. 8. Speaking 4 languages fluently without a hint of an accent, Michael Jos Elson was a valuable asset in the ranks of American occupation officers. Furthermore, he knew Berlin inside out. Born in Tartu, Estonia, in 1908, the son of a Jewish timber merchant, he had arrived in Berlin for the first time in the early 1920s, swept along in the Baltic diaspora which followed the 1917 revolution. With most of his close family murdered by the Bolsheviks, return to Tartu was impossible, and he became a member of that generation of men and women whom Arthur Koestler referred to as the scum of the earth, the Derasinas, people whose lives had been broken by the 20th century, their identity with their homelands ruptured. Jos Elson had attended the University of Berlin, but left before taking a degree to join the Gimbel-Sachste. 8. Department stores as a buyer, becoming their representative in Paris. In 1936 he emigrated to the States, and shortly thereafter became an American citizen. Inducted into the Army in 1943, his European background made him an obvious candidate for either intelligence work or psychological warfare. He was duly assigned to the intelligence section of the Psychological Warfare Division in Germany, where he joined a special 7-man interrogation team. The team's mission was to interrogate hundreds of German prisoners every week, for the purpose of rapidly separating strong Nazis from non-Nazis, lies from truthful responses, voluble from tongue-tied personalities. 9. Discharged in 1946, Jos Elson stayed on in Berlin with the American military government as Cultural Affairs Officer, then with the State Department and the U.S. High Commission as a Public Affairs Officer. In this capacity, he was assigned to the screening of personnel in the German press, radio, and entertainment media, all of which were suspended pending the removal of Nazis. Assigned to the same division was Nicholas Nabokov, a white Russian émigré who had lived in Berlin before emigrating to the United States in 1933. Tall, handsome, expansive, Nabokov was a man who cultivated friendships with great ease and charm. During the 1920s, his flat in Berlin had become a center of émigré cultural life, an intellectual goulash of writers, scholars, artists, politicians, and journalists. Amongst this cosmopolitan group of exiles was Michael Jos Elson. In the mid-1930s, Nabokov went to America, where he wrote what he modestly described as the first American ballet, Union Pacific, with Archibald MacLeish. He shared a small studio with Henry Cartier-Bresson in New York for a while, when neither had any money. Nabokov later wrote that to Cartier-Bresson the communist movement was the bearer of history, of mankind's future. I shared many of views, but, despite the gnawing longing for my Russian fatherland, I could not accept nor espouse the philo-communist attitude of so many Western European and American intellectuals. I felt that they were curiously blind to the realities of Russian communism and were only reacting to the fascist tides that were sweeping Europe in the wake of the Depression. To a certain degree I felt that the philo-communism of the mid-30s was a passing fad, cleverly nurtured by a mythology about the Russian Bolshevik Revolution shaped by the Soviet agitprop apparat. 10 In 1945, alongside W. H. Auden and J. K. Galbraith, Nabokov joined the Morale Division of the U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey Unit in Germany, where he met psychological warfare personnel, and subsequently got a job in the Information Control Division, alongside his old acquaintance, Michael Jos Elson. As a composer, Nabokov was assigned to the music section, where he was expected to establish good psychological and cultural weapons with which to destroy Nazism and promote a genuine desire for a democratic Germany. 11 His task was to eject the Nazis from German musical life and license those German musicians whom we believed to be clean Germans, and to control the programs of German concerts and see to it that they would not turn into nationalist manifestations. Introducing Nabokov at a party, one American general said, "He's hep on music and tells the crowds how to go about it." 12 Jos Elson and Nabokov became a congenial, if unlikely, pair. Nabokov was emotionally extravagant, physically demonstrative, and always late. Jos Elson was reserved, high-minded, scrupulous. But they did share the same language of exile, and of attachment to the New World, America, which both believed to be the only place where the future of the Old World could be secured. The drama and intrigue of post-war Berlin appealed to something in both. 9. Men, giving them scope to exercise their talents as operators and innovators. Together, Nabokov later wrote, they both did a good deal of successful Nazi hunting and put on ice a few famous conductors, pianists, singers, and a number of orchestral musicians. 13 Often going against the grain of official thinking, they took a pragmatic view of denazification. They refused to accept that the actions of artists under Germany's Nazi past could be treated as a phenomenon sui generis, with judgment meted out according to the rendering of a Priebsbogen. Jos Elson genuinely believed that the role of intellectuals in a very difficult situation shouldn't be decided in an instant, a colleague later explained. He understood that Nazism in Germany had all been a mixed grotesquerie. Americans had no idea, in general. They just waded in and pointed the finger. 14 In 1947, the conductor Wilhelm Furtwängler was the subject of particular opprobrium. Although he had openly defied the branding of Paul Hindemith as a degenerate, he later arrived at a mutually beneficial accommodation with the Nazi regime. Furtwängler, who was appointed Prussian state councillor, as well as holding other high posts bestowed by the Nazis, continued to conduct the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra and the Berlin State Opera throughout the Third Reich. By December 1946, a year and a half after his case had first been brought to the attention of the Allied Control Commission, the conductor was due to appear before the Tribunal for Artists assembled in Berlin. The case was heard over 2 days. The outcome was vague, and the tribunal sat on his file for months. Then, out of the blue, Furtwängler learned that the Allied Kommandantur had cleared him, and that he was free to conduct the Berlin Philharmonic on May 25, 1947 at the American Requisition Titania Palast. Amongst the papers left by Michael Jos Elson is a note which refers to his part in what insiders referred to as the jumping of Furtwängler. I played a major role in sparing the great German conductor Wilhelm Furtwängler the humiliation of having to go through the denazification procedure despite the fact that he had never been a member of the Nazi Party, Jos Elson wrote. 15 This maneuver was achieved with Nabokov's help, though years later both were vague about the details of the case. I wonder whether you remember when was the approximate date that Furtwängler came to East Berlin and gave a press conference there threatening to go to Moscow if we would not clear him at once, Nabokov asked Jos Elson in 1977. I seem to remember that you had something to do with bringing him out of the Soviet sector to my billet. I remember General McClure's gentle fury at Furtwängler's behavior then. 16. One American official reacted angrily to the discovery that figures like Furtwängler were being whitewashed. In April 1947, Newell Jenkins, chief of theater and music for the American military government of Württemberg-Baden, angrily demanded an explanation for how it happens that so many prominent Nazis in the field of musicology are still active. As well as Furtwängler, both Herbert von Karajan and Elisabeth Schwarzkopf were soon to be cleared by Allied commissions, despite their murky records. In von Karajan's case, this was virtually undisputed. He had been a party member since 1933, and never hesitated to open his concerts with the Nazi favorite Horst Wessel Lied. His enemies referred to him as SS Colonel von Karajan. But despite favoring the Nazi regime, he was quickly reinstated as the undisputed king of the Berlin Philharmonic, the orchestra which in the post-war years was built up as the symbolic bulwark against Soviet totalitarianism. 17. Elisabeth Schwarzkopf had given concerts for the Waffen-SS on the Eastern Front. 10. Starred in Goebbels' propaganda films, and was included by him on a list of artists blessed by God. Her National Socialist Party membership number was 754-8960. Should a baker stop baking bread if he doesn't like the government? Asked her half-Jewish accompanist, Peter Gellhorn. Obviously not. Schwarzkopf was cleared by the Allied Control Commission, and her career soared. She was later made a Dame of the British Empire. The question of how, if at all, artists should be held to account for an engagement with the politics of their time could never be resolved by a hit-and-miss denazification program. Jos Elson and Nabokov were keenly aware of the limitations of such a program, and as such their motivation in leapfrogging its procedures could be viewed as humane, even courageous. On the other hand, they were victims of a moral confusion. The need to create symbolic anti-communist rallying points introduced an urgent, and hidden, political imperative to clear those suspected of accommodating the Nazi regime. This produced a tolerance of suspected proximity to fascism. If the subject could be put to use against communism, someone had to wield a baton against the Soviets. Nabokov's 1977 letter to Jos Elson reveals that they actually had to wrest Furtwängler from the Soviets, whilst Furtwängler himself was playing both sides against each other. His appearance at the Titania Palast in May 1947 clearly signaled that the Allies were not going to be upstaged by the Soviets in the Battle of the Orchestras. By 1949, Furtwängler was listed amongst German artists traveling to foreign countries under American-sponsored cultural programs. In 1951, he conducted at the reopening of the Bayreuth Festival, which had been handed back to the Wagner family, despite the official ban on Richard Wagner. William Donovan, head of America's wartime intelligence service, once said famously, "I'd put Stalin on the payroll if I thought it would help us defeat Hitler." 18. In an all-too-easy reversal, it was now apparent that the Germans were to be our new friends, and the savior Russians the enemy. This, to Arthur Miller, was an ignoble thing. It seemed to me in later years that this wrenching shift, this ripping off of good and evil labels from one nation and pasting them onto another, had done something to wither the very notion of a world even theoretically moral. If last month's friend could so quickly become this month's enemy, what depth of reality could good and evil have? The nihilism, even worse, the yawning amusement, toward the very concept of a moral imperative, which would become a hallmark of international culture, was born in these 8 or 10 years of realignment after Hitler's death. 19. Of course there were good reasons for opposing the Soviets, who were moving in swiftly behind the cold weather front. Communists came to power in Poland in January. In Italy and France there were rumors of communist coups d'état. Soviet strategists had been quick to grasp the potential of the widespread instability of post-war Europe. With an energy and resourcefulness which showed that Stalin's regime, for all its monolithic intractability, could avail itself of an imaginative vigor unmatched by Western governments, the Soviet Union deployed a battery of unconventional weapons to nudge itself into the European consciousness, and soften up opinion in its favor. A vast network of fronts was established, some new, some revived from a dormant state since the death in 1940 of Willy Munzenberg, the brain behind the Kremlin's secret pre-war campaign of persuasion. Labor unions, women's movements, youth groups, cultural institutions, the press, publishing, all were targeted. Experts in the use of culture as a tool of political persuasion, the Soviets did much in 11. These early years of the Cold War to establish its central paradigm as a cultural one. Lacking the economic power of the United States and, above all, still without a nuclear capability, Stalin's regime concentrated on winning the battle for men's minds. America, despite a massive marshalling of the arts in the New Deal period, was a virgin in the practice of international Kulturkampf. As early as 1945, one intelligence officer had predicted the unconventional tactics which were now being adopted by the Soviets. The invention of the atomic bomb will cause a shift in the balance between peaceful and warlike methods of exerting international pressure, he reported to the Chief of the Office of Strategic Services, General Donovan. And we must expect a very marked increase in the importance of peaceful methods. Our enemies will be even freer than to propagandize, subvert, sabotage and exert pressures upon us, and we ourselves shall be more willing to bear these affronts and ourselves to indulge in such methods, in our eagerness to avoid at all costs the tragedy of open war. Peaceful techniques will become more vital in times of pre-war softening up, actual overt war, and in times of post-war manipulation. 20. This report shows exceptional prescience. It offers a definition of the Cold War as a psychological contest, of the manufacturing of consent by peaceful methods, of the use of propaganda to erode hostile positions. And, as the opening sallies in Berlin amply demonstrated, the operational weapon was to be culture. The cultural Cold War was on. So it was that amidst the degradation and unnaturally elaborate cultural life was dragged to its feet by the occupying powers as they vied with each other to score propaganda points. As early as 1945, when the stench of human bodies still hung about the ruins, the Russians had staged a brilliant opening for the state opera with the performance of Gluck's Orpheus, in the beautifully lit, red plush Admiral's Palace. Stocky, pomaded Russian colonels grinned smugly at American military personnel as they listened together to performances of Eugene Onegin, or to an explicitly anti-fascist interpretation of Rigoletto, the music punctuated by the tinkle of medals. 21. One of Josselsson's first assignments was to retrieve the thousands of costumes belonging to the former German state opera, which had been safely stored by the Nazis at the bottom of a salt mine located outside Berlin in the U.S. zone of occupation. On a dismal, rainy day Josselson set off with Nabokov to retrieve the costumes. On their way back to Berlin, Josselson's jeep, which preceded Nabokov's requisitioned Mercedes, hit a Soviet roadblock at full speed. Josselson, unconscious and suffering from multiple cuts and bruising, was taken to a Russian military hospital, where Soviet women medical officers stitched him together again. When he was well enough, he was retrieved back to his billet in the American zone, which he shared with an aspiring actor called Peter Van Eyck. But for the care of his Soviet doctors, Josselson might not have survived to become the Dyatlov of America's counter-Soviet cultural propaganda campaign. The Soviets had saved the man who was, for the next 2 decades, to do most to undermine their attempts at cultural hegemony. In 1947, the Russians fired another salvo when they opened up a house of culture on the Unter den Linden. The initiative dazzled a British cultural affairs officer, who reported enviously that the institute surpasses anything the other allies have done and puts our poor little effort right in the shade. It is most luxuriously appointed, good furniture, much of it antique, carpets in every room, a brilliance of lights, almost overheated and everything newly painted. The Russians have simply requisitioned all they wanted. There is a bar and smoking room. 12. which looks most inviting and almost ritzy with its soft carpets and chandeliers, grandiose cultural institute which will reach the broad masses and do much to counteract the generally accepted idea here that the Russians are uncivilized. This latest venture is depressing as far as we are concerned. Our contribution is so small: one information center and a few reading rooms which have had to be closed down because of lack of coal. We should be spurred on by this latest Russian entry into the Kulturkampf to answer with an equally bold scheme for putting over British achievements here in Berlin. 22. Whilst the British lacked the coal to heat a reading room, the Americans were emboldened to return fire at the Soviets by opening the Amerika Hauser. Set up as outposts of American culture, these institutes offered respite from the bitter weather in comfortably furnished reading rooms, and gave film showings, music recitals, talks and art exhibits, all with overwhelming emphasis on America. In a speech entitled Out of the Rubble, the Director of Education and Cultural Relations emphasized to Amerika Hauser personnel the epic nature of their task. Few people ever have been privileged to be a part of a more important or more challenging mission, or one more replete with pitfalls than you who have been chosen to aid in the intellectual, moral, spiritual, and cultural reorientation of a defeated, conquered and occupied Germany. But he noted that in spite of the great contribution which has been made by America in the cultural field, it is not generally known even to Germany or the rest of the world. Our culture is regarded as materialistic, and frequently one will hear the comment, "We have the skill, the brains, and you have the money." 23. Thanks largely to Russian propaganda, America was widely regarded as culturally barren, a nation of gum-chewing, Chevy driving, DuPont-sheathed Philistines, and the Amerika Hauser did much to reverse this negative stereotype. "One thing is absolutely certain," wrote one enthusiastic Amerika Hauser administrator, "the printed material brought here from the United States makes a deep and profound impression upon those circles in Germany which for generations have thought of America as culturally backward and who have condemned the whole for the faults of a few parts." Old clichés based on an historic presupposition about American cultural retardation had been eroded by the Good Books program, and those same circles who had upheld these slurs were now reported to be quietly and deeply impressed. 24. Some clichés were harder to dispel. When one Amerika House lecturer offered a view of the present-day position of the Negro in America, he was met with questions, some of which were not inspired by goodwill. The lecturer dealt vigorously with the questioners, who may or may not have been communists. Fortunately for the organizers, the talk was followed by songs performed by a colored quintet. The Negroes continued to sing long after official closing time, and the spirit of the occasion seemed so congenial that it was decided to invite this Negro group for a repeat performance. 25. The problem of race relations in America was much exploited by Soviet propaganda, and left many Europeans uneasy about America's ability to practice the democracy she now claimed to be offering the world. It was therefore reasoned that the exporting of African Americans to perform in Europe would dispel such damaging perceptions. An American military government report of March 1947 revealed plans to have top-rank American Negro vocalists give concerts in Germany. Marian Anderson or Dorothy Maynor appearances before German audiences would be of great importance. 26. The promotion of black artists was to become an urgent priority for American cultural cold warriors. The American response to the Soviet cultural offensive now began to gather pace. The 13. Full arsenal of contemporary American achievement was shipped to Europe and showcased in Berlin. Fresh new opera talent was imported from America's most noble academies, the Juilliard, the Curtis, the Eastman, the Peabody. The military government took control of 18 German symphony orchestras, and almost as many opera companies. With many native composers banned, the market for American composers was exponentially increased, and exploited. Samuel Barber, Leonard Bernstein, Elliott Carter, Aaron Copland, George Gershwin, Giancarlo Menotti, Virgil Thomson, these and many other American composers premiered their work in Europe under government auspices. In consultation with American academics, playwrights, and directors, a massive theater program was also launched. Plays by Lillian Hellman, Eugene O'Neill, Thornton Wilder, Tennessee Williams, William Saroyan, Clifford Odets, and John Steinbeck were offered to enthusiastic audiences huddled in freezing theaters where icicles hung menacingly from the ceiling. Following Schiller's principle of theater as moralisk Anstalt, where men can see presented the basic principles of life, the American authorities devised a hit list of desirable moral lessons. Thus, under Liberty and Democracy came Ibsen's Peer Gynt, Shaw's The Devil's Disciple, and Robert Sherwood's Abe Lincoln in Illinois. Power of faith was expressed in the drama of Faust, Goethe, Strindberg, Shaw. Equality of man was the message to be extracted from Maxim Gorky's Lower Depths and Franz Grillparzer's Medea. Under War and Peace came Aristophanes' Lysistrata, R.C. Sheriff's Journey's End, Thornton Wilder's Skin of Our Teeth, and John Mers's A Bell for Ottino. Corruption and justice was deemed to be the theme of Hamlet, Gogol's Revisor, Beaumarchais's Figaro's Wedding, and most of Ibsen's oeuvre. And so on, through Crime Does Not Pay, Morals, Taste and Manners, Pursuit of Happiness, to the darker imperative of exposure of Nazism. Deemed inappropriate for the present mental and psychological status of Germans were all plays that accept the blind mastery of fate that unscapably leads to destruction and self-destruction, as the Greek classics. Also blacklisted, were Julius Caesar and Coriolanus, Prinz von Homburg and Kleist, Tolstoy's Living Corpse, all Homsen plays, and all plays by anybody else who readily shifted to the service of Nazism. 27 Mindful of Disraeli's injunction that a book may be as great a thing as a battle, a vast books program was launched, aimed primarily at projecting the American story before the German reader in the most effective manner possible. Appealing to commercial publishers, the occupation government ensured a constant flow of general books which were deemed more acceptable than government-sponsored publications, because they do not have the taint of propaganda. 28 But propaganda they were certainly intended to be. Translations commissioned by the Psychological Warfare Division of American military government alone ran to hundreds of titles, ranging from Howard Fast's Citizen Tom Paine to Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr.'s The New Deal in Action, to the Museum of Modern Arts built in the USA. There were also German editions of books suitable for children at their most impressionable age, such as Nathaniel Hawthorne's Wonder Tales, Mark Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, and Laura Ingalls Wilder's Little Town on the Prairie. The post-war reputations in Germany of many Americans were significantly helped by these publishing programs. And America's cultural cachet soared with distribution of works by Louisa May Alcott, Pearl Buck, Jacques Barzun, James Burnham, Willa Gather, Norman Cousins, William Faulkner, Ellen Glasgow, Ernest. 14. Hemingway, F. O. Matheson, Reinhold Niebuhr, Carl Sandburg, James Thurber, Edith Wharton, and Thomas Wolfe. European authors were also promoted as part of an explicitly anti-communist program. Suitable texts were whatever critiques of Soviet foreign policy and of communism as a form of government we find to be objective, convincingly written, and timely. 29 Meeting these criteria were Andrei Gide's account of his disillusioning experiences in Russia, return from the Soviet Union, Arthur Koestler's Darkness at Noon and the Yogi and the Commissar, and Bread and Wine by Ignacio Silone. For Koestler and Silone, this was the first of many appearances under the wing of the American government. Approval for publication was withheld for some books. One early casualty was John Foster Dulles' by now anachronistic Russia and America, Pacific Neighbors. In art, Mrs. Moholy-Nagy appeared before German audiences to talk about the work of her late husband, Laszlo, and the new and exciting direction taken by the new Bauhaus in Chicago. Her lecture, wrote one sympathetic journalist, was a very informative contribution to the incomplete conception we have of American culture and art. 30 This conception was further enhanced by an exhibition of non-objective paintings from the Guggenheim Museum. This was the first appearance under government sponsorship of the New York School, otherwise known as Abstract Expressionism. Lest the new be thought too shocking, audiences were nursed with lectures on fundamental thoughts on modern art which used comfortably familiar medieval paintings to introduce the abstract possibilities of artistic expression. With the memory of the Antarktikkunst exhibitions and the subsequent exodus of so many artists to America still painfully fresh, the impression now was of a European culture broken up by the high tides of fascism, and washed up on the shores of the new Byzantium, America. Audiences who had experienced the mass rallies of Nuremberg were reportedly awed by one lecturer who told of immense symphonic concerts in the open air at night attended by audiences equaling in numbers those which usually only attend special sport events in our stadiums. 31 Not all efforts were of the highest caliber. The launch of the German edition of Ellery Queen's Mystery magazine left people like Michael Joss Elson stone cold. And not everyone was convinced that the Yale Glee Club was the best vehicle for proving beyond all doubt the tremendous importance of the arts in the curriculum of the universities as an antidote against collectivism. 32 Even the Darmstadt school got off to a shaky start. A bold initiative of the American military government, the Darmstadt holiday courses for new music nearly ended in a riot after disagreement about radical new music spilled over into open hostility. One official evaluation concluded, it was generally conceded that much of this music was worthless and had better been left unplayed. The overemphasis on 12-tone music was regretted. One critic described the concerts as the triumph of dilettantism. The French students remained aloof from the others and acted in a snobbish way. Their teacher, Leibowitz, represents and admits as valid only the most radical kind of music and is openly disdainful of any other. His attitude is aped by his students. It was generally felt that next year's must follow a different, more Catholic pattern. 33 Darmstadt, of course, was to become the citadel of progressive experimentation in music within a few years. But all the symphony concerts and plays and exhibitions could not hide the one stark truth of that long, harsh winter of 1947, Europe was going broke. A rampant black market, civil unrest, and a series of crippling strikes. 15. Produced levels of degradation and privation equal to anything experienced during the darkest moments of the war. In Germany, money had lost its value, medicine and clothes were impossible to obtain, whole families were living in underground bunkers with no water or light, and young girls and boys offered sex to American GIs in exchange for a bar of chocolate. On June 5, 1947, General George Catlett Marshall, the U.S. Army's wartime chief of staff, and now Truman's Secretary of State, announced a plan to deal with the Great Crisis. Delivered at the 296th Harvard Commencement, which was attended by atomic physicist Robert Oppenheimer, D-Day Commander General Omar Bradley, and T.S. Eliot, Marshall's 10-minute address marked a catalytic moment in the fate of post-war Europe. Warning that the whole world, the way of life we have known, is literally in the balance, he called upon the New World to step into the breach with a crash program of financial credits and large-scale material assistance, and thus prevent the collapse of the Old World. There is widespread instability. There are concerted efforts to change the whole face of Europe as we know it, contrary to the interests of free mankind and free civilization, Marshall declared. Left to their own resources, there will be no escape from economic distress so intense, social discontent so violent, and political confusion so widespread that the historic base of Western civilization, of which we are by belief and inheritance an integral part, will take on a new form in the image of the tyranny that we fought to destroy in Germany. 34 As he spoke these words, General Marshall surveyed the faces of students gathered in the spring sunshine, and he saw, like John Crow Ransom before him, the youngling bachelors of Harvard lit like torches, and scrambling to disperse like aimless firebrands pitiful to slake. 35 It was no coincidence that he had decided to deliver his speech here, rather than on some formal government podium. For these were the men assigned to realize America's manifest destiny, the elite charged with organizing the world around values which the communist darkness threatened to obscure. The fulfillment of the Marshall Plan, as it became known, was their inheritance. Marshall's address was designed to reinforce President Truman's ideological call to arms of a few months earlier, which had been immediately enshrined as the Truman Doctrine. Addressing Congress in March 1947 on the situation in Greece, where a communist takeover threatened, Truman had appealed in apocalyptic language for a new age of American intervention. At the present moment in world history nearly every nation must choose between alternative ways of life, he declared. The choice is too often not a free one. One way of life is based upon the will of the majority. The second, is based upon the will of a minority forcibly imposed upon the majority. It relies upon terror and oppression, a controlled press and radio, fixed elections, and the suppression of personal freedoms. I believe that it must be the policy of the U.S. to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjection by armed minorities or by outside pressure. I believe that we must assist free peoples to work out their own destinies in their own way. 36 After Truman's speech, Secretary of State Dean Acheson told congressmen, "We had arrived at a situation unparalleled since ancient times. Not since Rome and Carthage had there been such a polarization of power on this earth. Moreover, the two great powers were divided by an unbridgeable ideological chasm." 37 Joseph Jones, the State Department official who drafted Truman's appeal to Congress, understood the enormous impact of the president's words. "All barriers to bold action were indeed down," he said. Among policy makers it was 16. Felt that a new chapter in world history had opened, and they were the most privileged of men, participants in a drama such as rarely occurs even in the long life of a great nation. 38 The heightened sense of the classical dimensions of America's post-war role evoked by Truman's address gave the rhetorical context to General Marshall's later, less conspicuously anti-communist, speech. The combination of the two, a package of economic assistance coupled with a doctrinal imperative, delivered an unambiguous message: the future of Western Europe, if Western Europe was to have a future at all, must now be harnessed to a Pax Americana. On June 17, the Soviet Daily Pravda attacked Marshall's proposal as an extension of Truman's plan for political pressures with dollars and a program for interference in the internal affairs of other states. 39 Although the Soviets had been invited by Marshall to participate in his all-European recovery program, the offer was, said George Kennan, disingenuous, designed to be rejected. 40 As anticipated, they refused to be part of the plan. Their objection may have been overstated, but in essence the Soviets were right to conflate the humanitarian intentions of the plan with a less obvious political agenda. Far from envisioning cooperation with the Soviet Union, it was designed within the framework of a Cold War ethos which sought to drive a wedge between Moscow and its client regimes. 41 It was implicit all along that it was important that we didn't give the communists the opportunity to stick their oar into these places, Marshall planner Dennis Fitzgerald later wrote. There was always the argument advanced that if we failed to fully appreciate the requirements of X, Y, and Z, that the communists would take advantage of this situation to promote their interests. 42 The plan's deputy director, Richard Bissell, supported this view. Even before the outbreak of the Korean War, it was well understood that the Marshall Plan was never meant to be a wholly altruistic affair. The hope was that strengthening their economies would enhance the value of the Western European countries as members of the NATO alliance, eventually enabling them to assume a defense responsibility in support of Cold War efforts. 43 Secretly, these countries were also expected to assume other responsibilities in support of Cold War efforts, and to this end, Marshall Plan funds were soon being siphoned to boost the cultural struggle in the West. On October 5, 1947, the Communist Information Bureau held its first meeting in Belgrade. Formed in Moscow the previous September, the Cominform was Stalin's new operational base for political warfare, replacing the defunct Comintern. The Belgrade meeting was used to deliver an open challenge to the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan, both of which were denounced as aggressive ploys to satisfy America's aspirations to world supremacy. 44 Andrei Zhdanov, architect of Stalin's ruthless cultural policy, told the communists of Western Europe that if they are prepared to take the lead of all the forces prepared to defend the cause of national honor and independence in the struggle against attempts to subjugate their countries economically and politically, then no plan for the subjugation of Europe can succeed. 45 Just as Marshall had chosen to address the intellectual heartland of America, so Zhdanov called upon the intelligentsia of the world to rattle their pens under the banner of communism, and hurl their ink against the American imperium. The communist parties have achieved considerable successes in conducting work among the intelligentsia. Proof of this is the fact that in these countries the best people of science, art, and literature belong to the Communist Party, are heading the movement of the progressive struggle among the intelligentsia, and by their creative and tireless struggle, are winning more and more intellectuals to the cause of communism. 46. 17. Later that month, the Commonform's ideological stormtroops were gathered at the East Berlin Writers' Congress at the Kammerspiel Theater. As the debate wore on, a young American with a pointed beard and looking strangely like Lenin stormed the platform and grabbed the microphone. Speaking in flawless German, he held his position for 35 minutes, praising those writers who had had the nerve to speak up against Hitler, and exposing similarities between the Nazi regime and the new communist police state. These were dangerous times. To disrupt the proceedings and queer the pitch of a communist propaganda exercise was an act of either madness or courage, or both. Melvin Lasky had arrived. Born in 1920 in the Bronx, Melvin Jonah Lasky grew up in the looming presence of his Yiddish-speaking grandfather, a bearded, learned man who nourished the young Lasky with passages from the legends of the Jews. As one of the best and brightest graduates of New York City College, Lasky emerged from its seething ideological debates a staunch anti-Stalinist with a taste for intellectual, and occasionally physical, confrontation. He joined the civil service and worked as a travel guide at the Statue of Liberty, before joining the staff of Sol Levitas's anti-Stalinist magazine, The New Leader. Drafted into the services, he became a combat historian with U.S. 7th Army in France and Germany, and was later demobbed in Berlin, where he became German correspondent for both The New Leader and Partisan Review. A short, stocky man, Lasky was given to drawing his shoulder blades back and pushing put his chest, as if primed for a fight. Using his oriental-shaped eyes to produce deadly squints, he had acquired from the brusque atmosphere of City College an ill manner which rarely deserted him. In his militant anti-communism he was, to use an epithet he bestowed on somebody else, as unmovable as the Rock of Gibraltar. Lupin, grittily determined, Lasky was to become a force to reckon with as he stormed his way through the cultural campaigns of the Cold War. His explosive protest at the East German Writers' Congress earned him the title Father of the Cold War in Berlin. His action even upset the American authorities, who threatened to throw him out. Appalled by the timidity of his superiors, he compared Berlin to what a frontier town must have been like in the States in the middle of the 19th century, Indians on the horizon, and you've simply got to have that rifle handy or not your scalp is gone. But in those days a frontier town was full of Indian fighters. Here very few people have any guts, and if they do they usually don't know in which direction to point their rifle. 47 But Lasky knew the sheriff, and far from being run out of town, he was now taken under the wing of the military governor, General Lucius Clay. To him, Lasky protested that whilst the Soviet lie was traveling round the globe at lightning speed, the truth had yet to get its boots on. He made his case in a passionately argued document submitted on December 7, 1947 to Clay's office, which called for a radical shake-up in American propaganda. Referred to as the Melvin Lasky Proposal, this document constituted Lasky's personal blueprint for staging the cultural Cold War. High hopes for peace and international unity blinded us to the fact that a concerted political war against the USA was being prepared and executed, and nowhere more vigorously than in Germany, he claimed. The same old anti-democratic, anti-American formulas on which many European generations have been fed, and which the Nazi propaganda machine under Goebbels brought to a peak, are now being reworked. Viz., the alleged economic selfishness of the USA, its alleged deep political reaction, its alleged cultural waywardness, its 18. Alleged moral hypocrisy, etc. etc. 48 In extraordinary language, Lasky went on to define the challenge. The time-honored U.S. formula of shed light and the people will find their own way exaggerates the possibilities in Germany for an easy conversion. It would be foolish to expect to wean a primitive savage away from his conviction in mysterious jungle herbs simply by the dissemination of modern scientific medical information. We have not succeeded in combating the variety of factors, political, psychological, cultural, which work against U.S. foreign policy, and in particular against the success of the Marshall Plan in Europe. What was needed now, continued Lasky breathlessly, was an active truth, a truth bold enough to enter the contest, not one which behaved like an Olympian bystander. Make no mistake, he warned, the substance of the Cold War was cultural in range. And it is here that a serious void in the American program has been most exploited by the enemies of American foreign policy. The void is real and grave. 49. The real and grave void to which Lasky referred was the failure to win the educated and cultured classes, which, in the long run, provide moral and political leadership in the community to the American cause. This shortcoming, he argued, could be partly addressed by publishing a new journal, one which would serve both as a constructive fillip to German European thought, and also as a demonstration that behind the official representatives of American democracy lies a great and progressive culture, with a richness of achievements in the arts, in literature, in philosophy, in all the aspects of culture which unite the free traditions of Europe and America. 52 days later, Lasky submitted a prospectus for the American Review whose purpose should be to support the general objectives of U.S. policy in Germany and Europe by illustrating the background of ideas, spiritual activity, literary and intellectual achievement, from which the American democracy takes its inspiration. The review, he argued, would demonstrate that America and Americans have achieved mature triumphs in all the spheres of the human spirit common to both the Old and the New Worlds, and thereby constitute the first really serious effort in winning large sections of the German intelligentsia away from communistic influence. 51. The result was Der Monat, a monthly magazine designed to construct an ideological bridge between German and American intellectuals and, as explicitly set forth by Lasky, to ease the passage of American foreign policy interests by supporting the general objectives of U.S. policy in Germany and Europe. Set up with General Clay's backing on October 1, 1948, under Lasky's editorship, it was printed initially in Munich and airlifted into Berlin aboard the Allied cargo planes on which the city depended during the blockade. Across the years, Der Monat was financed through confidential funds of the Marshall Plan, then from the coffers of the Central Intelligence Agency, then with Ford Foundation money, and then again with CIA dollars. For its financing alone, the magazine was absolutely a product, and an exemplar of, American Cold War strategies in the cultural field. Der Monat was a temple to the belief that an educated elite could steer the post-war world away from its own extinction. This, together with their affiliations to the American occupation government, was what united Lasky, Jos Elson and Nabokov. Like Jean Cocteau, who was soon to warn America, "You will not be saved by weaponry, nor by money, but by a thinking minority, because the world is expiring, as it does not think pence, any more, but merely spends." 52. They understood that the dollars of the Marshall Plan would not be 19. enough. Financial assistance had to be supplemented by a concentrated program of cultural warfare. This curious triumvirate, Lasky the political militant, Jos Elson the former department store buyer, and Nabokov the composer, now stood poised at the cutting edge of what was to become, under their guidance, one of the most ambitious secret operations of the Cold War, the winning over of the Western intelligentsia to the American proposition. 20. 2. Destinies elect. There's no such thing as innocence. Innocence touched with guilt is as good a deal as you can get. Mike Hammer, in Mickey Spillane's Kiss Me, Deadly. The American proposition had already been articulated in the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan. Now, a new phase of the Cold War opened up with the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency, America's first peacetime intelligence organization. Created by the National Security Act of July 26, 1947, the agency was originally intended to coordinate military and diplomatic intelligence. Crucially, and in extremely vague language, it was also authorized to carry out unspecified services of common concern and such other functions and duties as the National Security Council might direct. Nowhere in the 1947 Act was the CIA explicitly empowered to collect intelligence or intervene secretly in the affairs of other nations, a government report later stated. But the elastic phrase "such other functions" was used by successive presidents to move the agency into espionage, covert action, paramilitary operations, and technical intelligence collection. The founding of the CIA marked a dramatic overhaul of the traditional paradigms of American politics. The terms under which the agency was established institutionalized the concepts of the necessary lie and plausible deniability as legitimate peacetime strategies, and in the long run produced an invisible layer of government whose potential for abuse, domestically and abroad, was uninhibited by any sense of accountability. This experience of limitless influence was exemplified by the eponymous hero of Norman Mailer's monumental Harlot's Ghost. "We tap into everything," says Harlot. "If good crops are an instrument of foreign policy, then we are obliged to know next year's weather. That same demand comes at us everywhere we look: finance, media, labor relations, economic production, the thematic consequences of TV. Where is the end to all that we can be legitimately interested in? Nobody knows how many pipelines we have in good places, how many Pentagon poobahs, commodores, congressmen, professors in assorted think tanks, soil erosion specialists, student leaders, diplomats, corporate lawyers, name it. They all give us input. 2. Owning airlines, radio stations, newspapers, insurance companies, and real estate, the CIA's presence in world affairs grew so prodigiously over the decades that people began to suspect its presence behind every thicket. Like Dorothy Parker and the things she said, the CIA gets credit or blame both for what it does and for many things it has not even thought of doing, one agency man later complained. 3. Disastrous operations like the Bay of Pigs did little to improve the CIA's public image. A negative stereotype emerged of a CIA peopled by ruthless, Jesuitical, ugly Americans whose view of the world was distorted by a wilderness of mirrors. Certainly, history continues to validate this version. The Truman Doctrine and the National Security Acts which it inspired sanctioned aggressiveness and intervention abroad. But the scale of its imperial buccaneering tends to obscure some less calamitous truths about the 21. CIA. In the beginning, its officers were animated by a sense of mission, to save Western freedom from communist darkness, which one officer compared to the atmosphere of an order of Knights Templars, for the dominant early influence was the aristocracy of the Eastern Seaboard and the Ivy League, a broederbund of Anglophile sophisticates who found powerful justification for their actions in the traditions of the Enlightenment and the principles enshrined in the Declaration of Independence. In this, the CIA took its character from its wartime predecessor, the Office of Strategic Services, set up in 1941 in the wake of Pearl Harbor and disbanded in September 1945 by President Truman, who said at the time that he wanted nothing to do with a peacetime Gestapo. This primitive fear reflected little of the reality of OSS, which had acquired the nickname "Oh So Social" on account of its clubby, collegiate atmosphere. Columnist Drew Pearson called it one of the fanciest groups of dilettante diplomats, Wall Street bankers, and amateur detectives ever seen in Washington. 5. All OSSERS carried a pack with a carbine, a few grenades, some gold coins, and a death pill, recalled Tom Braden, who worked closely with OSS Chief William Wild Bill Donovan. Donovan once left his death pill in a drawer at the Dorchester Hotel and he made David Bruce send a wire from France to get the maid there to send it out. He was quite a character, Bill Donovan, a legend in his own time. He once said to me, "Braden, if you get in a tight spot, take your knife and drive it straight through his balls." 6. Governed by legislation which prohibited little and countenanced virtually anything, OSSERS found themselves roving wartime Europe like latter-day proconsuls. The first OSS man to reach Bucharest after the German withdrawal in autumn 1944 became a regular guest at meetings of the Romanian cabinet, and boasted to colleagues, "Before they vote on anything, they ask me what I think. They pass all my laws unanimously. I never thought running a country was so easy." 7. But running a country was precisely what most OSSERs were brought up to do. Recruiting from the heart of America's corporate, political, academic, and cultural establishment, Donovan had assembled an elite corps which hailed from America's most powerful institutions and families. Members of the Mellon family held espionage posts in Madrid, London, Geneva, Paris. Paul Mellon worked for the Special Operations Executive in London. His sister, Ailsa, was married to his commanding officer, Chief of OSS London, David Bruce, son of a U.S. Senator and a millionaire in his own right. J.P. Morgan's sons were both in the OSS. The families Vanderbilt, DuPont, Archbold, Ryan, Weil, Whitney, were all represented in the ranks of Donovan's secret army. Other OSS recruits included travel guide publisher Eugene Fodor, New York journalist Marcello Girassi, who later became the producer of Italian and American films starring Sophia Loren, Ilya Tolstoy, émigré grandson of the famous novelist, who was a member of an OSS mission to Lhasa, and Julia McWilliams' child, later a celebrity chef, who maintained OSS intelligence files at Chungking. Raymond Guest, a polo-playing socialite and cousin of Winston Churchill, cut a colorful swathe through OSS operations in France and Scandinavia. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry was a close friend and collaborator of Donovan's, as was Ernest Hemingway, whose son John was also in OSS. Although one critic complained of the many personnel who seemed to be rah-rah youngsters to whom OSS was perhaps an escape from routine military service and a sort of lark, 8. There was also an assumption that each member of the higher echelons of Donovan's 22. Service risked his future status as a banker or trustee or highly placed politician in identifying himself with illegality and unorthodoxy. 9. With the disbanding of OSS, many of those future bankers and trustees and politicians returned to civilian life. Alan Dulles, Donovan's brilliant deputy who had taken charge of OSS operations in Europe, went back to his law practice in New York, where he became the center of an informal cadre of campaigners for a permanent American intelligence service. Nicknamed the Park Avenue Cowboys, this group included Kermit Kim Roosevelt, grandson of Theodore, Tracy Barnes, Richard Helms and Frank Wisner, bringing gossip from Army intelligence in occupied Germany, and Roy Altiler, soon to become head of the Paris office of the World Bank. Far from having risked their future status, their period in OSS enhanced their reputations and offered another network to combine with the old-school tie that had brought them together in the first place. This, and their initiation into illegality and unorthodoxy, was to provide a rich resource for the CIA. It was this historic elite, the Ivy Leaguers, who cast their influence over America's boardrooms, academic institutions, major newspapers and media, law firms and government, who now stepped forward to fill the ranks of the fledgling agency. Many of them hailed from a concentration in Washington of 100 or so wealthy families, known as the Cave Dwellers, who stood for the preservation of the Episcopalian and Presbyterian values that had guided their ancestors. Schooled in the principles of a robust intellect, athletic prowess, politesse oblige, and solid Christian ethics, they took their example from men like the Reverend Endicott Peabody, whose Groton School, run along the lines of Eton, Harrow, and Winchester, was the alma mater of so many national leaders. Trained in the Christian virtues and the duties of privilege, they emerged believing in democracy but wary of unchecked egalitarianism. Reversing Willy Brandt's celebrated declaration, "We are the elected of the people, not the elect," this was the elect who had not been elected. Those who had not served with OSS had spent the war rising through the ranks of the State Department and the Foreign Office. They orbited around figures like Charles Chip Bolin, who later became ambassador to France. During the early 1940s, his house on Dumbarton Avenue in Georgetown was an intellectual ferment at the center of which sat George Kennan and Isaiah Berlin, who was already revered in Washington circles as the prophet. One observer described Kennan, Bolin, and Berlin as a homogeneous, congenial trio. Bolin was one of the founders of a novel branch of modern scholarship known as Kremlinology. He had lived in Russia, knew its leaders and bureaucrats, had studied its ideological literature, and could quote their classics. He had witnessed the purges and trials of the late 1930s, and the full impact of Stanov's cultural policies. There are two famous last words, Bolin was fond of saying. One is alcohol doesn't affect me, and the other is I understand the Russians. For a better understanding, he turned to Isaiah Berlin and Nicholas Nabokov, who was then working for the Justice Department. Bolin used to refer to Nabokov as a psychological asset, and Nabokov returned the compliment by calling Bolin my model, my source of advice. These new friends had few if any illusions about Uncle Joe, Nabokov later wrote. In more ways than one, they were an anachronistic group in the Washington of those years, perhaps even in all of America. America was in a state of Sovietophilic euphoria, which none in the house on Dumbarton Avenue shared. The bulk of American public opinion had switched twice in 3 years in its feelings toward Russia. First it was against, after the partition of Po. 23. Land and the fiendish Finnish War. Stalin in newspaper cartoons looked like a nasty mixture of a wolf and a bear. Then, as abruptly, opinion was for Russia, after the Nazi invasion of Russia in 1941. Stalin was suddenly beautified, represented as a knight in armor defending the Kremlin against a horde of Teutons, or reproduced from Margaret Bourke-White's slenderized and idolized profile photographs. And then, in 1943, the pro-Russian feeling was enhanced by Stalingrad. You will see, argued trusting Americans, communism will never come back to Russia the way it was. It will be a different country after the war. Didn't Stalin bring the patriarch back from exile? And the writers and poets? And didn't Stalin re-establish officers' ranks and reinstate the historical national heroes, and even some of the tsars and saints, like Alexander Nevsky and Peter the Great? Not so the skeptics at Dumbarton Avenue. They knew, as Kennan once said, that Stalinism is irreversible. 10. The Dumbarton Avenue skeptics were joined by David Bruce, Averell Harriman, John McCloy, Joseph and Stuart Alsop, Richard Bissell, Walter Lippmann, and the Bundy brothers. In long exchanges, heated by intellectual passion and alcohol, their vision of a new world order began to take shape. Internationalist, abrasive, competitive, these men had an unshakable belief in their value system, and in their duty to offer it to others. They were the patricians of the modern age, the paladins of democracy, and saw no contradiction in that. This was the elite which ran American foreign policy and shaped legislation at home. Through think tanks to foundations, directorates to membership of gentlemen's clubs, these mandarins were interlocked by their institutional affiliations and by a shared belief in their own superiority. Their job it was to establish and then justify the post-war Pax Americana. And they were staunch supporters of the CIA, which was fast being staffed by their friends from school, business, or the old show of OSS. The foremost articulator of the shared convictions of America's elite was George Kennan, diplomat scholar, architect of the Marshall Plan, and as director of the State Department's policy planning staff, one of the fathers of the CIA. In 1947 he advocated direct military intervention in Italy in what he saw as its imminent collapse into a civil war supported by the Communists. This would admittedly result in much violence and probably a military division of Italy, he told the State Department, but it might well be preferable to a bloodless election victory, unopposed by ourselves, which would give the Communists the entire peninsula at one coup and send waves of panic to all surrounding areas. 11 Truman, fortunately, didn't go along with this precipitate suggestion, but he did authorize covert intervention in the Italian elections instead. By July 1947, Kennan had modified his views, not about the nature of the Soviet threat, but about how to deal with it. In his famous X article in the journal Foreign Affairs, he set forth the thesis which dominated the early years of the Cold War. Claiming that the Kremlin was committed to dominating every nook and cranny available, in the basin of world power with its fanatical ideology, he proposed a policy of unalterable counterforce, and firm and vigilant containment. As part of this policy, he advocated the maximum development of the propaganda and political warfare techniques, 12 which, As director of the policy planning staff, he was perfectly placed to implement. "The world was our oyster," he later wrote of this office. In a speech to the National War College in December 1947, it was Kennan who introduced the concept of the necessary lie as a vital constituent of American post-war diplomacy. "The communists," he said, "had won a strong position in Europe, so immensely superior to our own, through unabashed and skillful use of lies. They have fought us with unreality, with IR. 24. Rationalism. Can we combat this unreality successfully with rationalism, with truth, with honest, well-meant economic assistance?" 13. He asked. No, America needed to embrace a new era of covert warfare to advance her democratic objectives against Soviet deceit. On December 19, 1947, Kennan's political philosophy acquired legal authority in a directive issued by Truman's National Security Council, NSC-4. A top-secret appendix to this directive, NSC-4A, instructed the Director of Central Intelligence to undertake covert psychological activities in support of American anti-communist policies. Startlingly opaque about what procedures should be followed for coordinating or approving such activities, this appendix was the first formal post-war authorization for clandestine operations. Superseded in June 1948 by a new, and more explicit, directive drafted by George Kennan, NSC 10/2, these were the documents which piloted American intelligence into the choppy waters of secret political warfare for decades to come. Prepared in the tightest secrecy, these directives adopted an expansive conception of security requirements to include a world substantially made over in its own image. 14. Proceeding from the premise that the Soviet Union and its satellite countries were embarked on a program of vicious covert activities to discredit and defeat the aims and activities of the United States and other Western powers, NSC 10/2 gave the highest sanction of the government to a plethora of covert operations, propaganda, economic warfare, preventative direct action including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states including assistance to underground resistance movements, guerrillas, and refugee liberation groups. 15. All such activities, in the words of NSC 10/2, must be so planned and executed that any U.S. government responsibility for them is not evident to unauthorized persons, and that if uncovered the U.S. government can plausibly disclaim any responsibility for them. 16. NSC 10/2 established a special staff for covert operations, within the CIA but with policy and personnel under the policy planning staff of the State Department. This staff was eventually called the Office of Policy Coordination, an innocuous title designed to ensure plausibility while revealing practically nothing of its purpose. 17. Covert action was defined as any clandestine activity designed to influence foreign governments, events, organizations, or persons in support of U.S. foreign policy conducted in such a way that the involvement of the U.S. government is not apparent. 18. Virtually unlimited in scope and secrecy, OPC was without precedent in peacetime America. Here was the dirty tricks department that Allen Dulles and the Park Avenue Cowboys had been campaigning for. Emerging from their ranks to head this new operation was Frank Wisner, who was chosen from a list of candidates put forward by George Kennan. Frank Wisner, a former Wall Street lawyer with a Mississippi twang and the unusual virtue of being a champion low hurdler at the University of Virginia, was a veteran of OSS campaigns throughout Europe, and head of its secret intelligence branch. Staying on in military intelligence after the war, he was given responsibility for liaising with the Gehlen organization, the German army intelligence unit preserved intact by the Americans to spy on Russia. Wisner was not a man to be delayed by moral arguments. As Harry Rossitsk, a close colleague in OSS and later the CIA explained, it was a visceral business of using any bastard as long as he was anti-communist. 19. One needn't ask him to one's club, was Allen Dulles's comment on Wisner's relationship with SS General Reinhard Gehlen. 20. Wisner had angrily resigned from military intelligence when his superiors niggled over 25. His request for some extra bicycles for his officers. He then joined the State Department, and from there he continued to run what was virtually his personal intelligence group, consisting of a succession of rabbit warrens hidden deep within the bureaucracy of government. It was this group which was now merged into the CIA under the Office of Policy Coordination, or OPC. Wisner's practice of hiring Nazis did not stop when he took over OPC. Wisner brought in a whole load of fascists after the war, some really nasty people. He could do that, because he was powerful, 21 a CIA colleague later explained. He was the key to a great many things, a brilliant, compulsive man, of enormous charm, imagination, and conviction that anything could be achieved and that he could achieve it. 22 Under Wisner's stewardship, OPC became the fastest growing element in the CIA. According to Edgar Applewhite, a CIA Deputy Inspector General, its staff arrogated to themselves total power, with no inhibiting precedent. They could do what they wanted, just as long as higher authority, as we called the president, did not expressly forbid it. They were extremely aristocratic in their assumptions, extremely parochial about life between men and women, very romantic, and arrogant. They had a heaven-sent obligation and, God knows, what opportunity. They ate it up. 23 To facilitate the operations of OPC, Congress passed the Central Intelligence Agency Act of 1949, which authorized the director of the CIA to spend funds without having to account for disbursements. Within the next few years, OPC's activities, its scope of operations, its manpower and budget, grew like a hydra. Its total personnel strength grew from 302 in 1949 to 2,812 in 1952, plus 3,142 overseas contract personnel. For the same period, its budget increased from $4.7 million to $82 million. One factor contributing to this expansion was an organizational arrangement that created an internal demand for projects. OPC activities were not programmed around a financial system, but around projects. This had important, and in the end, detrimental, internal effects. An individual within OPC judged his own performance, and was judged by others, on the importance and number of projects he initiated and managed. The result was competition among individuals and OPC divisions to generate the maximum number of projects. 24 At first, the CIA was headquartered in a series of shambolic temporary buildings, known as sheds, scattered around the Capitol and Washington Mall. There, in the dusty corridors, new recruits were enthralled by the atmosphere of wartime and the urgency of mobilization. The halls were full of earnest and worried men and women, rushing to meetings, conferring on the run, issuing crisp instructions to assistants trying to keep up with them. New people, full of enthusiasm, mingled with OSS veterans, JEDBUG colleagues with the elite of the post-war era, fresh from the Ivy League campuses in their tweed jackets, smoking pipes, and full of daring, innovative ideas, who had flocked to the agency as the most effective place for a non-communist liberal to do battle against the communist menace. 25 The front line of this battle was, of course, drawn up not in Washington, but in Europe. Establishing an office at Tempelhof Air Base, half an hour outside Berlin, OPC seemed to hemorrhage its officers into Germany. Added to other CIA divisions, there were 1,400 operatives attached to the German station at this time. One of OPC's first recruits in Germany was Michael Jos Elson. In his notes towards a memoir, Jos Elson wrote, "My tour of duty was coming to an end in 1948. But a return to civilian life, which for me meant going back to the world of buying for U.S. department stores, a not particularly interesting career, filled me with despair." It was 26. At that time that an American friend who worked in intelligence introduced me to one of the chiefs of the outfit in Germany. There followed 2 or 3 more interviews in Washington, the filling out of an endless questionnaire, and then a very long wait while the FBI in its clumsy fashion was trying to find out whether there was anything derogatory in my life history. In the fall of 1948 my clearance came through and I joined the outfit as chief of its Berlin station for covert action, as distinguished from the espionage or intelligence side. Except for the covert aspect, this was in reality a continuation of psychological warfare, only this time directed against the Soviets and the Communists in East Germany. It was a defensive move, since the Soviets had long ago started the psychological Cold War. 26 Josselsson's recruiter was Lawrence de Neufville, an OSSER who had arrived in Germany with the first wave of American troops in 1944. Until early 1948, he served as a consultant with the civil administration in Berlin. He was then approached by John Baker, one of the CIA's first officers in Germany, later famously declared persona non grata by the Soviets for systematically violating the norms of behavior for diplomatic representatives when he was second secretary of the U.S. Embassy in Moscow. "I made no application to join CIA, or anything like that," de Neufville later said. "I was quite happy where I was, working on the Constitution, helping to set up the Adenauer government. It was very exciting. But then one day John Baker walked into my office and said would I like to join the agency." 27 De Neufville accepted the offer and was assigned cover working in the office of the American High Commissioner, John McCloy. His first act was to recruit Jos Elson, whose work in Berlin had made him something of a legend in intelligence circles. Meanwhile, was Nicholas Nabokov aware of his friend's new job? Michael Jos Elson was a fiercely private man, ideally suited to the world of intelligence. When some relatives who were living in East Berlin managed to track him down in early 1949, he curtly dismissed them, telling them not to contact him again. Hurt, they assumed their Americanized cousin felt they were below him now. In reality, he was concerned for their safety. For East Berliners to have a relative in the American Secret Service would have placed them in immediate danger. But Nabokov probably had a good idea of Josselsson's new direction. There were more spies in Berlin at this time than functioning bicycles, and Nabokov had worked alongside many of them. In fact, it appears that Nabokov was also approached to join the CIA. In 1948, he filed an application for a job in government. Not a bureaucrat by nature, it is unlikely he was interested in joining the State Department, and with Alan Dulles involved in his application it can reasonably be surmised that he was trying to get a job in intelligence. But his application ran into trouble and he failed to get security clearance. His sponsor, George Kennan, deeply embarrassed, wrote advising him to withdraw his application. "I am giving you this advice only because I have not been able to clarify this matter to my own satisfaction, and cannot assure you a freedom of further unpleasantness if you go ahead with the plan of working again with the government. I can only say that in my opinion the entire action of the government in this matter, taken as a whole, is ill-conceived, short-sighted, unjust, and quite inconsistent with any desire to utilize the services of sensitive, intelligent, and valuable people. I think the government has forfeited any right to use your advice, and if I were you I would drop the whole matter for the time being." 28 For the moment, at least, Nabokov was left out in the cold. And what of Melvin Lasky? Was he not an ideal candidate to join the swelling ranks of 27. The CIA? It would later be alleged that Lasky had become an agent. This he consistently denied. Like Thaxter in Humboldt's Gift, the rumor greatly added to his mysteriousness. His constant presence at the forefront of the CIA's cultural Cold War for the next 2 decades would not go unnoticed. 28. 3. Marxists at the Waldorf. So I say, fascism or communism, I take the side of love, and I laugh at men's ideas. Anais Nin. New York, March 25, 1949, a dank and slushy Tuesday. Outside the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on Park Avenue and 50th Street, a small and desultory picket, mostly men in gray gabardine coats, formed a slow circle on the sidewalk. Inside the hotel, the pace was frantic. Unusually for this time of year, the hotel was full, and one booking in particular was proving to be a headache. From room 1042, a plush bridal suite on the 10th floor, the orders came thick and fast all day. A request for extra telephones to be installed was followed by a flurry of telegraph messages, dictated to the hotel's wire room. More table lamps were needed, more of everything was needed. Calls to room service issued like a constant cannonade: hamburgers, salads, steaks tartare, side orders, bottles of claret, bottles of beer, more buckets of ice, please. Not your average honeymooners. As waiters staggered into the suite, they were met with a strange scene. Telephone cords webbed across the room, and at the end of the tangle callers were leaning animatedly into each receiver. Every available surface was occupied by a person or teetering piles of paper. The suite was heavy with cigarette smoke. 2 secretaries took dictation, and an assistant worked a mimeograph machine which had been installed in the bathroom, its floor invisible beneath a mounting pile of inky paper. A perpetual flow of visitors weaved in and out of the clutter. Amidst this ballyhoo, some members of the party looked on nervously as the waiters balanced their huge trays on the edge of the bed and hovered for tips. Who was going to pick up the tab? Sidney Hook, the philosopher from New York University who had booked the suite, seemed unconcerned about the escalating costs of the enterprise. In the bridal suite with Hook were writer Mary McCarthy and her third husband, journalist Bowden Broadwater, the novelist Elizabeth Hardwick, and her husband, the poet Robert Lowell, Nicholas Nabokov, journalist and critic Dwight MacDonald, Italian journalist and former Munzenberg ally, Nicola Chiaramonti, Arthur Schlesinger, Partisan Review editors William Phillips and Philip Rove, Arnold Beichmann, a labor reporter friendly with anti-communist union leaders, Mel Pitzel, another labor specialist, and David Dubinsky of the Ladies' Garment Workers Union. Despite his job description, Dubinsky seemed perfectly at ease in this chaotic little intellectual parliament. Downstairs, in the Waldorf Astoria ballroom, the hotel's already stretched staff were assisting with last-minute touches to a room dressed for a conference. Flowers were being arranged around a dais which formed a crescent across the far end of the room. Microphones were checked, 1 2, 1 2. A huge banner reading Cultural and Scientific Conference for World Peace was lifted across the wall behind the speaker's platform. Already, some of the 1,000 delegates to the conference were arriving for the inaugural reception. The Demon. 29. Straighters outside were picking up, heckling guests as they walked through the swing doors into the lobby. Softies, they shouted, as Lillian Hellman, Clifford Adets, Leonard Bernstein, and Dashiell Hammett arrived. Special scorn was reserved for the millionaire Ivy Leaguer, Corliss Lamont, who was acting as sponsor of the conference. Son of the chairman of J.P. Morgan & Co. Investment Bank, educated at Phillips Academy and Harvard, Lamont summoned up enough patrician reserve to ignore the insults flung at him by the angry picket. The protest had been organized by a right-wing alliance consisting of the American Legion and a group of Catholic and patriotic societies. Its complaint was that the conference, which was sponsored by the National Council of the Arts, Sciences, and Professions, was merely a front for the Soviets, that the commies were here, not, as they claimed, in the interests of goodwill and intellectual exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union, but to propagandize America. And, in effect, they were right. The conference was a come-inform initiative, a daring ploy to manipulate public opinion in America's own backyard. The Soviet Party, led by A. A. Fedyaev, head of the Union of Soviet Writers, and including composer Dmitry Shostakovich, pride of their delegation, was also comfortably installed in rooms at the Waldorf. Its KGB nurses and party apparatchiks could congratulate themselves on this coup d'etat. The demonstrators outside had a point: the Reds weren't just under the beds, they were in them. It was big news in the press that every entrance of the Waldorf Astoria would be blocked by a line of nuns praying for the souls of the participants, who had been deranged by satanic seduction, wrote Arthur Miller, who had accepted an invitation to chair one of the conference's debates. And on the morning of the conference I actually had to step between two gentle sisters kneeling on the sidewalk as I made for the Waldorf door. Even then it was a bewildering thing to contemplate, this world of symbolic gestures and utterances. Although they publicly dissociated themselves from the demonstration outside, the most dangerous thing we can do, is to leave the task of exposing communist fronts to reactionaries. Sidney Hook and the Bridal Suite Group were here for the same reason. Former Marxists and Trotskyists, they had once spun in the same communist orbit as the American intellectuals and artists who were, at this moment, arriving downstairs to attend the Soviet conference. Indeed, New York in the 1930s had once been described as the most interesting part of the Soviet Union. But the German-Russian Non-Aggression Pact of 1939 had produced a shock which had started New York City, bitter and demoralized, back from the USSR, to America too. Whilst Hook and his friends had been part of this movement away from Marxist radicalism towards the political center or right, other colleagues had yet to abandon their sympathy for communism. The Stalinists were still a very powerful gang, editor and critic Jason Epstein later claimed. They were like the political correctness lot now. There was good reason, therefore, to question the Stalinists' right to culture. 3. The impressive turnout of fellow travelers at the Waldorf seemed to justify the fear of many American ideologues that communism's seductive spell was not broken, that the communist dream, despite Stalin's excesses, still lingered. For me, however, the conference was an effort to continue a good tradition that was presently menaced, Arthur Miller later wrote. To be sure, the 4 years of our military alliance against the Axis powers were only a reprieve from a long-term hostility that had begun in 1917 with the revolution itself and merely resumed when Hitler's armies were destroyed. But there was simply no question that without Soviet resistance Nazism would have conquered all. 30. Of Europe as well as Britain, with the possibility of the US being forced into a hands-off isolationism at best, or at worst an initially awkward but finally comfortable deal with fascism, or so I thought. Thus, the sharp post-war turn against the Soviets and in favor of a Germany unpurged of Nazis not only seemed ignoble but threatened another war that might indeed destroy Russia but bring down our own democracy as well. For upstairs in the bridal suite, tempers were getting a little frayed. Ever since the decision had been taken, 3 weeks previously, to disrupt the conference, this inchoate group had been working relentlessly to develop an agitprop apparatus of its own. The enemy's preparatory activities were monitored, and the task of disrupting them was divided among the membership of a burgeoning ad hoc committee. An international counter-committee was named, and included Benedetti Croce, T.S. Eliot, Karl Jaspers, André Malraux, Jacques Maritain, Bertrand Russell, and Igor Stravinsky. Even the Nobel Prize winner Dr. Albert Schweitzer enlisted, apparently untroubled that his name also appeared in the enemy camp as one of the sponsors of the Waldorf Conference. Taking advantage of their Trojan horse position within the Waldorf, the group intercepted mail addressed to the conference's organizers, and sabotaged their attempts to win over the press by doctoring official statements and releases. It issued a volley of press releases, challenging speakers and sponsors of the conference to identify themselves as the Communist Party members or inveterate fellow travelers that they are. For those whose consciences failed to be pricked, Hook and his cohorts speeded the process by publicly disclosing the true connections of the leaders of the Waldorf meeting. Thus, F.O. Matheson's membership of a host of Communist Front organizations was revealed in a press release. Howard Fast was listed as author of propaganda novels and Clifford Adetz was exposed as another Communist Party member according to testimony of a former staff member of the Daily Worker. As the opening ceremonies of the conference drew near, ideas about how best to subvert the proceedings differed wildly. Hook, the self-appointed field marshal of the little anti-communist suite, briefed his compagnons de guerre on how to survive a forced expulsion from the hall. Armed with umbrellas, they were to bang the floor to get attention, and then tie themselves to their chairs. Thus anchored, their removal from the hall would be delayed. If they were prevented from delivering their speeches, mimeographed copies would be distributed to reporters by Hook's sidekicks, Beichmann and Pitzel. As it happened, these guerrilla strategies were never called into play. To their surprise, the subverters were each given 2 minutes to speak, though they had to wait for the first speaker, a retired bishop from Utah, to finish his endless peroration. Mary McCarthy reserved her question for the brilliant Harvard scholar F.O. Matheson, author of The American Renaissance, who had described Ralph Waldo Emerson as an ancestor of American communism. Did Matheson think Emerson would be allowed to live and write in the Soviet Union? She asked. Matheson conceded he would not, and then added, in what was deemed the non sequitur of the year, that Lenin wouldn't be permitted to live in the United States, either. When Dwight MacDonald asked Fedyaev why he had accepted the Politburo's critical suggestions and rewritten his novel The Young Guard, Fedyaev replied, "The Politburo's criticism helped my work greatly." Nicholas Nabokov decided to attend a panel where Shostakovich was one of the speak. 31. ERS. Among the musicians on the platform were people known to Nabokov, friends even. He waved to them, and they smiled nervously in response. After a typically dull and predictable session, Nabokov was finally given the floor. On such and such a date in No. X of Pravda appeared an unsigned article that had all the looks of an editorial. It concerned three Western composers, Paul Hindemith, Arnold Schoenberg, and Igor Stravinsky. In this article, they were branded, all three of them, as obscurantists, decadent bourgeois formalists and lackeys of imperialist capitalism. The performance of their music should therefore be prohibited in the U.S.S.R. Does Mr. Shostakovich personally agree with this official view as printed in Pravda? 5 Provokatsil, cried the Russian stooges, as Shostakovich received whispered instructions from his KGB nurse. The composer then stood up, was handed a microphone and, his ashen face turned down to study the floorboards, murmured in Russian, "I fully agree with the statements made in Pravda." It was an appalling episode. Rumors that Shostakovich had been ordered to attend the conference by Stalin himself had reached this New York gathering. He was the sacrificial lamb, appearing, said one observer, pale, slight, and sensitive-looking, hunched over, tense, withdrawn, unsmiling, a tragic and here trending figure. Arthur Miller described him as small, frail, and myopic, standing as stiffly erect as a doll. Any display of independent spirit on his part was a life-or-death matter. Nicholas Nabokov, on the other hand, was a white Russian émigré who had become an American citizen in 1939. He was safe. Nabokov was throwing punches at a man whose arms were tied behind his back. As chairman of the arts panel at which this confrontation took place, Arthur Miller was appalled. "It is the memory of Shostakovich that still haunts my mind when I think of that day. What a masquerade it all was. God knows what he was thinking in that room, what splits ran across his spirit, what urge to cry out and what self-control to suppress his outcry lest he lend comfort to America and her new belligerence toward his country, the very one that was making his life a hell." 30 years later, Shostakovich's memoirs appeared in the West, giving his account of the Waldorf affair. "I still recall with horror my first trip to the USA. I wouldn't have gone at all if it hadn't been for intense pressure from administrative figures of all ranks and colors, from Stalin down. People sometimes say it must have been an interesting trip. Look at the way I'm smiling in the photographs. That was the smile of a condemned man. I felt like a dead man. I answered all the idiotic questions in a daze, and thought, when I get back it's over for me." Stalin liked leading Americans by the nose that way. He would show them a man, here he is, alive and well, and then kill him. Well, why say lead by the nose? That's too strongly put. He only fooled those who wanted to be fooled. The Americans don't give a damn about us, and in order to live and sleep soundly, they'll believe anything. 7. The conference continued for several days. T.S. Eliot sent a telegram opposing the conference. Another telegram came from John Dos Passos, who urged American liberals to expose Soviet tyranny so that with that exposure despotism will perish from its own poison. Thomas Mann, who once commented that anti-communism is the basic stupidity of the 20th century, sent a cable in support of the conference. The debates were ritualistic and deadly dull, spiced up only by the intervention of a young Norman mailer, who surprised both sides when he accused both the Soviet Union and the United States of aggressive foreign policy programs that minimized the chance of 32. Peaceful coexistence. So long as there is capitalism, there is going to be war. Until you have a decent, equitable socialism, you can't have peace, he said, before concluding that all a writer can do is tell the truth as he sees it, and to keep on writing. 8. Mailer's speech had the magic effect of uniting antagonists in a chorus of boos. By now the picket outside had swelled to over 1,000, bristling with placards. One observer wondered how it was that so many noisy, tough plug uglies are at the disposal of the extreme right. Hooke was astute enough to observe that the communism inside the Waldorf and the kind of militant anti-communism outside on the sidewalk were feeding off each other. His aggressive PR campaign, run by Mel Pitzel, was now beginning to bite. The newspaper magnate and paranoid anti-communist William Randolph Hearst ordered all his editors to follow the beat of Hooke's drum and denounce the Commie Conference and its American fellow travelers. In April, Henry Luce, owner-editor of the Time Life Empire, personally oversaw a two-page spread in Life magazine, which attacked the degradations of the Kremlin and its American dupes. Featuring 50 passport-sized photographs, the piece was an ad hominem attack which prefigured Senator McCarthy's unofficial blacklists. Dorothy Parker, Norman Mailer, Leonard Bernstein, Lillian Hellman, Aaron Copland, Langston Hughes, Clifford Adets, Arthur Miller, Albert Einstein, Charlie Chaplin, Frank Lloyd Wright, Marlon Brando, Henry Wallace, all were accused of toying with communism. This was the same Life magazine which in 1943 had devoted an entire issue to the USSR, featuring Stalin on the cover, and praising the Russian people and the Red Army. It was dangerous to participate in that fateful attempt to rescue the wartime alliance with the Soviet Union in the face of the mounting pressures of the Cold War, and one knew it at the time, remembered Arthur Miller. The air was growing hot with belligerence. There was no denying the probability of retribution against the conference participants as its opening day drew near. And indeed, as the months passed, supporter of the Waldorf Conference or participant would become an important key to the subject's disloyalty. That a meeting of writers and artists could generate such widespread public suspicion and anger was something brand new in the post-war world. 9. It certainly was dangerous. Those who were outed at the Waldorf, a hotel famous for its pre-war debutante coming-out balls, were now the subject of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover's interest. His Federal Bureau of Investigation sent agents to cover the conference and report back on the delegates. Back at FBI headquarters, a file was opened on the young Norman Mailer. Files on Langston Hughes, Arthur Miller, F.O. Matheson, Lillian Hellman, Dashiell Hammett, and Dorothy Parker had already been opened in the 1930s, but their new acts of perversion were now recorded. In some cases, the FBI did more than monitor the Waldorf communists. Shortly after the conference, an FBI agent paid a visit to the publishing firm of Little, Brown, and told them that J. Edgar Hoover did not want to see Howard Fast's new novel, Spartacus, on the bookshelves. 10. Little, Brown returned the manuscript to its author, who was then rejected by 7 other publishers. Alfred Knopf sent the manuscript back unopened, saying he wouldn't even look at the work of a traitor. The book finally came out in 1950, published by Howard Fast himself. The Stalinists' right to culture was certainly under attack. With coverage in Life magazine, the strange pas de deux between communists and 433 Mayor communists at the Waldorf had now become a major public spectacle. Hooke congratulated himself for having choreographed the best scenes. We had frustrated one of the most ambitious undertakings of the Kremlin. Sidney Hooke was born in December 1902 in New York's Williamsburg, a Brooklyn slum of unrivaled poverty in those years. This was fertile ground for communism, to which Hooke became a young adherent. Short in stature, his small face framed by round spectacles. Hooke looked like a Cracker Barrel sage. But he was fiercely intellectual, a cerebral brawler always ready to jump into the fight. Attracted to the muscular, bruising posturing of New Yorkist communism, he moved easily between its various factions, from Stalinism to Trotskyism to Bukharinism. He helped prepare the first translation of Lenin's materialism and empiria criticism for the American Communist Party. He worked for a spell in the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow. And he published a series of articles on Marxism, the most famous of which, Why I Am a Communist, provoked a Hearst-led campaign to have him dismissed from New York University. In the pattern of many New York intellectuals, Hooke's faith in communism began to weaken after a succession of betrayals, the 1936-7 treason trial of Leon Trotsky, the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact of 1939, and a series of disastrous errors of judgment, theory and policy by Stalin. A public enemy of the Communist Party, he was denounced as a counter-revolutionary reptile, his supporters dismissed as hookworms. By 1942, Hooke was informing on the writer and editor Malcolm Cowley to the FBI. Hooke the revolutionary from Williamsburg had become Hooke the darling of the conservatives. 11 in the late afternoon of Thursday, March 27, 1949, police roped off a block on 40th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues. From the balcony of the aptly named Freedom House, Hooke and his private army waved triumphantly at a dense crowd gathered below in Bryant Square. His team of promoters had done a splendid publicity job, said Nabokov, who was particularly well suited to basking in the limelight. Nabokov used this end-of-conference party to deliver a speech about the plight of composers in the Soviet Union and the tyranny of the party's kulturoperad. Addressing a packed audience in the hall of Freedom House, Nabokov deplored the use that was being made of Dmitry Shostakovich at the peace conference. Thunderous applause. And then Nabokov saw a familiar face rise from the back row of the hall and come at me. It was an acquaintance of mine from Berlin who, like me, had worked for Omgus. He congratulated me warmly. "This is a splendid affair you and your friends have organized," he said. "We should have something like this in Berlin." 12. The friend who stepped forward was Michael Joss Elson. His presence at the Waldorf Astoria conference, and subsequently at the Freedom House rally, was anything but the innocent coincidence Nabokov suggests. Joss Elson was there at the express instructions of his boss Frank Wisner, the CIA's covert action wizard. This splendid affair was being subsidized by Wisner's outfit, and Joss Elson was there to keep an eye on the investment. With the witting collaboration of David Dubinsky, whose presence in the bridal suite was always something of a mystery, the CIA had procured Hooke's stronghold in the Waldorf, paid the bills, and secured wide and sympathetic press coverage. Melvin Lasky, too, had come from Berlin to see how Hooke's agitprop activities were. 34. Shaping up. Lasky thrilled to the confrontational character of the Waldorf Conference, reserving special scorn for Shostakovich. His timidity was extreme, he later claimed. He didn't want to stand up for anything. But there are those who say, there are things that are bigger than you, Shostakovich, bigger even than your music, and you have to pay an entrance fee, whether you like it or not, in the name of a higher purpose. 13. Hooke and his friends at the Waldorf felt they had paid their entrance fee. But most of them were not party to the hidden arrangement that had made their counteraction possible. Nicola Chiaromonti was suspicious of Hooke's contacts. He warned Mary McCarthy, somewhat cryptically, to hold out against Hooke and his lieutenants, whose many press releases in this hectic week had included statements explicitly supporting U.S. foreign policy. What the boys and Hooke do in the last analysis is not to say they are happy about the State Department, but that finally they are prepared to yield to American raison d'etat as against the Russians. This, continued Chiaromonti, was a preordained act of conformism and a very unconstructive one, from, precisely, the democratic point of view. 14. This early sensitivity is very revealing, worthy of a man whose perceptions had been refined by his work as a political agent for the Munzenberg Trust. 4. Although Chiaromonti didn't know it yet, he had come very close to the truth. A little bit closer, and he would have discovered that it wasn't just the State Department that had taken an interest in Hooke, but America's spying establishment. Arthur Miller intuited that the Waldorf Conference would turn out to be a hairpin curve on the road of history. 40 years later he wrote, "Even now something dark and frightening shadows the memory of that meeting, where people sat as in a Saul Steinberg drawing, each of them with a balloon overhead containing absolutely indecipherable scribbles. There we were, a roomful of talented people and a few real geniuses, and in retrospect neither side was wholly right, neither the apologists for the Soviets nor the outraged Red haters. To put it simply, politics is choices, and not infrequently there really aren't any to make. The chessboard allows no space for a move." 15 But for the CIA, the Waldorf Conference represented a chance to make some new moves in the great game. It was a catalytic event, recalled CIA agent Donald Jameson. It was the tip-off that there was a massive campaign launched in the West on an ideological assertion of influence at a political level. It delivered a powerful message to those in government who understood that the compelling nature of the communist delusion was not going to be dissipated by conventional methods. We now understood that it was necessary to do something about it. Not in terms of suppressing these people, many of whom of course were very noble types, but rather as part of a general program looking toward, ultimately, what we now can call the end of the Cold War. 1635. 4. Democracy's demon foram. Whenever I'm a shining knight, I buckle on my armor tight. And then I look about for things like rushings out, and rescuings, and savings from the dragon's lair, and fighting all the dragons there. A. Milne, Knight in Armor. The Waldorf Astoria Conference was a humiliation for its communist backers. It was, said one observer, a propagandist's nightmare, a fiasco that proved the last hurrah for the idea that the ideological interests of Stalinist Russia could be grafted onto progressive traditions in America. The American Communist Party was now in retreat, its membership at an all-time low, its prestige irrevocably tarnished. Just when claims of a communist conspiracy began to take feverish grip, Stalin's strategists all but turned their back on America, and concentrated instead on extending influence and neutralizing enemies in Europe. The Cominform's campaign to convince the thinking man of Europe that the only aggrandizement the USSR sought was one of peace was seriously undermined by two crucial events in 1949. First, there was Stalin's ruthless treatment of the Yugoslav leader Marshal Tito, whose refusal to sacrifice national interests in favor of propping up Soviet hegemony in the Balkans had opened a vicious polemic between Moscow and Belgrade. Stalin had withdrawn economic and military advisors from Yugoslavia as part of a war of attrition designed to weaken this independent stance. Tito, in turn, had opened negotiations with the West to receive Marshall Plan credits to revive his crippled economy. Stalin's brutal interpretation of international communism strained the goodwill of European fellow travelers, who now rallied to Tito's defense. Secondly, Soviet calls for peaceful coexistence were further undermined by the detonation of a Russian atomic bomb in August 1949. The British answer to the phony claims of Soviet propaganda was belatedly taking shape. The Information Research Department, which had been set up in February 1948 by Clement Attlee's government to attack communism, was the fastest growing section of the Foreign Office. We cannot hope successfully to repel communism only by disparaging it on material grounds, explained the IRD's architect, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin, and must add a positive appeal to democratic and Christian principles, remembering the strength of Christian sentiment in Europe. We must put forward a rival ideology to communism. To this, indeed, was the challenge. Western governments could not simply rely on denigrating the Soviet experiment, but had a duty to offer an alternative future from within a system, capitalist democracy, whose boasts often far exceeded its achievements. What is wrong with the world is not the strength of communism, which Stalin and co. have perverted into an instrument of Slavist expansion in a manner which would have shocked Lenin, but the moral and spiritual weakness of the non-communist world, argued the diplomat spy Robert Bruce Lockhart. 3. To overlook the role of the British government in manufacturing a cozy image of Stalin. 36. During the wartime alliance is to ignore one of the crucial truths of the Cold War. The alliance between the free world and Russia against the Nazis was the moment at which history itself seemed to connive in the illusion that communism was politically decent. The problem facing the British government after the Second World War was how to set about dismantling the untruths it had systematically constructed or defended in the previous years. During the war we had built up this man, though we knew he was terrible, because he was an ally, explained Adam Watson, a junior diplomat recruited to the IRD as its second-in-command. Now the question was, how do we get rid of the good old Uncle Joe myth built up during the war? For many British intellectuals and writers had worked for the government in its propaganda departments during the war. Now they were being called upon to disabuse the British public of those lies they had worked so inventively to protect. The Information Research Department was, despite its innocuous title, a secret ministry of Cold War. Drawing its budget from the secret vote, its purpose was to produce and distribute and circulate unattributable propaganda, according to Christopher Monty Woodhouse, a spy who was assigned to the department in 1953. Working on the trickle-down theory, IRD compiled factual reports on all manner of subjects for distribution amongst members of the British intelligentsia, who were then expected to recycle these facts in their own work. Non-attribution was a central and distinguishing feature of this exercise, making it possible to reconcile two essentially contradictory requirements, to achieve the widest possible circulation for IRD material whilst protecting the existence of an officially sanctioned and secretly funded anti-communist propaganda campaign about which the public knew nothing. It is important that in the UK, as abroad, there should not be created a public impression that the Foreign Office is organising an anti-communist campaign, wrote IRD's first chief, Ralph Murray. It would embarrass a number of persons who are prepared to lend us valuable support if they were open to the charge of receiving anti-communist briefs from some sinister body in the Foreign Office engaged in the fabrication of propaganda directed at the Soviet Union. 5. If you base your work on supplying facts, it's much harder to refute than if you're supplying simply propaganda, Adam Watson later explained. It's about exposing those aspects of the truth which are most useful to you. 6. In practice, this meant that although IRD was intended to attack both the principles and practice of communism, and also the inefficiency, social injustice and moral weakness of unrestrained capitalism, it was not allowed to attack or appear to be attacking any member of the Commonwealth or the United States. 7. The idea that the truth could be submitted to such exigencies had long amused Noel Coward, who, in his brief tenure as an intelligence officer, had delighted in overstamping documents marked highly confidential with the words highly truthful. One of IRD's most important early advisors was the Hungarian-born writer Arthur Koestler. Under his tutelage, the department realized the usefulness of accommodating those people and institutions who, in the tradition of left-wing politics, broadly perceived themselves to be in opposition to the center of power. The purpose of such accommodation was twofold: first, to acquire a proximity to progressive groups in order to monitor their activities; secondly, to dilute the impact of these groups by achieving influence from within, or by drawing its members into a parallel, and subtly less radical, forum. Koestler himself was soon benefiting from IRD's propaganda campaigns. Darkness at 37 Noon, whose depiction of Soviet cruelty had established Koestler's credentials as an anti-communist, was circulated in Germany under its auspices. In a deal struck with Hamish Hamilton, director of the eponymous publishing house, and himself closely tied to intelligence, 50,000 copies were purchased and distributed by the Foreign Office in 1948. Ironically, at the same time, the French Communist Party had orders to buy up every single copy immediately, and they were all being bought up, and there was no reason why it should ever stop being reprinted, so in this way K was being enriched indefinitely from Communist Party funds. 8. Koestler was not only acting as a consultant for the Foreign Office's propaganda campaign. In February 1948, he had set off on a lecture tour of the United States. In March he met with William Wild Bill Donovan in the General's New York townhouse on Sutton Place. Donovan, both as director of America's Wartime Intelligence Service, and more recently, as one of the chief architects of the newly created CIA, was a core member of America's intelligence and foreign policy elite. He was a lifelong anti-communist, keeping vigil right up to the moment of his death in 1959, when he reported spotting Russian troops marching into Manhattan across the 59th Street Bridge outside his window. Kessler, formerly one of the brains behind the Soviet Union's pre-war network of front organizations, knew better than most men living how the Soviet propaganda machine worked from the inside. Shortly before leaving for the States, Kessler had met André Malraux and Chip Bolin, the newly appointed ambassador to France, to discuss how best to counter the Cominform's peace offensive. Aboard ship whilst crossing to America, Kessler had also met, by coincidence, John Foster Dulles, brother of Allen Dulles and future Secretary of State, and the two had discussed the same problem. Now, Kessler was sitting down with William Donovan to talk about how to counter Soviet propaganda. Discussed need for psychological warfare, Kessler noted in his diary, adding that Donovan possessed a first-rate brain. The significance of this meeting should not be underestimated. Arthur Kessler was born into a middle-class family in Budapest in 1905. After a Pauline conversion, he joined the Communist Party in the early 1930s. He later wrote that reading Marx and Engels had the intoxicating effect of a sudden liberation. In 1932 he went to Russia and wrote a propaganda book financed by the Communist International, of White Nights and Red Days. There, he fell madly in love with a clerk called Nadezhda Smirnova. He spent a week or two with her, and then denounced her to the secret police over a trifling matter. She was never heard of again. After Hitler's triumph in Germany he joined the German exiles in Paris, where he teamed up with Willy Munzenberg. In 1936 he went to Spain, probably to spy for Munzenberg. He was interned as a political prisoner, but was saved when the British government intervened following the vigorous activities of his first wife, Dorothy Asher. By 1938 he had resigned from the Communist Party, disgusted by Stalin's mass arrests and show trials, but still believing in the inability of the Bolshevik utopia. He stopped believing altogether when the swastika was hoisted at Moscow airport in honor of Ribbentrop's arrival to sign the Hitler-Stalin Pact and the Red Army Band broke into the Horst Wessel Lied. Interned in France during the war, he wrote Darkness at Noon, a chronicle of the abuses performed in the name of ideology, which soon became one of the most influential books of the period. On his release he made his way to England where, after yet another internment, he enlisted in the Pioneer Corps. He later joined the Ministry of Information as an anti-Nazi propagandist, work which earned him British citizenship. 38. His 1948 lecture tour in America was designed to disabuse the Babbitts of the left 9 of the fallacies and confusions which still dominated their thinking. He exhorted American intellectuals to abandon their juvenile radicalism and engage themselves in a mature enterprise of cooperation with the power structure. The task of the progressive intelligentsia of your country is to help the rest of the nation to face its enormous responsibilities. The time for sectarian quarrels in the cozy no-man's land of abstract radicalism is past. It is time for the American radical to grow up. 10. Thus did Kessler call for a new era of engagement, where intellectuals took it as their duty to justify the national effort, eschewing the now anachronistic privilege of distance or detachment. Since the writer has no way to escape, we want him to take hold of his era firmly. It is his only chance, it was made for him and he for it, Jean-Paul Sartre was soon to declare. Our intention is to work together to produce certain changes in the society that surrounds us. 11. The difference between Sartre and Kessler was not the quality of engagement, but its object. Where Sartre remained resolutely opposed to the institutions of government as mediators of truth or reason, Kessler enjoined his colleagues to help the power elite in its mission to rule. Shortly after his meeting with Donovan in New York, Kessler traveled to Washington, where he attended a round of press conferences, luncheons, cocktails, and dinner parties. Through James Burnham, an American intellectual who had made the journey from radicalism to the institutions of power with amazing speed, he was introduced to scores of State Department officials, presidential aides, journalists, and trades union officials. The CIA in particular took an interest in Kessler. Here was a man who could tell them a thing or two. The agency had been toying with an idea for a while now: who better to fight the communists than former communists? In consultation with Kessler, this idea now began to take shape. The destruction of the communist mythos, he argued, could only be achieved by mobilizing those figures on the left who were non-communist in a campaign of persuasion. The people of whom Kessler spoke were already designated as a group, the non-communist left, in State Department and intelligence circles. In what Arthur Schlesinger described as a quiet revolution, elements of the government had come increasingly to understand and support the ideas of those intellectuals who were disillusioned with communism but still faithful to the ideals of socialism. Indeed, for the CIA, the strategy of promoting the non-communist left was to become the theoretical foundation of the agency's political operations against communism over the next 2 decades. 12. The ideological rationale for this strategy, in which the CIA achieved a convergence, even an identity, with leftist intellectuals, was presented by Schlesinger in The Vital Center, one of 3 seminal books which appeared in 1949. Schlesinger charted the decline of the left and its eventual moral paralysis in the wake of the corrupted revolution of 1917, and traced the evolution of the non-communist left as the standard to rally the groups fighting to carve out an area for freedom. It was within this group that the restoration of the radical nerve would take place, leaving no lamp in the window for the communists. This new resistance, argued Schlesinger, needed an independent base from which to operate. It requires privacy, funds, time, newsprint, gasoline, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom from fear. 13. The thesis which animated all this the non-communist left was one which Chip Bolin, Isaiah Berlin, Nicholas Nabokov, Averell Harriman, and George Kennan all 39. Ardently supported, Schlesinger later recalled. We all felt that democratic socialism was the most effective bulwark against totalitarianism. This became an undercurrent, or even undercover, theme in American foreign policy during the period. 14. Shortened to the initials NCL, the non-communist left was a designation which soon became common usage in the bureaucratic language of Washington. It was almost a card-carrying group, noted one historian. 15. This card-carrying group was assembled for the first time under the covers of The God That Failed, a collection of essays testifying to the failure of the communist idea. The book's animating spirit was Arthur Kessler, who had returned to London in a state of high excitement after his discussions with William Donovan and other U.S. intelligence strategists. The subsequent history of its publication serves as a template for the contract between the non-communist left and the Dark Angel of American government. By the summer of 1948, Kessler had discussed the idea with Richard Crossman, wartime head of the German section of the Psychological Warfare Executive, a man who felt he could manipulate masses of people, and who had just the right amount of intellectual sleight of hand to make him a perfect professional propagandist. 16. As a fellow at New College alongside Isaiah Berlin, Crossman was once described as without principles and very ambitious, someone who would climb over his mother's dead body to get a step higher. 17. In his book Plato Today, Crossman's narrator wondered whether parliamentary democracy was not in essence a sham, a gaily painted hoarding behind which are kept hidden the government and the machinery of the state. The same might be said of The God That Failed. On August 27, 1948, Crossman involved another psychological warfare veteran, the American C.D. Jackson, in the project. I am writing to ask your advice. Cass Canfield of Harper's, and Hamish Hamilton, my publisher here, are proposing next spring to publish a book called Lost Illusions, for which I have taken editorial responsibility. It is to consist of a series of autobiographical sketches by prominent intellectuals, describing how they became communists or fellow travelers, what made them feel that communism was the hope of the world, and what disillusioned them. 18. C.D. Jackson's advice was that the writer Louis Fisher, a former communist, be invited to represent America's lost illusions. Crossman then approached Melvin Lasky, by now America's unofficial cultural propagandist in Germany, and one of the earliest advocates of organized intellectual resistance to communism. As Crossman received contributions for the book, he sent them immediately on to Lasky, who had them translated in the offices of Der Monat. According to an American High Commission evaluation report of 1950, all but one of the articles in The God That Failed were original contributions to Der Monat, or articles for which the magazine negotiated the copyright. By issue 25, Der Monat had completed publication of all the essays. 19 Crossman edited the English version, which was published in 1950 by Kessler's publisher, Hamish Hamilton. Crossman's close friend from the Office of War Information, Cass Canfield, was responsible for the American edition. With this background, The God That Failed was as much a product of intelligence as it was a work of the intelligentsia. The contributors were Ignacio Silone, André Gide, Richard Wright, Arthur Kessler, Louis Fisher, and Stephen Spender. We were not in the least interested either in swelling the flood of anti-communist propaganda or in providing an opportunity for personal apologetics, wrote Crossman in his introduction. 20 Yet the book achieved both these disavowed objectives. Although they collectively testified to the failure of the Marxist utopia, the essays were all 40. Deeply personal accounts, the apologia pro politica sua of individuals moved to express their disenchantment and sense of betrayal. A collective act of confession, the book was also a recusant statement, a rejection of Stalinism at a time when many still considered such an act heresy. It was a new book of revelations for the post-war era, and appearance in it was to act as a passport to the world of official culture for the next 20 years. Of the 6 contributors to The God That Failed, 3 had worked for Willy Munzenberg. Kessler, who once said that faith was wondrous, not only capable of moving mountains but of making one believe that a herring is a racehorse, had been one of Munzenberg's most zealous disciples. During the 1930s, when he was as well known in America as Ed Murrow would be in the 1950s, the journalist Louis Fisher was a man whose career had also been closely shaped by his experience as a communist working for Munzenberg. Ignacio Silone had joined the Italian Communist Party in 1921. Like Kessler's, his was a true conversion, and propelled him up the ladder of the Communist International and into the arms of Munzenberg. Quietly dropping out of party activity after 1927, Silone retained the ashen taste of a wasted youth. The final break came in 1931, when the Communist Party asked him to make a public statement condemning Trotsky. He refused, and the party expelled him as a clinical case. Speaking to a group of German ex-communists living, like him, in uneasy exile in Switzerland during the war, Silone said, "The past, including all the wounds that it has left with us, need not be a source of weakness for us. We must not allow ourselves to be demoralized by the errors, the carelessness, the stupid things said or written. What is required from us now is a will so pure that new strength can be born from the worst of ourselves, entium peccata." 21 Under the covers of The God That Failed, these former propagandists for the Soviets were recycled, bleached of the stain of communism, embraced by government strategists who saw in their conversion an irresistible opportunity to sabotage the Soviet propaganda machine which they had once oiled. The God That Failed gang was now a nomenclature adopted by the CIA, denoting what one officer called that community of intellectuals who were disillusioned, who could be disillusioned, or who hadn't taken a position yet, and who could to some degree be influenced by their peers as to what choice to make. 22 The God That Failed was distributed by U.S. government agencies all over Europe. In Germany, in particular, it was rigorously promoted. The Information Research Department also pushed the book. Kessler was happy. His plans for a strategically organized response to the Soviet threat were coalescing nicely. Whilst the book was rolling off the presses, he met with Melvin Lasky to discuss something more ambitious, more permanent. If The God That Failed had shown that there was a warm welcome for those who wished to convert, it was also true that not everybody was ready to become a communicant at the altar of organized anti-communism. The Cominform was quick to exploit this reticence. After the disastrous Waldorf Astoria outing, it was extra vigilant in its preparations for its next meeting, the World Congress of Peace, scheduled for April 1949 in Paris. A top-secret IRD cipher of March that year predicted, the technique envisaged and the organization of the Congress indicate that every attempt will be made to use it simply as a rubber stamp for whatever the Soviet Union has in mind. 23. The Cominform's theme, apparently, was to be that the US and the Western democracies are the warmongers and fascists and the Kremlin and its stooges the peace-loving democracies. All diplomatic posts were asked to explore all possible action which might puncture the propaganda value of this Congress's 24. 41. But the American cousins in the CIA were already on to the Paris conclave. The day after the Waldorf conference had closed, Frank Wisner's sidekick Carmel Offee had asked the State Department what it intended to do about the Paris Peace Conference. Offee was Wisner's special assistant for labor and émigré affairs, personally overseeing the National Committee for a Free Europe, one of OPC's most important fronts, as well as other operations dealing with anti-communist organizations in Europe. Offee dealt often with Irving Brown, the European representative of the American Federation of Labor, whose modest title concealed a political role of huge importance in post-war Europe. Through Brown, vast sums of American taxpayers' money and Marshall Plan counterpart funds were being pumped to covert operations. Offee, a career Foreign Service officer, was by all accounts a sinister figure. Physically ugly, he taunted other men with his homosexuality by tweaking their nipples at staff meetings. He was once arrested for hanging around the public lavatories in Lafayette Park, an incident which made his CIA codename, Monk, laughably inappropriate. He had been tossed out of the Foreign Service after the war for using the diplomatic pouch for illegal currency transfers. But he had powerful friends. Chip Bolin and George Kennan knew him from Moscow embassy days, and it was Bolin who had persuaded Wisner to take him on. While working for OPC, it was said of Offee that he was the last man to see a piece of paper before it went to Wisner, and the last man to see $2 million before it disappeared. 25. Offee and Wisner now started to plan an orchestrated response to the Paris Conference, which the State Department had gloomily predicted would persuade innocents to follow line and buy into this phony peace movement. 26. Wisner cabled Averell Harriman of the Economic Cooperation Administration, seeking 5 million francs to fund a counter-demonstration. Harriman, a great supporter of propaganda and psychological warfare, was one of the first amongst America's political mandarins to understand that Russia had declared ideological war on the West, and to think up ways of countering the blast of abuse which was propelled from Moscow. 27. He was more than happy to provide Marshall Plan funds, referred to as candy by Wisner, for covert operations. Through Irving Brown, OPC contacted the French socialist David Rousset, author of several books on concentration camps, and his allies at the breakaway leftist newspaper Franc Tireur. Rousset agreed to allow Franc Tireur to be billed as the sponsor of the CIA-inspired Day of Resistance. For the Soviets, Ilya Ehrenberg and Alexander Fedyaev appeared at the main conference, a Cominform affair from start to finish, together with Paul Robeson, Howard Fast, Hewlett Johnson, France's Commissioner for Atomic Energy Frédéric Joliot-Curie, the Danish writer Martin Anderson Nexo, and the Italian socialist Pietro Nani. Charlie Chaplin sent a message of support. A Russian Orthodox priest blessed the conference, and Paul Robeson sang Old Man River. Picasso released his famous Peace Dove, which for decades to come was used as the prestige symbol of the communist peace movement. One of the conference organizers, the poet and die-hard communist Louis Aragon, had come across a lithograph of a pigeon while flicking through a folder of recent work in Picasso's studio. The pigeon had feathers like white gaiters covering its claws. Aragon thought it looked like a dove, and with Picasso's permission, it became the famous Dove of Peace. It was soon to be caricatured by the CIA. 42. Backed Paix et Liberté movement as the dove that goes boom, in a cartoon reproduced and distributed throughout the world by American government agencies in pamphlets, handbills, and posters. Rousset's counter-conference, the International Day of Resistance to Dictatorship and War, took place on April 30, 1949, and was endorsed by messages of support from Eleanor Roosevelt, Upton Sinclair, John Dos Passos, Julian Huxley, and Richard Crossman. Delegates arriving at the expense of OPC included Ignacio Silone, Carlo Levi, the ubiquitous Sidney Hook, author of Studs Lonergan, James T. Farrell, Franz Borkenau, and Fenner Brockway. But, despite careful planning, the day was a failure. Not since I was a boy 30 years ago listening to the soapboxers on Madison Square have I heard such banalities and empty rhetoric, 28 reported Sidney Hook. At the evening rally a group of anarchists seized the microphone and denounced the meeting, leading Hook to conclude that the lunatics had been let out of the asylum and the proceedings had been taken over by the psychopathic ward on the left. The conference also claimed America's first casualty in the Kulturkampf in the person of Richard Wright, who was, according to Hook, flattered by the use which Sartre makes of him as a kind of club against American culture analogous to the use the communists make of Robeson 29. Although he had contributed to The God That Failed, Wright was now regarded by the anti-communist lobby as suspect, because his break with Stalinism was made more on personal than on political grounds, and he showed no understanding of its true nature. 30 Wright was the only member of the God That Failed group to lose his membership of that group of apostles. For the next decade, his life and activities in Paris were monitored by the CIA and the FBI, until he died in mysterious circumstances in 1960. Wisner and his allies in the State Department were disappointed with the Paris Counter-Conference. Although it attracted prominent anti-Stalinists and provoked blasts from the French Communist Party, its tone was too radical and neutralist. 31 Worse, there was anti-Americanism flying on every wind. The French public, by and large, is shockingly ignorant of American life and culture, Hook wrote. Its picture of America is a composite of impressions derived from reading the novels of social protest and revolt, the novels of American degeneracy and inanity, from seeing American movies, and from exposure to an incessant communist barrage which seeps into the non-communist press. The informational re-education of the French public seems to me to be the most fundamental as well as most pressing task of American democratic policy in France, towards which almost nothing along effective lines has been done. 32 Hook's idea that anti-Americanism could be eroded by cleansing European minds of the palsied visions of America's preeminent novelists seems extraordinary. In effect, what he was advocating was the purging of those expressions of American life which he judged to be in conflict with the government's democratic policy abroad. This was a monumental distortion of the very principles of freedom of expression, irreconcilable with the claims of liberal democracy under whose auspices it was proposed. But Hook was right about one thing: deatomizing the homme de bonne volonté of Sartre in Paris was going to be an uphill struggle. Like Brecht, who from the comfort of his privileged life in East Germany praised Stalin as the justified murderer of the people, the left-bank intelligentsia had failed to grasp that they were no longer truth-seekers but defenders of 43. A beleaguered, crumbling orthodoxy. 33 Sartre continued to extol Russia as the guardian of freedom, whilst his saint, Jean Genet, denied the existence of the gulags. This, said Arthur Kestler, was the world capital of fellow travelers, of agile careerists with moderate talent like Picasso, Camus, and Anouilh, who were held in awe by those many European intellectuals whom Kestler diagnosed as suffering from the French flu. From Paris, Kestler quipped, the Communist Party could take over France with one phone call. It was clear to Wisner that he had not yet found the right group to spearhead the anti-communist campaign in France. In words which show that he was already contemplating a permanent base for this campaign, he expressed concern that this type of leadership for a continuing organization would result in the degeneration of the entire idea into a nuts folly of miscellaneous goats and monkeys whose antics would completely discredit the work and statements of the serious and responsible liberals. We should have serious misgivings about supporting such a show. 34 Dismayed that the Soviets' propaganda armor was seemingly impregnable, a group of German intellectuals, formerly of the Munzenberg Trust, now sat down to hatch a plan. Meeting with Melvin Lasky in a Frankfurt hotel room in August 1949, Ruth Fischer and Franz Borkenau started to sketch out their idea for a permanent structure dedicated to organized intellectual resistance. Fischer was the sister of Gerhard Eisler, a Soviet operative dubbed in 1946 the #1 communist in the U.S. and convicted the following year for falsifying a visa application. Gerhard had since been promoted to run the East German Propaganda Bureau, and as such he would be responsible for organizing the Soviet response to Ruth's plans. Ruth had herself been a leader of the German Communist Party before her faction was expelled on order from Moscow, leading to her break with Stalin. She now wrote about her plan to an American diplomat. "I think we talked about this plan already during my last stay in Paris, but I have now a much more concrete approach to it. I mean, of course, the idea of organizing a big anti-Waldorf Astoria Congress in Berlin itself. It should be a gathering of all ex-communists, plus a good representative group of anti-Stalinist American, English and European intellectuals, declaring its sympathy for Tito and Yugoslavia and the silent opposition in Russia and the satellite states, and giving the Politburo hell right at the gate of their own hell. All my friends agree that it would be of enormous effect and radiate to Moscow, if properly organized." 35 Did Michael Jos Elson attend the Frankfurt meeting? Certainly, he was amongst the first to hear of the plan, which he was soon to discuss with Lawrence de Neufville, who pouched the outline proposal to Carmel Offee in mid-September. The idea came from Lasky, Jos Elson and Kestler, de Neufville later explained, and I got Washington to give it the support it needed. I reported it to Frank Lindsay, and I guess he must have taken it to Wisner. We had to beg for approval. The Marshall Plan was the slush fund used everywhere by CIA at that time, so there was never any shortage of funds. The only struggle was to get approval. 36 What became known as the Jos Elson proposal reached Wisner's desk in January 1950. Lasky, meanwhile, too impatient to wait for a response, had already pushed ahead with the plan, enlisting Ernst Reuter, mayor of West Berlin, and several prominent German academics, who endorsed the idea and promised support. Together, they formed a standing committee and began issuing invitations to intellectuals of the free world to come to Berlin to stand up and be counted. Lasky's freelancing, however, was not all for the good. As an employee of 44. American occupation government, his activities on behalf of the Congress struck more than a few observers as proof that the U.S. government was behind the event. 37 OPC officers pushed ahead with Jos Elson's plan, producing a formal project outline with a budget of $50,000, which was approved by Wisner on April 7. Wisner added one condition: Lasky and James Burnham, who had what might be described as a professional interest in the plan, must be kept out of sight in Berlin for fear their presence would only provide ammunition to communist critics. Jos Elson defended Lasky when informed of Wisner's reservations. "No other person here, certainly no German, could have achieved such success." 38 He cabled. Lasky by this stage was too far out to rein in. He had publicly announced himself as General Secretary of the forthcoming Congress, to be called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and it was under his and Mayor Reuter's names that invitations were issued and programs were organized. For public relations, Lasky was joined by Arnold Beichmann, who had made such a timely appearance at the Waldorf. In America, James Burnham and Sidney Hook were busy making arrangements for the American delegation. Both were aware of OPC's involvement. Tickets for the American participants were purchased by OPC, which used several intermediary organizations as travel agents. The State Department was also involved in these arrangements. Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, Jesse McKnight, was so impressed by the whole thing that he urged the CIA to sponsor the Congress on a continuing basis even before the conclave in Berlin had taken place. 39 For once, such optimism was not misplaced. 45. 5. Crusading's the idea. My ghosts have told me something new. I'm marching to Korea. I cannot tell you what I'll do. Crusading's the idea. Yankee Doodle keep it up etc. Robert Lowell, 1952. Late on the night of June 23, 1950, Arthur Kestler and his wife Mama Een arrived at the Gare de l'Est to catch the night train from Paris to Frankfurt, whence they would proceed to Berlin. As they were searching for their carriage, they bumped into Jean-Paul Sartre, who was traveling on the same train, though he was destined for a different conference. Sartre, unusually, was alone, and the Kestlers were relieved that Simone de Beauvoir was not there. They shared a picnic supper together, along with a police bodyguard assigned to Kestler by the French jurat following death threats from the Communists. Although their friendship had been increasingly strained in recent years, these ideological opponents still felt a mutual fondness for each other, and they were able to joke together as the train pulled out into the hot summer night. Sartre, along with Albert Capius, had publicly disavowed Kestler's Congress, and refused to attend. But Kestler felt sorry for Sartre, who confessed that night on the train that his friendships were evaporating under the heat of his and de Beauvoir's politics. As Kestler was boarding his train, the American delegates were settling into transatlantic flights that would take up to 24 hours to make the journey to Germany. Although the Soviet blockade of Berlin had recently been lifted, the only way to reach the western sector was on military aircraft, which meant the delegates had to board C-47s at Frankfurt for the final stage of what Kestler would later refer to as an intellectual airlift. Among them were James T. Farrell Tennessee Williams, the actor Robert Montgomery, chairman of the American Atomic Energy Commission David Lilienthal, editor of the New Leader Sol Levitas, Carson McCullers, the black editor of the Pittsburgh Courier George Schuyler, and the black journalist Max Jurgen. Nobel Prize-winning genetic scientist Hermann Muller brought with him a strange cargo, 5,000 Drosophila fruit flies as gifts to German scientists who had lost their strains during the war. Arthur Schlesinger Jr. and Sidney Hook traveled together from Boston, Hook apparently intoxicated by the idea of how dangerous it was going to be to go to Berlin. He had this fantasy about communist attacks from all sides, Schlesinger recalled. He was quite excited about it all. I think many of them were. They thought they were going to be where the action was, especially those who hadn't been in the war. One after his first taste of blood at the Waldorf Astoria, Hook was chafing for a full-scale campaign. "Give me $100 million and 1,000 dedicated people," he cried, "and I will guarantee to generate such a wave of democratic unrest among the masses, yes, even among the soldiers, of Stalin's own empire." 46. That all his problems for a long time to come will be internal. I can find the people. 2. Now, flying into a city which was surrounded on all sides by the communists, Hook fantasized that the Russians would march into the city, in which event every delegate would have been a prisoner of the. In a few hours 3. Nicholas Nabokov had arrived in Berlin in May to help plan the conference, together with his wife Patricia Blake, taking a charter plane run by a company called Youth Argosy, one of the intermediaries used by the CIA. Chip Bolin had urged Nabokov to get there as early as he could, to raise the barricades on behalf of the artists who had been the most persistent whipping boys of both the Soviets and the Nazis. 4. James Burnham arrived shortly after Nabokov, and together they had joined up with Jos Elson, Lasky, Kestler, Brown and Silone to form the conference's ruling apparat, which was headquartered in Lasky's house. At one of the group's meetings over dinner, Silone told how during the war he had sacked anybody in his resistance movement who turned out to be a British or American intelligence agent, because he wanted to fight Ma Guerre Moi with a clean conscience. 5. How Jos Elson, Burnham and Lasky digested the statement can only be imagined. For they knew what Silone presumably didn't, that he was now part of a war being run by somebody else. Silone's position neatly encapsulated the painful ironies of an age that had run roughshod over the purity of people's ideals. In the 1920s, he had run an underground network for the Soviets, and then regretted it. From 1928 to 1930 he had collaborated with Mussolini's Secret Service, OVRA. Writing to sever his relationship with his OVRA liaison in April 1930, Silone explained that he had resolved to eliminate from my life all that is false, duplicitous, equivocal, Mysterious 6 in 1942, he wrote that the most important of our moral tasks today consists in liberating our spirits from the racket of gunfire, the trajectory of propaganda warfare and journalistic nonsense in general. 7 In exile in Switzerland during the war, Silone had been a contact for Allen Dulles, then America's chief of espionage in Europe. In October 1944, OSS agent Serafino Romualdi was sent to the Franco-Swiss border, allegedly to deliver 2 plane loads of arms and ammunition to the French resistance. His real mission, planned outside normal channels, was to smuggle Silone into Italy. And now, in 1950, Silone had once again been drawn into a clandestine world. His defenders argue that he was ignorant of the Congress for Cultural Freedom's hidden sponsors. But his widow, Darina, recalled that he had initially been reluctant to attend, as he suspected that it was a U.S. State Department operation. A few days into the conference, Kessler, who never really liked Silone, told a friend that he had always wondered whether basically Silone is honest or not. Now I know he is not. 8 Also the recipients of secret benefaction were the English delegates, Hugh Trevor Roper, Julian Amory, A.J. Eyre, Herbert Read, Harold Davis, Christopher Hollis, Peter de Mendelssohn, whose presence in Berlin was being funded covertly by the Foreign Office, through the Information Research Department. From France came Raymond Aron, David Rousset, Remy Roure, André Philippe, Claude Mauriac, André Malraux, Jules Romains, Georges Altman. From Italy there was Ignazio Silone, Guido Piovine, Altiero Spinelli, Franco Lombardi, Muzio Mazzucchi and Bonaventura Tecci. By the evening of June 25, they and most of the other 200 delegates had arrived. They were assigned accommodation in billets and hotels in the American zone, and most of them, tired after the journey, turned in early that night. 47. They awoke the next day to the news that communist-backed North Korean troops had crossed the 38th parallel and launched a massive invasion of the South. As they gathered that afternoon, Monday, June 26, at the Titania Palace, for the opening ceremony of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the Berlin Philharmonic played them into the tenebrous strains of the Egmont Overture, a propitious piece for an audience who saw themselves as participants in a darkly heroic drama. Berlin's mayor, Ernst Reuter, asked the delegates and an audience of 4,000 to stand for a moment of silence in memory of those who had died fighting for freedom or who still languished in concentration camps. In his opening speech, he emphasized the drama of Berlin's significance. The word freedom, which seemed to have lost its power, has a unique significance for the person who most recognizes its value, the person who once lost it. 9 For the next 4 days, delegates moved from one panel discussion to the next, from guided tours of the Brandenburg Gate, Potsdamer Platz, and the line dividing east from West Berlin, thence to press conferences, and on to cocktail parties and specially organized concerts. The 5 main debates were themed around science and totalitarianism, art, artists and freedom, the citizen in a free society, the defense of peace and freedom, and free culture in a free world. A polarization of thought over how best to oppose the communists soon emerged, neatly encapsulated in speeches given by Arthur Kessler and Ignazio Silone. Kessler called for the formation of the Western intelligentsia into a Kampfgruppe, a fighting squad unequivocally pledged to toppling communism. Schlesinger was there, and he made a dry-as-dust, unemotional statement. After that we had Kessler, who spoke from the heart, and he moved many people. It was a crusade. Kessler had changed the tone. 10 Recalled Lawrence de Neufville, who was monitoring events closely for the CIA. The aggressive Cold Warrior tone was epitomized by James Burnham's distinction between good and bad atom bombs, a thesis tested on the Kesslers at dinner a month earlier. On that occasion, Burnham had explained how the USA could render Russia impotent in a day by dropping the bomb on all major Russian cities. He looked quite pleased at the idea, noted Mamain Kessler. 11 Using the kind of language which petrified reality, and which was one of the contributing factors of the Cold War, Burnham now announced that he was against those bombs, now stored or to be stored later in Siberia or the Caucasus, which are designed for the destruction of Paris, London, Rome, Brussels, Stockholm, New York, Chicago, Berlin, and of Western civilization generally. But I am, for those bombs made in Los Alamos, Hanford, and Oak Ridge and guarded I know not where in the Rockies or American deserts, for 5 years have been the sole defense of, the liberties of Western Europe. 12. To which André Philip replied that when atom bombs fall, they do not distinguish between friend or foe, enemy or freedom fighter. Burnham and Hooke both turned their fire on those who used moral equivalence to question America's condemnation of the Soviet Union. Sartre and Merleau-Ponty, who refused to attend the Congress even to defend their point of view there, were quite aware of French and American injustices to Negroes when they supported the resistance to Hitler, clamored Hooke. But they can see no justice in the Western defense against communist aggression because the Negroes have not yet won equality of treatment. 13. This equality was not 48. Far off, according to George Schuyler, who circulated a report to delegates, complete with statistics, demonstrating that the situation of blacks in America never stopped improving, and this was thanks to the capitalist system's constant ability to adapt to change. The black journalist Max Yergin endorsed Schuyler's report with a history lesson in the advancement of African Americans since the Roosevelt era. Burnham, who in his trajectory from socialism to the right had simply leapfrogged over the moderate center, had no time for the spineless man of the left. We have allowed ourselves to be trapped and jailed by our words, this leftist bait which has proved our poison. The communists have looted our rhetorical arsenal, and have bound us with our own slogans. The progressive man of the non-communist left is in a perpetual tremor of guilt before the true communist. The communist, manipulating the same rhetoric, but acting boldly and firmly, appears to the man of the non-communist left as himself with guts. 14. As Burnham stood there and inveighed against the non-communist left, some delegates asked themselves whether the black or white version of the world offered by the right was perhaps just as threatening to liberal democracy as that offered by the far left. Hugh Trevor Roper was appalled by the provocative tone, set by Kessler and taken up by other speakers. There was very little in the way of serious discussion, he remembered. It wasn't really intellectual at all in my opinion. I realized that it was a reply in the same style too, it spoke the same language. I had expected and hoped to hear the Western point of view put forward and defended, on the grounds that it was a better and a more lasting alternative. But instead we had denunciations. It left such a negative impression, as if we had nothing to say except sock them. There was a speech by Franz Borkenau which was very violent and indeed almost hysterical. He spoke in German and I regret to say that as I listened and as I heard the baying voices of approval from the huge audiences, I felt, well, these are the same people who 7 years ago were probably baying in the same way to similar German denunciations of communism coming from Dr. Goebbels in the Sportspalast. And I felt, well, what sort of people are we identifying ourselves with? That was the greatest shock to me. There was a moment during the Congress when I felt that we were being invited to summon up Beelzebub in order to defeat Satan. 15. Sidney Hooke rallied to Kessler's defense, but had to concede that his friend could recite the truths of the multiplication table in a way to make some people indignant with him. He also had the irritating habit of grinning like a Cheshire cat every time he scored a rhetorical point. Silone was much more flexible, arguing that a Christian spirit of social and political reform in the West would, in and of itself, steal the fire from the god of communism. André Philip also represented the moderate view, arguing for a middle way between Russia and America. Europe today is feeble after its long and painful sickness. The Americans send us penicillin to treat this illness, and the Soviets send us microbes. Naturally, any doctor would prefer a mixture of the two. But our duty as Europeans must be to deal with the microbes as soon as possible so that we no longer have need of the medicine. 16. To the hardliners, this espousal of equidistance was nothing short of heresy. Neutralism was, as an idea and as a movement, sponsored by the Soviets. 17. Declared Melvin Lasky, taking up Robert Montgomery's cry that there is no neutral corner in freedom's room. Reluctant to join in this rhetorical crusade, the British delegation rallied to Talleyrand's admonishment, certude pas d'asile. I couldn't see why the world should be set aflame to purge the 49. Personal guilt of people like Borkenau and Kestler. 18 concluded Hugh Trevor Roper. The appropriateness of political converts proselytizing the world was becoming a key question of the Berlin Congress. Then a Herr Grimme arose, a parson of sorts with a voice like a foghorn, to argue that all these concrete questions were basically religious, reported Sidney Hook. He spoke with an eloquent emptiness and became concrete only at the end when he descended to personalities and made some contemptuous remark about Kestler being a political convert who now was fervently opposing what once he had fervently supported, thus showing he had never surrendered his dialectical materialism. 19 Kestler had already discovered the resentment of those who had never been communists towards political converts such as himself. Repeating the arguments, Kestler wrote, "Ex-communists are not only tiresome Cassandras, as the anti-Nazi refugee had been, they are also fallen angels who had the bad taste to reveal that heaven is not the place it is supposed to be. The world respects the Catholic or communist convert, but abhors unfrocked priests of all faiths. This attitude is rationalized as a dislike of renegades. Yet the convert, too, is a renegade from his former beliefs or disbeliefs, and quite prepared to persecute those who still persist in them. He is nevertheless forgiven, for he has embraced a faith, whereas the ex-communist or the unfrocked priest has lost a faith, and has thereby become a menace to illusion and a reminder of the abhorrent, threatening void." 20 The problem of the tiresome Cassandras was also troubling official circles. Edward Barrett, Assistant Secretary of State for International Information, felt obliged to question the wisdom of current tendencies to lionize ex-communists and put them on pedestals from which to lecture all citizens who had sense enough never to become communists in the first place. Some of us suspect the typical ex-communist, particularly the recent ex-communist, has great value as an informer and tipster but hardly any as a propounder of eternal verities. 21 It was becoming increasingly apparent that the U.S. government's embrace of the non-communist left would have to be kept secret from some of its own key policy makers. Jos Elson kept out of sight, though he kept track of everything that transpired. He observed Hugh Trevor Roper's reaction to the crusaderish tone with growing alarm. Trevor Roper and the rest of the British element made clear their dissent whenever they got the opportunity. But this became increasingly difficult, as the managers on the podium during the sessions carefully avoided giving the table thumpers the floor. Lasky was everywhere, organizing, cajoling, drafting press releases, staging the dramatic entrance of Theodor Plivier, the German author of Stalingrad and former communist who was hiding in Stuttgart. Plivier had originally recorded his message to the Congress. But on hearing the news of the invasion of Korea, he flew to Berlin, defying the danger that he might be kidnapped by the Soviets or East Germans while visiting Berlin. Lasky's high profile infuriated Wisner back at OPC. There was good reason to be concerned. On June 24, the eve of the Congress, the office of Gerhard Eisler, propaganda chief of the East German government, issued a statement tracing a fire in the Communist House of Culture in East Berlin to the coterie of American police spy Melvin Lasky. Eisler's statement, which was reported in American newspapers, said the attempt to burn down the Communist Club was intended as a prelude to the opening of the Congress for Cultural Freedom but that the plot had miss. 50. Fired and the flames were quickly extinguished. Lasky, when asked about the incident, answered with his customary sarcasm, "Yes, it's true. We tried to set the house on fire by dropping fireflies disguised as potato bugs from a helicopter." 22 But Wisner was not amused, cabling instructions to Berlin that Lasky be removed from any visible connection with the Congress. But it was to take more than the removal of Lasky to stem the rumors surrounding the Congress. Some delegates speculated about who was footing the bill. The grand scale on which the Congress was launched at a time when Europe was broke seemed to confirm the rumor that this was not quite the spontaneous, independent event its organizers claimed. Lawrence de Neufville had so much money he didn't know what to do with it, I don't where the money came from. I never had checks or anything, I just seemed to have the cash in marks. We all did. 23 This did not escape the notice of Trevor Roper, who began to smell a rat. When I arrived I found the whole thing was orchestrated on so grandiose a scale, that I realized that, financially it must have been funded by some powerful government organization. So I took it for granted from the beginning that it was organized by the American government in one form or another. That seemed to me obvious from the start. 24 years later, the CIA's Tom Braden reflected that simple common sense was enough to find out who was behind the Congress. We've got to remember that when we're speaking of those years that Europe was broke. If there was a dime to be had anywhere, it was probably in some criminal organization. There wasn't any money. So they naturally looked to the United States for money. 25 The conference concluded on June 29 with a dramatic speech from Arthur Koestler, who cried triumphantly to a rally of 15,000 gathered under a blistering sun at the Funkturm Sporthalle, "Friends, freedom has seized the offensive." He then read out the Freedom Manifesto, a 14-point declaration which was offered as a new constitution for cultural freedom. Drafted by Koestler after an all-night session at Lasky's base at the Hotel am Steinplatz in Charlottenburg, the manifesto was pushed through by him, Burnham, Brown, Hook and Lasky by forceful offensive tactics, so that virtually no opposition was encountered, according to Mama-Ian Koestler. 26 But one article of the declaration which expressed intolerance of Marxist ideas was vigorously contested by the British contingent, who demanded that the offending reference be excised. Essentially, the British were objecting to the assumption that guided the more militant anti-communists at the conference, just as it did many American foreign policy makers, that the writings of Marx and Lenin were less political philosophy than the field manual of Soviet strategy. After incorporating the British amendments, the manifesto was adopted as the moral and philosophical cornerstone of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Addressed to all men who are determined to regain those liberties which they have lost and to preserve and extend those which they enjoy, the document stated, "We hold it to be self-evident that intellectual freedom is one of the inalienable rights of man. Such freedom is defined first and foremost by his right to hold and express his own opinions, and particularly opinions which differ from those of his rulers. Deprived of the right to say no, man becomes a slave." 27 It declared freedom and peace to be inseparable, and warned that peace can only be maintained if each government submits to the control and inspection of its acts by the people whom it governs. Other points stressed that a prerequisite of freedom was the toleration of divergent opinions. The principle of toleration does not logically permit the practice of intolerance. No one race, nation, class, or religion can claim the sole right to represent the idea of freedom, nor the right. 51. To deny freedom to other groups or creeds in the name of any ultimate ideal or lofty aim whatsoever. We hold that the historical contribution of any society is to be judged by the extent and quality of the freedom which its members actually enjoy. The manifesto went on to denounce the restrictions on freedom imposed by totalitarian states, whose means of enforcement far surpasses that of all the previous tyrannies in the history of mankind. Indifference or neutrality in the face of such a challenge, it continued, amounts to a betrayal of mankind and to the abdication of the free mind. It expressed a commitment to the defense of existing freedoms, the reconquest of lost freedoms, and to the creation of new freedoms, new and constructive answers to the problems of our time. 28 Here indeed was a manifesto to read from the barricades. Koestler, a modern-day Robespierre, thrilled to the occasion. This was the framework for judging the commitment of individuals and institutions to total freedom of expression, to the uninhibited flow of ideas and opinions. If communists and fascists alike had systematically violated the principle of habeas corpus, here was a pledge to resist any attack on the principle of habeas animam. This document was a litmus test for liberty. By it, the Congress for Cultural Freedom itself would stand or fall. As the conference closed, its Washington sponsors began celebrating. Wisner offered his heartiest congratulations to all those involved. He in turn was congratulated by his political patrons. Defense Department Representative General John Magruder praised it as a subtle covert operation carried out on the highest intellectual level, unconventional warfare at its best. President Truman himself was reported to be very well pleased. American occupation officials in Germany sensed it had given a palpable boost to morale of West Berlin, but believed its most important effect would ultimately be felt by Western intellectuals who had been politically adrift since 1945. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, one report claimed, had actually impelled a number of prominent cultural leaders to give up their sophisticated, contemplative detachment in favor of a strong stand against totalitarianism. 29 This conclusion was perhaps a little exaggerated, designed to sell the Congress to high-level strategists in government. Certainly, Hugh Trevor Roper and the British contingent were yet to be convinced. Immediately after his return to England, news reached Trevor Roper that State Department officials had complained to their Foreign Office counterparts that your man spoiled our Congresses. This was enough to confirm Trevor Roper's suspicions about the role of the American government in the Berlin affair. But it also revealed official irritation with the way Trevor Roper had conducted himself. Jos Elson, and his superiors in the CIA, understood that renewed efforts would have to be made to win over British intellectuals to their project. 52. 6. Operation Congress. We must make ourselves heard round the world in a great campaign of truth. This task is not separate and distinct from other elements of our foreign policy. President Harry Truman, 1950. Despite the recalcitrance of some British delegates, Wisner was satisfied that the Berlin Conference had more than repaid his investment. Although its future was still uncertain, it was now added to the CIA's propaganda assets inventory, an official list documenting the ever-growing number of conduits and individuals on which the agency could rely. Known unofficially as Wisner's Wurlitzer, the nickname reveals the agency's perception of how these assets were expected to perform. At the push of a button, Wisner could play any tune he wished to hear. Wisner returned to the problem of Melvin Lasky, whose peacock presence throughout the Berlin Conference had so infuriated him. His earlier command to have Lasky removed from center stage having been so blatantly ignored, he wrote an angry internal memo, Berlin Congress for Cultural Freedom, Activities of Melvin Lasky, stating that Lasky's visibility was a major blunder and was recognized as such by our best friends in the State Department. It betrays an unfortunate tendency, apparently more deep-rooted than I expected, to succumb to the temptation of convenience and irrespective of security and other technical considerations of the utmost importance. One Wisner was unequivocal, unless the headstrong Lasky was removed from the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the CIA would not continue to support the organization. Wisner's memo was cabled to Germany. The OPC officer who received it exploded and cabled back a histrionic protest, but there was nothing to be done. Lasky had to go, and OPC contrived to have him removed from the project. There are two possible explanations for this: either Lasky had some kind of relationship with OPC, and was therefore a real security risk because he refused to lie low, or he was, as he always claimed, an independent operator, in which case his removal represented the first of many such strong-arm tactics on the part of CIA. The OPC officer charged with Lasky's removal was Michael Jos Elson, whose tendency to explode when provoked would cost him dear in the future. Lasky and Jos Elson had already developed the strong bond which observers later found to be unbreakable. The psychology of this relationship is hard to fathom. Lasky's influence on Jos Elson, who was in every way his superior, was unique. Jos Elson was sometimes vexed by Lasky's willful deafness, wrote one Congress insider. He was sometimes exasperated by Lasky's failure to imagine the consequences of his words and actions, but at the same time he looked on him with indulgent admiration, even wonderment. To some, Lasky's hold on Jos Elson had an Oedipal angle. Jos Elson adored Lasky as the son he never had. He always defended him, for Natasha Spender remembered. Lasky objected to the sobriquet, preferring to describe it as a brotherly relationship. Either way, Jos Elson soon realized that his theatrical defense of Lasky was bad strategy. So he agreed to Wisner's demand that Lasky be officially removed from the project. Unofficially, Lasky would remain Josselsson's closest advisor for the entire life of the Congress. And other rewards would follow. With Lasky apparently out of the way, Wisner now moved to establish the Congress for Cultural Freedom as a permanent entity. Its continuance had been approved by an OPC Project Review Board in early 1950, and it was given the codename PIPER. One of Wisner's first decisions was to move the base of operations for the Congress from Berlin to Paris. There were powerful symbolic reasons for leaving the outfit in Berlin, but it was deemed too much of a security risk, too vulnerable to infiltration by the other side. Wisner offered Josselson the job of running the Congress for the CIA, under Laurence de Neufville, who was to supervise it from the agency's French labor desk. Both men accepted, resigning their cover jobs with the American occupation government in Germany, but taking with them their codenames, Jonathan F. Saba, and Jonathan Gearing. Next, Wisner anchored Irving Brown to the Congress by appointing him a key member of the steering committee which had been formed shortly after the Berlin Conference. More helpful than all the Kesslers and Silanese put together, Brown was once described as a one-man OSS and a character out of an E. Phillips Oppenheim novel. He worked for J. Lovestone, a former Comintern delegate who now headed up the CIA's secret liaison with the American labor movement. Brown was extremely adroit in pursuing objectives by clandestine routes, and had been shortlisted by George Kennan in 1948 as a candidate to head up OPC, the job that eventually fell to Frank Wisner. 7. I don't believe I ever saw Irving with a nickel that didn't belong to CIA, remembered Tom Braden, who was soon to take over PIPER. He would say it was from the labor unions. It was a good cover. Brown was the paymaster, but he enjoyed participation in the planning of operations. He was an intelligent guy with a wide acquaintanceship. 8. Also appointed to the steering committee was James Burnham. A constant presence in policy-making and intelligence circles, Burnham was considered indispensable to the success of the Congress, a vital liaison between the intelligentsia and Wisner's office. Burnham was a consultant to OPC on virtually every subject of interest to our organization, wrote Howard Hunt, the QA dirty trickster who later emerged as one of the Watergate plumbers. He had extensive contacts in Europe and, by virtue of his Trotskyite background, was something of an authority on domestic and foreign communist parties and front organizations. 9. Not everybody was happy with Burnham's Trotskyite background though. According to CIA executive Miles Copeland, there was initially some fuss about the Burnham flirtation with the extreme left, but all was okay when someone remarked to the effect that if Jim were a serious communist he would have joined the party and not been a mere Trotskyist. Besides, as one who had been on the far left and swung to the far right, he had good company in the CIA's stable of on-call consultants. Describing Burnham as 100% capitalist and imperialist, a believer in mom, apple pie, baseball, the corner drugstore, and American-style democracy, Miles Copeland said that he had learned from him the following principle: the first task of any ruling group is to keep itself in power. 10. One Cold Warrior referred to him as a very articulate expounder of the dirty tricks department. 11. In early 1953, Burnham would play a crucial part in the CIA's Operation Ajax, which unseated Dr. Mossadegh in Tehran and replaced him with the Shah. Wisner had decided that the plan was far too crude, and needed a touch of Machiavelli, by which he meant a history lesson from Burnham. In his book The Machiavellians. 54. Burnham used, in addition to Machiavelli, the ideas of major modernist European thinkers, Mosca, Pareto, Michels, Searle, to challenge egalitarian political theory and show the persistence and inevitability of elite rule, even in an age of equality. An old acquaintance of Burnham's once said that the only time she ever saw him manifest any real intellectual enthusiasm was when he talked about Machiavelli. 12. Alongside Irving Brown, Josselson, de Neufville, and Lasky, Burnham worked at giving the Congress for Cultural Freedom a permanent footing. Meeting at the end of November 1950 in Brussels, the steering committee designed a functioning structure for the organization, working from a document drawn up by Lasky in July. Among those present were Ignacio Silone, Carlo Schmid, the Jewish sociologist Eugene Kogon, Håkon Lie, Julian Amory, Joseph Zapsky, David Russet, Irving Brown, and Nicholas Nabokov. Essentially, the structure sketched out by Lasky was the one adopted. An international committee of 25 was nominated, as were 5 honorary chairmen. Guiding their activities was an executive committee of 5, executive director, editorial director, research director, Paris bureau director, Berlin bureau director, who in turn would be kept in check by the general secretary. In Lasky's diagram, this structure looked like a mirror image of a Cominform apparat. They had names just like the Communist Party, observed one historian. The CIA set up these cultural foundations as shadow organizations of the Communist Party, including secrecy being at the core of it. They were really speaking to each other. 13 Nicholas Nabokov once jokingly referred to the Congress's ruling body as our Politburo boys. Also discussed at the November meeting was a report by Arthur Koestler entitled Immediate Tasks for the Transition Period. Here, Koestler outlined the technical tasks which needed to be accomplished as a follow-up to the Berlin Conference. Under the heading Political Campaign in the West, Koestler, who had been repeatedly snubbed by the neutralists at the Berlin Conference, wrote, "Our aim is to get those who still hesitate over to our side, to break the influence of the Joliot Curies on the one hand and of the cultural neutralists like Les Temps Modernes on the other." 14 Challenging the intellectual basis for neutralism was one of the principal objectives of American Cold War policy, and it was now assumed as an official line of the Congress. The CIA's Donald Jameson explained, there was a particular concern about those who said, well, East is East and West is West, and to hell with both of you to move them at least a little bit over on the Western side of things. There were a lot of people who felt that neutrality was a position that was compromised. It was an attitude that one hoped would be diminished. But on the other hand, I think there was a general recognition that you didn't want to jump on somebody's neutral and say, you're no good either, you're just like the commies, because that would push them off to the left, and that was certainly not desirable. But the neutrals were certainly a target. 15 Koestler too had become a target. His document was discussed by the steering committee in his absence. He wasn't even on the committee. Koestler's intolerance of disagreement, his irrational anger and arrogant assertion of his own genius, had now persuaded Washington that he was more of a liability than an asset. Since the June conference, Koestler had been holding regular meetings at his home at Vert Rive with Burnham, Brown, Raymond Aron, Lasky and other members of the inner circle. He had, said Mamain, become quite obsessed with 55. The Congresses and barely able to sleep. These gatherings did not go unnoticed. In August 1950, the French Communist weekly L'Action arrived at the imaginative conclusion that Koestler was planning terrorist militia from his home with Burnham and Brown. Jos Elson was now persuaded that a moderate tone was essential if the Congress for Cultural Freedom was going to achieve one of its principal tasks, the winning over of the waverers. The response from headquarters was to authorize the removal of Koestler from his central position in the organization. Thus, the man who had drawn up the Manifesto for Cultural Freedom was now eased out. Paragraph 3 of the manifesto stated, peace can be maintained only if each government submits to the control and inspection of its acts by the people whom it governs. 16 The CIA, by marginalizing Koestler, and by its covert governance of what was to become the largest such agglomeration of intellectuals and freethinkers, was effectively acting in breach of the very Declaration of Rights it had paid for. To promote freedom of expression, the agency had first to buy it, then to restrict it. The market for ideas was not as free as it appeared. For Koestler it was a devastating betrayal. He suffered some kind of nervous crack-up, flew to the States, and watched bitterly as the Congress for Cultural Freedom moved away from his ideas. Arthur Schlesinger was another valuable contact for the Congress. He was part of what Stuart Hampshire, Isaiah Berlin, and Stephen Spender nicknamed the Apparat, the controlling group. Writing to congratulate Irving Brown after the Berlin meeting, Schlesinger noted enthusiastically, "I think we may have here an immensely powerful instrument of political and intellectual warfare." 17 Schlesinger knew something about such matters from his wartime work in the Office of Strategic Services, where he had been assigned to the Research and Analysis Department, which earned the nickname the Campus on account of its tweedy aura. Schlesinger had maintained close contact with the exclusive club of OSS veterans, many of whom, including himself, went on to become leading statesmen and presidential advisors. He knew Allen Dulles, who in 1950 invited him to sit on the Executive Committee of Radio Free Europe, which was set up that year by the CIA. Schlesinger had also been exposed to covert operations when he worked as an assistant to Averell Harriman, head of the Marshall Plan in Europe. There was a general feeling that the Soviet Union was spending a lot of money on organizing its intellectuals, and we had to do something to respond, 18 Schlesinger recalled. Under Harriman, he became involved in the secret distribution of counterpart funds to European trades unions, dealing often with Irving Brown. Schlesinger's relationship with Brown was now soldered by the mutual secret they shared. For Schlesinger was one of the handful of non-agency people who knew from the outset the true origins of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. "I knew because of my intelligence links that the original meeting of the Congress in Berlin was paid for by the CIA," Schlesinger later acknowledged. "It seemed not unreasonable to help the people on our side. Of all the CIA's expenditures, the Congress for Cultural Freedom seemed its most worthwhile and successful." 19. One of Schlesinger's first tasks was to persuade Bertrand Russell, one of the Congress's honorary patrons, not to resign. This the philosopher had threatened to do after reading Hugh Trevor Roper's mischievous reports in the Manchester Guardian, which had described events in Berlin as something uncomfortably close to a Nazi rally. Visiting Russell in London with Kessler on September 20, 1950, Schlesinger listened as Russell told of his alarm at Trevor. 56. Roper's report, and his subsequent decision to withdraw. Russell appeared cold towards Kessler, but finally accepted his and Schlesinger's arguments. Bertrand Russell, world-renowned mathematician and philosopher, was ubiquitous in 1950, the year which brought him the British Order of Merit and the Nobel Prize. He had met and disliked Lenin. His guffaw at the thought of those massacred made my blood run cold. My most vivid memories were of bigotry and Mongolian cruelty. Russell had startled admirers when, in 1948, in a speech in the bomb-damaged main hall of Westminster School, he suggested threatening Stalin with the atomic bomb. 20 At this time, Russell was violently anti-communist, insisted that on our side military strength and rearmament took precedence over all other matters. 21 Russell was also prized by IRD, from whom he was happy to receive little tidbits from time to time. But if Russell was a hawk then, by the mid-1950s he was urging nuclear disarmament. 22 His politics seemed to change with the wind, and he was to cause the Congress and its American backers much heartburn over the years of his patronage, until he finally resigned in 1956. But for now, his name added luster and satisfied what some detected was Jocelson's weakness for the talisman of celebrity. Like Russell, the other honorary presidents were all philosophers, and all representatives for the newborn Euro-American mind. 23 Benedetto Croce was a political conservative and monarchist who had no time for socialism or for organized religion. Now in his 80s, he was revered in Italy as the eloquent father of anti-fascism, a man who had openly defied Mussolini's despotism, and who had been adopted as the moral leader of the resistance. He had also been a valuable contact for William Donovan on the eve of the Allied landings in Italy. Croce died in 1952, and was replaced by Don Salvador de Madariaga, who was also closely linked to Donovan through the European movement. John Dewey, who had headed the Committee for the Defense of Leon Trotsky, represented pragmatic American liberalism. Karl Jaspers, the German existentialist, had been an unrelenting critic of the Third Reich. A Christian, he had once publicly challenged Jean-Paul Sartre to state whether or not he accepted the Ten Commandments. Jacques Maritain, a liberal Catholic humanist, was a French resistance hero. He was also a close friend of Nicholas Nabokov. Isaiah Berlin was approached to join this rosary of philosopher patrons, but refused on the grounds that such public support for an anti-communist movement would place his relatives in the East in danger. He did, however, promise to support the Congress in any modest way he could. It was Lawrence de Neufville's recollection that Berlin did so in the knowledge that the Congress was being secretly funded by the CIA. "He knew about our involvement," said de Neufville. "I don't know who told him, but I imagine it was one of his friends in Washington." 24 As with all professional organizations, the early days were marked by constant shufflings in the ranks as members jostled for jobs. Denis de Rougemont, who had never been a communist and was from neutral Switzerland, was made president of the executive committee. Author of L'Amour et l'Occident, de Rougemont hailed from the non-Marxist, anti-fascist left. After the war, he had been a broadcaster for Voice of America, and worked closely with François Bondy in the European Union of Federalists, whose aims he would continue to pursue with covert assistance from the CIA from his GE. 57. Neva-based Centre Européen de la Culture. For the job of General Secretary, Jos Elson lobbied hard for his preferred candidate, Nicholas Nabokov, who, even if he didn't know it, had auditioned for a leading role when he had declaimed at the Berlin Conference, "Out of this Congress we must build an organization for war. We must have a standing committee. We must see to it that it calls on all figures, all fighting organizations and all methods of fighting, with a view to action. If we do not, we will sooner or later all be hanged." The hour has long struck 12. 25 Nabokov was duly elected to the post. Apart from his old friend Jos Elson, Nicholas Nabokov had powerful sponsors. There was Chip Bolin, that thoroughbred American who had made America a true home for Nabokov in the early 1940s, and who was to remain, said Nabokov, "my model, my source of advice, often my comforter." And there was George Kennan, who had earlier been so embarrassed when Nabokov's application for government employment had failed. Nabokov's name also appeared on a top-secret list of psychological warfare personnel recommended for employment in sensitive posts, and circulated to the office of the Secretary of the Army in 1950. 26 This combination of powerful political patrons ensured that Nabokov's security clearance was not held up as it had been a few years earlier. Irving Brown, the paymaster, offered Nabokov $6,000. Nabokov, with 2 young sons to put through school, and currently receiving a salary of $8,000 for his teaching jobs at the Peabody Conservatory and Sarah Lawrence College, said he needed more. "Don't forget that in this job, there will be representational expenses involved. I don't intend to give parties, but I will have to see many people, cajole them, invite them to meals, etc. etc." 27 Actually, Nabokov loved to give parties, and he would give many and lavish ones at the CIA's expense over the next 16 years. For the moment, however, the question of Nabokov's salary was unresolved. Irving Brown, who had access to a huge slush fund, had many other pokers in the fire. Whilst he was an energetic supporter of the Congress, his natural inclination was to spend the money available on funding the CIA-backed Force Ouvrière in its attempts to break up the communist dockers' unions in Marseilles, where Marshall Plan supplies and shipments of American arms were daily being blockaded. The matter was resolved when James Burnham stepped forward in January 1951 with a promise to boost Nabokov's salary. "Other arrangements to compensate me for my considerable loss of income will be made here, and will not appear on the books of the operation in Europe," 28 Nabokov told Brown, apparently untroubled by Burnham's flexible approach to accountancy. For the first year or so, Burnham virtually ran Nabokov. It was decided that Lasky would stay in Berlin editing Der Monat, whose office became the headquarters of the German affiliate of the Congress. Jos Elson and de Neufville would move to Paris and head up the main office there, liaising with Irving Brown, who was instructed to rent and equip a suitable property. As they were preparing to leave Germany, Jos Elson and de Neufville learned of an exciting new development back at CIA headquarters in Washington, Allen Dulles had just joined the agency, and he brought with him an assistant called Tom Braden. Things were going to change. Allen Dulles joined the CIA in December 1950 as Deputy Director of Operations. This was a position of immense scope, giving Dulles responsibility for collecting intelligence, and for supervising Frank Wisner's division, the Office of Policy Coordination. One of his first acts was to recruit Tom Braden, one of his most dashing OSS officers, a man who had cultivated 58 many high-level contacts since his return to civilian life. Wiry, sandy-haired, and with a craggy, handsome visage, Braden looked like a composite of John Wayne, Gary Cooper, and Frank Sinatra. Born in 1918 in Dubuque, Iowa, Braden's father was an insurance agent, and his mother wrote romantic novels. She taught him a love for the work of Ring Lardner, Robert Frost, and Ernest Hemingway. He graduated in political science from Dartmouth in 1940, then got so excited at the outbreak of war that he enlisted in the British Army. He was assigned to the 8th Army, 7th Armored Division, the famous Desert Rats, where he became best friends with Stuart Alsop. Both were to join OSS, parachuting into occupied France to fight in the woods with the communist-dominated resistance. After the war, Braden and Alsop co-authored a book, Sub Rosa, the OSS and American Espionage, in which they described OSS as providing its men with opportunities for the most amazing adventures recorded in any war since that of King Arthur. Returning to civilian life, Braden spent the next few years campaigning for a permanent intelligence service. In late 1950, Allen Dulles telephoned and asked him to be his assistant at CIA. Braden accepted. Assigned the codename Homer D. Hoskins, Braden was initially without portfolio, nominally assigned to Wisner's OPC, but in reality working directly to Dulles. Within a few months, he had gained an intimate knowledge of the communist propaganda offensive, and a limited appreciation for the American response. How odd, I thought to myself as I watched these developments, that communists, who are afraid to join anything but the Communist Party, should gain mass allies through organizational war while we Americans, who join everything, were sitting here tongue-tied. 29 William Colby, a future CIA director, reached the same conclusion. The communists made no secret of their belief in what they called the organizational weapon, organize the party as the key command troop, but then organize all the other fronts, the women's groups, the cultural groups, the trade unions, the farmer groups, the cooperatives, a whole panoply of organizations so that you could include as many of the people in the country as possible within those groups and thereby under basically communist leadership and even discipline. 30 If the other side can use ideas that are camouflaged as being local rather than Soviet supported or stimulated, then we ought to be able to use ideas camouflaged as local ideas, Braden reasoned. 31 An overview of Wisner's OPC convinced Braden that it was overburdened with projects which lacked a central focus. One CIA official described it as an operational junk heap. There was an international organizations branch, but it was a hodgepodge of little jobs the agency had around, and it was totally unimportant, Braden recalled. I went to AL and said, why don't we merge these things into one division? Maybe AL was hoping I would come up with something like this. 32 Whilst Dulles was enthusiastic, Braden's proposal was received with consternation by those CIA staffers who believed that covert operations meant organizing the overthrow of unfriendly foreign leaders like Jacobo Arbenz. If the infant agency was half faculty, then it was also half cops and robbers. Alongside the pipe-smoking Yaleys there were the kind of people, said Braden, who hadn't understood that the war had ended. Dangerously headstrong, their thinking was of a kind with that of men like General MacArthur, who wanted to extend the Korean War by bombing Manchuria, or the Secretary of the Navy, who in 1950 had exhorted the world to prepare itself for another global conflagration. I was much more interested in the ideas which were under fire from the communists than I was in blowing up Guatemala, Braden explained. I was more an intellectual. 59. Than a gung-ho guy. 33 Braden's division chief tried to block his proposal by arguing that it crossed division lines, a bureaucratic maneuver of monumental pettiness. A hell of a fight ensued, which Braden lost. He went immediately to Dulles' office and resigned. Dulles, furious, snapped up the telephone and called Frank Wisner. "What the hell's going on?" he demanded. Allen was all over Wisner, Braden remembered. "He took my side completely. And that's how I came to set up the International Organizations Division under the DDP, who was Wisner. But I didn't pay much attention to Wisner, I just went over his head straight to Allen. I had to handle it carefully, because Frank was ostensibly my superior." 34 The formation of this new division coincided with, and its activities were sanctioned by, a new National Security Directive, NSC 68. Drafted in March 1950 by the new director of the Policy Planning Staff, Paul Nitze, NSC 68 became the supreme documentary symbol of the Cold War, and was based on the assumption of a communist monolith whose guiding spirit resided in the Kremlin. 35 The directive concluded that practical and ideological considerations, both impel us to the conclusion that we have no choice but to demonstrate the superiority of the idea of freedom by its constructive application. Truth also needs propaganda, the philosopher Karl Jaspers had recently declared. Here was the mandate which authorized America's Cold Warriors to take constructive measures to ensure that the truth triumphed over deceit. The budgetary provisions set out by NSC 68 revealed the importance now given to this task. In the next 2 years, the $34 million spent on psychological warfare in 1950 was to be quadrupled. In the contest for men's minds, truth can be peculiarly the American weapon, Secretary of State Edward Barrett announced. It cannot be an isolated weapon, because the propaganda of truth is powerful only when linked with concrete actions and policies. A highly skillful and substantial campaign of truth is as indispensable as an air force. 36 The truth, like the century, was to belong to America. If deceit needed to be used to promote the truth, then so be it. It was what Kessler called fighting against a total lie in the name of a half-truth. The purpose of the IOD, said Braden, was to unite intellectuals against what was being offered in the Soviet Union. The idea that the world would succumb to a kind of fascist or Stalinist concept of art and literature and music a horrifying prospect. We wanted to unite all the people who were artists, who were writers, who were musicians, and all the people who follow those people, to demonstrate that the West and the United States was devoted to freedom of expression and to intellectual achievement, without any rigid barriers as to what you must write and what you must say and what you must do and what you must paint, which was what was going on in the Soviet Union. I think we did it damn well. 37 The IOD operated according to the same principles that guided Wisner's management of the non-communist left. The purpose of supporting leftist groups was not to destroy or even dominate, but rather to maintain a discreet proximity to and monitor the thinking of such groups, to provide them with a mouthpiece so they could blow off steam, and, in extremis, to exercise a final veto on their publicity and possibly their actions, if they ever got too radical. Braden issued clear instructions to his newly established IOD posts in Europe: limit the money to amounts private organizations can credibly spend, disguise the extent of American interest, protect the integrity of the organization by not requiring it to support every aspect of official American policy. 38 Braden's new division had been created to provide a better institutional base for entities. 60. Like the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and it was to him that its managers were now answerable. The real objectives of the Congress were clarified. It was not to be a center for agitation, but a beachhead in Western Europe from which the advance of communist ideas could be halted. It was to engage in a widespread and cohesive campaign of peer pressure to persuade intellectuals to dissociate themselves from communist fronts or fellow traveling organizations. It was to encourage the intelligentsia to develop theories and arguments which were directed not at a mass audience, but at that small elite of pressure groups and statesmen who in turn determined government policy. It was not an intelligence-gathering source, and agents in other CIA divisions were warned not to attempt to use it as such. It was to provide independent support for American foreign policy objectives which sought to promote a united Europe, which included a reunified Germany. It was to act as an emissary for the achievements of American culture, and work to undermine the negative stereotypes prevalent in Europe, especially France, about America's perceived cultural barrenness. And it was to respond to negative criticism of other aspects of American democracy, including its civil rights record. The people who had been chosen by the steering committee to animate the newly consolidated Congress were all subject to security checks, as were those who came to be closely involved with the controlling apparat, and all future employees of the Congress. For the CIA, there were Michael Joss Elson and Lawrence de Neufville. Their needs were serviced by a specially assigned case officer who, in the course of a 3-year watch, would liaise with a counterpart of equal rank in Washington who in turn was accountable to an IOD branch chief. The chief of Branch 3 looked after the Congress. He answered to the IOD deputy division chief, and the division chief. As the Congress grew, various additional agency personnel were assigned to look after its finances and activities. Far from being what Kessler had initially envisaged as a small, shoestring operation like Willy Munzenberg's, with little money, only scant personnel and no common form behind us, 39 the Congress had now become an asset of one of the fastest growing divisions in the CIA. 40 True to form, Braden decided to run Operation Capra out of lines, and to this end he instructed de Neufville not to tell Wisner's man running the French desk, Robert Thayer, anything about his activities. Above Braden's head, Allen Dulles privately told de Neufville he was to keep up with Irving Brown and find out what he was doing, though de Neufville would soon report back to Dulles that this was almost impossible because he was running it like it was his own operation, and he never said much about what he was doing. 41 Not surprisingly, Dulles, Wisner and Braden never acquired reputations as good managers. Joss Elson and de Neufville were quick to establish the Paris office and sort out the housework, agency speak for the domestic arrangements common to all front activities. Whilst they dealt with the fixtures and fittings, Nabokov arrived to take up his new post as General Secretary, moving from New York with Patricia Blake to a little apartment in Rue d'Assas, overlooking the Luxembourg Gardens. There were no modern precedents, no models in the Western world, he wrote of the organization he now represented. No one before had tried to mobilize intellectuals and artists on a worldwide scale in order to fight an ideological war against oppressors of the mind, or to defend what one called by the hackneyed term our cultural heritage. This kind of ideological war had so far been the appanage of Stalinists and Nazis. To lead a rational, ice-cold, determinately intellectual war against Stalinism without 61. Falling into the easy Manichean trap of phony righteousness seemed essential to me, especially at a time when in America that ideological war was getting histrionically hysterical and crusaderishly paranoiac. 42 With an energy and enthusiasm which rarely deserted him, Nabokov threw himself into his new career as impresario of the cultural Cold War. In May, the Congress presented a prize intellectual defector at a press conference in Paris. He was the young cultural attaché at the Polish embassy, a poet and translator of The Waste Land, Czesław Miłosz. Miłosz had been a member of the Polish delegation to the Waldorf Astoria Conference in 1949, and there, after his first exposure to the Democratic left, he just fell in love with us, according to Mary McCarthy. Brilliantly stage-managed by Nabokov, Miłosz's appearance on the side of the Angels was an early coup for the Congress. Soon after, Nabokov, accompanied by Denis de Rougemont, went to Brussels to address a dinner sponsored by the magazine Synthèses. Then he rushed back to promote the work of the Amos de la Liberté, a kind of Rotary Club arm of the Congress which organized meetings of French student groups across the country and at the Maison de Jeunesse de Amos de la Liberté in Paris. In mid-June, Nabokov was on the road again, this time bound for Berlin where he was to lecture on art under the totalitarian system. This is of course no lecture trip for me, he wrote to James Burnham, but my first prize de contact with the German field of operation. 43. This was the first of many such scouting expeditions undertaken by the Congress's executives, from which mushroomed affiliates not just in Europe, but across other continents, in Japan, India, Argentina, Chile, Australia, Lebanon, Mexico, Peru, Uruguay, Colombia, Brazil, and Pakistan. Back in Paris, Nabokov played a major part in launching the Congress's first magazine, PIPER. The idea of creating a cultural political magazine in the tradition of the great French reviews was first discussed in February 1951 at the Executive Committee meeting in Versailles. What was needed was a journal which could compete with Les Temps modernes and encourage defections from Sartre's stronghold. Who was the real antagonist, one historian later asked. It wasn't the Soviet Union or Moscow. What they were really obsessed with was Sartre and de Beauvoir. That was the other side. 44. The left-bank intellectuals were the target, a Congress insider confirmed. Or, perhaps, the people who listened to them were the target. 45. But finding an editor who enjoyed enough stature to lure these compagnons de route into a more centrist arrondissement proved to be difficult. By June 1951, Nabokov was becoming desperate, writing to tell Burnham that the question of the French magazine gives me sleepless nights. It is so hard to find someone of the stature of Aron or Camus who would be willing to undertake the editorship. The difficulty here is that although people talk a lot about commitment, nobody wants to commit himself. There is a kind of lassitude and apathy or rather tiredness in the air which one has to struggle against daily. 46. Having failed to attract a French editor, the Executive Committee decided to give the job to François Bondy, a Swiss writer of German mother tongue who had been a Communist Party activist until the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939. A key appointment to the Congress Secretariat in 1950, Bondy had collaborated under Monat with Melvin Lasky, who called him the editorial advisor of our time par excellence. Under Bondy, the first issue of PIPER was finally launched in October 1951. Aimed at establishing an Atlanticist, anti-neutralist, and pro-American consensus, PIPER was unmistakably the house organ of the 62 Congress, giving it a voice as well as advertising its activities and programs. As such, it immediately faced what Manis Sperber called an hostilite presque total, but Bondy stood firm in the face of virulent attacks both from the left and the right. 47. The Congress in these early days was received with almost universal suspicion. Activists who supported it convinced themselves that these suspicions were simply excrescences of the anti-Americanism so in vogue at the time. Those who were unable to do so, simply sublimated their concerns. Detractors, however, took every opportunity to question the Congress's legitimacy as a free and independent organization. That it was able to survive these challenges is a mark of the dogged persistence of those who believed in its purpose. When Georges Altman, editor of Frank Dürer, and François Bondy were dispatched to Rome in late 1950 to engineer support for an Italian affiliate, they were repeatedly asked who's paying for all this, and by freedom do you mean American capitalism? Communist observers seemed to be present, they said, at most of their meetings, and many Italian intellectuals were clearly susceptible to the totalitarian temptation. Others, like Alberto Moravia, were reported to be more concerned about neo-fascism than communism. In their report to Jos Elson, Bondy and Altman stressed the provincialism and anti-Americanism of Italian intellectuals. There were great possibilities for the Congress in Italy, but these would only mature as the result of slow, indirect, diversified and extremely discreet action. 48. The Italian Association for Cultural Freedom was formed in late 1951 under Ignazio Silone, and became the center of a federation of about 100 independent cultural groups to which the association provided speakers, books, pamphlets, films, and an internationalist ethos. It produced the bulletin Libertà della Cultura, and later Tempo Presente, edited by Silone and Nicola Chiaromonti. But no sooner was the Italian affiliate assembled, than it started to fall apart. Nabokov was dispatched to Rome to try and nudge the Congress's interests along, but like Bondy and Altman before him, he found the intellectuals apathetic and too ready to listen to curious rumors about the Congress. Complaining to Irving Brown about the Silonesque lethargy of our Italian outfit, Nabokov said that radical measures were needed to get blood into the Italian apparatus. Silone thrones invisible in heaven and prevents the kids in the office from doing their work. I wrote him 2 letters. I wired to ask him to descend from his summer vacation for a day to see me here in Rome, no answer to anything. I see dozens of people daily. Most of them are ready to join, work, help, but all say that so long as Silone is the sole master here, no work will be done, Nabokov whined. 49 Alarmed by its quixotic, bellicose, and arrogant attitude to the Church, Nabokov also wrote to Jacques Maritain and urged him to write a long letter to the Vatican authorities explaining that the Congress for Cultural Freedom and the Italian Association had different policies. 50 Nabokov also traveled to London to rally support for the British affiliate, the British Society for Cultural Freedom, which had been founded in January 1951 at the Authors' Society in Whitehall Court. Meeting with T.S. Eliot, Isaiah Berlin, Lord David Cecil, the heads of the British Council, the third programme of the BBC, and Richard Crossman, who was now the Secretary-General of the Labour Party, Nabokov was able to report back to Paris that the Congress had powerful allies in England. Separately, he told Burnham that many think of our Congress as some kind of semi-clandestine American organization controlled by you. I think our constant efforts should be directed towards proving to European intellectuals that the Congress for Cultural Freedom is not an American secret service. 63. Agency. 51 Using language normally favored by witting collaborators of the intelligence services, Nabokov asked Burnham to communicate to our friends in America the fundamental paradox of the situation here: we may have little time left, but we must work as if we had all the time in the world. The process of transforming the Operation Congress into a broad and a solid front opposed to totalitarianism is going to take a lot of time and, I am afraid, a lot of money. 52. 64. 7. Candy. We couldn't spend it all. I remember once meeting with Wisner and the controller. My God, I said, how can we spend that? There were no limits, and nobody had to account for it. It was amazing. Gilbert Greenway, CIA agent. Acquiring a niche in the competitive marketplace of Cold War culture required a substantial investment. Initially, it fell to Irving Brown to act as the financial conduit for the CIA's cultural programs. I'd give $15,000, $10,000, $5,000 at a time to Brown, off the budget, but I was never really sure what he did with it, Tom Braden recalled. But this was small change compared to the total funds at Brown's disposal. The key to all this is the counterpart funds, Lawrence de Neufville later revealed. People couldn't say in U.S. Congress, oh, look what they're doing with taxpayers' money, because it wasn't our money, it was a byproduct of the Marshall Plan. 2. In an innovative move under the early years of the Marshall Plan, it was proposed that, in order to make the funds perform double duty, each recipient country should contribute to the foreign aid effort by depositing an amount equal to the U.S. contribution in its central bank. A bilateral agreement between the country and the U.S. allowed these funds to be used jointly. The bulk of the currency funds remained the legal property of the country's government, while 5% became, upon deposit, the property of the U.S. government. These counterpart funds, a secret fund of roughly $200 million a year, were made available as a war chest for the CIA. In December 1950, Richard Bissell, who had taught economics at Yale and MIT in the 1930s, was deputy administrator of the Marshall Plan. One day, Frank Wisner called on Bissell in his Washington office. Bissell, who knew Wisner socially through the Georgetown set, described him as very much part of our inner circle of people, top-level civil servants who were involved in many of the government enterprises we took on. Bissell recalled that Wisner said he needed money and asked me to help finance OPC's covered operations by releasing a modest amount from the 5% counterpart funds. Whether anyone anticipated that these would include covered activities is difficult to say. This was most definitely a gray area. I was somewhat baffled by the request since I was very uninformed about covered activities. Wisner took the time to assuage at least some of my concerns by assuring me that Harriman had approved the action. When I began to press him about how the money would be used, he explained I could not be told. We in the Marshall Plan were dealing directly or indirectly with quite a number of the people who were beneficiaries of the CIA's early covert action programs. 3. Counterpart funds had been used under Harriman's administration of the Marshall Plan to subsidize the OPC's counter-move at the International Day of Resistance to Dictatorship and War of April 1949. They had also played a crucial part in the Italian elections of 1948. Now Irving Brown was able to boost his CIA slush fund with Marshall Plan candy. Of the multitude of covert projects financed through Brown, approximately $200,000 was earmarked for the basic administrative costs of the Congress for Col. 65. Tyrol Freedom in 1951. This paid the salaries of François Bondy, Denis de Rougemont, Pierre Bellomy, an administrator, and several secretaries. Bondy and de Rougemont received their salaries in dollars, transferred by Brown through American Express to an account in the Société de Banque Suisse, Lausanne. The others were paid in French francs. The total monthly expenditure for running the Secretariat at this time was around 5 million francs. Brown was also bankrolling Les Amis de la Liberté to roughly the same amount. To a private account in Germany, he was depositing 40,000 German marks for the Congress office there, covering salaries and office expenses. The Italian office received several $1,000s a month through the account of Codignola Trista, editor of the journal Nuova Italia. Michael Goodwin, secretary of the British Society for Cultural Freedom, had access to a monthly subsidy of £700, deposited to his account at Westminster Bank in St. James's Park. Before Brown secured a permanent home for the Congress in Boulevard Haussmann, his rooms at the Hotel Baltimore on Avenue Kleber served as the organization's temporary headquarters. Dropping in unannounced for a drink one evening, a young American woman who was working in the labor division of the Marshall Plan noticed a list of names with dollar amounts next to them lying by Brown's telephone. Brown had left the room to make the drinks for his unexpected guest. She thought she detected the presence of somebody other than Brown in the suite. Eventually, unable to hide out any longer, Michael Jos Elson appeared from the bathroom, whence he had speedily retreated, in order not to be seen. Diana Dodge, who was in 2 years to become Jos Elson's wife, thought the scene highly amusing. Jos Elson was deeply embarrassed. The scene at the Hotel Baltimore shows the improvisational nature of the Congress for Cultural Freedom in its early days. In the beginning, it was all very well motivated, and we just went along how we thought best, said de Neufville. Gradually things started to coalesce as the CIA developed a bureaucracy for containing such operations and providing them with guidance. There were various meetings, some of the top Congress people, including Lasky and others, and the agency people who were in charge. 5 recalled Donald Jameson, a CIA expert on Russian affairs who was peripherally involved with PIPER. Most of the time there would be between 10 and 15 people in a conference room. And we would sit around and talk about what ought to be done, where it ought to be done, and it was very much an open exchange. This was the tone that the people who were in the agency chain of command set in, and I think it was very wise to do so. As a matter of fact, if it hadn't been done that way, the people on the other side, on the Congress side, would have quit. I think at least a great many of them. They were not time servers who were concerned about sticking to the agency just because they needed a check. 6. The people on the other side of the table to whom Jameson referred were Jos Elson, Nabokov, Lasky, Bondy and, occasionally, Malcolm Muggeridge, who provided a line into the British IRD. This was the Apparat, the group chosen to be party to the CIA's guidance which, despite the genteel nature of its delivery, in effect meant the laying down of the political line that Washington expected the Congress to follow. There was, as Jameson explained, a reciprocity. The CIA would pass on American foreign policy objectives, and by return, they listened attentively to a group whose unique access to the intellectual currents of Western Europe could ease or even modify the methods and arguments used to formulate these objectives. Jos Elson, although clearly a part of the agency chain of command, also took his job of 66. Representing the Congress's interests very seriously. This was a uniquely hard position to hold, and to hold credibly. Technically, he was subordinate to de Tocqueville, but de Tocqueville rarely, if ever, tried to overrule him. I saw Jos Elson every day, or if not, every week, and I would go to Washington with whatever he wanted to accomplish, said de Tocqueville. If I agreed, which I usually did, I would try and help. I saw my job as trying to facilitate the development of Congress by listening to people like Jos Elson who knew better than I did. He did a wonderful job. 7. Jos Elson is one of the world's unsung heroes, Tom Braden later said. He did all this frenetic work with all the intellectuals of Europe, who didn't necessarily agree on much beyond their basic belief in freedom, and he was running around from meeting to meeting, from man to man, from group to group, and keeping them all together and all organized and all getting something done. He deserves a place in history. 8. Similarly, Arthur Schlesinger remembered Jos Elson as an extraordinary man who could play any instrument in the orchestra. But there was a darker side to Jos Elson's heroic temperament. His great talent for listening without talking was occasionally strained by the talent of others for talking without listening. Mike sometimes got impatient with all this chatter. Sometimes he felt these people were too precious, too Talmudic. Then he would just put his hands over his ears and say, "Enough. I just can't listen to any more of this. Let's just get on with it," remembered one colleague. He was pretty blunt, and he had a very low boiling point. He'd go up in smoke pretty quickly. 9. Another Congress insider felt that Jos Elson was almost always on the verge of an emotional explosion. 10. Jos Elson, who once revealed that his mother used to make scenes, did his best to control his temper. But by avoiding confrontation, he often produced an enormously heavy atmosphere, loaded with silent rage and punctuated by piercing looks from his dark eyes. 40 years later, Ben Sonnenberg, a writer who had a brief and infelicitous flirtation with the CIA in the 1950s, shuddered at the memory of Jos Elson's Heart of Darkness. "The name Michael Jos Elson still gives me the willies," he said. 11. Jos Elson could not stand intellectual shilly-shollying because he regarded the job in hand with such urgency. So when Irving Brown reported that the British Society for Cultural Freedom was stalling in the face of divisiveness and infighting, and was good only for receptions and sherry parties, Jos Elson resolved to impose his authority on the British affiliate. Formed in January 1951, it had got off to a shaky start. Its chairman, Stephen Spender, soon fell out with the honorary secretary, Michael Goodwin, and by the end of 1951 the executive committee was disintegrating. Goodwin, as editor of the journal 20th Century, the famous monthly launched in 1877 as the 19th Century and After, was a vital contact for the Paris office, which had saved his journal from liquidation in early 1951 by paying off an angry landlord and financing the move to a new office in Henrietta Street, which also became the headquarters of the British Society. This was followed by 2 emergency subsidies to 20th Century of $2,000 and £700, to meet outstanding printing and paper bills in August 1951, plus a further monthly subsidy of £150 to cover the magazine's monthly deficit. Goodwin, who was later to become a features and drama director at the BBC, not only offered Jos Elson a vehicle in England in the form of 20th Century, he also provided a useful link to British covert cultural propaganda efforts. He was working as a contract employee for the Information Research Department. Jos Elson's subsidy to Goodwin's journal was given on the specific understanding that 67. 20th Century should address itself to rebutting the New Statesman and Nation's positions. Goodwin confirmed in a letter of January 1952 that this campaign was building up momentum, reporting that 20th Century is keeping up a running fire of comment upon a variety of subjects which amounts in total to a systematic critical destruction of their position. For good measure, he added, it was also preparing to undermine Soviet studies, a Glasgow quarterly which is probably the chief source of Stalinist apologetics in this country. 12. But Jos Elson was never entirely happy with the 20th century arrangement. It wasn't lively enough. It wasn't the right vehicle, Michael Josselson's wife Diana said. 13. Goodwin's attacks on the New Statesman were all well and good, but his journal had not done enough to address the problems indicated by Nabokov in a letter of December 19, 1951, in which Nabokov reported the widespread dissatisfaction of the International Executive Committee. Mr. Spender will suggest to you and to your board of editors urgent and important changes which are fully endorsed by Irving Brown, de Rougemont, and myself, wrote Nabokov sternly. 14. These changes should be effected immediately, he added, or else Congress support would dry up. To which Goodwin replied sharply on December 31, no good can result to anyone unless the review remains, and is known to remain, independent, should be permitted to operate without strings. 15. Things went from bad to worse for Goodwin. In January 1952, Spender was at the center of what looked like a coup to replace Goodwin as Secretary of the British Society, sending him a curt letter of dismissal. Spender himself had resigned in pique a few weeks previously, along with Woodrow Wyatt and Julian Amory, and told Nabokov that he was coming to Paris to explain his reasons for doing so. There, he had convinced the Congress's inner circle that the British affiliate could not function with Goodwin at the helm, and obtained a letter for his dismissal, which he now forwarded to Goodwin. Goodwin in turn blamed Spender for Wyatt's resignation, and urged Nabokov to keep Spender within bounds. But Goodwin was still forced to resign. Spender rejoined the Executive Committee, which from now on was controlled by Malcolm Muggeridge and Frederick Warburg, with Tocqueville tailing along as the third person in the Trinity. For somebody who was consistently characterized as a watery, silly soul, Spender displayed a gritty determination to get what he wanted out of this situation. 16. W. H. Auden called him a Dostoevskian holy fool and a parody Parsifal. Isherwood called him an essentially comic character who revealed truth through farce. Others found a wincing bewilderment, or a loose-jointed mind, misty, clouded, suffusive, in which nothing has outline. In a life pitted by contradiction and ambiguity, Spender had already developed a talent for retreating behind these dubious aureoles. Goodwin's resignation was a blow to Jos Elson, who lost in him a direct contact with the Information Research Department. But IRD soon made good the deficit, inserting their man John Close into the British Society as its General Secretary. Soon, Close was using his position as a distribution point for IRD material, writing Nabokov to tell him in June 1952 that he had had a long talk with Hannah Arendt and have introduced her to one or two of our Foreign Office experts, as a result of which I am supplying her with a lot of source material that she needs for her new book. If you know of any other people that are coming over here and who wish to make similar contacts to those made by Dr. Arendt, just let me know and I will arrange them. 17. Clevis also sent material to Jos Elson, reminding him that the documents could be used freely, but their source must not be stated. 68. With Close's appointment, the troubles in the British Society seemed to be temporarily resolved. Tocqueville, editor of Tribune and a key member of the Congress Steering Committee, agreed to keep a watching brief on arrangements in London. But Jos Elson was still not satisfied. Hugh Trevor Roper's public criticisms of the Congress after its Berlin inauguration had left a legacy of suspicion, and many British intellectuals were reluctant to identify themselves with an organization whose real origins were deemed to be obscure. The trouble was that the hand of the American government was seen by many British intellectuals to be reaching into their pie. "We used to joke about it," said an officer of the British Society for Cultural Freedom. "We'd take our friends out to lunch, and when they offered to pay, we would say, 'Oh no, don't worry, the American taxpayers are paying.'" 18. Many were yet to be persuaded that such blandishments were desirable. 69. 8. Set fate Americaine. This Eisenhower splurge. Elizabeth Bishop. In early 1951, Nabokov sent a confidential memo to Irving Brown outlining a plan for a major festival of the arts. With characteristically clumsy syntax, he explained that its purpose would be to engineer the first close collaboration of top-ranking American artistic organizations in Europe with European ones, and also of American artistic production on a footing of complete equality with European artistic production. Hence it is bound to have an extremely beneficial all-round effect upon the cultural life of the free world by showing the cultural solidarity and interdependence of European and American civilization. If successful, it will help to destroy the pernicious European myth of American cultural inferiority. It will be a challenge of the culture of the free world to the unculture of the totalitarian world, and a source of courage and redressment moral, in particular for the French intellectuals, for it will again give a kind of sense and purposefulness to the dislocated and disintegrated cultural life of France and most of Europe. One Brown reacted hesitantly to the idea, as did Jos Elson, de Neufville and Lasky. Nabokov had to summon up all his powers of persuasion to gain approval, and large amounts of money, for his dream festival. Lasky was always uncomfortable with Nabokov, whom he described sniffily as the dandy of the revolution. People like Nicky were absolutely infatuated by the fireworks and the frou-frou and the razzmatazz. Lasky, the City College ideologue, had trouble accepting Nabokov's unique brand of aristocratic bohemianism. But even he had to concede that Nabokov's plan to introduce a note of flamboyancy, hype, propaganda, fireworks, Mardi Gras next Tuesday, or whatever, to widen the audience and show you're not just grim, bespectacled intellectuals with noses to the ideological grindstone, but aesthetes, fun-loving people, could bring positive results too. Back at the International Organizations Division, Tom Braden was enthusiastic. Nabokov's claim that no ideological polemic about the validity and meaning of our culture can equal the products of this culture itself struck an immediate chord with Braden, who had recently seen a play staged in Warsaw under the auspices of the State Department, and found it dreadful, like most of their stuff. It wouldn't impress people in Waterloo, Minnesota, let alone Paris. It was a given that the State Department didn't know its ass from a hole in the road. They weren't with it, they didn't know how to use what they had, everything they did was third or fourth rate. For with a few notable exceptions, this indictment of State Department cultural initiatives was justified. Who would be impressed by window displays given over to celebrating the American way of life, which included an exhibit on the manufacture of nylon in the United States? And was the simplicity and charm of manner of the Smith College chamber singers with their fresh and winsome appearance in white gowns enough to convince French audiences that the center of culture had shifted to America? 5. Who goes to an exhibition of photographs? 70. Showing the glories of America, asked Tom Braden. I disregarded it as all balderdash. If you're going to do it, get the best. Al and myself, we knew better. It sounds arrogant, but that's what we thought. We knew. We knew something about art and music, and State didn't. 6. Braden had also clipped an article in the New York Times criticizing America's foolish disregard of the importance of the cultural offensive, and pointing out that the Soviet Union spent more on cultural propaganda in France alone than the US did in the entire world. America needed something big and flashy to make a decisive intervention in the Kulturkampf. Nabokov's plan promised just that, and by the end of April 1951, Braden had secured approval for the festival at a CIA project review board. On May 15, 1951, the Congress for Cultural Freedom's Executive Committee instructed Nabokov, as Secretary General of the International Secretariat, to move the plan forward. Nabokov immediately availed himself of a first-class air ticket to the States, stopping first in Hollywood to see his old friend Igor Stravinsky. Stravinsky was one of the gods of high culture, had disembarked from Europe to dwell, almost incognito, among the lemon trees and Beach Boys and neo-Bauhaus architecture and fantasy hamburgers of Southern California. 7. In these incongruous surroundings, Stravinsky greeted his white Russian friend and promised to appear at the festival. Nabokov stayed long enough in Tinseltown to squeeze in a meeting with José Ferrer, who was so excited by Nabokov's plans that he later wrote telling him to return to Hollywood, as there was plenty of money there to boost the coffers, and that he, Ferrer, would do everything he could to help. After a whirlwind tour of America, Nabokov returned to Europe with a clutch of contracts and promises to appear at the festival, whose date had been fixed for April 1952. Igor Stravinsky, Leontyne Price, Aaron Copland, Samuel Barber, the New York City Ballet, the Boston Symphony Orchestra, the Museum of Modern Art in New York, James T. Farrell, W. H. Auden, Gertrude Stein, Virgil Thomson, Alan Tate, Glenway Westcott, works or appearances by all these were penciled into Nabokov's program. Returning to Europe, he was soon able to announce that Jean Cocteau, Claude Debussy, William Walton, Laurence Olivier, Benjamin Britten, the Vienna Opera, Covent Garden Opera, the Balanchine Troupe, Czesław Milosz, Ignacio Silone, Denis de Rougemont, André Malraux, Salvador de Madariaga, and Guido Piovene were also on the program. Not surprisingly, given Nabokov's own vocation as a composer, the music section began to emerge as the most significant part of the festival. Here, Nabokov intended to counter, composer by composer, Stalinism in the arts. The political, cultural, and moral meaning of the festival and of its program should not be overt, his proposal argued. It should be left to the public to make its inevitable logical conclusions. Practically all the works performed belong to the category branded as formalist, decadent and corrupt by the Stalinists and the Soviet aesthetic eons, including the works of Russian composers. 8. The scene at the Waldorf, where Nabokov had challenged Shostakovich to repudiate Stalinism's assault on music, was now set to achieve its crescendo. Nabokov's grandiose plans represented the first serious challenge for the CIA's newly emergent cultural propaganda machine. The organizational skills and fundraising powers of Braden's fledgling IOD were truly to be tested. A festival account was opened in New York, with the American Committee for Cultural Freedom acting as the laundry for CIA and state. 71. Department funds. The money was channeled through the Farfield Foundation, a dummy front or pass-through set up by the CIA expressly to deal with the cash flow for the festival, but later maintained as the principal conduit for agency subsidies to the Congress because of its usefulness. Financial support for the British part of the festival was secured through negotiations with IRD and Woodrow Wyatt, who, as a personal friend of the Secretary of the Exchequer Mr. Gaitskell, promised to raise additional cash. Braden's IOD was also directly involved in negotiating for the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Nabokov had already secured the interest of his old friend Charles Munch, the orchestra's artistic director. But there were problems. The orchestra's travel expenses alone were huge, according to Nabokov. The festival also clashed with the highly lucrative pop season, which meant the orchestra faced the possibility of losing revenue. But Braden was not prepared to lose what was widely considered the best symphony orchestra in America. So he turned to Charles Douglas Jackson, an ardent Cold Warrior who had taken leave from Time Life to work on Eisenhower's election campaign. CD, as he was known, was also a trustee of the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Together with Julius Fleischmann, president of the Dummy Farfield Foundation and the festival's angel, CD formally invited the orchestra to play at the festival. Officially, they were acting for the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Unofficially, they were representing the CIA, which had already pledged $130,000 towards the costs of the tour. The orchestra was secured. On April 1, 1952, the masterpieces of the 20th century, or Overdue 20e siècle, festival opened in Paris with a performance of The Rite of Spring by the Boston Symphony Orchestra, under Pierre Monteur, the same maestro who had conducted it 39 years earlier. It was a glittering event, with Stravinsky, flanked by the French President Vincent Auriol and Madame Auriol, in attendance. Over the next 30 days, the Congress for Cultural Freedom showered Paris with 100 symphonies, concertos, operas, and ballets by over 70 20th-century composers. There were performances by 9 orchestras, including the Boston Symphony Orchestra, the Vienna Philharmonic, the West Berlin Reis Orchestra, the Swiss Romanda of Geneva, the Santa Cecilia Orchestra of Rome, the National Radiodiffusion Française. Topping the bill were those composers who had been proscribed by Hitler or Stalin. There were performances of works by the Austrian-born Arnold Schoenberg, driven out of Germany as a Jew and a composer of decadent music in 1933, and characterized as anti-aesthetic, anti-harmonic, chaotic, and inane by Russian music critics. Paul Hindemith, another refugee from Nazi Germany, now derided by Stalinists for initiating a whole school of graphic, linear pseudo-counterpoint which is slavishly followed by so many pseudo-modernists in Europe and America, and Claude Debussy, under whose impressionist tree the fleurs du mal of modernism had been allowed to grow, according to Sovietskaya Muzika. Also chosen to represent the validity of the creative effort of our century were works by Samuel Barber, William Walton, Gustav Mahler, Erik Satie, Bela Bartok, Hector Villa-Lobos, Ildebrando Pizzotti, Vittorio Riotti, Gianfranco Malipiero, Georges Auric, Arthur Honegger, Jean Francaia, Henry Sauget, Francis Poulenc and Aaron Copland. Stravinsky, who had fled Paris in 1939, conducted his own work, Oedipus Rex, for which Jean Cocteau designed the set and directed the choreography. The State Department paid for Virgil Thompson's adaptation of Gertrude Stein's Four Saints in 3 acts, which starred Leontine Price. Nabokov later boasted to Arthur Schlesinger, "I started her career and because of this she has always been willing to do things for me which she couldn't do for anybody else." Curiously, Frank Wisner's sister, Elizabeth, also claimed she had discovered and promoted Price, who referred to herself as the Wisner's chocolate sister. One of the great sopranos of her time, Leontine Price had the added advantage, for her sponsors, at least, of being black. On November 15, 1951, Albert Donnelly Jr., who appeared suddenly in the American Committee as festival secretary, wrote to Julius Fleischmann, "There has been mention here among interested friends of a certain Negro singer, Leontine Price, who was, I believe, Mr. Nabokov's protégé. She is supposed to be excellent. Could you sound out Mr. Nabokov as to whether we should try to get her for Four Saints? I have not as yet discussed her with Virgil Thompson." There is also a strong feeling that for psychological reasons the entire cast of Four Saints should be American Negro, to counter the suppressed race propaganda and forestall all criticisms to the effect that we had to use foreign Negroes because we wouldn't let our own out. 9. The Art and Sculpture exhibition was curated by James Johnson Sweeney, art critic and former director of New York's Museum of Modern Art, which was contracted to organize the show. Works by Matisse, Derain, Cezanne, Seurat, Chagall, Kandinsky and other masters of early 20th century modernism were culled from American collections and shipped to Europe on April 18, aboard the appropriately named SS Liberté. Sweeney's press release made no bones about the propaganda value of the show, as the works were created in many lands under free world conditions. They would speak for themselves of the desirability for contemporary artists of living and working in an atmosphere of freedom. On display will be masterpieces that could not have been created nor whose exhibition would be allowed by such totalitarian regimes as Nazi Germany or present-day Soviet Russia and her satellites, as has been evidenced in those governments labeling as degenerate or bourgeois of many of the paintings and sculptures included. 10. This was to be a kind of reverse Entardi Kunst, in which the official art of the free world was anything the totalitarians loved to hate. And although these were European masterpieces, the fact that all the works in the show were owned by American collectors and museums delivered another clear message: modernism owed its survival, and its future, to America. The art show was a great popular success, attracting the highest attendance of any since the war, according to Alfred Bahn, director of the Museum of Modern Art. Julius Fleischmann, a multimillionaire famed for his stinginess, was in his element, dishing up CIA money and taking all the credit for it. His contribution of over $7,000 made 73 possible the transfer of the art show to the Tate, and earned the effusive thanks of the Arts Council of Great Britain, who reported that it was a resounding success. Already over 25,000 visitors have seen it and it has had an excellent press. The literary debates were a mixed affair. Appearing on the podium were Alan Tate, Roger Cale Lewis, Eugenio Montale, Guido Piovine, James T. Farrell, Glenway Westcott, William Faulkner, W. H. Auden, Czeslaw Milosz, Ignacio Silone, Denis de Rougemont, André Malraux, Salvador de Madariaga and Stephen Spender. The press reaction was tepid. Critics detected a disparity between the caliber of first-rate writers and mediocre writers, and were bored by long-winded speeches. The journalist for Carrefour listened to Stephen Spender, but noted only his brick-red complexion and shock of hair pointing towards infinity. Denis de Rougemont was judged to be the best by far, sober, clear, he skillfully poses the problem of the author in society. But Guido Piovine gave an address as stiff as his collar. It is difficult to understand him, then suddenly you are not listening anymore. At the door an Italian journalist told me that he had left because he was bored. Authors were meant to write, he said. I felt this to be another fundamental truth. 11 Another critic, regretting the absence of Albert Camus and Jean-Paul Sartre, pointed out that the other French intellectuals present, Raymond Aron, André Malraux, René Tavernier, Jules Monaret, Roger Namur, Claude Mauriac, Jean Amrouche, all had the same political ideas, which meant that outsiders listening to them would get a false idea of our aesthetic and moral conceptions. Sartre had refused to attend the festival, commenting drily that he was not as anti-communist as all that. Had he been there, he may well have felt, like his hero in Nausea, that he was alone in the midst of these happy, reasonable voices. All these characters spend their time explaining themselves, and happily recognizing that they hold the same opinions. In her roman A Clef, The Mandarins, Simone de Beauvoir described the same ennui. Always the same faces, the same surroundings, the same conversations, the same problems. The more it changes, the more it repeats itself. In the end, you feel as if you're dying alive. First there had been the God that failed. Now, apparently, this congregation had found a God who could not, the God of anti-communism. Certainly, Sartre's brand of selfish, non-collective existentialism could offer nothing to these communicants, who envisaged a progressive culture which was essentially consensual, and presupposed a positive relation between the intellectual and that section of society, political and private, which supported him. Sartre was the enemy not just because of his position on communism, but because he preached a doctrine of individualism which rubbed against the federalist family of man society which America, through organizations like the Congress for Cultural Freedom, was promoting. The Americans were very happy to be in Paris. Elizabeth Hardwick and Robert Lowell, who were traveling in Europe at the time, couldn't resist dropping in on the festival, and reported that everyone there seemed to be having a marvelous time. Janet Planner, writing as Janet for The New Yorker, devoted the whole of her May 1952 letter from Paris to the festival. It has spilled such gallons of Capt'Eus French newspaper ink, wasted such tempests of argumentative Franco-American breath, and afforded, on the whole, so much pleasure to the eye and ear that it can safely be called, in admiration, an extremely popular fiasco, she wrote. 12 Like most other reviewers, she found the literary conferences dull. Faulkner disappointingly. 74. Mumbled nothing but a few incoherent words, unable to find anything intelligent to say on the absurd topics, set by the Congress Committee, such as isolation and communication or revolt and communion. The only Frenchman of any literary quality who agreed to appear was General de Gaulle's present political lieutenant, André Malraux, who said, "America is now part of Europe." 13 Cette fête américaine became a piping hot French dinner table conversation piece. Combat, a non-communist left daily, ran a series by Guy Dumour, who concluded, confusedly, these cultural entertainments were tied to the signing of the Treaty for a European Army and to the Admiral Fechtoller report which, true or false, has fed the anti-American mythology and rekindled Europe's great fear. And this irritating mixture of chauvinism and inferiority complex as regards America, has bizarrely, but not inexplicably, found an outlet in decrying this exposition of the arts of Europe, to which the Americans, somewhat clumsily, wished to render homage. 14. But another piece in combat derided NATO's festival and complained about the noisy presentation of these events, from which French musicians among the best have been forgotten, probably because they have never been heard of in Alabama or Idaho. But we would overcome our national pride if a very special target was not hidden behind the whole venture. Freedom and culture do not have to be defined by a Congress, their main characteristic being to bear neither limitation nor prejudice, nor sponsorship. For our part, in this newspaper where the words freedom and culture are always understood without any idea of compromising, we can but deplore the use which is made of these words in connection with the festival's manifestations. The value and interest of these events do not need the help of an inspired Barnum, nor an Atlantic flag. 15. Nabokov's original intention of concealing the propaganda value of the festival had failed. This had been, said Janet Flanner, the biggest cultural propaganda effort, either private or governmental, since the war, the propaganda focus naturally anti-communist. In a France weary of the subvention of art to parti pris, the Congress's attempt to lasso the masterpieces of the 20th century to a political agenda was widely resented. In an open letter to the festival organizers, the famously intemperate head of the ballet troupe at the Paris Opera, Serge Liffer, angrily accused the Congress of undertaking an absolutely meaningless crusade in France against a possible and unforeseeable cultural subjection. Apparently forgetting the Vichy years, Liffer asserted that France is the only country where spiritual domestication is unthinkable. If one considers France's long-past struggle for freedom of thought and individual independence, one can hardly understand how you dare come here and talk about freedom and criticize our intellectual activities. Dear sirs, you have made a big mistake. From the point of view of spirit, civilization, and culture, France does not have to ask for anybody's opinion, she is the one that gives advice to others. 16. Frank Dürer, the leftist daily, challenged Liffer's right to speak as a champion of France, the cause of which he is not well qualified to support, inasmuch as the service of art is not incompatible with the devotion to the cause of freedom and human dignity, especially at a time when these causes were oppressed as they were during the German occupation, which did not prevent Mr. Liffer from dancing. Touché. The article went on, please let us forget about politics or propaganda. That gloomy mystification which puts creative minds in the artistic or science. 75. Scientific fields at the service of the state or the chief, has not been established by the free world allows the spirit to blow anywhere. Freedom's wings have not been cut yet. 17. Frank Dürer seemed to have recovered from that barely concealed anti-Americanism of a few years earlier, and supported the festival wholeheartedly. It was now edited by Georges Altman, a member of the Congress Steering Committee. Also favorable was Figaro Littéraire, which praised the festival as great proof of unbiased artistic activity. Again, not surprising, given that the paper's editor-in-chief was Maurice Noël, a friend of Raymond Aron, who in turn introduced him to the Congress. The main paper, Le Figaro, was also closely aligned to the Congress through the good offices of Mr. Brisson, the editor-in-chief, whom Nabokov fastidiously cultivated over long lunches. At the hands of the communist press, the Congress received a thorough mauling. El Humanite attacked the festival as part of a sinister design to facilitate the ideological occupation of our country by the United States, to have French minds imbued with bellicist and fascist ideas, the acceptance of which would permit the enrollment of French intellectuals in a cultural army, a reinforcement of the European army. Cultural exchanges become for the Americans a means, to reinforce the infiltration, spying and propaganda programs set up by Burnham and approved by the American Congress, through the so-called security credits. The famous statement made by Mr. Henry Luce, that the 20th century must, to a great extent, become an American century gives us the true meaning of the venture called 20th Century Festival. 18. The United States nowadays are playing the part that Rome once played towards Greece. New Hadrians are not emperors anymore, they are bankers or car manufacturers, read one article in Combat. Diana Joss Elson remembered the Paris of this period as brimful with anti-Americanism, a Yankee go-home mentality everywhere. The people one met weren't really like that, but they did have an idea that the typical American was gross. Many Americans were irked by this ungenerous response to their largesse. I could get quite distressed at Europeans if I allowed myself to, confessed C.D. Jackson. How Europeans can indulge in Americans, go home out of one corner of their mouth, while out of the other corner it is, if a single American division leaves European soil it is the end of the world, seems a little silly to me, and not in keeping with Europe's famed logical mind. 19 Overall, Nabokov's festival ultimately contributed a further painful twist to knotted Franco-American propaganda relations. 20 De Neufville, who was never persuaded that the festival was a good idea, later said that it seemed a very expensive cover story. But then it was picked up by Washington, and they pushed money at us because they thought it was a great idea. It just had a kind of snowball effect. Was it a success? Well, what was it trying to do? Did it spread the message of cultural freedom? I don't know. It served its purpose as a cover story, I suppose. I mean, it introduced Fleischmann as the patron of all this stuff. It was a mixed effort. I guess it was a big show window for things from the US to be shown competitively with European culture, and got enthusiastic about that. 21 Melvin Lasky was unmoved. The Boston Symphony Orchestra cost a packet, he complained. Lasky continued, I thought was trivial. It's unimportant whether foreigners think Americans can play music or not. This whole thing wasn't a gravy train, there weren't oodles of money, as people have said, it was skimpy. So to spend such large sums on this kind of spectacular hype, it didn't make sense. 22 Anti-Americanism in France then was very strong, and 76. Nicholas's festival was designed to counter that. It was thrilling. But it gave more weight to the idea that America was behind the Congress, Diana Joss Elson concluded. 23 Nevertheless, the festival had two tangible results. First, it launched the Boston Symphony Orchestra as a billboard for America's symphonic virtuosity. After its triumphant appearance at the Paris Festival, the orchestra traveled through most major cities in Europe, taking in The Hague, Amsterdam, Brussels, Frankfurt, Berlin, Strasbourg, Lyons, Bordeaux, and London. The juggernaut of American culture, it became the CIA's answer to the agitprop trains of old. C.D. Jackson wrote excitedly of the overwhelming success and acceptance of the Boston Symphony on its European tour. It was not an easy job to put across, but from the standpoint of the great cause, it was essential, and it more than justified the preliminary blood, sweat, and tears. One of the greatest, if not the greatest, hazards that we face in Europe is European non-acceptance of America on matters other than Coca-Cola, bathtubs, and tanks. The contribution of the BSO in this intellectual and cultural area is immeasurable but immense. 24 Braden was similarly enthused, and later remembered the enormous joy I got when the Boston Symphony Orchestra won more acclaim for the U.S. in Paris than John Foster Dulles or Dwight D. Eisenhower could have brought with 100 speeches. 25 The second positive achievement of the festival was that it established the Farfield Foundation as an apparently credible backer for the Congress. This meant that Irving Brown no longer needed to fork out cash from his slush fund, and he now began to recede into the background. The Farfield was incorporated on January 30, 1952 as a non-profit organization. According to its brochure, it was formed by a group of private American individuals who are interested in preserving the cultural heritage of the free world and encouraging the constant expansion and interchange of knowledge in the fields of the arts, letters, and sciences. To this end, the Foundation extends financial aid to groups and organizations engaged in the interpreting and publicizing of recent cultural advances and to groups whose enterprises in literary, artistic, or scientific fields may serve as worthy contributions to the progress of culture. The foundation offers assistance to organizations whose programs tend to strengthen the cultural ties which bind the nations of the world and to reveal to all peoples who share the traditions of a free culture the inherent dangers which totalitarianism poses to intellectual and cultural development. 26 First President of the Far Field, and the CIA's most significant single front man, was Julius Junkie Fleischmann, the millionaire heir to a huge yeast and gin fortune, who lived at Indian Hill, outside Cincinnati. He had helped finance the New Yorker, and boasted a bulging portfolio of artistic patronage. He was a director of New York's Metropolitan Opera, a fellow of the Royal Society of the Arts, London, a member of the advisory committee of the Yale Drama School, a director of Dyaghilev's Ballet Russe de Monte Carlo, and of the Ballet Foundation of New York, and a financial backer of many Broadway productions. Michael Jos Elson referred to him as the American Mecenas for the world of culture. His personal wealth and varied artistic patronage made him an ideally plausible angel for the CIA's sponsorship of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Braden later described Junkie as one of the many rich people who wanted to be of service to government. They got a certain amount of self-esteem out of it. They were made to feel they were big shots because they were let in on this secret expedition to battle the communists. 27 A fully roped-up member of Wisner's OPC from its early days, Junkie was an habitué. 77. Of the dusty corridors of the sheds on the Washington Mall, proud of his role as a front for covert activities. But in the shake-up that followed the formation of the International Organizations Division, Junkie got pushed around. The trouble was he took it too seriously, said Braden. He began to think he was the boss of these fronts. They were just using his name, but he started to believe it was for real. I remember he started telling me what he wanted. He'd tell me he wanted his foundation to do this, and not that. And that was the last thing I needed. In the end, we offered him the Far Field as a kind of substitute. But it was only ever a front. Whoever was president was just a name, and those old guys from New York all sat on the board just to do us a favor. 28 The Far Field Foundation was a CIA foundation, and there were many such foundations, Tom Braden went on to explain. We used the names of foundations for many purposes, but the foundation didn't exist except on paper. We would go to somebody in New York who was a well-known rich person and we would say, we want to set up a foundation, and we would tell him what we were trying to do, and pledge him to secrecy, and he would say, of course I'll do it. And then you would publish a letterhead and his name would be on it, and there would be a foundation. It was really a pretty simple device. 29 As president of the Far Field Foundation, Junkie could be presented to unwitting outsiders as the private angel of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. It was good to have a patron to display, Diana Jos Elson commented, and he loved his role. But the relationship became a chore and a bore, because it diverted Michael from more substantive things while he made a big show of being deferential to the big patron. 30 The directors of the Far Field met every other month in New York, where there would usually be a guest from the Congress, Nabokov, Jos Elson, or Muggeridge. They approved the payments, asking no questions, acting out what Muggeridge called the comedy as a patriotic duty. There was also an annual board meeting, which Diana Jos Elson described as a very big farce, of course. Michael would go, and Junkie. The whole relationship was farcical, in a way, because we just played it straight. They would just pass on a set of pre-prepared actions. 31. As the Congress's Secretary General, Nabokov surely knew to which government agency he owed the extraordinary largesse enjoyed by the Paris office during his Mammoth Festival. Years later, he would confess to Jos Elson that Queen Juliana Fleischmann had never been plausible. He had always thought of the plutocratic Junkie as a poor conduit. But officially, Nabokov knew nothing, and maintained that, curiously enough, not for a moment did the question of money cross my mind. It probably should have, because it was hard to imagine the American labor union subsidizing a grandiosely expensive modern arts festival, and not in America, but in Paris, of all places. Not in my wildest dreams could I have expected that my dream festival would be supported by America's spying establishment, nor did I know that the fare for my delightful first-class flight to Paris was being paid by the CIA via the labor union's European representative, the cheerful Mr. Brown. And soon, very soon, that same spy mill would be using passing foundations to pump money to such groups as our Cultural Committee, to American colleges, to refugee orchestras, and whatnot. 32 Could Nabokov really have been in ignorance, unaware that he was entangled in a deliberate deception? Or had he, like so many of his contemporaries, become, like Graham Greene's Alden Pyle, just another quiet American? He didn't even hear what I said. He was 78. Absorbed already in the dilemmas of democracy and the responsibilities of the West, he was determined, I learned that very soon, to do good, not to any individual person but to a country, a continent, a world. Well, he was in his element now with the whole universe to improve. 33. 79. 9. The Consortio M. Sire, over what do you rule? Over everything, said the king, with magnificent simplicity. Le Petit Prince, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Cultural freedom did not come cheap. Over the next 17 years, the CIA was to pump tens of millions of dollars into the Congress for cultural freedom and related projects. With this kind of commitment, the CIA was in effect acting as America's Ministry of Culture. A central feature of the agency's efforts to mobilize culture as a Cold War weapon was the systematic organization of a network of private groups or friends into an unofficial consortium. This was an entrepreneurial coalition of philanthropic foundations, business corporations, and other institutions and individuals, who worked hand in hand with the CIA to provide the cover and the funding pipeline for its secret programs in Western Europe. Additionally, these friends could be depended on to articulate the government's interests at home and abroad, whilst appearing to do so solely on their own initiative. Maintaining their private status, these individuals and bodies were in fact acting as the CIA's designated Cold War venture capitalists. The inspiration behind this consortium was Allen Dulles, who had started to build its foundations after the war, when he and his brother John Foster Dulles were partners at the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. In May 1949, Allen Dulles presided over the formation of the National Committee for a Free Europe, ostensibly the initiative of a group of private American citizens, but in reality one of the CIA's most ambitious fronts. Incorporated on May 11, 1949 in New York, the declared purpose of the National Committee for a Free Europe Incorporated was to use the many and varied skills of exiled East Europeans in the development of programs which will actively combat Soviet domination. One committed to the belief that this struggle can be resolved as much by force of ideas as by physical means. The committee was soon to extend its reach into all areas of the cultural Cold War. The State Department is very happy to see the formation of this group, announced Secretary of State Dean Acheson. It thinks that the purpose of this organization is excellent, and is glad to welcome its entrance into this field and give it its hearty endorsement. This public blessing was intended to mask the official origins of the committee and the fact that it operated solely at the discretion of the CIA, which provided 90% financial support through unvouchered funds. Behind Acheson's endorsement was another concealed truth. Although the committee's founding statute included the clause, "No part of the activities of the corporation shall be the carrying on of propaganda," this was precisely and specifically what it was designed to do. Moving to the CIA in December 1950, Allen Dulles became the Great White Case Officer of the National Committee for a Free Europe, working with Carmel Offey, who had overseen it for Wisner's OPC since its creation a year earlier. Dulles now took charge of organizing its committees, securing its budget allocation, and designing its strategies. One of the earliest pioneers of the Quango, Dulles understood that the success of America's Cold War program depended on its ability to appear independent from government, to seem to represent the 80 spontaneous convictions of freedom-loving individuals. For this aspect alone, The National Committee for a Free Europe Incorporated serves as the paradigm for the CIA-led corporatization of the foreign policy machinery in the Cold War period. Proliferating committees and subcommittees, boards of directors and trustees, the National Committee for a Free Europe boasted a membership which read like who's who in America. Interconnectedness was vital, and gave new meaning to Paul Valéry's jokey comment that it was the ambition of Europeans to be governed by a committee of Americans. There was Lucius Clay, who as High Commissioner in Germany had given the green light to Der Monat, Gardner Cowles, president of the Cowles Publishing Group, and a trustee of the Farfield Foundation, Henry Ford II, president of General Motors, Optical Hobby, a museum of modern art trustee who allowed several family foundations to be used as CIA conduits, the Cold War Cardinal, Francis Spellman, C.D. Jackson, psychological warfare veteran and Time Life executive, John C. Hughes, U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Junkie Fleischmann, Arthur Schlesinger, Cecil B. DeMille, Spiros Skouras, Daryl Zanuck, and Dwight D. Eisenhower. There were businessmen and lawyers, diplomats and Marshall Plan administrators, advertising executives and media moguls, film directors and journalists, trades unionists and, of course, CIA agents, plenty of them. These men were all witting. To the agency, a witting individual was a man of their world. He knew the language, the code words, the customs, the recognition symbols. To be witting was to belong to the club. To talk the language. To understand the high signs. To know the fraternity grip. The unwitting was out in the cold, unaware of what went on around him, ignorant of the elite conceptions that guided the closed circle of intelligence. 5. Recalling the ease with which he could engage his fellow Americans in covered projects, CIA agent Donald Jameson said, "There was almost nobody in this country that I couldn't go to in those days and say, I'm from the CIA and I'd like to ask you about so and so, and at the very least get a respectful reception and a discussion." 6. CIA agents rarely had to knock, the door was open. Just 12 months after its creation, this nucleus of private operators had advanced Dulles' Free Europe Committee from its tentative beginnings into a broad and well-defined program, with operations on a very substantial scale. It was an instrument in hand, timely, already well-fashioned for pursuing the victory of ideas. Its personnel numbered 413, of which 201 were Americans, many of European origin, and 212 specialist exiles from Eastern Europe. 7. The budget for its first year alone was $1,703,266. A separate budget of $10 million was set aside for Radio Free Europe, founded in Berlin in 1950 under the auspices of the committee. Within a few years, RFE had 29 stations broadcasting in 16 different languages and was using every trick of oratory known to Demosthenes or Cicero in Philip picks against every individual who supports the Stalinist regime. 8. It was also soliciting the services of informers behind the Iron Curtain, monitoring communist broadcasts, underwriting anti-communist lectures and writings by Western intellectuals, and distributing its research internationally to scholars and journalists. The fundraising arm of the Free Europe Committee was the Crusade for Freedom, for which a young actor named Ronald Reagan was a leading spokesman and publicist. The Crusade for Freedom was used to launder money to support a program run by Bill Casey, the future CIA director, called the International Refugee Committee in New York, which allegedly 81. Coordinated the exfiltration of Nazis from Germany to the states where they were expected to assist the government in its struggle against communism. Dulles kept a firm grip on the committee by placing CIA officers in key positions. If a problem arose which needed to be resolved out of channels, Dulles would simply call a meeting with the committee's principals in a New York club or hotel. Top secret documents record a series of such meetings convened by Dulles at the Knickerbocker Club and the Drake Hotel. Other meetings were held in Allen Dulles's or Frank Wisner's offices at CIA headquarters. The USA was a big operation, very big, says the narrator of Humboldt's Gift. Commenting on the dedication of America's elite as they manned this privateer, Henry Kissinger wrote, It is to the lasting credit of that generation of Americans that they assumed these responsibilities with energy, imagination, and skill. By helping Europe rebuild, encouraging European unity, shaping the institutions of economic cooperation, and extending the protection of our alliances, they saved the possibility of freedom. This burst of creativity is one of the glorious moments of American history. 9. Henry Breck, a CIA case officer and alumnus of Groton School, expressed it another way: of course, if you're in a real war you must fight hard, and the upper classes fight the hardest. They have the most to lose. When they were not huddled together in clubs or hotel rooms, Breck's upper classes applied themselves with equal commitment to the business of entertaining. Lively, self-confident, voluble, Wisner and his colleagues were driven to enjoy a good party, just as they were driven to save the world from communism. Wisner loved to do a dance called the crab walk. Angleton, a legendary consumer of martinis, used to dance free-form to Elvis Presley tunes at parties, weaving enthusiastically, and often by himself. Maurice Oldfield, chief of MI6, known as C, also loved to dance. Maurice would come visit us in Rhode Island and dance under the trees at night, recalled Janet Barnes. 10. As the world became stranger, the pattern more complicated, theirs was indeed a lifetime burning in every moment. It seems amazing that men who partied so hard and drank so prodigiously continued to function in their day jobs. The brokers of a new world order, they delayed burnout only because the potential gains were so immense. Back at their desks the next day, they busied themselves with finding new ways of securing their investments and enlarging their assets. We generally reached out to find Americans who would consent to take the money into their accounts and then use it to contribute in various ways, said covert action agent William Colby. If you went to any American institution, company, anything else, and said, "Will you help your country by passing this money?" they'd salute and say, "Absolutely, I'd be delighted." It's easy to pass money around the world to the desired end objective. It might not be one bulk payment but various small payments going in the right direction. This goes all the way to the rather more naked thing that I was sometimes engaged in, putting bundles of local currency in the back of my car and driving out and transferring them to another fellow's car. 11. The American companies and individuals who agreed to collaborate with the agency in this way were known as quiet channels. These channels could also be established after contact was made the other way round. Oftentimes, private American groups came to us, remembered Case Officer Lee Williams. We didn't just always go to them. There was a commonality of purpose that seemed to us to dissolve any major concern about the morality of what 82 we were doing. 12. In 1956, in the wake of the Hungarian uprising, J. M. Kaplan, president of the Welch Grape Juice Company and president and treasurer of the Kaplan Foundation, wrote to Allen Dulles offering his services in the fight against communism. Kaplan offered to devote his unending energy to utilize every idea and ingenuity to the overriding aim of breaking up the communist conspiracy, searching out and working out every practical opportunity. 13. Dulles subsequently arranged for a CIA representative to make an appointment with Kaplan. The Kaplan Foundation could soon be counted as an asset, a reliable pass-through for secret funds earmarked for CIA projects, amongst them the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and an institute headed by veteran socialist and chairman of the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, Norman Thomas. The use of philanthropic foundations was the most convenient way to pass large sums of money to agency projects without alerting the recipients to their source. By the mid-1950s, the CIA's intrusion into the foundation field was massive. Although figures are not available for this period, the General Counsel of a 1952 Congress committee appointed to investigate U.S. foundations concluded that an unparalleled amount of power is concentrated increasingly in the hands of an interlocking and self-perpetuating group. Unlike the power of corporate management, it is unchecked by stockholders. Unlike the power of government, it is unchecked by the people. Unlike the power of the churches, it is unchecked by any firmly established canons of value. 14. In 1976, a select committee appointed to investigate U.S. intelligence activities reported on the CIA's penetration of the Foundation field by the mid-1960s. During 1963-6, of the 700 grants over $10,000 given by 164 foundations, at least 108 involved partial or complete CIA funding. More importantly, CIA funding was involved in nearly half the grants made by these 164 foundations in the field of international activities during the same period. Bona fide foundations such as Ford, Rockefeller, and Carnegie were considered the best and most plausible kind of funding cover. 15. A CIA study of 1966 argued that this technique was particularly effective for democratically run membership organizations, which need to assure their own unwitting members and collaborators, as well as their hostile critics, that they have genuine, respectable, private sources of income. Certainly, it allowed the CIA to fund a seemingly limitless range of covert action programs affecting youth groups, labor unions, universities, publishing houses, and other private institutions from the early 1950s. 16. There was a cover branch at CIA whose job it was to help provide cover, like the foundations we used for our operations, Braden explained. I paid no attention to the details. The finance department would handle it, and talk to the cover officer. It was just a mechanism which you used. The Farfield Foundation was one of them. I don't know the names of all of them, I can't remember. But it was a crisscross of money. There was never any danger of the CIA running out of money. 17. The crisscross of money filtered its way through a raft of host foundations, some acting as fronts, some as conduits. Known to have wittingly facilitated CIA funding passes were over 170 foundations, including the Oblitzel Foundation, the Litauer Foundation, the Miami District Fund, the Price Fund, the Rab Charitable Foundation, the Vernon Fund, and the Whitney Trust. On their boards sat the cream of America's social, financial and political establishment. 83. Not for nothing did these foundations announce themselves as private. Later, the joke was that if any American philanthropic or cultural organization carried the words free or private in its literature, it must be a CIA front. This was the consortium at work, calling in favors across the old school tie network, the OSS network, the boardrooms of America. The board of the Farfield Foundation alone provides a fascinating map of these intricate linkages. Junkie Fleischman, its president, was a contract consultant for Wisner's OPC, and thereafter a witting CIA cover for the Congress for Cultural Freedom. His cousin, J. Holmes, was president of the Holmes Foundation, incorporated in 1953 in New York. Holmes began making small contributions to the Congress for Cultural Freedom in 1957. From 1962, the Holmes Foundation acted formally as a pass-through for CIA money to the Congress. The Fleischman Foundation, of which Junkie was president, was also listed as a donor to the Farfield Foundation. Also on the board of the Fleischman Foundation was Charles Fleischman, Junkie's nephew, who was brought into the Farfield as a director in the early 1960s. Another Farfield trustee was Cass Canfield, one of the most distinguished of American publishers. He was a director of Grosser and Dunlap, Bantam Books, and director and chairman of the editorial board of Harper Brothers. Canfield was the American publisher of The God That Failed. He enjoyed prolific links to the world of intelligence, both as a former psychological warfare officer, and as a close personal friend of Allen Dulles, whose memoirs The Craft of Intelligence he published in 1963. Canfield had also been an activist and fundraiser for the United World Federalists in the late 1940s. Its then president was Cord Meyer, later Tom Braden's deputy, who revealed that one technique that we used was to encourage those of our members who had influential positions in professional organizations, trade associations, or labor unions to lobby for passage at their annual conventions of resolutions favorable to our cause. 18 In 1954 Canfield headed up a Democratic Committee on the Arts. He was later one of the founding members of ANTA, reactivated in 1945 as the equivalent of the Foreign Affairs branch of American theater, alongside Jock Whitney, another of the CIA's quiet channels. Canfield was a friend of Frank Platt, also a far-field director, and a CIA agent. In the late 1960s, Platt helped Michael Jos Elson get a job with Canfield at Harper's. Canfield was also a trustee of the France-America Society, alongside C.D. Jackson, Grayson Kirk, David Rockefeller, and William Burton. William Armistead Mole Burton, as well as being president of the France-America Society, was a director of the Far Field. A great-great-grandson of Commodore Vanderbilt, Burton was a key presence in the American establishment. He was a member and director of the Council on Foreign Relations, a private think tank made up of America's corporate and social elite, which acted as a kind of shadow foreign policy making unit. During the war, he worked for Nelson Rockefeller's intelligence outfit, and sat as chairman of an advisory committee of the Museum of Modern Art in New York. In 1956, he became president of the museum. In that year, he also sat on the State Department's Books Abroad Advisory Committee. Formerly Assistant Secretary of State for Air, he was a financier who had special interests in aviation financing, having been associated with Brown Brothers, Harriman and Company, and Scudder, Stevens and Clark, in New York, and a director of numerous companies, including American Metal Company Ltd., Union Sulphur and Oil Corporation, Cerro de Pasco Corporation, and the Hanover Bank. He was a visiting member of faculty committees at Harvard and MIT, co-chairman of 84. The government-sponsored Salute to France, and U.S. ambassador to Brussels in 1960. Another far-field executive was Gardner Cowles, a donor of the Iowa-based Gardner Cowles Foundation, whose substantial tax-exempt assets came from the huge profits of the Cowles Magazines and Broadcasting Company, of which he was president. He was also a corporate member of the Crusade for Freedom, and a sponsor of the periodical History, published by the Society of American Historians, and funded by private donations. The journal was as much a product of the Cold War as the Crusade for Freedom, and included in its list of sponsors William Donovan, Dwight D. Eisenhower, Allen Dulles, and Henry Luce. The longest-serving executive director of the Farfield Foundation was John Jack Thompson, who held the post from 1956 to 1965. Thompson was recruited to the CIA by Cord Meyer, whom he had known since 1945, when both were assistants to the U.S. delegation at the San Francisco Conference convened to establish the structure of the new United Nations organization. Formerly a student at Columbia under Lionel Trilling, Thompson was well known in New York literary circles. Jennifer Jos Elson, Michael's daughter, referred to him as Uncle Jack. Other far-field directors included William Vanden Heuvel, a New York lawyer who was close to both John and Bobby Kennedy, and to Arthur Schlesinger, Joseph Werner Reed, president of Triton Press, vice president of the Hobe Sound Company, Florida, and a member of the Drama Advisory Panel for the International Exchange Program of ANTA, Fred Lazarus Jr., chief donor of the Fred Lazarus Foundation and later an advisory member of the National Endowment for the Arts, Donald Stralem, president of United Community Defense Services Incorporated, and donor, along with his wife Jean, to the Shelter Rock Foundation, Whitelaw Reid, former editor of the New York Herald Tribune, Ralph P. Haynes, director of the Haynes Foundation, North Carolina. A good friend of Junkies, Haynes and his wife Barbara cruised with the Fleischmans and the Wisners in the Bahamas. Finally, of course, there was Michael Jos Elson, whose name appeared on the Foundation's letterhead as its international director, and who received his CIA salary through the Foundation. Farfield was by no means exceptional in its incestuous character. This was the nature of power in America at this time. The system of private patronage was the preeminent model of how small, homogeneous groups came to defend America's, and, by definition, their own, interests. Serving at the top of the pile was every self-respecting WASP's ambition. The prize was a trusteeship on either the Ford Foundation or the Rockefeller Foundation, both of which were conscious instruments of covert U.S. foreign policy, with directors and officers who were closely connected to, or even members of American intelligence. Incorporated in 1936, the Ford Foundation was the tax-exempt cream of the vast Ford fortune, with assets totaling over $3 billion by the late 1950s. Dwight MacDonald described it memorably as a large body of money completely surrounded by people who want some. The architects of the Foundation's cultural policy in the aftermath of the Second World War were perfectly attuned to the political imperatives which supported America's looming presence on the world stage. At times, it seemed as if the Ford Foundation was simply an extension of Gov. 85. Earnment in the area of international cultural propaganda. The Foundation had a record of close involvement in covert actions in Europe, working closely with Marshall Plan and CIA officials on specific projects. This reciprocity was further extended when Marshall Planner Richard Bissell, under whose signature counterpart funds were signed over to Frank Wisner, came to the Ford Foundation in 1952, accurately predicting there was nothing to prevent an individual from exerting as much influence through his work in a private foundation as he could through work in the government. 19 During his tenure at Ford, Bissell met often with Allen Dulles and other CIA officials, including former Groton classmate Tracy Barnes, in a mutual search for new ideas. He left suddenly to join the CIA as a special assistant to Allen Dulles in January 1954, but not before he had helped steer the Foundation to the vanguard of Cold War thinking. Bissell had worked directly under Paul Hoffman, who became president of the Ford Foundation in 1950. Arriving straight from his job as administrator of the Marshall Plan, Hoffman had received a full immersion course in the problems of Europe, and in the power of ideas to address those problems. He was fluent in the language of psychological warfare and, echoing Arthur Koestler's cry of 1950, he talked of waging peace. He also shared the view of Ford Foundation spokesman Robert Maynard Hutchins that the State Department was subjected to so much domestic political interference that it can no longer present a rounded picture of American culture. One of the Ford Foundation's first post-war ventures into international cultural diplomacy was the launch in 1952 of the Intercultural Publications Program under James Laughlin, the publisher of the New Directions series, and a revered custodian of the interests of the avant-garde. With an initial grant of $500,000, Laughlin launched the magazine Perspectives, which was targeted at the non-communist left in France, England, Italy, and Germany. Its aim, he emphasized, was not so much to defeat the leftist intellectuals in dialectical combat as to lure them away from their positions by aesthetic and rational persuasion. Further, it would promote peace by increasing respect for America's non-materialistic achievements among intellectuals abroad. 20 Its board packed with cultural cold warriors, the Intercultural Publications Program also targeted those American intellectuals who felt their work was undermined by the prevailing stereotype of America as a mass cult hell. Malcolm Cowley was an early supporter of Perspectives, which offered a version of America far removed from movies, hard-boiled detective stories, comic books, and magazines in which there is more advertising than text. One academic, Perry Miller, argued that no propaganda for the American way should be included, that omission will, in itself, become the most important element of propaganda. In the best sense, 21 Perspectives never lived up to these expectations. Irving Kristol referred to it as that miserable Ford Foundation Journal. 22 In the wake of its failure, the Ford Foundation was easily persuaded to take over sponsorship of Lasky Stermonat. Set up under Lucius Clay's backing in October 1948, and financed through the Confidential Fund of the American High Commission, Dermonat's official auspices strained its claims to be independent. Lasky longed to replace the subsidy, and with the help of Shepard Stone, a foundation executive who had worked under Clay in Germany, he finally secured a grant from the Ford Foundation, declaring in the October 1954 issue, "From now on we are absolutely and completely free and independent." On January 21, 1953, Allen Dulles, insecure about his future in the CIA under the newly 86 elected Eisenhower, had met his friend David Rockefeller for lunch. Rockefeller hinted heavily that if Dulles decided to leave the agency, he could reasonably expect to be invited to become president of the Ford Foundation. Dulles need not have feared for his future. 2 days after this lunch, the New York Times broke the story that Alien Dulles was to become Director of Central Intelligence. The new president of the Ford Foundation was announced shortly after. He was John McCloy, the archetype of 20th-century American power and influence. By the time he came to the Ford Foundation, he had been Assistant Secretary of War, President of the World Bank, and High Commissioner of Germany. In 1953 he also became chairman of the Rockefeller's Chase Manhattan Bank, and chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations. After John F. Kennedy's assassination, he was a Warren Commission appointee. Throughout, he maintained his career as a Wall Street attorney for the 7 big oil companies, and as director of numerous corporations. As High Commissioner in Germany, McCloy had agreed to provide cover for scores of CIA agents, including Lawrence de Tocqueville. Although officially employees in his administration, unofficially they were accountable to their chiefs in Washington, who were under few obligations to tell McCloy what they were really up to. A political sophisticate, McCloy took a pragmatic view of the CIA's inevitable interest in the Ford Foundation when he assumed its presidency. Addressing the concerns of some of the foundation's executives, who felt that its reputation for integrity and independence was being undermined by involvement with the CIA, McCloy argued that if they failed to cooperate, the CIA would simply penetrate the foundation quietly by recruiting or inserting staff at the lower levels. McCloy's answer to this problem was to create an administrative unit within the Ford Foundation specifically to deal with the CIA. Headed by McCloy and 2 foundation officers, this 3-man committee had to be consulted every time the agency wanted to use the foundation, either as a pass-through, or as cover. They would check in with this particular committee, and if it was felt that this was a reasonable thing and would not be against the foundation's long-term interests, then the project would be passed along to the internal staff and other foundation officers. Knowing the origins of the proposal, 23 explained McCloy's biographer, Kai Bird. With this arrangement in place, the Ford Foundation became officially engaged as one of those organizations the CIA was able to mobilize for political warfare against communism. The Foundation's archives reveal a raft of joint projects. The East European Fund, a CIA front in which George Kennan played a prominent role, got most of its money from the Ford Foundation. The fund forged close links with the Chekhov publishing house, which received $523,000 from the Ford Foundation for the purchase of proscribed Russian works, and translations into Russian of Western classics. The foundation gave $500,000 to Bill Casey's International Rescue Committee, and substantial grants to another CIA front, the World Assembly of Youth. It was also one of the single largest donors to the Council on Foreign Relations, an independent think tank which exerted enormous influence on American foreign policy, and which operated according to strict confidentiality rules which include a 25-year embargo on the release of its records. Under a major grant from the Ford Foundation, the Institute of Contemporary Arts, founded in Washington in 1947, expanded its international program in 1958. On the ICA's Board of Trustees sat William Bundy, a member of the CIA's Board of National Estimates, and son-in-law of former Secretary of State Dean Acheson. His brother, McGeorge Bundy, became 87. President of the Ford Foundation in 1966. Benefiting from the foundation's largest were Herbert Reed, Salvador de Madariaga, Stephen Spender, Aaron Copland, Isaac Dinesen, Noam Gaba, Martha Graham, Robert Lowell, Robert Penn Warren and Robert Richman, who were all fellows of the ICA's Congress of Cultural Leaders. This was in effect an extension of the work of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which itself was one of Ford Foundation's largest grantees, receiving $7 million by the early 1960s. One of the earliest CIA supporters of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was Frank Lindsay, to whom de Tocqueville was reporting in the build-up to the 1950 Berlin Conclave. Lindsay was an OSS veteran who in 1947 had written one of the first memos recommending that the U.S. create a covert action force to fight the Cold War. The paper attracted the attention of Frank Wisner, who asked him to come on board and run his European operations at OPC. As deputy chief of OPC, Lindsay was responsible for setting up the stay-behind groups in Western Europe. In 1953, he joined the Ford Foundation, and from there he maintained close contact with his confreres in the intelligence community. Lindsay was later joined at the foundation by Waldemar Nielsen, who became its staff director. Throughout his tenure there, Nielsen was a CIA agent. In 1960, he became executive director of the President's Committee on Information Activities Abroad. In his various guises, Nielsen worked closely with C.D. Jackson, with whom he shared a contempt for the fundamental disregard for psychological factors among a good many of the Hautes fonctionnaires in this town. Nielsen was also a close friend of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, whose efforts he wholeheartedly supported. The key link between the Congress and the Ford Foundation was Shepard Stone, who had established a reputation as an expert in the structure and procedures by which the American government and private groups participated in world affairs. The Sunday editor of the New York Times before the war, he went on to serve with G2, before becoming Director of Public Affairs under John McCloy in Germany, in which guise he had secured government sponsorship for Der Monat. An old hand at psychological warfare, John McCloy thought highly enough of Stone to recommend him as a worthy successor to the outgoing director of the Psychological Strategy Board in 1951. Stone did not get the job, and instead joined the Ford Foundation. Throughout his career, he was so closely connected to the CIA that many believed he was an agency man. Shep was not a CIA man, though he may have fished in those waters, 24-1 agent commented vaguely. In 1953, he spent a month in Europe, at Josselsson's invitation, visiting key Congress people. As director of the Ford Foundation's International Affairs Division from 1954, Stone's value to the Congress was further enhanced. The Rockefeller Foundation, no less than the Ford, was an integral component of America's Cold War machinery. Incorporated in 1913, its principal donor was the legendary John D. Rockefeller III. It had assets exceeding $500 million, not including an additional $150 million in the Rockefeller Brothers Fund Incorporated, a major think tank which was incorporated in New York in 1940. In 1957 the fund brought together the most influential minds of the period under a special studies project whose task was to attempt a definition of American foreign policy. Subpanel 2 was designated to the study of international security objectives and strategy, and its members included Henry and Claire Booth Luce, Lawrence Rockefeller, Townsend Hoops. 88. Nelson Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger, Frank Lindsay, and William Bundy of the CIA. The convergence between the Rockefeller billions and the U.S. government exceeded even that of the Ford Foundation. John Foster Dulles and later Dean Rusk both went from the presidency of the Rockefeller Foundation to become secretaries of state. Other Cold War heavies such as John J. McCloy and Robert A. Lovett featured prominently as Rockefeller trustees. Nelson Rockefeller's central position on this foundation guaranteed a close relationship with U.S. intelligence circles. He had been in charge of all intelligence in Latin America during the Second World War. Later, his associate in Brazil, Colonel J.C. King, became CIA Chief of Clandestine Activities in the Western Hemisphere. When Nelson Rockefeller was appointed by Eisenhower to the National Security Council in 1954, his job was to approve various covert operations. If he needed any extra information on CIA activities, he could simply ask his old friend Allen Dulles for a direct briefing. One of the most controversial of these activities was the CIA's MK-Ultra program of mind control research during the 1950s. This research was assisted by grants from the Rockefeller Foundation. Running his own intelligence department during the war, Nelson Rockefeller had been absent from the ranks of OSS, and indeed had formed a lifelong enmity with William Donovan. But there was no prejudice against OSS veterans, who were recruited to the Rockefeller Foundation in droves. In 1950, OSSER Charles B. Fax became head of the Foundation's Division of Humanities. His assistant was another OSS veteran named Chadburn Gilpatrick, who arrived there directly from the CIA. These two were the principal liaisons for the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and responsible for dispensing large Rockefeller subsidies to Josselsson's outfit. As important as Nelson Rockefeller was his brother, David. He controlled the Donations Committee of the Chase Manhattan Bank Foundation, was vice president then president of the bank itself, a trustee of the Council on Foreign Relations, chairman of the Executive Committee for International House, and a close personal friend of Allen Dulles and Tom Braden. I often briefed David, semi-officially and with Allen's permission, on what we were doing, recalled Braden. He was of the same mind as us, and very approving of everything we were doing. He had the same sense as I did that the way to win the Cold War was our way. Sometimes David would give me money to do things which weren't in our budget. He gave me a lot of money for causes in France. I remember he gave me $50,000 for someone who was active in promoting a united Europe amongst European youth groups. This guy came to me with his project, and I told David, and David just gave me the check for $50,000. The CIA never came into the equation. 25 These freelance transactions gave new meaning to the practice of governmental buccaneering, and were an inevitable byproduct of the semi-privatization of American foreign policy during these Cold War years. Out of the same culture, however, came later Oliver North-type disasters. The comparison is apt, for, just like the architect of Iran Gate, with his steadfast gaze, his inexorable sense of mission and his palpable conviction that the end justifies the means, 26 These earlier friends of the CIA were never once afflicted by doubt in themselves or their purpose. 89. 10. The Truth Campaign. It is not enough to write in Yiddish, one must have something to say. Y.L. Peretz. Nicholas Nabokov's massive Festival of the Arts of 1952 had provided an opportunity to test the range of America's covert propaganda capability. But, in an era which had yet to discover Marshall McLuhan's maxim that the medium is the message, government strategists now wondered exactly what the message was. Or, as Walt Rostow, former OSSER and special advisor to Eisenhower, would later put it, the problem with dirty tricks was that we did not know what to say. One who better than an advertising executive to define the message? In the early 1950s, one man alone did more than any other to set the agenda for American cultural warfare. As president of the National Committee for a Free Europe, and later, special advisor to Eisenhower on psychological warfare, C.D. Jackson was one of the most influential covert strategists in America. Born in New York in 1902, his father was a wealthy industrialist importing marble and stone from Europe. Graduating from Princeton in 1924, C.D. joined the family firm and traveled extensively in Europe, cultivating contacts which would provide a valuable resource during later years. In 1931 he joined Henry Luce's Time Life Empire as an advertising executive. During the war, he was one of America's leading psychological warfare specialists, serving as deputy chief for the Office of War Information overseas, North Africa and Middle East, and then deputy chief of the Psychological Warfare Division of SHAEF. After the war, C.D. returned to Time Life Incorporated, where he became vice president of Time. He was an early activist in Allen Dulles's New York crowd, one of the Park Avenue Cowboys. Then, in 1951, he was invited to take part in a CIA-sponsored study recommending the reorganization of the American intelligence services. This led to a job as an outside director of CIA covert operations via the Truth Campaign and the National Committee for a Free Europe, of which he became president. There, he rounded up a roster of prominent Americans, including General Eisenhower, ready to lend their names to the committee. He sat on the Radio Free Europe Executive Committee, alongside J. Lovestone, and, occasionally, Arthur Schlesinger. He was also a director of the United Negro College Fund, a trustee of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, and sat on the boards of the Lincoln Center for the Planning of Arts, the Metropolitan Opera Association, and the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Eisenhower knew C.D. Jackson well from his wartime campaigns in Europe and Africa, and had been tutored by him in the art of manipulating audiences. It was under C.D.'s influence that Eisenhower had been persuaded to hire a public relations company during his election campaign, making him the first presidential candidate to do so. No sooner had Eisenhower entered the White House in January 1953 as 34th President of the United States, he made a key appointment to his staff. C.D. Jackson was to be special advisor to the President for psychological warfare, a position which made C.D. an unofficial minister for propaganda with almost unlimited powers. C.D.'s first task was to consolidate America's covert warfare capability. Psychological warfare and propaganda operations at this time were split amongst the State Department, the Economic Cooperation Administration, military intelligence, the CIA and, within the CIA but often quite independently, Wisner's OPC. Seeing these government departments riddled with organizational disputes and interdepartmental rivalry, C.D. took the view that they were behaving like professional amateurs, and complained of an absolute paucity of policy in Washington, a complete vacuum. There was, he argued, an opportunity and a problem. The opportunity is to recapture our world dynamic, which is not dollars but ideas. Our dynamic up to now, self-protection and dollars, must be replaced by the earlier American dynamic of dedication to an idea. Here we are faced with the possibility of a resurgence of the American proposition throughout the world. The problem is how to preserve the dynamic of this thing without having to pull in our horns. In short, what was needed was a comprehensive policy blueprint and plan for U.S. psychological warfare, whose target was winning World War III without having to fight it too. Our aim in the Cold War is not conquering of territory or subjugation by force, President Eisenhower explained at a press conference. Our aim is more subtle, more pervasive, more complete. We are trying to get the world, by peaceful means, to believe the truth. That truth is that Americans want a world at peace, a world in which all people shall have opportunity for maximum individual development. The means we shall employ to spread this truth are often called psychological. Don't be afraid of that term just because it's a five-syllable word. Psychological warfare is the struggle for the minds and wills of men. 3. To overcome the fragmented and self-competing proliferation of covert operations across the government, the Department of Defense and the CIA had proposed an independent board to coordinate psychological operations. Despite State Department resistance, George Kennan championed the idea and was instrumental in persuading President Truman to sign a secret directive establishing the Psychological Strategy Board on April 4, 1951. It was this board which was now instructed to draw up the policy blueprint that C.D. Jackson had called for. The PSB's doctrinal or ideological plan was first proposed in a strategy paper called PSBD 33/2. The paper itself is still classified, but in a lengthy internal memo a worried PSB officer, Charles Burton Marshall, quoted freely from the passages which most exercised him. How a government interpose with a wide doctrinal system of its own without taking on the color of totalitarianism, he asked. The paper does not indicate any. Indeed, it accepts uniformity as a substitute for diversity. It postulates a system justifying a particular type of social belief and structure, providing a body of principles for human aspirations, and embracing all fields of human thought, all fields of intellectual interests, from anthropology and artistic creations to sociology and scientific methodology. Marshall went on to criticize the paper's call for a machinery to produce ideas portraying the American way of life on a systematic and scientific basis. It anticipates doctrinal production under a coordination mechanism, Marshall observed. It asserts a premium on swift and positive action to galvanize the creation and distribution of ideas. It foretells a long-term intellectual movement as growing out of this effort and HAV. 91. The aim not only to counter communism but indeed to break down worldwide doctrinaire thought patterns, providing an intellectual base for doctrines hostile to American objectives. His conclusion was adamant, that is just about as totalitarian as one can get. 4. Marshall also took issue with the PSB's reliance on non-rational social theories which emphasized the role of an elite in a manner reminiscent of Pareto, Sarl, Mussolini, and so on. Weren't these the models used by James Burnham in his book The Machiavellians? Perhaps there was a copy usefully to hand when PSB D33/2 was being drafted? More likely, James Burnham himself was usefully to hand. Certainly, it was Burnham's theory of elite rule that Marshall was now challenging. Individuals are relegated to tertiary importance, Marshall continued. The supposed elite emerges as the only group that counts. The elite is defined as that numerically limited group capable and interested in manipulating doctrinal matters, the men of ideas who pull the intellectual strings in forming, or at least predisposing, the attitudes and opinions of those who in turn lead public opinion. 5. According to Marshall's exegesis, the PSB planned to work on the elite in each area so as to predispose its members to the philosophy held by the planners. Use of local elites would help conceal the American origin of the effort so that it appears to be a native development. But it wasn't just aimed at foreigners. Though the paper disavowed any intention of propagandizing Americans, it did commit itself to a program of indoctrination in the military services by injecting the right ideas into servicemen's comic books, and having their chaplains propagate them. 6. Mr. Marshall's trenchant criticism struck right at the very fundamentals of America's secret cultural warfare program. The theory of the elite which underpinned the PSB's doctrinal paper was exactly the same model as that used by the CIA to justify its embrace of the non-communist left and its support of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Commenting on the use of the intellectual elite to develop the philosophy held by the planners, CIA agent Donald Jameson intended no irony when he said, "As far as the attitudes that the agency wanted to inspire through these activities are concerned, clearly what they would like to have been able to produce were people, who of their own reasoning and conviction, were persuaded that everything the United States government did was right." 7. But Marshall's criticisms fell on deaf ears. PSB Director Raymond Allen was moved to the lofty announcement that the principles and ideals embodied in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution are for export and are the heritage of men everywhere. We should appeal to the fundamental urges of all men, which I believe are the same for the farmer in Kansas as for the farmer in the Punjab. 8. And in May 1952, the newly strengthened PSB formally took over supervision of the pace and timing of CIA's psychological warfare program, codenamed Packet. This gave it oversight of the CIA's campaign to exert pressure on overseas opinion leaders, including journalists and commentators, artists, professors, and scientists, to whom communism had appealed so successfully. Winning back these influential figures to the cause of liberty and freedom required a program of learned operations like seminars, symposia, special tomes, learned journals, libraries, exchange of persons, endowed professorships, etc. Under this rubric, the PSB now assumed supervision of the moral rearmament movement, the Crusade for Freedom, Radio Free Europe, Pax et Liberté, the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, and even operations involving broadcasting from ships, three-dimensional moving pictures, and the use of folk songs, folklore, folk tales, and itinerant storytellers. By June 1953, Packet was just one part of the PSB's doctrinal program, whose psychological objectives were defined in a new paper as appealing to intellectuals. 92. Scholars and opinion-forming groups in order to break down worldwide doctrinaire thought patterns which have provided an intellectual basis for communism and other doctrines hostile to American and free world objectives. This campaign of persuasion, it was reasoned, would create confusion, doubts, and loss of confidence in the accepted thought patterns of convinced communists, captive careerists. The CIA was ordered to give high and continuing priority to all activities supporting the objectives of this program. Less than 2 years after its creation, the PSB had finally succeeded in establishing itself as an integral part of the development and implementation of foreign policy. 10. Enjoying unrivaled access to the secret machinations of the PSB and the government departments it embraced, C.D. Jackson became the most sought-after figure in that tight circle of power which came to be known as the Invisible Government. Sitting like some Eastern potentate or Delphic oracle, he received a steady flow of visitors seeking his wisdom on a wide range of matters. His detailed log files of these visits provide a unique insight into the world of clandestinity. From the PSB came officers armed with plans for doctrinal warfare, which included floating all manner of printed propaganda over the Iron Curtain in helium balloons. From the Information Research Department came Adam Watson, to present CD with a memorandum on British psychological warfare policy, which Watson assured me was absolutely unique and unprecedented action on HMG's part. In this connection he brought up problem of British sharing virtually all intelligence with us and we sharing nothing with them. I told him operators here very much aware of that situation, and that I had hopes it would be accelerated very soon. Watson became a valued contact for CD, whom he had first met in 1951 at the British Embassy in Washington, where Watson was liaising with the CIA. Thereafter, CD worked very closely with him, and recommended Watson to Nelson Rockefeller as someone who would really like much more useful unofficial, relaxed, give and take relationship. 11 Watson was also to prove a powerful, if discreet, ally of the Congress for Cultural Freedom for many years. From the Congress for Cultural Freedom came Julius Fleischmann, to discuss possibilities of Congress for Cultural Freedom sponsoring European junket for Metropolitan Opera, and later Daniel Bell, to talk about MILIST and upcoming scientific meeting under sponsorship of Congress for Cultural Freedom. 12 With C.D. Jackson in the White House, the Congress for Cultural Freedom gained a powerful ally in Washington. Tom Braden moved quickly to establish a relationship with C.D., and the two met regularly to discuss accumulated matters. Their collaboration on the Boston Symphony Orchestra tour of 1952 had convinced C.D. of the usefulness of the Congress, which he praised as the only outfit I know of that is really making an anti-communist anti-neutralist dent with intellectuals in Europe and Asia. 13 And he held many of its activists in high regard, recommending several of them as candidates for government work, including Sidney Hook, James Burnham, new leader editor Sol Levitas, and Daniel Bell, who had worked for the loose-owned Fortune and was, said C.D., thoroughly knowledgeable on communist Cold War techniques. 14 He was also a long-time admirer of Nicholas Nabokov. It was C.D. who had recommended Nabokov in the list of psychological warfare personnel suitable for employment in sensitive posts, which was submitted to the office of the Secretary of the Army in 1950. C.D.'s alliance with the Congress extended over many years, and brought it numerous benefits, besides the prestige of his discreet support. If the Congress needed coverage in Luce's magazines, C.D. was there to secure it. If it sought convergence with the Free Europe Committee and Radio Free Europe, C.D. would act as liaison. If it needed private donations, C.D. could call upon his vast range of business contacts to provide the necessary cover. But most important was the political cachet C.D. brought to an organization which had surprisingly few defenders in the capital. Nobody had a reputation in Washington for supporting it, and nobody was sure they wanted a reputation for supporting it, Lawrence de Neufville said. Most people were mystified by it. We created it, but we didn't have any real machinery for it in Washington. 15 That the Congress for Cultural Freedom survived, and even thrived, in the context of such skepticism must be credited to the heroic efforts of Michael Jos Elson. After the hectic workload of the past few years, Michael Jos Elson took a short break from the struggle for the minds and wills of men. On February 14, 1953 he married Diana Dodge in a civil ceremony with Lawrence de Neufville as witness. Both had been married before. Jos Elson had married Colette Joubert in Havana in 1940, but they had divorced and were estranged. Always fiercely private, he never spoke of her to anyone. But he did preserve a faded clipping from a New York newspaper of February 1963 reporting Colette's gruesome murder. She was found bound and choked to death with a gag after being sexually assaulted in her Upper East Side apartment. Michael and Diana honeymooned in Majorca. Shortly after their return to Paris, Michael came clean, telling his new wife he was employed by the CIA, and that the Congress for Cultural Freedom was an agency proprietary. Diana, who had already observed from Michael's involvement with the Congress that there was more to him than his import-export business card announced, had once entertained the idea he might be working for the Russians. To her relief, she now discovered he was on the right side. Diana was assigned a code name, Jean Enzinger, and from then on they formed a kind of partnership. Diana Joss Elson was well suited to the task. A former Fulbrighter, she had an intricate knowledge of labor affairs, first from working as an editor of a digest of the U.S. labor press, then from her work in the labor division of the Marshall Plan, which operated under the influence of J. Love Stone and Irving Brown. I was young and fresh-faced, and a great success with all the labor leaders, Diana recalled brightly. Her job in the labor division entailed writing reports on communist trade unions in Europe, for which she had access to top-secret intercepts. This sensitive work required clearance from the CIA. Diana later learned that counterpart funds at the disposal of the CIA were being used to cover her salary. Together, Jean Enzinger and Jonathan F. Saba would write cables and memos encoded for dispatch to Washington. These would be handed over to a CIA case officer over martinis in the Joss Elson apartment. All case officers had the same attaché case with a false bottom, and they put the cables in there. It really was very funny, because you could recognize them a mile away. They all had the same standard model case. It was a riot. We'd read the incoming cables, then I'd flush them down the toilet. 16 Diana remembered. She was well cut out for the job, and knew how to keep a secret, even from her own mother. Once, Case Officer Lee Williams went out to buy jars of baby food for Jennifer, the Josselsons' first and only child. When he returned, Diana was obliged to introduce him to her mother, who had come over from the States to help with the baby. Noticing a copy of Jane Eyre lying on the table, Diana, 94, stammered, "This is, Mr. Rochester." "How strange. Mr. Rochester." "Just like in Jane Eyre," exclaimed her unsuspecting mother. That Diana didn't simply use Lee Williams' real name, which of itself would have revealed nothing, indicates how intricately her imagination was caught up in the great game. When Diana's mother was eventually told the truth, she too was very excited by the whole thing. 17 Now completely au fait with Michael's job, Diana was daily more admiring of his extraordinary expertise. His ability to coordinate the exigencies of Washington and the often volatile temperaments of the Congress intellectuals left her amazed. "There's no way the Congress could have happened without him," she later said. "The atmosphere of the Congress in its heyday was as I imagine the first 100 days of the Kennedy administration were. It was electric. You felt you were in touch with everything going on everywhere. Things were blossoming, it was vital. Michael would know everything. It was dazzling how in the morning he could be talking about playwrights in Bolivia, and then about writers in Asia in the afternoon, and then he and Nicholas would be on the phone in the evening talking in 4 different languages. I remember sitting with Stravinsky at a cafe in Paris, and his wife telling me how to make blinis. It was an extraordinary time for us. The Cold War, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, it was like the French Revolution or the Oxford Movement. That's what it felt like." 18 The Joss Elsons met often with Tom Braden, who regularly toured his operations in Europe. They would go to a restaurant, or the Roland Garros tennis tournament, or they would take Braden to the bicycle races at the Vélodrome des Hivers, that stadium of dreadful memory where the Jews had been taken during the massive roundup under Vichy. The Joss Elsons also maintained regular contact with Irving Brown, sometimes meeting him at his table at a gay nightclub called El Indifferent. On one occasion, they arrived there to find Brown handing over large amounts of cash to a thug from Marseille's 19. Brown at this time was building up the Mediterranean Committee, a group of vigilantes paid to stand guard at French ports while dock workers unloaded Marshall Plan supplies and U.S. arms for NATO. On Brown's ability to syncopate these activities, Braden commented wryly that it was unusual for somebody who was taking a highly visible part in beating up commie goons in the docks of Marseille to also be interested in the Congress for Cultural Freedom. 20 The American Federation of Labor had real experience of communism, and that was the obvious place to stage the fight from, Diana Joss Elson explained. Brown loved all the strong-arm business, strike-breaking in Marseilles and so forth. Michael and I were amused by the whole thing of going to a nightclub and meeting a union tough whom Irving would be giving money to, and I'm sure Irving was equally amused by the intellectuals. I suppose the attraction of the Congress crowd for Irving, who didn't know his Picassos or his Baudelaires, was that it was glamorous, and the contacts were good. 21 At weekends, Michael and Diana relaxed by trawling the antique shops and galleries of the left bank. They lunched on open sandwiches and aquavit, followed by tea at the Café de Flore or the Deux Magots. On Sundays, they would picnic at Fontainebleau, or take a boat out on the Seine. Sometimes they would meet up with de Neufville, forming a congenial trio, bound both by genuine friendship and by the secret they shared. De Neufville returned from one shopping excursion with Joss Elson, the proud owner of 2 paintings by Braque. Years later, when Joss Elson's daughter Jennifer had become an expert in modern art, she reluctantly declared them to be fakes. 95. With Joss Elson's imprimatur stamped on the Paris office, the Congress was acquiring a reputation as a well-organized center of intellectual resistance to communism. Through proofs, it projected a sophisticated political voice which also spoke to the major artistic and cultural issues of the period. Although the German affiliate of the Congress wobbled from one crisis to the next, Joss Elson could rely on Melvin Lasky to carry the Congress's interests there. Affiliates in other countries experienced a variety of teething problems, all of which testified to the near impossibility of getting intellectuals to work together without falling prey to faction fights and wounded sensibilities. But their problems seemed like so many storms in a teapot compared to the hurricanes which raged in the American Committee. 96. 11. The new consensus. An artist must be a reactionary. He has to stand out against the tenor of his age, and not go flopping along. He must offer some little opposition. Evelyn Waugh. I choose the West. Dwight MacDonald, 1952. Founded in New York in January 1951, the principal force behind the American Committee for Cultural Freedom was Sidney Hook, who became its first chairman and who was, according to Lawrence de Neufville, a contract consultant for the CIA. Irving Kristol, another graduate of New York City College, served as executive director, for which he was paid an annual salary of $6,500. This rose to $8,500 in 1954, when Kristol was replaced by Sol Stein, who arrived straight from the United States Information Service, where he had worked in a unit dedicated to ideological analysis. The committee, as the official American affiliate of the Congress, was intended to reflect the broad coalition of liberal and left-of-center constituencies which made up the host organization. But where the Congress had been able to marginalize its hardline activists like Kessler, it had no such power over the American Committee, which soon divided down the middle between the moderates and the militants. In those days you were either hard or soft on communism, explained Jason Epstein, who remembered Diana Trilling, in carnal mood, standing behind Lionel's chair at a dinner party once and saying, "None of you men are hard enough for me." They were ridiculous people, really, who lived in a teacup. One living in the teacup with the Trillings was a powerful combination of conservative intellectuals from what was jokingly referred to as the Upper West Side kibbutz. They included James Burnham, Arnold Beichmann, Peter Vierek, the art critic Clement Greenberg, and Elliot Cohen, editor of commentary and an unofficial advisor on communism to executives at the Loose Publications. In style as well as content, theirs was haute anti-communism. Some people like Beichmann and the Trillings were violently pro-American, and they thought we were falling down on the job. Diana in particular was quite vitriolic, recalled Irving Kristol. Another insider remembered a kind of feverish sense of superiority amongst many Americans. "We've won the war, now we're going to reorganize Europe our way." These people were mostly gunslingers from New York, and they favored a moral high road of intransigence, and considered ours to be a lower road of appeasement. Some even thought that the Congress had been penetrated by communists. 3 representing the moderate element of the American Committee were Arthur Schlesinger, the Cold War theologian Reinhold Niebuhr, James T. Farrell, Richard Rover of the New Yorker, former Socialist Party chairman and 6 times candidate for American President Norman Thomas, and Partisan Review editor Philip Rove. Swinging between the two factions were Irving Kristol, the other Partisan Review edi. 97. Tor William Phillips, and Sidney Hook. Hook, in particular, had an interest in maintaining peace between the two groups. He was at this time promoting the committee's interests with CIA Director Walter Bedell Smith, and Gordon Gray, first director of the Psychological Strategy Board. For these contacts with high-level intelligence operatives testify to a much more knowing engagement with clandestine cultural warfare than Hook was ever ready to admit to. His article in the New York Times Magazine of March 1951, "To Counter the Big Lie, A Basic Strategy," was clipped and filed by the PSB, C.D. Jackson, and the CIA. In it, Hook described the threat to democracy posed by international communism, and called for the of every possibility of effective political warfare in defense of democratic survival. The democracies must take the offensive in political warfare against the totalitarian regime of the Soviet Union and keep the offensive. How successful this political warfare would be cannot be foretold in advance. But it is surely worth the cost of a half-dozen bombers to launch it. 5. For Hook, the American Committee was a bazooka in America's political arsenal, and he worked with his customary zeal to consolidate its position. It was to the moderates that Joss Elson turned in an effort to keep the American Committee politically attuned to the Congress. But Schlesinger and his allies were unable to contain the unruly clique of hardliners, and disagreements between the committee and the Paris office surfaced almost immediately. The Americans scorned Nabokov's massive festival in Paris, accusing the Congress of frivolity. Eliot Cohen, who in his politics was only slightly less extreme than James Burnham, asked whether, with this kind of hoopla, we are losing sight of our function and goals, and if we lose sight, who else is there around? 6. Another critic mocked it as appealing to snobs and aesthetes and destroying the Congress's reputation as a serious intellectual power. 7. The fascination with power was much evident in the American Committee, and culminated in 1952 with a Partisan Review Symposium which confirmed a new and positive relationship between intellectuals and the nation-state. Running in issue after issue, the symposium was called Our Country and Our Culture. Its purpose, wrote the editors, was to examine the apparent fact that American intellectuals now regard America and its institutions in a new way. Until little more than a decade ago, America was commonly thought to be hostile to art and culture. Since then, the tide has begun to turn, and many writers and intellectuals now feel closer to their country and its culture. Politically, there is recognition that the kind of democracy which exists in America has an intrinsic and positive value. It is not merely a capitalist myth but a reality which must be defended against Russian totalitarianism. Europe is no longer regarded as a sanctuary, it no longer assures that rich experience of culture which inspired and justified a criticism of American life. The wheel has come full circle, and now America has become the protector of Western civilization. 8. Intellectual life in New York during the 1930s had been gauged almost exclusively in relation to Moscow, and there to articulate its concerns was Partisan Review, created by a group of Trotskyites from City College. Starting its life as a house organ of the communist-dominated John Reed Club, Partisan Review created a sophisticated language to articulate Marxist ideas. But the events of 1939–40 destroyed its moorings. With the signing of the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, many intellectuals began to veer away from the orthodoxies of Leninist communism towards the dissident radicalism of Trotsky. Some simply abandoned the left altogether, moving towards the political center and even the right. Partisan Review Now. 98. Found itself creating a counter-language to articulate anti-Stalinism and redefine radicalism in a non-communist context. Returning to the idea of America, like so many repentant prodigals, intellectuals and artists emerged from the dark period of the 1930s to discover an exhilaration at the sudden and overwhelming appearance of new possibilities, in life as in consciousness. There was a world out there which no one, it seemed, had bothered to look at before, and everyone, happily shedding his Marxist blinkers, went rushing off to look. 9. These born-again intellectuals, in their search for something to replace the historical absolutes which had failed them so absolutely, found the answer in America, or more glibly, Americanism. The literary equivalent of Aaron Copland's Fanfare for the Common Man, Partisan Review Symposium, signaled this act of discovery of America as if for the first time. American artists and intellectuals have acquired a new sense of belonging to their native land, wrote William Phillips, and have generally come to feel that their own fate is tied to the fate of their country. 10. As intellectuals developed a congenial connection to America, so America came to see them in a new light. Intellect has associated itself with power, perhaps as never before in history, and is now conceived to be in itself a kind of power, Lionel Trilling observed. 11. It was perhaps the first time since the French Revolution when the significant components of an intellectual community decided that it was no longer de rigueur to be adversarial, that you could support your country without cheapening intellectual and artistic integrity, noted the historian Carol Brightman. 12. This new perception of intellectuals was confirmed when Time magazine ran a cover story called Parnassus, Coast to Coast, which concluded that the man of protest has given way to the man of affirmation, and that happens to be the very role that the intellectuals played when the nation was new. 13. This was the moment at which deviationist Marxists began to transform themselves from refusniks into all-rightniks, when City College ideologues, together with their more waspish compagnons de guerre, like Dwight MacDonald, lost their taste for the class struggle and were being improbably asked for letters of recommendation by aspiring students. The speed with which I evolved from a liberal into a radical and from a tepid communist sympathizer into an ardent anti-Stalinist still amazes me, Dwight MacDonald later wrote. 14. Describing this political transformation, his biographer concluded, Dwight's independence, his self-proclaimed negativism, his refusal to accept any kind of nationalist loyalty had marked his political vision and sustained his political life. It was not a matter of betrayal of commitment, he had simply arrived through his own painful analysis to a point where he had no viable political position other than the lesser evil. For him it was a discouraging dilemma. Even as he continued to identify with the radical, or at least dissenting, tradition, and still felt himself to be a member of an alienated elite in opposition to American nationalism, imperialism, and mass culture, he was, even if inadvertently, coming to support the maintenance of American power abroad and established institutions at home. 15. Philip Robb observed such developments with growing alarm, and warned, anti-Stalinism has become almost a professional stance. It has come to mean so much that it excludes nearly all other concerns and ideas, with the result that they are trying to turn anti-Stalinism into something which it can never be, a total outlook on life, no less, or even a philosophy of history. 16. The headquarters of professional anti-Stalinism was the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, and the magazines whose editors sat on its board, namely Commentary, The New Leader and Partisan Review. But now, just as the center was beginning to hold, Partisan Review 99 was on the brink of folding, in part because the U.S. Treasury was threatening to strip it of its tax-exempt status. Sidney Hook wrote a dramatic plea to Howland Sargent, Assistant Secretary of State on October 10, 1952, defending Partisan Review's record as an effective vehicle for combating communist ideology abroad, particularly among intellectuals, and begging for its tax exemption to be preserved. Daniel Bell also took the initiative, acting as an intermediary in discussions with Henry Luce, who saved the magazine with a grant of $10,000. To the best of my knowledge, that grant was never publicly disclosed, not even to the contributors and some of Partisan Review's associate editors, Daniel Bell later wrote. 17. Quite what Luce expected in return for his investment is not clear. Jason Epstein later claimed that what was printed in Partisan Review soon became amplified in Time and Life. 18. Certainly, Luce's generous financial support of what had once been an authorized voice of the American Communist Party lends new meaning to the much-discussed deradicalization of American intellectuals during the Cold War. The CIA had first been alerted to the financial difficulties of partisan review through Irving Brown. A year before the Luce grant was made, Sidney Hook had written to Brown asking for help in the fight to keep partisan review and the new leader alive. Our advices are from many of our European friends that anti-American and especially neutralist sentiment is rising in Western Europe. This at the same time as that splendidly anti-neutralist democratic organ the new leader really faces extinction because of rising costs. Its disappearance, wrote Hook, would be a cultural calamity. 19 He made the same case for partisan review, and asked Brown to help secure a guaranteed foreign circulation of 4,000 to 5,000 for both magazines. Brown passed the problem on to Braden at the International Organizations Division. Shortly afterwards, the new leader's editor, Sol Levitas, found himself in Tom Braden's office. "God, I can remember that guy sitting across the table, pleading with me for money," Braden recalled. 20. Levitas, a Russian émigré who had worked with Trotsky and Bukharin, had powerful supporters in America's intelligence community. C.D. Jackson praised him for doing an excellent job in providing virtually the only objective, unslanted, pro-American, high-quality, left-wing literature that exists on either side of the Atlantic, and said he was definitely on the side of the angels. 21 Certainly, Allen Dulles thought so. In 1949, Levitas had run a piece by Dulles advocating a commission of internal security to examine subversive influences in the U.S. and to use the institutions of democracy to destroy them. With Allen Dulles helping the White House reorganize America's intelligence service, this was rather like the head of MI5 writing for the New Statesman 22 at this time too, although the new leader was issuing frantic appeals for funds to pay off its $40,000 debts. It started appearing in April 1950 as a new leader with an expensive Time-like magazine format. Sitting opposite Braden a couple of years later, Levitas had found another angel who could save his magazine. Braden agreed to subsidize the new leader, arranging to hand over cash sums to Levitas at his, Braden's, office, on at least 3 occasions. It wasn't a huge sum, Braden said, probably in the region of $10,000 a time. But that was enough to keep the magazine from going under. 23 Meanwhile, Braden's deputy, Cord Meyer, had taken up Partisan Review's cause. Further to the Luce grant of $10,000, the magazine received a subsidy of $2,500 in early 1953 from the American Committee's festival account, which still contains some residual funds left over from Nabokov's extravaganza of the previous year. The festival account, it will he re. 100. Remembered, was the pipeline for CIA dollars, which were piggybacked through the phony Farfield Foundation. When this grant was made to Partisan Review, its co-editor William Phillips was cultural secretary of the American Committee. Phillips later said he did not recall this grant, and was always adamant that his magazine had never been the recipient of CIA support. By subsidizing American journals, the CIA was acting in breach of its own legislative charter, which prohibited support of domestic organizations. In the case of Partisan Review and the new leader, there were 2 very persuasive reasons for ignoring this legal nicety. First, the journals provided an ideological bridgehead for American and European intellectuals whose common ground was anti-communism, but who were separated by geopolitical and cultural differences. Secondly, financial support provided what Joss Elson described as a shield against the anticipated anger of Partisan Review and the new leader when they discovered, as they soon would, that their position in the marketplace of ideas was about to be seriously challenged. 101. 12. Magazine X. What, then, shall we do? Stick, so far as possible, to the empirical facts, always remembering that these are modifiable by anyone who chooses to modify the perceiving mechanism. Aldous Huxley, Eyeless in Gaza. Encounter magazine, which ran from 1953 to 1990, held a central position in post-war intellectual history. It could be as lively and bitchy as a literary cocktail party. It was here Nancy Mitford published her famous article The English Aristocracy, a bitingly witty analysis of British social mores which introduced the distinction between you and non-you. It printed Isaiah Berlin's A Marvelous Decade, 4 memorable essays on Russian literature, Vladimir Nabokov on Pushkin, Irving Howe on Edith Wharton, David Marquand on the Liberal Revival, stories by Jorge Luis Borges, critical essays by Richard Ellman, Jayaprakash Narayan, W. H. Auden, Arnold Toynbee, Bertrand Russell, Herbert Read, Hugh Trevor Roper, some of the best minds of those decades. It was read in England and America, Asia, and Africa. Promiscuous in its attention to cultural subjects, it was strangely silent, or simply obscure, on many political issues. In all cases, it was resolutely ideological, an integer of anti-communist Cold War thinking. It never broke even, but ran at a substantial deficit, needing to double its circulation in order to get out of the red. It was intelligent. And it was profligately linked to the intelligence world. Michael Joss Elson referred to it as our greatest asset. Post-war austerity had claimed Cyril Connolly's horizon in 1950, followed shortly thereafter by John Lehman's Penguin New Writing. The London magazine was teetering financially, and F.R. Levy, despite a generous grant from the Rockefeller Foundation, was almost through with scrutiny. Only the New Statesman and Nation flourished, its weekly circulation of 85,000 showing an impressive resilience to attempts to undermine it. Josselson's secret subsidies to 20th Century were part of this campaign. As well as Cash, the journal, together with the British Society for Cultural Freedom, had received explicit instructions to engage in a permanent polemic with the New Statesman and Nation. The CIA, mindful of the lackluster British performance at the Berlin Conference of 1950, was eager to penetrate the fog of neutralism which dimmed the judgment of so many British intellectuals, not least those close to the New Statesman. That Kingsley Martin's magazine had not embraced the idea of a socialist vision fully divorced from Moscow rankled deeply with American Cold Warriors. British intelligence, too, was interested in projecting a voice which could oppose the New Statesman's policy of ambivalence, its soft-headedness and terrible simplifications. The Information Research Department's support of Tribune, whose material was excerpted and distributed internationally by Foreign Service officers, was a gesture in this direction. Malcolm Muggeridge and Woodrow Wyatt, both closely linked to IRD, met with Tribune editor Tosco Feeble in April 1950 to discuss the future of the magazine, but Muggeridge concluded, "They are obviously badly on the rocks, and I said that in the interests of the Cold War they should be kept going as a counterblast to the New Statesman." Developed one of my favorite propositions, that the New Statesman's great success as propagandists had been to establish the proposition 102. That to be intelligent is to be left, whereas almost the exact opposite is true. 2. IRD's support of Tribune was not enough to persuade Feeble of its long-term future, and by late 1951 he was talking of a new Anglo-American left-of-center publication. Writing to Irving Brown, Feeble said that plans for such a publication have advanced, and several people are anxious that I should make a start. I have discussed the idea directly or by letter with Dennis Healy, Maurice Edelman, Dick Crossman, Arthur Schlesinger, David Williams, and others. For obvious reasons this is something quite outside Congress for cult freedom activities. 3. The obvious reason for keeping the magazine separate from the Congress was, as Feeble well knew, because the American government had agreed not to conduct propaganda activities in Britain. The CIA had virtually declared a moratorium on money being used in that particular country. There is a sort of gentleman's agreement on that matter. 4. But this was about to change. Independently of each other, British intelligence and the CIA had been batting around the idea of creating a new magazine which could address the perceived deficit in the bank of intellectual anti-communism in Britain. This duplication of effort came to light during a series of meetings held at Frank Wisner's initiative in London in early 1951. Accompanied by Washington-based MI6 CIA liaison Kim Philby, Wisner had travelled to London to discuss with British intelligence matters of common interest. During a series of meetings attended by MI6 and members of the Foreign Office, according to Philby, Wisner expatiated on one of his favourite themes, the need for camouflaging the source of secret funds supplied to apparently respectable bodies in which we were interested. It is essential, said Wisner in his usual informal style, to secure the overt cooperation of people with conspicuous access to wealth in their own right. At this, Philby was amused to see a Foreign Office official scribbling a note which read, "People with conspicuous access to wealth in their own right equals rich people." 5. It was during the Wisner mission to London that the question of a high-level publication aimed at encouraging a leftist lexicon free of Kremlin grammar was first aired. The two services realized they had been pursuing the same idea. Wisner and his secret intelligence service counterparts agreed this would be folly, and they settled on a joint operation. By late 1951, the joint proposal had been cleared at the highest levels, and it was now passed down the lines. Philby delegated to his assistant in Washington, John Bruce Lockhart, nephew of the great Robert Bruce Lockhart, an intelligence supremo of both wars who in 1917 had been arrested by the Soviets as a spy and imprisoned in the Kremlin. As his uncle's star faded, Lockhart the younger had himself forged ahead as a model intelligence officer. He had headed up the military branch of C in Italy during the war, and was an expert on penetrating communist organizations in Europe. Lockhart was well respected in Washington, where he had forged a close relationship with Frank Wisner. When Wisner wanted to get his son, Frank Wisner Jr., into Rugby College, Lockhart, who had been schooled there, was happy to arrange it. Wisner trusted Lockhart, but not Philby. Philby in turn was unable to repress his dislike of Wisner, whom he described witheringly as a youngish man for so responsible a job, balding and running self-importantly too fat. 6. John Bruce Lockhart also enjoyed a good relationship with Lawrence de Neufville, with whom he had liaised in Germany after the war. It was Lockhart who now set up a meeting for de Neufville and Jos Elson with IRD's Christopher Monty Woodhouse in London. Woodhouse, 103, was a man of profligate talent. He had been introduced to the writings of Euripides and Lucretius at the age of 11, and before the war had been tutored at New College, Oxford, by Richard Crossman and Isaiah Berlin. 7. Taking a double first in 1939, Woodhouse was dreaming of an academic career lecturing on Plato and Aristotle when war broke out. His education thereafter was quite different: barrack square, gun drill, parachuting, guerrilla warfare, sabotage, intelligence, and eventually led him to fight an heroic guerrilla war in occupied Greece. 8. A dashing, daring spy of the old school, Woodhouse was a key player in preparations to overthrow Iran's premier, Mohammad Mossadegh, working alongside Kim Roosevelt in a coup engineered jointly by the CIA and CIS which installed the ultra-right monarchy of the Shah. 9. On his return from Tehran, Woodhouse was assigned to deep cover work for the Information Research Department. He ran a separate office, provided by CIS, opposite St. James's Park tube station. This office was staffed by a handful of junior Foreign Office people who were nominally registered to IRD, but were in effect run as a semi-autonomous team by Woodhouse. Reluctant to do business in his own club, the Reform, Woodhouse agreed to meet at the Royal Automobile Club on Pall Mall, where de Neufville held an overseas membership. De Neufville and Jos Elson travelled to London from Paris for the meeting. It was here, in the late spring of 1952, that British and American intelligence made one of the most significant interventions in the course of post-war intellectual history. Over lunch in the RAC's dining room, they outlined their plan for the launch and covert sponsorship of a new highbrow magazine. Woodhouse, who was authorized to clear the project, did so without hesitation. Working for various different geographical divisions of the Foreign Office, this project stood at the more mundane end of the spectrum for Woodhouse. But he was a keen advocate of psychological warfare, into which the proposal so neatly fell. The tone of the conversation at the RAC left him in no doubt that this was to be a subtle contribution to the covert propaganda struggle. His only caveat was that the British should be allowed to keep a finger on the pulse. It was agreed that the Congress for Cultural Freedom, through a designated CIA case officer, would consult with Woodhouse on operational procedures relating to the magazine. In addition, CIS wished to maintain a financial interest in the project, a small contribution which would come from IRD's secret vote. Woodhouse suggested that this contribution be earmarked for the salaries of the British editor and his secretary. This would avoid the impropriety of the CIA remunerating British subjects. Further, he said that the Foreign Office's principal interest in such a project was to acquire a vehicle for communicating anti-communist ideas to intellectuals in Asia, India, and the Far East. To guarantee distribution of the magazine in these spheres of influence, the Foreign Office would buy up a specified number of copies to be shipped and distributed through the British Council. Beyond this, the financial liability for the magazine rested with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Jos Elson confirmed that funds were to be made available through the Farfield Foundation, although the magazine would be encouraged to function as a business, to allay suspicion. Finally, Jos Elson told Woodhouse that 2 candidates had been shortlisted for the job of co-editing the magazine. Subject to security clearance by both services, it was agreed that these 2 candidates be approached by the Congress for Cultural Freedom. With the working structure in place, the meeting closed with an agreement that Jos Elson and a 104 Nookville would advance the project, and then meet again with Woodhouse. Woodhouse, meanwhile, started looking for suitable fronts, Wisner's rich people, through which to channel IRD money to the new magazine. The American candidate for the post of co-editor was Irving Kristol, the executive director of the American Committee for Cultural Freedom. Born in 1920, the son of a New York clothing subcontractor, in 1936 he went to City College, where he befriended Irving Howe, Daniel Bell, and Melvin Lasky. There, he became involved with the Young People's Socialist League, an anti-communist leftist organization at the college, and the Trotskyists. Small in stature, Kristol compensated by developing the muscular political stance so typical of City College undergraduates, accompanied by a readiness to jump his opponents, which would acquire him a reputation as an intellectual bruiser. Graduating cum laude in 1940, he went to work as a freight handler in Chicago and helped edit the ex-Trotskyist magazine Inquirer until he was called up. Drafted as an infantryman in 1944, he saw combat in France and Germany, and was discharged in 1946. He went to England and began working for Commentary, returning to New York in 1947 to become its managing editor. The British candidate was Stephen Spender. Born in 1909 to a famous liberal family, he had a protected childhood, and developed a languid, easygoing nature and an attraction to utopian ideas. At Oxford in the 1920s he came under the lifelong influence of W. H. Auden, and achieved fame soon after with his first book, Poems, which used the sexual and political mood of the interwar period. He was immediately identified with Auden, Cecil Day Lewis and Louis MacNeice as a poet of the 30s, the decade which brought politics into the deepest chambers of literature and saw Spender joining the Communist Party, though only for a few weeks. His was more that kind of English parlor Bolshevism than anything else, typical of Spender's butterfly politics. Later, he was to describe his changes of belief and commitment as a matter of my utter vulnerability and openness. 11 Anita Kermode inverted Henry James Sr.'s famous remark that he was like a clue without a labyrinth, to describe Spender as a labyrinth without a clue. 12 Another Jamesian phrase suited Spender well, he was a man without a handle. Spender later surmised that the reason he had been chosen to co-edit the Congress's new magazine was a consequence of my essay In the God That Failed. More perhaps than his disavowal of communism, it was Spender's positive relationship with the U.S. which made him an ideal candidate. In 1948, Spender had written a paean to America, We Can Win the Battle for the Mind of Europe, in which he claimed that where American policy finds dubious allies and half-hearted friends, American freedom of expression in its greatest achievements has an authenticity which can win the most vital European thought today. If America chose to do so, she could play an educational role in Europe today which would bring thousands of students to understand the best in American civilization and the American conception of freedom. For what is realistic today is to expect nothing of propaganda and political bludgeoning, but to take part in showing Europeans the greatest contemporary achievements of American civilization, education, and culture. 13 Spender could barely contain his excitement, going on to state that a word from the mouth of an American or English man of letters is regarded as almost something miraculous by European students. The Marshall Plan, he wrote, was well and good, but it is necessary also to strengthen the old civilization of the West in Europe with the faith and the experience and the knowledge of the new Europe which is America. 14 Such sentiments were echoed by many other Western intellectuals. Raymond Aron, 105, announced that he was entirely convinced that for an anti-Stalinist there is no escape from the acceptance of American leadership. 15 It could hardly be said that America's intervention in the Kulturkampf had no native support when people like Spender and Aron identified the survival of Europe with the American savior. Spender had other attractive qualities for his prospective employers. As part of the Max Bondet group, he provided an important link to London's literary aristocracy, which still clung to many of the snobbish excrescences of the Bloomsbury period, but whose members surrendered promptly to Spender's charm. Jos Elson had experienced at first hand the intransigence of the British element at the Congress's Berlin debut, and many American strategists were irked by the superior air affected by the British intelligentsia. There's some important background to all this, Stuart Hampshire explained. In 1949, I believe, the Ford Foundation came to London, and they held a big meeting in a hotel, to which they summoned the leading intellectuals. At that time, they had capital reserves which were worth more than the whole of the Sterling area. So, the intellectuals come, and the Ford Foundation offers them the earth, but they say, "We're fine, thank you. We've got All Souls, and that's enough for us." The British were underwhelmed. They did ask for a few things, but they were so small the Americans thought they were mad. And the context for this is that there was a very deep, Freud-like anti-Americanism, a kind of Wyckhammish snobbery meets Chinese left-wingery, epitomized by people like Empson and Forster. I remember Forster staying with Lionel Trilling in New York once. Trilling was very nervous. Forster told him he needed to buy a shirt for some occasion, and Trilling took him to Brooks Brothers. But when Forster got there, he took one look and said, "My God, I can't possibly buy anything here." That summed it up. 16 Spender, who had worked for the British Control Commission in occupied Germany after the war, was well attuned to the needs of government in the area of cultural politics. Since then, he had spent a good deal of time in America, where he found himself under the wing of John Crow Ransom, Allen Tate, and the conservative duo Ben Tate and Senator Edward Taft. Cultivating his British colleagues with equal charm, Spender was just the bridge the Americans needed to make an advance on their recalcitrant allies. But his most irresistible talent, claimed his wife Natasha, was for being easily conned. "Of course," she said, "Stephen had all the right credentials to be chosen as a front. He was one of the great recanters, and he was eminently bamboozleable, because he was so innocent. His father was bamboozled by Lloyd George. They're a very trusting family, it never occurs to them to think that people are telling them lies." 17 The cost of this congenital naivete would later prove to be high. In February 1953, Spender, who was teaching in Cincinnati, received a letter from Jos Elson inviting him to come to Paris to discuss an English edition of Proeuvres. From Crystal, Spender learned that during a quick trip to Paris which I made a couple of weeks back, I spent a great deal of time discussing with Mike Jos Elson, François Bondy and Mel Lasky. Moreover, Jos Elson and myself went to London for a day to talk the matter over with Warburg, Muggeridge, and Fievel. 18 Shortly before this London meeting, de Neufville and Jos Elson had met again with Woodhouse. They agreed on an arrangement for a publishing deal whereby Frederick Warburg, the publisher of Orwell, would lend his company's name to the magazine. In a letter from Jos Elson to Warburg, he confirmed that the Congress assumed full responsibility for the 106. Prompt payment of all bills presented in connection with the production and distribution of Encounter, and full liability for libel. Jos Elson made it clear to Warburg that neither he nor his firm is to have any influence whatsoever over the editorial side of the magazine. 19 By the time of their second meeting, Woodhouse and de Neufville had struck up a firm rapport. De Neufville's credentials were no less impressive than Woodhouse's. Born in London, he had taken degrees at New College and Harvard, before becoming a Reuters correspondent. We got on extremely well, saw very much eye to eye, Woodhouse remembered. I always got on extremely well with my American colleagues, provided they weren't lunatics, he added, in a tone which suggested many were. Whenever Larry came over to London, I met him. Or if I went to Washington, I'd meet him there, with my man in Washington, Adam Watson. 20 The two were to meet regularly over the next couple of years, until de Neufville returned to America, and Woodhouse went on to become director of the Royal Institute of International Affairs. As this was the only area where their responsibilities overlapped, they discussed operations and methods for Encounter and the British operation in general over drinks at the RAC. Operations and methods initially meant putting in place what Woodhouse described as a cash flow and a line of contact. Be careful of thinking there was a system for anything in those days. It was all improvised, de Neufville later explained. 21 Brought in to help with the improvisation, and to act as a go-between for MI6 and the Congress for Cultural Freedom was Malcolm Muggeridge. Muggeridge had made a long journey from those days as a boy when he had sung the Red Flag with his father from a Labour Party platform in Croydon. His book Winter in Moscow, which presented the shattering of his Russian utopia, was one of the first exposures of the Soviet myth written from the left, and had marked the beginning of his political transformation into an agent for MI6. A member of the Congress for Cultural Freedom Steering Committee, he was firmly aligned with its anti-neutralist, pro-American stance, reasoning that if I accept, as millions of other Western Europeans do, that America is destined to be the mainstay of freedom in this mid-20th century world, it does not follow that American institutions are perfect, that Americans are invariably well behaved, or that the American way of life is flawless. It only means that in one of the most terrible conflicts in human history, I have chosen my side, as all will have to choose sooner or later, and propose to stick by the side I have chosen through thick and thin, hoping to have sufficient courage not to lose heart, sufficient sense not to allow myself to be confused or deflected from this purpose, and sufficient faith in the civilization to which I belong, and in the religion on which that civilization is based, to follow Bunyan's advice and endure the hazards and humiliations of the way because of the worth of the destination. 22 Secrecy, wrote Muggeridge in The Infernal Grove, is as essential to intelligence as vestments and incense to a mass, or darkness to a spiritual séance, and must at all costs be maintained, quite irrespective of whether or not it serves any purpose. 23 Ever excited by a bit of cloak and dagger intrigue, even if he doubted its necessity, Muggeridge was delighted to be involved with the Congress's new publishing venture. His first job was to secure the rich people who could pose as credible private backers of the magazine. At a meeting in a Fleet Street pub, Muggeridge was able to report to Woodhouse that his search for financial conduits had turned up 2 willing candidates. The first was émigré film director Alexander Korda. As a friend of Ian Fleming and a former employer of Robert Bruce Lockhart, Korda enjoyed close links to British intelligence. Following the approach from Muggeridge, Korda agreed to allow IRD to use his bank account as a piggyback for subsidies to the new magazine. The other conduit brought in by Muggeridge was his old friend Lord Victor Rothschild. Rothschild was closely connected to the magazine until the mid-1960s, but always as a shadow, never in the open. There were still practical issues to be resolved, and Muggeridge and Warburg, now referred to by CIA case officers as the Cousins, went to Paris at the end of February 1953 to thrash matters out. Jasper Ridley, then Secretary of the British Society for Cultural Freedom, was instructed to buy their tickets and pay for their hotels. On his return, Warburg asked Ridley to write him a cheque on the British Society's account for £100 for his expenses in Paris. Ridley, whose weekly salary was about £10, was amazed. I think that Warburg either pocketed the £100 or spent it in buying jewellery for his attractive wife Pamela de Bayeux, 24, he later surmised. On March 5, 1953, Michael Jos Elson wrote to Stephen Spender with an account of the meeting between Muggeridge, Warburg, Fievel, Nabokov, Bondi and Jos Elson. We need a magazine with wider appeal than Horizon, more like Der Monad. You and Crystal would be an ideal team of editors. There should be an editorial board with, perhaps, Muggeridge and Hook, who will be spending a whole year in Europe from July 1953. Muggeridge and Warburg are willing to put all the funds which Mr. Muggeridge has meanwhile been successful in raising for the British Society into the magazine. 25. Referring to this arrangement, Spender wrote to Crystal, "It looks as if we are both to be employed by the British Committee." 26. He was half right. Crystal, the American, would be paid with funds from the CIA's Farfield Foundation, Spender, with money from the British Treasury's secret vote. By March 1953, Crystal had moved to Paris and was busy collecting copy for the magazine. The Paris office, which envisioned a journal that would serve as the mouthpiece of the Congresses, produced 4 drafts for a cover under Josselson's direction. Neither Crystal nor Spender could agree on a title. The working title, Outlook, was judged to be banal, so they racked their brains and thumbed the thesaurus, and bandied about symposium, culture and politics, Congress, witness, vista, testimony, writing and freedom, messenger, across seas, east-west review, compass, connect, exchange, interchange, present, turning point, circumference. At one point, Crystal simply referred to it as Magazine X27. Perhaps this would have been the most appropriate title, in the light of the clandestine spirit behind it. The title Encounter first surfaced in a letter dated April 27, 1953 from Crystal to Warburg, but Crystal said he was not enthusiastic about it. On April 30, 1953, Alexander Korda wrote his first cheque for £250. So, presumably, did Victor Rothschild, though no record exists to confirm when his donations started. Thus camouflaged, British intelligence passed funds to Encounter from its inception. The cash flow was boosted by the regular arrival of a brown envelope at Encounter's office. The courier was a member of Woodhouse's staff. So, too, was the magazine's office manager, Margot Walmsley, who came straight from her job as a clerical officer with IRD, and remained the Foreign Office's line of contact into Encounter for over 2 decades. Walmsley later remarked to a bemused Frank Kermode that if he wanted to know anything about Encounter, she could tell him everything. Dying in 1997, Walmsley never disclosed that she was a Foreign Office employee. 108. Later, the IRD paid the money into a private account at publishers Seeker and Warburg would then arrange for a cheque for the same amount to be made out to the British Society for Cultural Freedom, of which he was treasurer. The British Society, by now no more than a front for IRD's cash flow to Encounter, then made over the same amount to the magazine. In intelligence phraseology, this kind of funding mechanism was known as a triple pass. Thus, circuitously, Her Majesty's government paid Stephen Spender's salary. Woodhouse himself never spoke to Spender of this arrangement, though he had ample opportunity to do so. His children and my children were at the same kindergarten, and we used to meet each other there, Woodhouse recalled. I would have tended to assume that he did know, and therefore didn't particularly feel the need to talk to him about it. This was our sort of drill in that kind of world. 28. Spender was later adamant that he had never been told of these arrangements. By June 1953, Encounter magazine was up and running, operating out of the British Society for Cultural Freedom's office on 119B Oxford Street, before moving in September to offices in the Haymarket. Printing bills and other expenses for its first 12 months were met by a grant of $40,000 from the Farfield Foundation, a figure Crystal and Spender were advised by Joss Elson to keep to yourselves. Crystal, who had been in London since May, was joined by his wife, the historian Gertrude Himmelfarb, and their young child William. Shortly afterwards, Spender arrived from Cincinnati. Both were listed as shareholders in Encounter Limited, which was registered in December 1953, with the majority shares held by Junkie Fleischman, as president of the Farfield Foundation, and Pierre Bellomy, as treasurer of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. In a notable rewriting of history, both Spender and Crystal would later record their collaboration as some kind of honeymoon. In view of the fact that Stephen and I were two such very different people, I think we got along surprisingly well, 29 said Crystal. I worked very happily with Irving Crystal, 30 said Spender. They did consider each other friends, then as later. But their professional relationship was problematic from the start. Spender was willowy, emotional, wincingly non-confrontational, and as an editor sometimes didn't know his arse from his elbow. 31 Crystal, by contrast, was mulish and uncompromising, inured by years of Brooklyn arguments to sentimental or intellectually precious behavior. Small in stature, he shared with Lasky and Hook both this and a shortness of temper. It's crazy to think that Irving Crystal, a former Trotskyite from Brooklyn, could go over there and deal with all those British intellectuals and correct their prose, said one CIA agent. 32 But it wasn't just Spender and his British friends who needed to watch out for Crystal. Joss Elson discovered very early on the caliber of the man he had chosen. Irving had stand-up rows with the Paris office, said Natasha Spender, who recalled hearing from Stephen that Crystal was given to shouting down the telephone at Joss Elson that if he wanted a house magazine he could go find himself another editor. 33 In July, Crystal sent Joss Elson the perspective table of contents for the first issue, Denis de Rougemont on India, a short meditation on death by Albert Camus, pages from the notebooks of Virginia Woolf, 2 Japanese short stories, a memoir of Ernst Toller by Christopher Isherwood, Leslie Fiedler on the Rosenbergs, Nicholas Nabokov on Soviet music, Joseph Zapsky on André Malraux's Voices of Silence, Irving Crystal on the Congress's Science and Freedom Conference, Herbert Liathi on the recent revolts in East Germany and Czechoslovakia, and Edith Sitwell on Hollywood. Book reviews had been promised by Muggeridge, Spender, Hugh. 109. Seton Watson, J.K. Galbraith, and Nathan Glazer. Pieces by Kestler and Aaron were dropped from the first issue after Nabokov warned Crystal that they were too militantly anti-communist. Concerned that the lineup for the first issue was not political enough, Joss Elson wrote as much to Crystal. Crystal replied tartly, "I'm not sure about your cryptic remark about the political contents living up to expectations. The magazine, obviously, should be a cultural periodical, with politics taken, along with literature, art, philosophy, etc. as an intrinsic part of culture, as indeed it is. The ratio of specifically political to literary etc. articles will naturally vary from number to number. In the first number, politics is relatively subordinate, since we are aiming to capture the largest possible audience. I have a very clear idea of what the Congress wants, and of how one should go about getting it. But I can't operate efficiently with the Paris office breathing down my neck, sending editorial directives, etc. 34 In another fiery letter, Crystal again remonstrated with Joss Elson, telling him, "We here in London are not inept morons, and I sincerely believe that we can better judge the situation than you can in Paris. You and your colleagues in Paris think the cover is lousy. Well, maybe you're right. Then again, maybe you're wrong, magazine covers are not, after all, your specialty. I think the cover is good, though doubtless capable of improvement. Muggeridge thinks it's very good. You think the first issue is insufficiently political? But then you obviously haven't studied the table of contents carefully. You think the first issue is too literary? Well, you're wrong. Perhaps I'm deluding myself, but I really think that, in Encounter, the Congress has hold of something far more important than even you realize. You, apparently, would be satisfied if we could achieve the standing of probes. My God, man, we're way past that. Potentially, we have it in us to become, in a few months, the English language cultural periodical, and not only in England but for Asia too. Give us a few months, and we'll be the idol of the intelligentsia, East and West, a magazine in which an Asian, or European and American writer would give his eye teeth to appear. I mean this seriously, and if I'm wrong, then you ought to get yourself another editor. But you've got to give us time, and editorial freedom, to achieve this. Your attitude to sales puzzles me. You say you're less interested in them than in the magazine's impact. But isn't one a measure of the other? 35 Had Crystal known of the financial scaffolding by which Encounter was to be held up, he would have realized this last question was redundant. Clearly, Crystal was not going to play the role of megaphone soapboxer for Joss Elson. Spender invented the concept of crystal power to describe his colleague's adamantine pose. After one threat too many, Joss Elson would indeed find himself another editor. But for the time being, Encounter needed stability, and Joss Elson had no choice but to stick with Crystal. The Paris office had won the fight with Crystal to drop Kessler and Aaron, but in return they had to concede an article by Leslie Fiedler which made them deeply uneasy. Crystal had originally invited his friend Fiedler to submit an article on Karl Marx, but Fiedler showed no enthusiasm, and offered him instead a piece on the Rosenbergs. If Crystal wanted something provocative for the first issue, he had got it. On the morning of their execution, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg sat down in their cell at Sing Sing prison to write a letter to their two young children, Robert and Michael. Always remember that we were innocent and could not wrong our conscience, the letter ended. Just after 8 o'clock on the evening of June 19, 1953, minutes before sundown announced the 110 start of the Jewish Sabbath, and on the eve of their 14th wedding anniversary, the Rosenbergs were put to death in the electric chair. First Julius, then Ethel. Before being strapped into the chair, Ethel turned to the prison matron, reached out her hand, and drew her close to kiss her on the cheek. The Rosenbergs had been convicted in March 1951 of transmitting American atomic secrets to the Soviets. After retreating to a synagogue to contemplate his sentence, Judge Kaufman returned to the court to condemn the Rosenbergs to death for their part in what he described as a diabolical conspiracy to destroy a God-fearing nation. 36 Never before in America had capital punishment been imposed on anyone convicted in peacetime of espionage. The international outcry which followed presented America's propagandists with their most urgent challenge since the opening sallies of the Cold War. The question of the Rosenbergs' guilt was not the central issue. To most observers, the case against them was incontrovertible. But it fell to American strategists to convince the world not simply that the verdict was incontestable, but that the punishment fitted the crime. When two innocents are sentenced to death, it is the whole world's business, Jean-Paul Sartre exclaimed, defining fascism not by the number of its victims but by the way it kills them. He added that the execution was a legal lynching that has covered a whole nation in blood. 37 To make sure the whole world knew it was its business, the communists orchestrated a massive campaign for clemency, organizing coverage in the communist-controlled press, and arranging for Communist Front organizations to petition American embassies. London received thousands of petitions and protests bearing several thousand signatures. Paris reported that it was receiving telegrams, letters, and petitions at the rate of approximately 50 per day. In France, especially, the Rosenberg case became the symbolic rallying point for anyone who had a bone to pick with the American government. Protests were staged all over France, and many of them turned into anti-American riots. One man was killed in a Libres les Rosenbergs rally in the Place de la Concorde. 38 Melvin Lasky, although queasy about the use of capital punishment during peacetime, ridiculed these protests as the product of fashionable anti-American resentments. 39 Certainly, None of the communist-backed lobbies formed to defend the Rosenbergs publicized the fact that on the same day that the Rosenberg Defense Committee was founded in France, 11 former leaders of the Czech Communist Party were executed in Prague. Nor did they discuss the fact that more communists had been shot by Stalin than in any fascist country, or that in the Soviet Union workers were sent to hard labor camps if they were more than 5 minutes late for work on 2 occasions, nor that when artists were told to enter a competition for a statue to celebrate Pushkin's centenary, the first prize went to a sculptor whose statue showed Stalin reading Pushkin's work. Yet Melvin Lasky's analysis remains fantastically simplistic. The U.S. ambassador in Paris, Douglas Dillon, had pointedly cautioned the Secretary of State in a cable dated May 15, 1953 that the majority of people in France were overwhelmingly of opinion that death sentence unjustifiable and warned that people who urge clemency should not all be taken as unconscious dupes of communists. 40 Clearly, the clemency drive could not be passed off solely as a communist conspiracy. One American intelligence report stated that in Western Europe, pleas for clemency have very recently emerged in the socialist and independent press and from official socialist groups, and in England some Labour opinion supports clemency. Such non-communist pleas for clemency, 111, are based on certain doubts about the guilt of the Rosenbergs, and on the ground that clemency will play less into the hands of communist propagandists than will execution and consequent martyrdom. 41 The whole American psychological warfare apparatus now faced a massive challenge. For the next 6 months, right up to the Rosenbergs' execution in June, it pulled together all its resources to convince the non-communist world that American justice was just. The Psychological Strategy Board was ordered to coordinate the campaign, whose central objective was to place the Rosenbergs in the context of a negative communist archetype, the communist as monster, which needed bloody sacrifices. It compiled reports for briefing the president and all his men, based on embassy dispatches and CIA reports, and issued a volley of instructions to all American posts abroad. But whilst PSB generated reports which showed the Rosenbergs were fairly convicted and guilty as charged were well amplified in the European press, many U.S. diplomatic representatives continued to press for clemency. In France, Ambassador Dillon remained deeply concerned with the adverse effect in Western Europe of the execution, and pressed for the sentence to be reappraised in terms of the higher national interest. 42. As PSB examined the entire scope of the Rosenbergs' execution, particularly the impact of such a decision on foreign psychology, and its effect on U.S. prestige and U.S. leadership, 43 C.D. Jackson was taking a slightly different tack. Though he was confident that the Rosenbergs deserved to fry 100 times for what they have done to this country, he was bent on extracting a confession of guilt from them. This of course would have changed the whole complexion of the case. In a hand-delivered letter to the Attorney General, Herbert Brownell, dated February 23, 1953, C.D. wrote, "It is worth one more try to crack at least one of the Rosenbergs. Cracking the Rosenbergs," he went on, "is not a third-degree problem, but a psychiatric problem. Therefore, would it not be possible to get some really skillful Jewish psychiatrist, say Dr. Karl Binger, to attempt to insinuate himself into their confidence during these next 30 days, and if they did show signs of coming along, a stay of execution for another 30 or 60 days could be arranged while the work progressed." 44 In May, C.D. came up with another idea. In a memo for the file on White House notepaper, C.D. wrote, spoke to Brownell and urged him to play war of nerves with Rosenbergs, including if necessary temporary stay of execution by the president. Brownell advised that the matron had managed to ingratiate herself, and that they had hopes in that direction. Urged upon Brownell that the warden, matron, prison doctor, and anybody else involved should have impressed upon them the subtleties of the situation and the game that was being played, rather than let them play it by ear. This was no longer a police matter. Brownell agreed to do something along these lines. 45 Just how far the matron was able to ingratiate herself remains a matter of speculation. From Ethel's last gesture, however, one can deduce that she came pretty close. Meeting in cabinet on June 19, 1953, the date set for the execution, a nervous Eisenhower admitted he was struck by the element in his mail reflecting honest doubt about the Rosenberg judgment, and said it seemed strange our judicial system should be attacked in so clear-cut a case. 46 Herbert Brownell assured Eisenhower there was no question of doubt here, merely a technicality. The public doesn't know of technicalities, snapped Eisenhower. To which Brownell answered, who's going to decide, pressure groups or the judicial system? The communist objective is to show that Dwight Eisenhower can be pressured. 47 again, EI. 112. Eisenhower showed his impatience, telling Brownell he was concerned only with honest citizens. C.D. Jackson now cut in, and acknowledged that some people were finding the death sentence hard to understand in light of the fact it had not been passed down on other convicted spies like Klaus Fuchs. To which C.D.'s friend Henry Cabot Lodge replied confidently, all can be easily explained. Not easily to me, snorted Eisenhower. 48 As all hope of clemency began to recede, even Michael Jos Elson had been moved to call for mercy. Michael thought they were guilty, but that they shouldn't be executed, because it was such bad PR. He sent a personal telegram to Eisenhower asking for clemency, 49 Diana recalled. Additionally, Jos Elson organized for Dennis DeRougemont to cable an appeal to the White House on June 13, 1953. The Writers, Scientists, and Artists Association with the International Congress for Cultural Freedom appeal to you for clemency for the Rosenbergs, read the Western Union telegram. We believe that such an action on your part would be in the humane tradition of Western democracy and would serve the cause of freedom throughout the world. 50 Even Pope Pius XII intervened, asking Eisenhower to temper justice with charity, but to no avail. We were devastated at the execution. It was so stupid, said Diana Jos Elson. 51. In late July, Irving Kristol received Leslie Fiedler's piece, titled A Postscript to the Rosenberg Case. Fiedler, a former member of the Young Communist League and the Socialist Workers' Party, had drifted away from the left by the early 1940s and was now writing virulent anti-communist essays so full of dubious psychologizing and calls for atonement by the entire left that Harold Rosenberg felt compelled to publish a lengthy rebuttal called Couch Liberalism and the Guilty Past. 52 It was in this mood that Fiedler had penned his thoughts on the Rosenberg case. Fiedler noted that, at first, not even the communists were interested in identifying themselves with the couple, as they were so central to their whole espionage effort and so flagrantly guilty. He made a distinction between the factual Rosenberg case, and a second, legendary Rosenberg case in which, thanks to a carefully orchestrated fellow-traveling mythology, they had been built up as martyrs in the tradition of Dreyfus. And thus, as the flags of the gallant old causes were unfurled, liberal-minded people everywhere had been the victims of a kind of moral blackmail. 53 He went on to blame the communists for the Rosenberg suffering and death, alleging that it was willed by the makers of communist opinion and relished by them, as every instance of discrimination against a Negro in America is willed and relished, as further evidence that they are right. He had been there, said Fiedler, right in the thick of a Europe reveling in its anti-Americanism. He had seen the faces of the communist crowd surging and screaming before the American embassy in Rome, and he had seen nothing but joy. Death to the killers of the Rosenbergs, the crowd had chanted, before going off to sit afterwards over a bottle of wine, content with a good day's work. As for the Rosenbergs, well, they were unattractive and vindictive but human, taking an interest in their children, concerned with operations for tonsillitis and family wrangles. But Fiedler was so repulsed by the couple that he had difficulty fitting the Rosenbergs to a human story, so he went on to claim that they had in fact dehumanized themselves by becoming official clichés, even up to the moment of their death. It is a parody of martyrdom they give us, too absurd to be truly tragic, he wrote. Commenting on the letters the couple wrote to each other from their separate cells in Sing Sing prison, Fiedler seemed affronted as much by Ethel Rosenberg's literary style as by Julius's failure to be sufficiently intimate with his wife and accomplice. We have grown used to communist spies lying in court with all the conviction and fervour of true victims. There was the recent example of Alger-Hiss, to name only one, 54, but we had always hoped that to their wives at least, in darkness and whispers, they spoke the truth. But they couldn't speak in anything other than code, even to each other, and so, Fiedler asked, as they were not martyrs or heroes, or even human beings, what was there left to die? 55. Sidney Hook, when he saw proofs of the article, was alarmed. James T. Farrell had once said of Hook that he submits the living complex reality of history to a logic machine, and chops it up. The way in which he practices selective emphasis amounts to legerdemain. All kinds of problems and contradictions are going to get in his hair, and he'll have to wash them out. 56. Hook could quickly identify these defects in others, if not in himself, and he was sure that Fiedler's analysis was going to stick in the Congress's hair. Writing to Crystal, he counseled that the piece be run with the following apologia. These remarks should not be construed as an attack against human beings who are dead, for we must respect the dead as human beings, but the point is that in their political life the Rosenbergs abandoned their role as human beings and put themselves forward as political symbols. We are therefore making an analysis not of human personalities but of a political myth. 57. A less succinct version of Hook's suggested addition did find its way into Fiedler's text, but its impact was lost in an article which remains striking for its human meanness. News of the Fiedler piece spread fast, and within a week, the entire print run of 10,000 copies of Encounter's first issue sold out. Given the dearth of high-level journals in England, there was never any chance that Encounter's debut would be met with indifference. Now its name was on everybody's lips, and no dinner party passed without a heated discussion of its contents. Within days, the fallout began to reach the Encounter office in the form of a bulging mailbag. From Christopher Isherwood came praise for an exciting and unstuffy debut. Leonard Woolf wrote that he found every article above the average, and described the Fiedler piece as exceptionally good. From a distance, Melvin Lasky deduced that the Fiedler piece would guarantee a bitter struggle for Encounter. Signs that this was the case appeared in a trio of letters received by Spender on the morning of October 22, 1953. Writing to Jos Elson, Spender quoted from E. M. Forster's letter, which expressed particular resentment at the Rosenberg article, not for its factual findings which may be correct, but for the contempt and severity with which it treats Ethel Rosenberg's last days. Most offensive was the compassionate ending with its mysterious assertion that here was a human being who had acted in a non-human fashion and who would be pardoned by the human being who had written the article. I wonder how he will act if he is ever condemned to death. 58. Czeslaw Milosz didn't like the Rosenberg piece either, Spender told Jos Elson. Worse still, T.S. Eliot, writing in answer to Spender's request for an article, said he had doubts about the effectiveness of Encounter, as it was so obviously published under American auspices. If he wanted to say something to influence American opinion, wouldn't he be better off saying it in a paper published in America for American consumption? The point is that Eliot here states the kind of reputation we have to try and live down of being a magazine disguising American propaganda under a veneer of British culture. 59. Spender explained. Agreeing with Hugate. 114. Scull's comment that any politics we published would be suspect through people knowing that we had American support, Spender concluded that any direct anti-communist sentiments simply defeat their own ends. He went on to tell Jos Elson that he found the letters deeply disturbing, adding that, as far as my own personal position is concerned, the implied criticism that I am putting in articles which serve American purposes is naturally very painful to me. 60. There was a puerile anti-Americanism in England at that time, said Natasha Spender. Eminent, respectable people were full of reactionary clichés about America being an adolescent country, and all that. And Stephen was constantly being criticized by these people, who said they wouldn't even have a copy of Encounter in their house, because it was so obviously American. And this made him very angry, because he wanted to defend those colleagues whom he admired from his time in America. 61. Fiedler, apparently, was one defense too far for Spender. Monty Woodhouse remembered being staggered when Spender more or less exploded and said he wasn't going to take part in a propaganda exercise anymore. I assumed he shared my views and the views of all of us on the desirability of intellectual reaction to the communists. I thought it was intellectually too simple for him to say he was being frustrated in some way. 62 Spender did acknowledge that the Rosenberg article had not offended everyone, and he defended it as not at all propaganda. But he was deeply worried that it was broadly regarded as being the kind of Trojan horse contained within Encounters 63. This, and more, was implied in Anthony Hartley's review in The Spectator, which claimed to have detected something of the pomposity of official culture in the magazine's first issue, and remarked, "It would be a pity if Encounter, in its turn, were to become a mere weapon in the Cold War." 64 The Cambridge Don and critic Graham Hoff referred to Encounter as that strange Anglo-American nursling and claimed it was not as free as it declared. "It's not free from obsession or idées fixes," he said, adding that it had a very odd concept of culture indeed. In a sideswipe at Encounter's sponsors, he remarked that he did not like to contemplate the concept of cultural freedom that could make it possible to write or to print. Piece 65 More mischievous was an item in the Sunday Times Atticus column which referred to the magazine as the Police Review of American Occupied Countries. A.J.P. Taylor, writing in The Listener, simply ignored the fuss about the Rosenberg piece to complain, "There is no article in the present number which will provoke any reader to burn it or even to throw it indignantly into the waste paper basket. None of the articles is politically subversive. All are safe reading for children. Most of them are written by the elderly and the established." 66 Have you seen Encounter? Mary McCarthy asked Hannah Arendt. "It is surely the most vapid thing yet, like a college magazine got out by long-dead and putrefying undergraduates." 67 Privately, Spender told friends that he had always been against printing the Fiedler piece, but had felt he could not oppose Crystal on everything in the first issue, and appreciated Crystal's need to make his mark in his new milieu. But he also confided that the Fiedler piece was as good a way as any of letting British readers know just how awful a certain type of American intellectual could be. 68 This echoed the view of Harold Rosenberg who, despairing at Fiedler's lack of depth, wrote that the article had achieved nothing beyond confirming the widely held belief that everyone in America lives on a billboard. Just as Fiedler's piece divided Encounter's readers, so it drove a wedge between its co-editors, and broadened the gap between them. By March 1954, Spender was writing to Jostle 115 Son to complain that Crystal never agreed to any of his suggestions, and that unless Crystal would admit his own ignorance in certain matters, Encounter risked losing the position it had attained. He further accused Crystal of running the magazine as if he, Spender, were not there. "I am writing to you now because I have complained dozens of times verbally to you without it having the slightest effect," Spender admonished Crystal. "I must be certain that plans for improving the magazine are not simply blocked by your unwillingness to consult me, or anyone else." 69 Joss Elson took up Spender's corner, writing frequently to chastise Crystal for ignoring advice, and warning him to improve the look of the magazine and to offer the readers something worthwhile instead of the crap we have been offering them so far and which can only have hurt the magazine. 70 Within 2 years of Encounter's launch, the Spender-Crystal relationship had frayed beyond repair. "I find it impossible to work with Irving because there is no basis and no machinery for cooperating," Spender told Joss Elson. "I therefore think it would be quite dishonest to go on working with." 71 Whilst Joss Elson battled to resolve the situation, another, more serious problem arose. 116. 13. The Holy Willie S. Then let no cantankerous schism corrupt this our catechism. John Crow Ransom, our two worthies. The Rosenberg case had thrown up a painful dilemma for America. When McCarthy's minion Roy Cohn had publicly boasted to the Europeans of his role in the prosecution of the Rosenbergs, he had reinforced a suspicion that the trial was linked to the McCarthy witch hunt. Although technically quite separate issues, the feeling spread in Europe that the two phenomena were conflated. McCarthy emerged at a time when many Europeans were alert to evidence of a parallel nastiness in America and the Soviet Union. "The poison blows across the Atlantic like some horrible prevailing wind," one wrote a young American diplomat's wife in France at the height of McCarthy's campaign. The senator from Wisconsin compensated for his meager intellect with a loud mouth and an inveterate dishonesty. Mama Ian Kestler found him repellent, describing him as a Harry Potter thug. Richard Rover wrote that no other politician of the age had surer, swifter access to the dark places of the American mind too. By the early 1950s, McCarthy was ranting about a great conspiracy, on a scale so immense and an infamy so black as to dwarf any previous venture in the history of men. Encouraged by the trials of Alger Hiss, the Rosenbergs, and other pro-Soviet agents in the U.S., which contributed some plausibility to his Orwellian fixations, Joe McCarthy even accused General George Catlett Marshall of serving Kremlin policy. Under his hectoring chairmanship of the House Un-American Activities Committee, hearings, accusations, and blacklists became the order of the day. Arthur Miller was given a prison sentence. Lillian Hellman was blacklisted and dubbed the era the scoundrel time. Apart from I.F. Stone, whose 4-page self-published weekly newsletter persistently examined the issues without obeying the rule that every question had to be couched in anti-communist declarations, there was no other journalist I can now recall who stood up to the high wind without trembling, wrote Arthur Miller. With the tiniest communist party in the world, the U.S. was behaving as though on the verge of bloody revolution. Membership of the Communist Party was some 31,000 in 1950, skidding to just a few thousand by 1956, the majority of whom were said to be FBI undercover agents. "I always believed the old adage that the FBI kept the Communist Party alive through their dues payments of their agents," said William Colby. For writer Howard Fast, the Communist Party of the United States, in fact, at that moment, was practically a branch of the Justice Department. 5. Chrome fintails on new Cadillacs, bobby socks and Jell-O, hula hoops and Frigidaires, Chesterfields and food blenders, golf, Uncle Ike's grin, Mamie's hats, welcome to the nifty 50s. This was the America of Life magazine, a place with a booming consumer economy, a so 117. CD at ease with itself. But behind this there was another America, brooding, dark, ill at ease, an America where owning a Paul Robeson record could be considered an act of subversiveness, where a school textbook called Exploring American History, co-authored by a Yale historian, offered children the following advice: the FBI urges Americans to report directly to its offices any suspicions they may have about communist activity on the part of their fellow Americans. The FBI is expertly trained to sift out the truth of such reports under the laws of our free nation. When Americans handle their suspicions in this way, rather than by gossip and publicity, they are acting in line with American traditions. 6. Exalting young tattlers was a mark of totalitarian societies, but it took the Cold War to include informing among the inventory of American traditions, wrote one historian. 7. The tenor of this sullen mood was registered in James Dean's Weltschmerz, Marlon Brando's nose-picking insouciance, Lenny Bruce's verbal violence, early manifestations of what would later become mass protest movements. But these were isolated moments, dark hints which were lost in the clamour of official culture, in the din of Mickey Spillane's hate-filled and corrosive logorrhea, or in the noisy exploits of Captain America, the Marvel comic hero who had switched so easily from battling Nazis to exposing communists and who now warned, "Beware, commies, spies, traitors, and foreign agents." Captain America, with all loyal, free men behind him, is looking for you, ready to fight until the last one of you is exposed for the yellow scum you are. 8. This was the America of Roy Cohn and David Skine, McCarthy's dreadful duo. One commentator described Cohn as unspeakable, Skine as a gilded jackanapes. Cohn was a brilliant lawyer who got his law degree from Columbia when he was still 19, and at 25 became McCarthy's counsel on the House Un-American Activities Committee. Highly ambitious and arrogant, Cohn wept every time he heard the Star-Spangled Banner. David Skine, the son of a wealthy hotel magnate, educated at Andover and Harvard, was Cohn's closest friend. Skine loved nightclubs, fast cars, and attention. In early 1953, Cohn got him a job on McCarthy's subcommittee. Skine had few qualifications, except the authorship of a nutty book called Definition of Communism, copies of which were placed next to Gideon's Bible in hotels owned by his father. In the spring of 1953, when the impact of the Rosenberg trial was exposing a widespread resentment at America's presence in Europe, Cohn and Skine undertook a tour of inspection of America's official information outposts. They arrived in the wake of Stalin's death, which was announced by the Kremlin on March 5. But their next move was as powerful a reminder as any that the mental halitosis of Stalinism was still abroad. After visiting United States Information Agency libraries in 7 countries, they announced that 30,000 books of the 2 million on the shelves were by pro-communist writers, and demanded their removal. The State Department, far from defending its libraries, issued a craven directive prohibiting any material, including paintings, by any controversial persons, communists, fellow travelers, etc. Thus, with Kafkaesque vagueness, were the works of hundreds of American writers and artists consigned to the dustbin of politics. There followed a volley of telegrams between the State Department and all USIA missions as the book banning gathered pace: remove all Sartre volumes from all America Hauser collections. All books by following listed authors to be removed: Hammett, Dashiell, K., Helen, Weltfish, Jean, Hughes, Langston, Seaver, Edwin, Stern, Bernhard, Fest. 118. Howard. Remove all works of following listed individuals: ABT, John, Julius, J., Singer, Marcus, Witt, Nathan. All works by the following authors are hereby ordered removed: Dubois, W.E.B., Foster, William, Gorky, Maxim, Lysenko, Trofim, Reed, John, Smedley, Agnes. 9. Herman Melville was harpooned, and all books illustrated by Rockwell Kent were withdrawn. On April 20, 1953, the U.S. Embassy in Paris cabled the Department of State: the following books have been withdrawn from the USIA Library in Paris and in the provinces: Howard Fast, The Proud and the Free, The Unvanquished, Conceived in Liberty, Dashiell Hammett, The Thin Man, Theodore Half, Charlie Chaplin, Langston Hughes, Weary Blues, Ways of White Folks, Big C, Fields of Wonder, Montage of a Dream Deferred, Not Without Laughter, Histoires de Blancs. 10. American cultural prestige was being ground underfoot as government agencies and missions truckled to McCarthy. The average number of titles shipped abroad by USIA in 1953 plunged from 119,913 to 314. Many books removed from libraries had been burned under the Nazis. Committed to the pyre for a second time were Thomas Mann's The Magic Mountain, Tom Paine's Selected Works, Albert Einstein's Theory of Relativity, Sigmund Freud's writings, Helen Keller's Why I Became a Socialist, and John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World. Thoreau's essay on civil disobedience was banned by the U.S. at the same time as it was outlawed by Maoist China. Seemingly unstoppable, the McCarthy-inspired cultural cleansing bankrupted America's claims to be the harbinger of freedom of expression. Nobel Prize winner and famed anti-Nazi Thomas Mann now found that his American citizenship offered less than the hoped-for protection from the totalitarian impulses he had escaped. Denounced by the McCarthyites for being soft on communism, and labeled America's fellow traveler #1 by Plain Talk magazine, he longed to leave America, which he called an air-conditioned nightmare. 11. Another prize for Cohn and Skine was Dashiell Hammett, who in 1951 served 22 weeks of a 6-month jail sentence for refusing to identify the contributors to the Civil Rights Bail Fund, which had been set up to provide bail for arrested communists. In 1953, he was called to testify at McCarthy's Senate Permanent Investigations Subcommittee, where he again refused to name names, this time invoking the Fifth Amendment. Cohn and Skine now demanded the removal of all his books from State Department libraries. With The Adventures of Sam Spade taken off the radio by NBC, Hammett was deprived of his main source of income. Having fought for America in 2 world wars, he died in poverty in 1961. In spite of FBI efforts to prevent it, he was buried at his own request in Arlington National Cemetery. 12 Most of the living authors banned under State Department directives were also the subjects of voluminous, and often ridiculous, files at J. Edgar Hoover's FBI. The activities and movements of Robert Sherwood, Archibald MacLeish, Malcolm Cowley, John Crow Ransom, Alan Tate, Howard Fast, F. O. Matheson, Langston Hughes and, of course, all the old bêtes noires from the Waldorf Astoria Conference were monitored. When Ernest Hemingway complained to his friends that he was under surveillance by the FBI, they thought he was losing touch with reality. His file, released in the mid-1980s, and running to 113 pages, confirmed Hemingway's suspicions. He was followed, tapped, and harassed by Hoover's men for over 25 years. Shortly before he took his life, and suffering from deep depression, Hemingway checked into a clinic in Minnesota under an assumed name. A psychiatrist at the clinic contacted the FBI to check that there were no objections to Hemingway registering himself in this way. 13. 119. The file on poet William Carlos Williams describes him as a sort of absent-minded professor type who uses an expressionistic style which might be interpreted as being code. This was enough to ensure that when Williams was appointed consultant in poetry to the Library of Congress in 1952, he did not serve because he failed to pass the security test. The poet Louis Untermeyer was placed on the FBI Security Index in 1951. 14 Shortly afterwards, Untermeyer locked himself in his apartment, refusing to come out for almost a year and a half, hostage to an overwhelming and paralyzing fear. 15 The essayist Murray Kempton believed that Hoover was stark, raving mad, and imagined that his nights were haunted by the suspicion that somewhere there might be someone who didn't revere him. 16 Discussing the problem of cultural censorship on July 10, 1953, Eisenhower's cabinet concluded weakly that we cannot screen without looking like a fool or a Nazi. Can be done quietly if enough time and intemperate souls were taken out. Definite intention now to select new books to conform with law. 17 This was hardly the robust response needed. Letters were flooding into American posts all over Europe, criticizing the book banning. The British, who had taken the decision to leave copies of Mein Kampf on the shelves of German libraries after the war until it becomes a joke, took a very dim view. Part of the problem was that Eisenhower, instead of getting down in the mud with McCarthy, thought he could eclipse him with his own anti-communist crusade, a strategy endorsed by his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles. McCarthy, meanwhile, had his doubts even about Eisenhower. Rumors were circulating that, under Ike's supreme command in post-war Europe, there had been massive penetration of American government offices, especially in Germany, by communists. Surprisingly, it was Nicholas Nabokov who fanned the flames of this allegation, feeding information to the Alsop brothers about the seriousness of the infiltration, claiming that the communist fifth column had virtually controlled the Eisenhower command. Also under attack was the State Department's Voice of America. As McCarthy staged televised hearings featuring wild tales of communist penetration of America's foreign broadcast service, employees who had helped build the service up were summarily sacked. In March 1953, a Voice of America producer called down to the music library for a recording of the Song of India, but was told by the librarian he couldn't have it, as it's by Rimsky-Korsakov, and we're supposed not to use anything by Russians. McCarthy's attacks on the State Department were relentless, and culminated in the accusation that Dean Acheson, this pompous diplomat in striped pants with a phony British accent, was coddling communists. The charge that Acheson, the architect of the Truman Doctrine, was soft on communism rang a little hollow. McCarthy himself most likely didn't believe it. But the fact that Acheson waxed his mustache and bought his suits in Savile Row was a real indictment. Like Mussolini before him, McCarthy was an autarkist. He wanted made in America. His was the voice of the yahoos who rejected the anglicized values of people like Acheson. McCarthyism was a movement, or a moment, fired with populist resentment against the establishment. In turn, McCarthy's vulgar demagoguery was received as an insult by the ruling elite. He represented what A.L. Rouse in England scorned as the idiot people. He offended Brahmin taste, which recoiled at mediocrity, hick mentality, the dreaded mid-cult. Political mandarins like the Alsop brothers, Joseph and Stuart, viewed McCarthy as a heartland populist stirring up passions against the country's foreign policy elite. They also viewed attack on the State Department as an attack on the internationalist philosophy. 120. That had guided American foreign policy since the end of the war. Nobody was saying it explicitly, but it seemed clear to the brothers that if McCarthy succeeded in bringing down the department's internationalists, the result would be a new wave of isolationism. 18. Nearly every liberal in the federal government was viewed with suspicion, said Lyman Kirkpatrick, who served as CIA Inspector General during the McCarthy period. It had something of the atmosphere that must have been present during the French Revolution when denunciations and trials led to the guillotine. While there was no guillotine in Washington, there was perhaps an even worse fate in the destruction of an individual's career, and the wrecking of his life. 19. Having permanently damaged the morale of the State Department, McCarthy turned an eye towards the CIA, a major and much more important target, particularly from the point of view of getting him greater personal publicity. 20. It was those internationalists grouped around the CIA's International Organizations Division who had most to lose. By late 1952, McCarthy's suspicions had transferred to Braden's outfit, after the senator learned that it had granted large subsidies to pro-communist organizations. 21. This was a critical moment. McCarthy's unofficial anti-communism was on the verge of disrupting, perhaps sinking, the CIA's most elaborate and effective network of non-communist left fronts. One of the oddities of the CIA's venture in cultural politics was that what it did should have been done openly and publicly through the United States Information Agency, or some other such body, explained Arthur Schlesinger. The reason it couldn't be was because of Joe McCarthy, because if Joe McCarthy knew that the U.S. government was funding non-communist left magazines and socialist and Catholic trade unions, that would have caused great trouble. So it was in order to avoid McCarthy that the CIA did these things in a covert way. 22. It all had to be off the budget, said one CIA officer attached to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, as none of this would ever have got through Congress. Imagine the ridiculous bowlings that would have gone up. They're all communists. They're homosexuals, or whatever. 23. A lot of these covert operations ironically were placed at risk because of McCarthy, who threatened at one point to blow their cover because, from his perspective, this was an American agency, the CIA, going into cahoots with lefties, explained historian Kai Bird. It was an embarrassment. It was discrediting the idea that America was a sophisticated, democratic society capable of having a rational political debate. But it was also threatening to blow major intelligence operations that had long-term implications for building a political consensus and keeping Western Europe within NATO, and within a Western alliance. 24. With McCarthy's bloodhounds sniffing around the agency's non-communist left program, the CIA needed to recede as far as possible into the background. But at this critical moment, the American Committee for Cultural Freedom opened its mouth. In early March 1952, the committee held a closed meeting to discuss what its response to McCarthy should be. It was immediately apparent that the committee was hopelessly divided. James T. Farrell and Dwight MacDonald were in no doubt about the dangers of McCarthyism. The Stalinist menace is largely licked in America, although not on the world plane, argued Farrell. But we are seeing the development of a group of McCarthyite intellectuals. 25. He went on to define McCarthyism as know-nothingism, as an undue pressure to conformity and orthodoxy. MacDonald offered two positions, the pure one, which means making no distinction between communists and non-communists in matters of civil rights and cultural freedom, and the impure one, which means defending only people who are penalized on false or unproven. 121. Charges of communism. 26. He hoped the committee would take the former position, but thought it should at least take the latter. Bertram Wolfe countered that the dangers in America today are a direct result of our failure to do the job of exposing Stalinists. If we don't do it, the men with clubs will. 27 Another member warned the committee against its tendency to attach itself to ready-made controversies and then take the official position. It has fallen into the role of defending the present line of the government. What it should be concerned with is discovering new problems and issues. The others will be taken care of by a vast propaganda machine. 28 Supporting this view was Richard Rovera, associate editor of The New Yorker, who said, "It is clearly our job to let the country know and let Europe know that it is possible to be against McCarthyism as well as against communist totalitarianism. The main problem here is that politics are beginning to determine culture." 29 But Sidney Hook, Daniel Bell, Clement Greenberg, and William Phillips, speaking for the majority view, refused to support a general condemnation of McCarthy. Writing to Hannah Arendt with news of these divergent positions, Mary McCarthy revealed that she had got an intimation of the Hook Group's line, which seems to be that the goings-on of McCarthy are not within the province of a Committee for Cultural Freedom. 30 She had also been told, in confidence, that the committee, acknowledging that there is really no communist menace here, is principally interested in raising funds to fight communism in Western Europe, or, rather, to fight neutralism, which is taking first place as a menace. This was proffered me as between ourselves. 31 On the other hand, continued Mary McCarthy, there was a feeling that the great thing to be combated was a relapse into neutralism over here. That if Hook and co. relaxed their efforts for a moment, Stalinism would reassert itself in government and education, culminating in appeasement abroad. I couldn't tell whether this was a genuine fear or a rationalization. I can't believe that these people seriously think that Stalinism on a large scale is latent here, ready to revive at the slightest summons. They live in terror of a revival of the situation that prevailed in the 30s, when the fellow travelers were powerful in teaching, publishing, the theater, etc., when Stalinism was the gravy train and these people were off it and became the object of social slights, small economic deprivations, gossip, and backbiting. These people, who are success-minded, think in terms of group advancement and cultural monopoly and were really traumatized by the brief Stalinist apogee of the 30s. In their dreams, this period is always recurring, it is realier than today. Hence they scarcely notice the deteriorating actuality and minimize Senator McCarthy as not relevant. 32 To date, the split in the American Committee over McCarthyism had been kept relatively private. But on March 29, it aired its divisions publicly in an open debate sponsored by the committee entitled In Defense of Free Culture, which was staged, appropriately enough, in the Starlight Room of the Waldorf Astoria. In the morning session, Dwight MacDonald, Mary McCarthy, and Richard Rovera spoke out against Senator McCarthy. But in the afternoon, Max Eastman, the darling of the American left in the early 1930s, delivered a speech which showed how complete the process of de-radicalization could be. Denying there was a witch hunt going on, he accused the communists and their fellow travelers of inventing the term as a smear tactic. As a half-burned witch from those hysterical days, said Eastman, I beg to assure you that what you call a witch hunt is child's play at a Sunday school picnic compared to what American people can do when they really get going. 33 He went on to AC 122. Accuse the national executive of failing us in struggle against infiltration by the enemies of freedom, and for good measure, he leveled the same charge at Freedom House, Americans for Democratic Action, and the American Civil Liberties Union, denouncing them all as so many fuzzy-minded liberals who, in the name of cultural freedom, are giving their best help to an armed enemy bent on destroying every freedom throughout the world. 34 Some reports say the audience was stunned, some say it was jubilant. In his speech that morning, Richard Rovera had taken Irving Kristol to task for seldom coming out with the kind of blunt truth about McCarthy that he wishes other people to speak about the communists. He had accused McCarthy of having as low a regard for the truth as any Soviet historian, and concluded gloomily that the certain, and perhaps inevitable, Truth is that the Holy Willies are on the march everywhere today. 35 Now, according to Max Eastman, such sentiments simply indicated that Rover was himself a sucker for Soviet propaganda. After the meeting, Rover wrote to Schlesinger expressing his desolation at Eastman's outburst, and begged him to do something about it. Who did Schlesinger turn to? Frank Wisner. Schlesinger later recalled, rather improbably, that although he had known of the CIA's initial investment in the Berlin launch of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, he had thereafter assumed that the foundations were paying. Like everybody else, I thought they were bona fide. I didn't know it was CIA paying for it all. Half a century later, Schlesinger was still reticent about any formal relationship with the CIA in this matter. Sometimes I'd meet Frank Wisner at Joe Alsop's house, and he would ask me in a kind of social way what was happening at the American Committee, and I would tell him. 36 So presumably it was in the form of a social gesture that Schlesinger wrote to Wisner on April 4, 1952, together with certain enclosures, all of which, noted Wisner, present a rather alarming picture. 37 In response to Schlesinger's communication, Wisner penned an internal memo, reported crisis in the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, which is extraordinarily revealing and worth quoting in full. CIA memo from Deputy Director, Plans to Deputy Assistant Director for Policy Coordination reported crisis in the ACCF. Attached hereto is a letter dated April 4 from Arthur Schlesinger Jr. to myself, together with certain enclosures. All of which present a rather alarming picture. I had not heard about these developments prior to my receipt of Schlesinger's letter, and I am most anxious to have an OPC evaluation of this matter, which very well may not be a tempest in a teapot. My offhand reaction to this mess is that the position of neither the pro-McCarthyites or anti-McCarthyites is the correct one from our standpoint, and that it is most unfortunate that the matter ever came up in such a way as to bring it to this kind of head. I can understand how an American Committee for Cultural Freedom, standing alone, and being in fact a group of American private citizens interested in cultural freedom, would feel that it would have to take a position on McCarthyism. However, that is not the nature of the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, which, according to my recollection, was inspired if not put together by this agency for the purpose of providing cover and backstopping for the European effort. If such is the case, we are stuck with the committee in that we have an inescapable responsibility for its conduct, its AC 123 actions and its public statements. Under the circumstances, the raising of the issue of McCarthyism, whether to condemn it or to support it, was a serious mistake in my opinion. The reason is simply that this injects us into an extremely hot American domestic political issue, and is sure to get us into trouble and to bring down on our heads criticism for interference in a matter that is none of our concern whatsoever. If you agree with the foregoing analysis and reaction, we should consider promptly what should be done now that the fat is in the fire. If it were possible to do so, it would be my thought that the entire debate on this subject, from the beginning, be expunged from the record and the matter thus laid to rest. I know that this will not satisfy either faction, but it might be possible for us to put across to the members of both factions that we are talking about Europe and the world outside the US, and that we should stick to our last, and that if we do not do so the entire effort will be exposed and shot down because of our involvement in domestic political issues. An appeal to unity and concord and the preservation of this valuable effort might be successful. In any case, it is the only approach that I can think of. 38. The significance of the memo is manifold. It shows Arthur Schlesinger alerting Frank Wisner to developments in the American Committee which he, Schlesinger, finds disturbing. 39. It reveals the origins of that committee, which advertised itself as a free and independent body, as a backstop 40 for a larger CIA effort in Western Europe. It shows that Wisner was in no doubt as to the agency's responsibility for the American Committee's conduct, actions and public statements. Created by the agency, the question of its freedom to do and say as it wanted was, to Wisner's mind, academic. If it were indeed what it said it was, an independent group of private citizens, then it could do what it wanted. But it wasn't what it said it was part of Wisner's Wurlitzer, and as such it could be expected to play the right tune or, if necessary, remain silent. Legally, of course, the CIA had no right to interfere in the business of a domestic organization. Wisner admits as much in the memo. Further, that Wisner could write so freely of expunging the record offers a disturbing picture of the CIA's attitude to such groups. The agency had a power of veto over its front activities, and Wisner was now advocating the use of that veto. Also clear from the memo is the fact that Wisner felt he had a direct line into the American Committee, which he now wanted to activate to persuade both factions within the group to forget their differences, and to drop the subject of McCarthyism altogether. The American Committee for Cultural Freedom was just a front in order to create the impression of some American participation in the European operation, said Tom Braden. When they started raising the McCarthy issue, oh God, was that embarrassing, especially for Allen. That was a good enough reason why there shouldn't be an American committee, certainly in Allen's mind. He would have been aghast at such public acknowledgement of someone in the Congress for Cultural Freedom opposing McCarthy. He of course hated McCarthy, but he knew you gotta handle him with very, very delicate kid gloves, don't cross him, or get him involved in anything. The idea that people like Burnham or Schlesinger, people of that stature, would be getting up and making a big stink about McCarthy was really out of the question, at least in Allen's mind. 41. 124. Plainly, it was a matter of policy that the Congress for Cultural Freedom and its affiliates leave McCarthyism well alone. As one English activist later recalled, it was clearly understood that we must not criticize the American government, or the McCarthyism which was then at its height in the U.S. 42. This was one of the matters discussed by de Tocqueville and Monty Woodhouse in their operations and methods meetings, and complemented a Foreign Office directive to the Information Research Department that none of its activities should appear to be attacking the United States in any way. Encounter's contribution to the subject of McCarthyism should be viewed in this context. Generally managing to avoid the issue altogether, when it did examine it, the tone was far from condemnatory. In an essay of extraordinary obfuscation, Tocqueville ventured that the mood in America which attended the rise of McCarthy was akin to the mood of England in 1914, when a century of English security crumbled. The cold hate for the enemy, passionate faith in the justice of Britain's cause, angry intolerance towards socialists, pacificists, other dissenters, these, argued Fievel, were emotions comparable to America's abrupt loss of sense of security on the day peace broke out in 1945, with the inaugural of the new atomic bomb age, and with the Soviet Union looming up as a powerful opponent. All that had followed had been an attempt, albeit painful, to adjust. Although McCarthy was to be regretted, he had to be viewed in the context of America's insistent search for new national security, for a world, indeed, made safe for democracy. This, concluded Fievel, was infinitely preferable to European weariness, and skepticism of any such achievement. 43. The idea that Europeans had fundamentally misunderstood the circumstances surrounding McCarthyism was taken up by Leslie Fiedler, who argued that it was wrong to assume, as did so many vague anti-capitalists all over the world, that because McCarthy bellows against communist infiltration, this is sufficient proof that the whole idea is absurd. Assuming innocence by association, these people rushed to defend anyone who was accused by McCarthy. Dismissing as comedy claims that Americans were constantly twittering back and forth in fear of McCarthy, Fiedler concluded that the Wisconsin senator was a windmill against whom it was futile to waste one's blows when there were real monsters to be fought. 44. The lesser evil card was also played by the young British conservative Peregrine Worsthorne, who announced in the November 1954 issue of Encounter that America has a checkered past, and will no doubt have a checkered future. And the sooner we accept this inevitable fact, the sooner we will be able to take full advantage of her manifold blessings without harping on the blemishes. Legend created an American God. The God has failed. But unlike the communist God which, on closer examination, turned out to be a devil, the American God has just become human. 45. Encounter is rightly remembered for its unflinching scrutiny of cultural curtailment in the communist bloc. but its mitigation of McCarthyism was less clear-sighted. Where the journal could see the beam in its opponent's eye, it failed to detect the mote in its own. Surely it was to be expected that those who claimed to honor the cause of freedom should find a way to deplore that which assaulted or disinured it. The American Committee had been right to raise the issue of McCarthyism, and the CIA was at fault for trying to suppress the debate. But Wisner was not a man to be delayed by such niceties. In his memo, he had suggested that an appeal to unity and concord and the preservation of this valuable effort might be successful. This appeal was swiftly organized. Nabokov's letter to Arthur. 125. Schlesinger, written in the fullness of preparations for the Paris Masterpieces Festival in April 1952, echoes Wisner's memo with uncanny precision. Frankly, I would deplore a split in the American Committee. It would endanger the work of the Congress, and our French organization, to an incalculable degree, he warned. It should be made clear to Europeans that McCarthy is a man, not a movement. 46. I am convinced that we must attack the individual actions and methods of McCarthy, but I question the utility and the logic of resolutions against McCarthyism, which would tend to imply, at least for Europeans, that McCarthy represents an authentic popular movement in the United States. Nabokov went on to urge Schlesinger to do everything you can to prevent a split in the American Committee. I cannot put my conviction strongly enough that such a rupture would virtually represent a death blow to our work here. 47 Case Officer Lee Williams revealed that if there were problems with Congress committees or affiliates or editors stepping too far out of line, then one way of getting the agency's veto in place without it being seen as such was to leapfrog all the bureaucracy and get a message directly to the offenders from someone on high within the Congress structure. 48 This job usually fell to Julius Fleischmann, who on one famous occasion warned the editors of Encounter that their funding might be jeopardized if they insisted on running a controversial article. Nabokov appears to have assumed a similar function, both here over the question of the American Committee's intrusion into the McCarthy minefield, and on future occasions. Either Nabokov was positioned to intercede in such instances without his knowing at whose behest, or, more likely, he did so wittingly. If we had fought back from the beginning instead of running away, these things would not be happening now. 49 wrote John Steinbeck, at the height of the McCarthy crusade. The terrible thing is that many of those victimized, and the American people as a whole, accepted the sentence of guilty, wrote John Henry Falk. They accepted the right of vigilantes to bring charges, to make the decision and to pronounce the sentence. And we all kept quiet. We felt that silence would make us safe. 50 Whilst Soviet writers and artists were persecuted on a scale which does not, and cannot, bear comparison with the McCarthy campaign in America, both scenarios shared similar elements. A visit by the Alsop brothers to the McCarthy lair on Capitol Hill contained all the motifs of the Soviet nightmare, with McCarthy himself bearing more than a passing resemblance to a Stalinist apparatchik or secret policeman. The anteroom is generally full of furtive-looking characters who look as though they might be suborned State Department men. 51 The Alsops wrote. McCarthy himself, despite a creeping baldness and a continual tremor which makes his head shake in a disconcerting fashion, is reasonably well cast as the Hollywood version of a strong-jawed private eye. A visitor is likely to find him with his heavy shoulders hunched forward, a telephone in his huge hands, shouting cryptic instructions to some mysterious ally. Yeah. I can listen, but I can't talk. Get me? Yeah. You really got the goods on this guy. The senator glances up to note the effect of this drama on his visitor. Yeah? Well, I tell you. Just mention this sort of casual to number one, and get his reaction. Okay. The drama is heightened by a significant bit of stage business. For as Senator McCarthy talks, he sometimes strikes the mouthpiece of his telephone with a pencil. As Washington folklore has it, this is supposed to jar the needle off any concealed listening device. In short, while the State Department fears that Senator McCarthy's friends are spying on it, Senator McCarthy apparently fears that the State Department's friends are spying on him. 52. 126. Here was the rationale for Wisner's memo: the reason for stopping the debate was because McCarthy was breeding a miasma of neurotic fear and internal suspicion, and outside the US this threatened the very fundamentals of the CIA's efforts to achieve convergence with the non-communist left. But within the conservative element of the American Committee, the Alsop account was dismissed as the product of a fevered imagination. There are some, who should know better, who have asserted that we were going through the worst period of political terror and hysteria in our history, wrote Sidney Hook. This description of the present state of America a fantastic exaggeration of the facts. 53 Crystal, 2, mocked claims that McCarthyism was creating an atmosphere of dread. Answering Arthur Miller's claim that Broadway was suffering from the knuckle-headedness of McCarthyism with its congressional investigations of political unorthodoxy, Crystal wrote in the New York Times that Miller was guilty of expressing absurdities. 54 In 1953, Crystal stated famously, that there is one thing the American people know about Senator McCarthy: he, like them, is unequivocally anti-communist. About the spokesman for American liberalism, they feel they know no such thing. At the same time, Stephen Spender concluded gloomily that every now and then an American writer crosses himself with a pious anti-communist sentiment, and one suspects that instead of saying Ave Maria, he is really saying Ave McCarthy. 55 Joss Elson had been against setting up the American Committee from the very beginning, and in the wake of the McCarthy flap, he felt vindicated. Braden, too, had considered it unwise, saying later, "I think it was Sidney Hook's idea, but I thought it was a mistake. It seemed to me it was setting up a rival organization to the Congress in Paris, and also it would be full of hardliners." Some of the American Committee people were pretty close in character to McCarthy. Worse, these were people who had access to the ears of influential people in the State Department, and this could create problems for the agency. 56 Despite these reservations, Frank Wisner had managed to convince Allen Dulles, then still Deputy Director for Operations, that an American branch of the Congress for Cultural Freedom was an unavoidable necessity. It was, said Melvin Lasky later, part of the endemic, integral nature of the covered thing. The agency couldn't participate in domestic affairs, and yet you had to have an American committee. How could you not? It would have been an inexplicable anomaly. You say you're international, so where are the Americans? It would have been like going into a prize fight with only one glove. It was the weakest side of this covered thing, but you had to have it. How not? 57 However, faced with the committee's disintegration in a public display of acrimony and recrimination over whether or not to oppose McCarthy, Joss Elson and his CIA superiors had real reason to be concerned. The danger was that if the American Committee folded, it would regroup under the same name, but without the moderate wing represented by Schlesinger and Rovera and their sensible friends. The last thing Joss Elson needed was a hardline pressure group quite at odds with the European effort. Those who expected the American Committee to defend cultural freedom from the depredations of McCarthyism were disappointed. Its wishy-washy stand on this question caused the Congress much embarrassment throughout the world, 58 Joss Elson later said. It did publish a book, McCarthy and the Communists, but its main attack was aimed at McCarthy's lazy methods rather than his pursuit of alleged communists. Appearing in 1954, it was a belated and rather ambiguous contribution. That the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, like Encounter, sought to deny or minimize the risks to culture of McCarthy is a troubling legacy. Depressed by the lack of any sustained analysis of the problem, Mary McCarthy wrote to Hannah Arendt of her vision of a curious amalgam of left elements, anarchist elements, nihilist elements, opportunist elements, all styling themselves conservative, in a regular Narenskiv. The great effort of this new right is to get itself accepted as normal, and this, it seems to me, must be scotched, if it's not already too late. 59 While Senator McCarthy planned his assault on the CIA, Allen Dulles took over as its director. Unlike his brother, John Foster Dulles, whose black Protestantism and aggressive anti-communism restrained him from challenging McCarthy, Allen Dulles was determined to prevent a jumped-up hack from Wisconsin from destroying the agency. He warned his employees that he would fire anyone who went to McCarthy without his personal authorization. Some CIA personnel had already received mysterious phone calls from McCarthy's associates, who included a shady Baltimore figure called Julius Amos, a Greek-American who had been booted out of the OSS, and now ran a private intelligence agency called the International Services of Information Foundation, which McCarthy quietly subcontracted to dig up the dirt on CIA staffers. Suddenly, agency personnel were being told by anonymous callers that it was known that they drank too much, or were having an affair, and the caller would make no issue of this if they would come around and tell everything they knew about the agency to a McCarthy devotee. 60 But Amos proved he could not handle the opening of an envelope, much less a serious investigation into members of the espionage establishment. McCarthy's first shot, an attack on William Bundy in July 1953, blew up in his face. Bundy, a member of the CIA's Board of National Estimates, had contributed $400 to the Alger-Hiss Defense Fund. This, deduced McCarthy, meant that Bundy must be a communist. "I just happened to be in Allen's office when this came up," recalled Tom Braden, "and Bundy was there. Allen told him, 'Get out of here, and I'll deal with it.' Bundy took a few days' leave, and Allen went directly to Eisenhower, and said he wasn't going to fuck about with this mess from Wisconsin." 61 Dulles actually told the president he would resign unless McCarthy's attacks were stopped. This, finally, is what seems to have prompted Eisenhower to action. After Vice President Richard Nixon was dispatched to pressurize McCarthy into dropping his plans for a public investigation, the senator suddenly became convinced that it would not be in the public interest to hold public hearings on the CIA, that perhaps could be taken care of administratively. 62 This took the form of a compromise, whereby McCarthy agreed to make his complaints against the agency in the privacy of Allen Dulles's office. Bringing with him lists of alleged homosexuals and rich men in CIA employ, he demanded a vast internal purge of the CIA. If Dulles failed to comply, McCarthy threatened to pursue a public investigation. The pressure took its toll. Security standards were tightened. In one case, the CIA's loss was Hollywood's gain. A young political science graduate with a classic New York accent called Peter Falk applied for entrance to the CIA's training program in 1953, but his application was rejected because he had once belonged to a left-wing union. 63 The employees of Braden's IOD were subject to special scrutiny because of their alleged 128. Political liberalism. Braden's director of trade union operations was fired because he had briefly belonged to the Young Communist League in the 1930s. But worse was to come. In late August 1953, Braden was sailing in Maine with Richard Bissell, who had taken a short break from his job at the Ford Foundation to enjoy his yacht, the Sea Witch. Anchored in Penobscot Bay, Braden received an urgent message informing him that the McCarthyites had discovered a red at the agency. The man in question was Braden's deputy, Cord Meyer Jr., who had been recruited by Allen Dulles in 1951. With Dulles and Braden both away on vacation, there was nothing to stand between Meyer's pants and the force of McCarthy's boot. He was suspended without pay pending a security investigation, and found himself rereading Kafka's The Trial, understanding as never before the plight of his bewildered hero, who could never discover why or by whom he had been accused. 64 Cord Meyer wasn't red, he wasn't even pink. Among the charges listed in a 3-page document was the fact that he had once shared a lecture platform with Harlow Sharpley, a Harvard astronomer known for his leftist political views. Also noted was Meyer's association with the National Council of the Arts, Sciences, and Professions, which had been cited as a communist front by the House Un-American Activities Committee. Both alleged crimes dated to the immediate post-war years when Meyer had been a leader of the American Veterans Committee, a liberal organization designed to offer an alternative to the ultra-conservative American Legion, and a founder of the United World Federalists, which called for world government, and was more utopian than liberal. My immediate boss, Tom Braden, was consistently supportive and encouraged me to believe that there was never any doubt that I would be able to clear myself, 65 Meyer later wrote. And indeed, there was never any real chance that McCarthy's charges would stick. On Thanksgiving Day 1953, 2 months after his suspension, Meyer received a telephone call from Allen Dulles. He had been entirely cleared of the disloyalty charges, and was free to come back to the agency. The episode was to mark Meyer for the rest of his life, and it serves to illustrate one of the great paradoxes of Cold War America. Whilst CIA men worked around the clock to defeat communism, they were being tailed by fellow Americans who claimed to be bent on the same objective. If Juvenal had wondered who was guarding the guards, the question here was more who was slaying the dragon slayers. McCarthy was finally eclipsed in late 1954, and died an alcoholic in 1957. But Dwight MacDonald's characterization of McCarthyism as a mock-heroic epic, an interlude in our political history so weird and wonderful that future archaeologists may well assign it to mythology rather than history, 66, was wishful thinking. America would struggle to exorcise the demons McCarthy had raised for years to come. At the time, the values he espoused and the assumptions on which he had based his crusade remained mostly unchallenged. As one observer put it, McCarthy was censured and quashed, but not McCarthyism. 67. The search for the truth, the desire to get to the bottom of things, the very process of intellectual inquiry, became tainted by its association with witch hunts. Or was it the other way around? Perhaps the question is, could McCarthyism have happened without the Truman Doctrine? Was the departure from the elementary rules for the ascertainment of truth, where judgment was clouded by fear and hostility, where what Murray Kempton described as over-attendance upon the excessive distracted men from noticing how bad the normal is, the essence of Cold War thinking? Our leaders became liberated from the normal rules of evidence and inference when it came to dealing with commu. 129. Nism, Senator William Fulbright later argued. After all, who ever heard of giving the devil a fair shake? Since we know what he has in mind, it is pedantry to split hairs over what he is actually doing. The effect of the anti-communist ideology was to spare us the task of taking cognizance of the specific facts of specific situations. Our faith liberated us, like the believers of old, from the requirements of empirical thinking. Like medieval theologians, we had a philosophy that explained everything to us in advance, and everything that did not fit could be readily identified as a fraud or a lie or an illusion. The perniciousness of arises not from any patent falsehood but from its distortion and simplification of reality, from its universalization and its elevation to the status of a revealed truth. 68. Far from denting the CIA, McCarthy eventually contributed to its enhanced prestige. Thanks to him, the CIA's reputation as something of a haven for foreign policy freethinkers was confirmed. Richard Bissell, who joined the agency in January 1954, remembered it as a place where there was still intellectual ferment and challenge and things going on. Much of the challenge and sense of forward motion had gone out of other parts of the government. 69. Its director, Allen Dulles, emerged even stronger than before. According to Tom Brayton, power flowed to him and, through him, to the CIA, partly because his brother was Secretary of State, partly because his reputation as the master spy of the Second World War hung over him like a mysterious halo, partly because his senior partnership in the prestigious New York law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell impressed the small-town lawyers of Congress. And now, in the face of McCarthy's attack on the agency, Dulles had won, and his victory vastly increased the respectability of what people then called the cause of anti-communism. "Don't join the book burners," Eisenhower had said. That was the bad way to fight communism. The good way was the CIA. 70. 130. 14. Music and Truth, ma non troppo. It occurs to me that the apparatus for the creation and maintenance of celebrities is vastly in excess of material fit to be celebrated. Philip Larkin. In contrast to the American Committee, whose failure to take a coherent stand on a single major issue accelerated its imminent demise, the Congress in Europe had, by the mid-1950s, clearly staked out its territory. Under Jocelson's firm hand, it had established a reputation as a serious alliance of intellectuals committed to demonstrating the fallibility of the Soviet mythos, and the superiority of Western democracy as a framework for cultural and philosophical inquiry. Whilst the composition of its inner circle, or apparat, remained unchanged, the Congress could now boast a membership studded with the names of eminent intellectuals and artists. Julian Huxley, Mircea Eliade, André Malraux, Guido Piovine, Herbert Read, Alan Tate, Lionel Trilling, Robert Penn Warren, W. H. Auden, Thornton Wilder, Jayaprakash Narayan, these and many other luminaries graced the pages of Encounter, Proofs, and the raft of other magazines created by or affiliated to the Congress. Directed at Latin American intellectuals was Cuadernos, launched in 1953 from Paris under the editorship of novelist and playwright Julian Gorkin. In Vienna, the Congress launched Forum magazine in early 1954 as a monthly edited by novelist and critic Friedrich Thorberg. Freddie the Tort, as he was nicknamed, was an extraordinary character who repelled and attracted people in equal measure. Kessler wrote admiringly that he was the last Mohican of the Danube, of an old Vienna which perhaps existed only in our fantasy. Others found him arrogant and intolerant. The Communists attacked him as an American agent, slanderer, and informer, and dismissed the anti-neutralist tone of his magazine as an American conspiracy. Forum developed the usual Congress themes, and Thorberg enjoyed a good working relationship with the Paris Secretariat. But Jos Elson sometimes had to discipline him, as on one occasion in 1957 when Forum reprinted an article from the right-wing National Review. This, said Jos Elson, was beneath the dignity of a Congress journal. It will not happen again, a chastened Thorberg replied. Science and Freedom was launched in autumn 1953 after a Congress conference of the same name. Held in Hamburg in July 1953, the conference had attracted grants of $10,000 from the Rockefeller Foundation and $35,000 from the Farfield Foundation. The eponymous journal was edited by Michael Polanyi, who was appointed to the executive committee in the same year. In drawing attention to racial segregation in America, as well as apartheid in South Africa, Polanyi's journal spoke about issues on which the Congress was, on the whole, muted. It also recognized détente long before most people knew the meaning of the word, encouraging intellectual exchanges with the Soviet bloc and a softening of the West's Cold War stance. But as a biannual bulletin with a tiny readership, its voice was never more than a reed in the strong gusts of Cold War polemics. One Soviet survey started in 1955 as a monthly newsletter edited by the historian Walter. 131. Laquier, who was also the Congress's official representative in Israel. Described by Jos Elson as one of the best international experts on the Soviet Union, Laquier wrote extensively on the Russian affairs under the pen name Mark Alexander. Under him, Soviet Survey produced investigations of intellectual, artistic, and political life in the Eastern Bloc which offered an insight unique amongst Western publications too. Whilst claims that it crackled with excitement may be overstated, it certainly earned a wide and dedicated readership. Bizarrely, even some communist journals felt they could usefully borrow material from Soviet Survey, causing Jos Elson to write anxiously to Laquier that we don't want pro-Soviet publication to sugarcoat their propaganda with some of our material. For in April 1956, the first issue of Tempo Presente appeared in Italy. Edited by Ignazio Silone and Nicola Chiaramonti, it was the first serious challenge to Nuovi Argomenti, a journal founded in 1954 by Alberto Moravia which closely resembled Sartre's Les Temps Modernes. Tempo Presente took the resemblance one step further, its title a deliberate echo of Sartre's. Cynics would later argue that this amounted to intellectual theft, and illustrated claims that one major CIA strategy was to create or support parallel organizations which provided an alternative to radicalism over which they had no control. Certainly, Tempo Presente opened its pages to many defectors from the Italian Communist Party in the late 1950s, including the writers Italo Calvino, Vasco Pratolini, and Libero de Libero. Its pages were also open to dissident writers from the Eastern Bloc who, together with the regular stable of Congress contributors, kept up a sustained attack on the vagaries of communist totalitarianism. The Congress also established a presence further afield, projecting its voice into areas which were considered susceptible to communism or neutralism. It had a magazine in Australia, Quadrant, which aimed to reduce the influence of that large core of Australian intellectuals who were drawn to an alarming extent to the magnetic field of communism. Its editor, Catholic poet James Macaulay, believed that men's minds will be won only when anti-communist positions can radiate a counter-attraction, and under him Quadrant became a lively focus for the Australian non-communist left. 6 In India, the Congress published Quest, which first appeared in August 1955. Culturally limited by being in English, the language of administration and not literature, it was attacked by Indian communists for insidious American propaganda, but like Cuardernos in Latin America, at least it gave the Congress a foothold in difficult terrain. It probably didn't deserve J.K. Galbraith's sneer that it broke new ground in ponderous, unfocused illiteracy. Certainly, Prime Minister Nehru didn't like it, as he always distrusted the Congress as an American front. In Japan, there was GU, one of the most heavily subsidized of all the Congress magazines. Its attempts to moderate anti-American opinion among Japanese intellectuals were initially too watery, and in 1960 the Congress decided to break entirely with the publisher and relaunch with a team under direct control of the Paris office. Japan, it was deemed, was far too tricky ideologically to leave the magazine in even semi-independent hands. 7 By the mid to late 1960s, the Congress had extended its publications program to include other areas of strategic interest, Africa, the Arab world and China. The real mystery is how those magazines worked, said one CIA agent. All those intellectuals wouldn't go to a cocktail party together, but they were all in Proofs, Tempo Present, Encounter. You just couldn't have done it in America. Harper's couldn't do it, the New Yorker couldn't do it. They couldn't get Isaiah Berlin and Nancy Mitford and all the others. Even Irving Kristol couldn't do it when he came back from London. I suppose the answer is, Michael. 132. Joss Elson. 8 Well, that was half the answer. There was Michael Joss Elson, and there was Melvin Lasky. Diana Joss Elson explained the relationship. Michael was publisher and editor-in-chief. Lasky was vice president, and, to a certain extent, Michael's mouthpiece. Michael tried to arrange periodic meetings between the various editors, and Lasky was understood to be the main guy if Michael wasn't there. They were in close contact, and saw things similarly. 9 Melvin Lasky later claimed that Joss Elson had initially wanted him to be Spender's co-editor at Encounter, but that he, Lasky, did not want to leave Berlin, so he recommended Irving Kristol instead. It seems more probable that the reason Lasky did not find himself at the helm of the Congress's flagship magazine was the same as that given by Wisner in 1950 when he ordered Lasky to be removed from the organizing body of the Congress in Berlin. He was too closely connected to the American government. By 1953, Lasky could argue that this was no longer the case. His magazine, Der Monat, was now sponsored by the Ford Foundation, which had recently given him a further grant of $275,000 to publish books under Der Monat's auspices. But there remained a haze of suspicion around Lasky which was hard to dispel. Joss Elson did his best, receiving Der Monat into the fold of Congress magazines at the end of 1953, when the initial Ford Foundation grant expired. In this way, Joss Elson was able to legitimize Lasky's relationship with the Congress. As the editor of one of its magazines, Lasky now found himself officially at the center of its policy-making apparat. As a member of the Tri-Magazine editorial committee which was set up to coordinate editorial policy for Encounter, Der Monat, and Proofs, Lasky was now part of a small team which decided how the Congress's themes were articulated. Meeting regularly in Paris, and joined by Joss Elson, Nabokov, and Rougemont, this committee analyzed the performance of the magazines and agreed on subjects for discussion in forthcoming issues. Lasky argued consistently for a deeper commitment to stateside themes, and increased emphasis on Soviet affairs. Another favorite bête noire, and consistently the target of a kind of insensate hatred in Congress magazines, was Jean-Paul Sartre, whose break with Merleau-Ponty in 1955 should, said Lasky, be signaled in Congress magazines under the heading Sartre est mort. Sartre was repeatedly dismissed in the pages of Encounter and Proofs as a lackey of communism, a miserable time server whose political and creative writings perpetuated the communist delusion and rejoiced in violence. The extent of Lasky's influence on the three magazines is revealed in a report dated April 1956, Some Notes on Proofs, Encounter and Der Monat, in which he summarized their achievements and set forth his agenda for their future. The magazines had established themselves, he wrote, as part of the community, a piece of the environment, with their own institutional weight. They have become symbols in the cultural life of two ancient nations of free, humane, and democratic international exchange. 11. But he cautioned his fellow editors against insisting, in the matter of American material, that the USA be constantly projected positively, that all the European anti-American stereotypes be made short shrift of. Although he conceded that some anti-American slips which had appeared in the magazines were regrettable and to be avoided in the future, Lasky argued against straining the quality of transatlantic understanding. Let's not always be forcing the matter. We, not unlike everybody. 133. Else, have too many problems consistently to come out with a positive word of cheer for the Stars and Stripes forever. Let European writers grumble. Let's grumble a bit ourselves. 12. In effect, Lasky was conceding that critics of the Congress's magazines who complained of a pro-American bias were basically right. Encounter, in particular, must now address the charge that it was a Trojan horse for American interests, that it had a peculiar blind spot. It hardly ever contained any critical articles about the U.S., as if this was forbidden territory. 13. In the early years, certainly. Encounter went to great lengths to erode any antipathy towards America and its institutions. Anti-Americanism was variously characterized as a psychological necessity to many Europeans, a device which enabled them to indulge simultaneously in self-hatred and self-righteousness, or as a way of heightening the gratification which British intellectuals derive from their national self-contemplation, or as a mechanical reflex of modern liberalism, epitomized by the New Statesman and Nation, with its pernicious anemia, stereotype reactions, and moral smugness. Lasky's recommendations only partially succeeded. Although A. A. Alvarez, writing in 1961, noticed a change, the paranoiac throb of genuine propaganda is rarely heard in Encounter these days. 14. Others remained unconvinced, sharing Connor Cruz O'Brien's view that Encounter's first loyalty is to America. 15. Back at CIA headquarters in Washington, Encounter was regarded proudly as a flagship, a congenial vehicle for advancing the notion of a cultural community linked, and not separated, by the Atlantic. It even became a kind of calling card for CIA agents. Arranging a meeting with Ben Sonnenberg, a rich young wanderer who worked briefly for the CIA in the mid-1950s, an agent told him, "I'll be carrying a copy of Encounter, so you'll know who I am." The CIA's faith in the Congress's journals was matched by its financial commitment. Although the details are, de facto, hard to come by, some financial accounts have survived, scattered around the dusty recesses of a number of archives. According to the Statement of Disbursements for the period ending December 31, 1958, the Farfield Foundation paid the salaries of the editorial secretariat of the Congress to the tune of $18,660 per annum. This covered Bondi, Lasky, and the American editor of Encounter. In 1959, Encounter received $76,230.30 from the Farfield. In the same year, Q. Adernos received $48,712.99, and Priv $75,765.07. Additionally, $21,251.43 was allocated for the administration of Congress periodicals. Grants to der Monat were channeled through a variety of fronts. In 1958, earmarked funds were piggybacked through the Miami District Fund. By 1960, the grant was diversified, this time coming via the Florence Foundation, and the Oblitzel Foundation, an improbable donor, given that its purpose and activities were listed in the Directory of American Foundations as providing support to organizations within Texas, primarily in Dallas, with emphasis on aid for the handicapped. This route was also used for supplying funds to Tempo Present, which received $18,000 and $20,000 respectively from the same foundations in 1960. The total disbursements for Congress periodicals in 1961 was $560,000, rising to $880,000 in 1962. At the same time, Farfield's commitment to the Congress was running at approximately $1.134 million per annum. Despite Lasky's claim that this was no gravy train, it certainly began to look like one. Suddenly there were limousines, parties with lashings of smoked salmon and so on, and people who couldn't normally afford the bus ticket to Newark were now flying first class to India for the summer, recalled Jason Epstein. In the heyday of all this activity, the airlines were crowded with dons and writers carrying branded culture to every corner of the habitable globe, 17 Malcolm Muggeridge later wrote. Even British intelligence was aghast at the scale on which its American counterpart was endowing the cultural Cold War. Remembering those Elysian days in London when the first arrivals came among us, straight from their innocent nests in Princeton or Yale or Harvard, in Wall Street or Madison Avenue or Washington, D.C., Muggeridge was amazed at how short a time the honeymoon period lasted. How soon our British setup was overtaken in personnel, zest, and scale of operation, above all, in expendable cash. The OSSCIA network, with ramifications all over the world, came to outclass our once legendary Secret Service as a sleek Cadillac does an ancient hansom cab. 18 traveling happily in that Cadillac was Nicholas Nabokov, busy doing what he did best, arranging the glamour. Nabokov's bewildering range of contacts and friendships were invaluable in gaining credibility and status for the Congress. His terms of endearment were testimony to his capacity for guaranteeing the affection and loyalty of these friends. Schlesinger was addressed as Arturo, Isaiah Berlin as Carissimo, Dear Doctor and Uncle, Natasha Spender as Sweetie Pie and Stephen as Malai Istava, George Weidenfeld as Dear Little Königskind, Edward Weeks, editor of Atlantic Monthly, as Caro Ted, Edward D. Arms of the Rockefeller Foundation as Chat. Nabokov, though a mediocre composer himself, and certainly no intellectual, was one of the great impresarios of the post-war years, recognizing talent and encouraging creative genius. During the winter of 1953-4, he settled into a temporary residency as musical director of the American Academy in Rome. This meant he was well placed to organize the Congress's first major foray into the music scene since the Masterpieces Festival of 1952. Indeed, in many ways, the festival which Nabokov now set about arranging was the official answer to Herbert Reed's criticism of the retrospective nature of the Paris venture. Let our next exhibition be, then, not a complacent look at the past, but a confident look into the future, 19 Reed had urged. Now, after flying to New York to hold a press conference in February 1953, Nabokov took up the challenge. With that festival we shut the door of the past, he said. We said, in effect, here are great works. They are no longer modern even though they originated in the 20th century. They are now a part of history. Now, I have a new plan. We are going to have a composers' contest that is unlike any other competition ever held. 12 young and promising but internationally unknown composers are to be invited to Rome, all expenses paid. Each will bring a score and these will be performed. Finally, a special jury, democratically elected by all those attending the conference, will pick out of these 12 a winning work. And the award itself is staggering. First, there will be a cash prize. Second, there will be a promise of performance by 3 major orchestras in Europe and 3 in America. Third, the work will be published, and fourth, it will be recorded by a leading company. Not only that, even the 11 losers can't really lose, Nabokov went on, sounding more and more like a Chicago booster. They will get, in addition to a free trip to Rome, a guarantee by the conference that their works will also be published and the copying of the parts paid for. Now, he asked, is that a prize or isn't it? 20. 135. The International Conference of 20th Century Music, scheduled to take place in Rome for 2 weeks in mid-April 1954, announced the Congress's commitment to the promotion of avant-garde composition. It was to place the Congress firmly on the map as part of the vanguard in musical experiment. And it offered the world a rich sample of the kind of music expressly forbidden by Stalin. The Italian government was meant to deposit 2.5 million lire into Nabokov's American Express account in Rome by way of a subsidy for this event, but the money never arrived. No matter, there was money enough pouring in from the Farfield Foundation, a portion of which was used to endow the competition with prizes totaling 25,000 Swiss francs for the best concerto for violin and orchestra, short symphony, and chamber music for solo voice and instruments. The press release announced that the festival, designed to prove that art thrives on freedom, was the beneficiary of a generous donation from U.S. Gin and Yeast heir Julius Fleischmann. Junkie was also brought in once again to negotiate with the Boston Symphony Orchestra, which agreed to give the winning composition its first American performance at its subsidiary, Tanglewood. As was his custom, Nabokov sent the first invitation to his old friend, Igor Stravinsky, offering to pay expenses up to $5,000 for the maestro and his wife, plus their secretary, to attend the festival in Rome. In addition, Stravinsky agreed to head up the music advisory board for the festival, alongside Samuel Barber, Boris Blocher, Benjamin Britten, Carlos Chavez, Luigi Dall'Apicola, Arthur Honegger, Francesco Malipiero, Frank Martin, Darius Milhaud and Virgil Thomson. Charles Munch had proposed that Arturo Toscanini be invited to join the board, but Nabokov objected on the grounds that the name of Toscanini connected with the project concerning contemporary music sounds, to say the least, anachronistic. The good maestro has been a consistent and determined enemy of contemporary music, and has at many occasions attacked its main protagonists. 21. In early 1954, the Congress set up a festival office in the noble surroundings of the Palazzo Pecci, courtesy of Count Pecci Blunt, a close friend of Nabokov's, and, despite his sumptuous title, an American citizen. Treasurer Pierre Bellomy organized a credit line with the Congress's Chase National Bank account at Basel, through which CIA money was funneled. Pecci Blunt made a personal contribution of $1,300 to the festival's slush fund. A further $10,000 was channeled through Denis de Rougemont's Centre Européen de la Culture, which in turn was receiving money from the Farfield Foundation. De Rougemont's outfit was given top billing on the program. Arrangements were also secured for the travel of Lentine Price, and round-trip tickets were dispatched to Aaron Copland, Michael Tippett, Joseph Fuchs, and Ben Weber. By March 1954, Nabokov was ready to announce the lineup for the festival. With a heavy concentration on atonal, dodecaphonic composition, the aesthetic direction of the event pointed very much to the progressive avant-garde of Alban Berg, Elliot Carter, Luigi Dall'Apicola, and Luigi Nono. Amongst the new composers were Peter Racine Fricker, Lou Harrison, and Mario Perigallo, whose work was influenced in varying degrees by 12-tone composition. They were, on the whole, well received. Musical America noted that most of the 136 composers and critics making up the advisory and executive committees responsible for the concerts have not been known in the past for the friendliness to dodecaphonic principles or proponents. For this reason, the programs they offered were not only surprising, but encouraging as well. 22. A recent convert to 12-tone music was Stravinsky, whose presence in Rome signaled a major moment in the convergence of modernist tributaries in the serialist orthodoxy. For Nabokov, there was a clear political message to be imparted by promoting music which announced itself as doing away with natural hierarchies, as a liberation from previous laws about music's inner logic. Later, critics would wonder whether serialism had broken its emancipatory promise, driving music into a modernist cul-de-sac where it sat, restricted and difficult, tyrannized by despotic formulae, and commanding an increasingly specialized audience. Towards its squawks and thumps, wrote Susan Sontag, we were deferential, we knew we were supposed to appreciate ugly music, we listened devoutly to the Tocque, the Krenek, the Hindemith, the Webern, the Schoenberg, whatever. 23 Even the most deferential amongst those attending the Congress Festival in Rome broke into whistles and shouts when one performance turned into a private soliloquy. And when Hans Werner Henze's 12-tone opera Boulevard Solitude was premiered, the audience could be forgiven for feeling as if it were traveling along a Via Dolorosa. Perhaps sensing a challenge to his own brand of difficulty, Pierre Boulez wrote Nabokov a furious letter larded with insults. Nabokov, he said, was encouraging a folklore of mediocrity, nurtured by petty bureaucrats who were obsessed with the number 12, a council of 12, a committee of 12, a jury of 12, but who understood nothing of the creative process. Boulez went on to accuse the Congress of manipulating young composers by offering large prizes. It would be more honest, he said, to give them handouts, rather than go through with the charade of the spectacular public gestures of a Cincinnati banker. He ended with the suggestion that the Congress's next venture be a conference on the role of the condom in the 20th century, a subject he deemed to be in better taste than its previous initiatives. 24A stunned Nabokov wrote in response that he hoped Boulez's letter would not be found in a bottom drawer by somebody in the future, as it disinured both his intelligence and his judgment. Having neither the time nor the energy to pursue the matter, Nabokov asked Boulez to refrain from ever writing to him again. As well as subsidizing those composers and performers who attended the Rome Festival, the Farfield Foundation was endowing other groups and artists through a series of grants made mostly at Josselsson's discretion. In January, it gave $2,000 to the Mozarteum Akademie Orchester of Salzburg, for an international youth orchestra course. From his special discretionary fund at the Farfield, Josselson rewarded the exiled Polish composer Andrzej Panonik, who had made a hair-raising escape from Warsaw via Zurich to London, with an obligation-free yearly fellowship of $2,000 to be paid in 12 monthly installments, starting in September 1954. According to Nabokov, the grateful Panonik declared himself entirely ready to cooperate and collaborate with us, for he is entirely sold on the ideals of the Congress for Cultural Freedom. 25 Also in September 1954, Josselson initiated a monthly grant of $300 to Yehudi Menuhin's Matra, the exiled Romanian musician Georges Enescu. A year after Enescu's death in 1955, the Farfield paid for a memorial concert given by the Boston Symphony Orchestra, which was again touring Europe largely at the CIA's expense. 26 Referring to the orchestra's triumphant 1956 tour, C.D. Jackson was moved to declare, "Culture is no longer a sissy word. A nation like ours can be virile. A nation like ours can be fantastically successful economically. But in a strange way the glue that holds things together is the nation's coefficient of idealism. The tangible, visible, and audible expression of national idealism is culture. Of all the expressions of culture, music is the most universal. Of all the expressions of present-day musical culture, the Boston Symphony Orchestra is the best." 27 The year 1956 also saw the launch of the Metropolitan Opera in Europe. Once again, CD was there to lend his every support, arguing that the United States engages in many activities designed to project the correct image of the U.S. abroad. Sometimes we are successful, sometimes not. It is admittedly a nebulous and imprecise business. But the one area which is as close to surefire as any that have been tried, is the cultural projection of America, provided, of course, that the selection of what constitutes American culture is intelligently made and that nothing is sent over except highest quality. I believe that the Met would wow them. 28 The Psychological Strategy Board, which in 1953 had invited Junkie Fleischman to negotiate the tour, agreed with Jackson, and pulled together a massive $750,000 to finance it. Most of this appears to have come from the CIA. Although CD acknowledged that this was an awful lot of money for a cultural propaganda impact, he urged Allen Dulles not to underestimate the potential gains, adding that this impact would be absolutely terrific in the capitals of Western Europe, including Berlin. 29 Junkie agreed, and produced his own exquisitely opportunistic rationale for the tour. "We, in the United States, are a melting pot," he said, "and, by being so, have demonstrated that peoples can get along together, irrespective of race, color, or creed." Using the melting pot or some such catchphrase for a theme, we might be able to use the Met as an example of how Europeans can get along together in the United States, and that, therefore, some sort of European federation is entirely practicable. 30 Thus did America's cold warriors weave their tangled web, wherein the Metropolitan Opera could be used to rally audiences to the concept of free world federalism. At the same time as CD was working on the Psychological Strategy Board's idea of a Metropolitan Opera tour, he was dealing with another, more controversial aspect of the company's plans. In March 1953, he had learned that Rudolf Bing, the Met's general manager, wanted to engage Wilhelm Furtwängler as guest conductor for the 1953-4 season. Asked whether he thought the State Department might object to this appointment, CD was able to report that there would be no departmental eyebrow-raising on the subject of Mr. Furtwängler. He did warn that there may be a public relations problem from the Met's standpoint, but concluded with the following words of encouragement: "My 5 cents worth is that by the time he will be getting over here, no one would care if he had been the Beast of Belsen." 31. Though they were to express it more delicately, the American Committee for Cultural Freedom apparently felt much the same way. When, in February 1955, the Jewish group PIPER protested against the appearance of Herbert von Karajan at a New York performance given by the Berlin Philharmonic, music lovers, do not attend tonight's bloody concert. The committee lobbied the American Federation of Musicians to oppose such protests. In a cable signed by James T. Farrell, on behalf of 300 leaders of the American cultural community, the committee denounced PIPER's protest as an encroachment on cultural freedom. Interestingly, at no point did the committee take issue with PIPER's allegation that von Karajan had been a member of the Nazi Party. On the contrary, it conceded this was a deplorable fact. 138. But the charge was not relevant to the non-political nature of the orchestra's appearance here, and ignored the fact that the Berlin Philharmonic has rendered signal service to the cause of free culture in Europe and symbolizes the courageous resistance of the people of Berlin to communist totalitarianism, which surrounds their isolated outpost. 32 The cable concluded with the suggestion that a portion of the profits from the orchestra's tour be donated to victims of the Nazis. The American Committee was apparently unaware of how far it was straying from its 1953 Statement of Principles, in which it declared itself to be vitally concerned with political issues as these affect the conditions of cultural freedom and cultural creativity. It is consequently intractably opposed to totalitarianism of whatever kind, for totalitarianism is the very negation of these conditions. 33 The same statement had deplored the plain and shameful fact that, even today, communists and communist sympathizers are conceded a measure of respectability in intellectual and cultural circles which would never have been accorded to a Nazi or neo-fascist. That the American Committee could be so blind to the contradictory, and morally inconsistent, nature of its attitude to individuals like von Karajan or Furtwängler seems astonishing. 3 months later, George Kennan, one of the architects of the strategy of harnessing culture to the political imperatives of the Cold War, was to demonstrate that he too was vulnerable to the same confusion. Addressing the International Council of the Museum of Modern Art on May 12, 1955, Kennan deplored the fact that, in recent years, there has grown up among us a most reprehensible habit, a totalitarian habit in fact, of judging the suitability of cultural contributions by whatever political coloration we conceive their creators to have acquired. I know of nothing sillier than this. A painting is not more or less valuable because the artist once belonged to this or that party or contributed to this or that group. The value of a symphony concert seems to me to be quite unaffected by the nature of the political regime under which the conductor may once have plied his trade. After all, cultural events are not political livestock exhibits in which we put forward human figures to be admired for the purity of their ideological features. 34 America's cultural cold warriors found themselves caught in a dangerous paradox, where the bogeyman of Nazism was raised. They campaigned vigorously for the separation of art and politics, but where dealing with communism, they were unwilling to make such a distinction. This egregious illogicality had first surfaced back in the late 1940s, during the denazification of Germany. Then, whilst Furtwängler had been rewarded with high-profile concerts alongside Yehudi Menuhin, Bertolt Brecht was ridiculed by Melvin Lasky in Der Monat. 35 The whole premise of the Cultural Cold War, of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, was that writers and artists had to engage themselves in the ideological struggle. You're talking about the leading writers, the leading musicians, and painters, whoever was willing to associate with the idea of fighting for what Camus called literature engage, someone who was committed not just to writing but to writing as an expression of a system of values. And we were for that, and we supported it. 36 Explained the CIA's Lee Williams. That America's cultural cold warriors could so easily disengage when it suited them to do so is disturbing. No such tolerance was accorded to the fellow travelers and neutralists whom the American Committee was bent on exposing. Nobody could seriously argue, at least by the mid-1950s, that communism could plausibly be considered the central and overriding enemy of cultural freedom within the United States. But professional anti-communists, like all pro-139 professionals, wanted to protect and even expand their market. A rough count of organized anti-communist lobbies and pressure groups in America during the 1950s, a time generally acknowledged to mark the fifth column's lowest point, suggests unparalleled proliferation. There being no real communist threat in America to fight, anti-communists were in reality, to recycle Churchill's phrase, chained to a dead body. Slowly and gradually one's colleagues will get around to one, James T. Farrell had accurately predicted in 1942. I trust my colleagues to do this. I have great confidence in their developing capacities to become my policeman, and the guardian of my soul. My faith in their potentialities to be shameful is invincible. You cannot shake that dogma of my faith. All these little guardian angels of the soul of America. 37 By now, the hardline element of the committee had earned it a dubious reputation as a truth squad. It appeared to have lost all sense of proportion, and wandered far from its declared purpose, which was to strengthen the social and political conditions for cultural creativity and free intellectual inquiry. Schlesinger wrote of a feeling of disgust at the elements of vindictiveness in the harrying of fellow travelers, as if we were refighting in the 50s the old, dead battles of the 30s and the 40s. We now have better things to do than to pay off old scores. A committee dedicated to cultural freedom can hardly err in being magnanimous. 38 From Cornell University, a colleague of Solstein wrote in similar vein, Sol, my boy, what you need is a whiff of the fresh air of upstate New York or Kansas or Seattle or just about any other place but the middle of Manhattan. Are you really so sure that all those bitter literary battles of the late 1930s, and the battles of today as well, are really that important in the history of the United States? 39 And this was the point. American intellectual history had seesawed over the past 2 decades from the left dissecting the right to the right dissecting the left, and the sight of men tearing at each other's viscera in this way was undefying. Balkanized into squabbling academic fiefdoms, both factions missed the one important truth: absolutism in politics, whether in the form of McCarthyism, or liberal anti-communism, or Stalinism, was not about left or right, it was about refusing to let history tell the truth. It's so corrupt, it doesn't even know it, said Jason Epstein, in uncompromising mood. When these people talk about a counterintelligentsia, what they do is to set up a false and corrupt value system to support whatever ideology they're committed to at the time. The only thing they're really committed to is power, and the introduction of Tsarist-Stalinist strategies in American politics. They're so corrupt they probably don't even know it. They're little, lying apparatchiks. People who don't believe in anything, who are only against something, shouldn't go on crusades or start revolutions. 40. Commenting on the contrapuntal relationship with communism of many intellectual Cold Warriors, George Urban, a director of Radio Free Europe, concluded that this responded to a compulsion to argue, fence, and fight, almost regardless of the objectives. 41. Their protestations were too intense, their cynicism too stark, and their analyses too reflective of the world they thought they had left behind. They marched in negative step, but in step all the same. 42. Jos Elson, who at this time was recovering from an operation which left him stranded, though clearly not inactive, in a deck chair, wrote to Sidney Hook that he was more convinced than ever that a natural death of the present would be the best thing to happen for everyone concerned. This group is incompatible to do anything in any field except in the field of petty quarrels. 43. One way of ensuring the committee's demise was to withdraw its subsidies, and in October 1954 Jos Elson did just that. The monthly deposits from the Farfield Foundation to the American Committee had already been stopped in 140. Early 1953, and now, with the withdrawal of an annual payment of $4,800 from the Paris office, the group faced imminent financial ruin. Sidney Hook, who had set the committee up in consultation with the CIA, was appalled at the Congress's decision to cut its financial ties. Ignoring Jos Elson's determination to see the committee extinguish itself, he went directly to Allen Dulles to plead for more money. Solstein was fully briefed on this development, as was Norman Thomas, the former socialist candidate for U.S. President, who now occupied an executive position in the American Committee. Furthermore, both men were separately lobbying the intelligence community through our friend Dr. Lilly, a psychological strategy board officer and CIA consultant. Knowing that Norman Thomas was a close friend and neighbor of Allen Dulles, Stein further suggested that Thomas telephone Dulles, to remind of his interest in our work and suggest that speed is essential in coming to our assistance. 44. Thomas replied that he thought it would do harm rather than good to call Allen Dulles without some more immediate excuse, but said that on the fair chance that Dulles may be up in the country this weekend, I will try to get in touch with him on Sunday. 45. This was April 1955. By May, the committee's coffers were swollen with a grant of $4,000 from the CIA's Asia Foundation and $10,000 from the Farfield Foundation. Jos Elson had been overruled. Arthur Schlesinger now wrote plaintively to Cord Meyer to extend his complaints about certain members of the executive committee, who, bolstered by the CIA's renewed largesse, were once again experiencing an inflation of their own importance. Meyer explained by return that we certainly don't plan on any continuing large-scale assistance, and the single grant recently made was provided as the result of an urgent request directly from Sidney Hook and indirectly from Norman Thomas. Our hope is that the breathing space provided by this assistance can be used by those gentlemen, yourself, and the other sensible ones to reconstitute the executive committee and draft an intelligent program. If this reconstitution of the leadership proves impossible, we then, I think, will have to face the necessity of allowing the committee to die a natural death, although I think this course would result in unhappy repercussions abroad. Meyer ended the letter thanking Schlesinger for sitting on top of the loose talk, suggesting that they meet together soon to discuss the whole problem in some detail. 46. The Dulles-Meyer strategy proved completely fallible, as Jos Elson had always feared. The injection of extra dollars simply served to defer the moment of final conflict between the gunslingers in New York and the sophisticates of the Paris operation. Within less than a year, the mutual distrust and acrimony, which had first surfaced after Nabokov's 1952 Paris Festival, broke into the open. On March 26, 1956, the Manchester Guardian published a letter from Bertrand Russell which referred to atrocities committed by the FBI during the Rosenberg trial, and compared America with other police states such as Nazi Germany and Stalin's Russia. Jos Elson reacted immediately, suggesting to Irving Kristol that he find an intelligent American correspondent in London to interview Russell in such a way as to show that Russell has not seen any new evidence in the Rosenberg case and that his statement was based on some communist propaganda which in his senility he can no longer distinguish from truth. 47 But whilst Jos Elson was preparing to undermine Russell's claims through a carefully angled interview, the American committee decided to wait and feed first. A letter of protest was sent directly to Russell, accusing him of an extraordinary lapse from standards of object. 141. Activity and justice and doing a major service to the enemies we had supposed you engaged to combat. Had it occurred to Russell to consider the propriety of any friend of cultural freedom, and in particular an officer of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, in making false and irresponsible statements about the process of justice in the United States, 48 Not surprisingly, Russell's response to the letter was to resign as honorary chairman of the Congress. Jos Elson was furious, not least because the letter to Russell was transmitted to us in the most peremptory fashion. It was unthinkable that such a communication could have been sent by any other affiliate of the Congress without Jos Elson's prior approval. After calling an emergency quorum of the Executive Committee in Paris, Jos Elson forwarded its official censure of the American outfit for its failure to consult with us when taking actions, within the body of the Congress, which can have serious international consequences. 49 It was too late to retrieve Russell, whose fourth resignation from the Congress really was his last. In June 1956, his name was removed from the letterhead of all Congress stationery. The trouble did not end there. 2 months later, the resignation of James T. Farrell as national chairman of the American Committee was splattered across the headlines. Farrell was a complex man. Whilst an avowed anti-communist, he could not abide the posturing of so many New York intellectuals whose Park Avenue avant-gardism was simply an excuse not to get down to better work. He himself had renounced politics once before, writing to Meyer Shapiro in 1941, "I've decided that there is not much I can do in the world today, and there are enough people posing as statesmen. So, I am going to work hard at my own work." 50 But then the temptations of a crusade against communism had proved hard to resist, and he too had taken up the charge. In the end, he was defeated not by communism, but by the petty vigilantism of his fellow crusaders. Monomania, George Orwell had once warned, and the fear of uttering heresies are not friendly to the creative faculties. Farrell's letter of resignation reeked of Cold War fatigue. "We have never been able to sink our roots deeply into American life," he complained. "We have not been able to contribute sufficiently to the fight against censorship in this country. The time has come for all who believe in the liberal spirit to make a new effort towards achieving its resurgence. We are constantly standing on the edge of becoming a political committee with views on foreign policy and many other issues. In doing that, we are in danger of mixing politics and culture." He also stressed his personal reason for resigning, which was a thinly veiled warning to other writers on the American Committee: "If I want to write better, I must give more time to it and to study." 51 This might have been the end of it, but for the fact Farrell chose to announce his resignation first to the New York Times. He called the paper late on Monday night, August 27, 1956, apparently much disinhibited by drink. He cavilled at the American Committee's failure to cohere as a mass organization, its failure to do anything about censorship in the United States, its lack of concern with American civil liberties, and its weaseling on the McCarthy issue. Diana Trilling was elected by the board of directors to accept Farrell's resignation, which she did in a letter ringing with icy contempt. In Paris, the news of Farrell's resignation was met with incredulous rage by Michael Jos Elson, who wrote angrily, "We fail to understand why the committee did not use the 24-hour period of grace between the time when Mrs. Trilling received the call and the time that the story actually went to press to have Jim Farrell withdraw his original statement and have it replaced by a statement of his resignation which would have been agreeable to everyone concerned." 52. 142. Enough was enough. When Irving Brown received a letter asking him to back pay 3 years of membership dues to the American Committee, he simply ignored it. Junkie Fleischmann withdrew from its board in October 1956, saying he was far too busy with the Paris operation. On January 31, 1957, Sidney Hook wrote to Nabokov that the American Committee had reluctantly decided to suspend its active organizational life because of financial straits. 143. 15. Ransom's Boys. It's my contention that the CIA not only engaged in a cultural Cold War in the abstract and purely pragmatic way, but that they had very definite aims in view, and they had a very definite aesthetic. They stood for high culture. Richard Ellman. In September 1954, Cord Meyer took over the International Organizations Division from Tom Braden, who retired from the CIA and moved to California to edit a newspaper purchased for him by Nelson Rockefeller. Meyer inherited a division which constituted the greatest single concentration of covered political and propaganda activities of the by now octopus-like CIA. Furthermore, he did so in an atmosphere increasingly favorable to covert activity, as a top-secret report submitted to President Eisenhower in the same month shows. As long as it remains national policy, another important requirement is an aggressive covert psychological, political, and paramilitary organization more effective, more unique, and if necessary, more ruthless than that employed by the enemy. No one should be permitted to stand in the way of the prompt, efficient, and secure accomplishment of this mission. It is now clear that we are facing an implacable enemy whose avowed objective is world domination by whatever means and at whatever cost. There are no rules in such a game. Hitherto acceptable norms of human conduct do not apply. If the U.S. is to survive, long-standing American concepts of fair play must be reconsidered. It may become necessary that the American people be made acquainted with, understand and support this fundamentally repugnant philosophy. 3. Yet the importance of the International Organizations Division was not always reflected in the caliber of the staffers assigned to it. Tom Braden had struggled to inspire his own assistant, only to be met with total indifference. His name was Lieutenant Colonel Buffington. He left memos everywhere, but he didn't do jack shit, said Braden. He was a total waste of time, he did nothing all day. He would come in at 9, hang up his hat, read the New York Times, then go home again. 4. In a jokey attempt to trace the genealogy of case officers arriving in Paris, Jos Elson and his intimates referred to them as George I, George II, George III, and so on. George IV was Lee Williams, also jokingly known as Nickel and Dime and, fleetingly, as Mr. Rochester. Williams made a better impression than most of his predecessors, valiantly straddling the two cultures of an increasingly bureaucratized CIA and the Congress, which was almost bohemian in contrast. I remember driving along in Paris with Cord once after a meeting with Mike, and Cord turned to me and said, "You know, Lee, Mike really likes you," Williams remembered. Son of a bitch. It's like he was surprised. But Mike liked me because I never tried to teach him his job, I sat at his feet, I was deferential to him. 5. But Jos Elson's real ally was Lawrence de Neufville, and he, after 10 years in Europe, wanted to go home. Assigned new cover in the New York office of Radio Free Europe, he left Paris in late 1953. De Neufville was never going to be an easy act to follow, and after him, Jos Elson came increasingly to think of the Congress case officers as messenger boys. At the beginning the 144 CIA were good, interesting people like Lawrence de Neufville, whose hearts were in the right places, said Diana Jos Elson. But then they became less and less impressive, and Michael came to like them less. Every now and then a case officer would appear and I could see Michael trying to disengage, but they would cling on. Michael would never have asked anything substantive of them. He was friends with them, talked about their families and careers, and I had the idea that they admired him, but Michael was determined to protect the Congress from the agency, and from the possibility the relationship might be revealed. 6. According to Diana, the relationship between Michael and his agency colleagues became increasingly a charade. Since they wanted to pretend they were in control, Michael probably welcomed the opportunity to inform them of developments, to help the illusion along. Diana, who dutifully served case officers with the obligatory martini cocktails when they came to the Jocelsons' apartment, later dismissed them as a necessary evil. They weren't half as important to me as my maid. 7. One of the problems for Cord Meyer was that it was difficult to attract agency staffers to his division. Not that there was any shortage of suitable candidates. By the mid-1960s, it was the agency's boast that it could staff any college from its analysts, 50% of whom held advanced degrees, 30% doctorates, prompting one State Department official to say there are more liberal intellectuals per square inch at CIA than anywhere else in government. But these collegiate types had not joined the agency to do what they could do on campus. They were seeking adventure, not a job looking after the kind of people they could meet at high table. The people in the International Organizations Division were looked upon by a great many people as some kind of fluff on the side, particularly by those who felt what we ought to be doing is hard intelligence and let's recruit the spies and get the documents and the rest of this is just a bunch of nonsense, 8 said CIA officer Donald Jameson. Some people in CIA didn't think it was proper to be spending all this money on all these leftists, 9 Lawrence de Neufville confirmed. So Cord Meyer began to look elsewhere. Cord brought unique intellectual cachet, said Lee Williams. He had unique access to the intellectual community in America, and he had huge respect for literary men. 10 Entering Yale in 1939, Meyer had studied English verse from the metaphysical poets of the 17th century to the modern poetry of Yeats and T.S. Eliot under Professor Maynard Mack, who left us a permanent respect for the graceful majesty of that achievement and an ambition in some of us to try to write as well. 11 Meyer tried his hand at poetry, publishing some passable verses in the Yale Lit, of which he subsequently became editor. In 1942, Meyer graduated in English literature with a brilliant summa cum laude. His literary ambitions were thwarted by the war, in which his twin brother was killed, and Meyer himself lost an eye in Guam when a Japanese grenade exploded at his feet. Thereafter, he penned a few articles and, in 1980, his memoirs, Facing Reality. As editor of the Yale Lit, Meyer was following in the footsteps of James Jesus Angleton, who became the CIA's legendary chief of counterintelligence. A literary radical, Angleton had introduced Ezra Pound to Yale, and founded the magazine of verse, Furioso, in 1939. Angleton was the vital link in what became known as the P-Source, which described the agency's connection with the Ivy League. Prominent members of the P-Source included William Sloane Coffin, a graduate of Yale who was recruited by Allen Dulles. Recalling his decision to join the agency, Coffin later said, "Stalin made Hitler look like 145. A Boy Scout. I was very strongly anti-Soviet. In that frame of mind I watched the Korean War shape up. But I didn't follow it too closely, or question the causes. When I graduated from Yale in 1949, I was thinking of going into the CIA, but I went into the seminary instead. After a year at the Union Theological Seminary, when war with the Soviet Union seemed to be threatening, I quit to go into the CIA, hoping to be useful in the war effort. The CIA financed the non-communist left, they gave with minimal strings attached. In those days, I had no quarrel with American policy, but, in retrospect, I wouldn't be so innocent and smirchless." 12 Coffin's Ivy League recruits included Archie Roosevelt, who had read English at Harvard under the famous head of Wadham College, Maurice Bowra, and Archie's cousin, Kermit Kim Roosevelt, who was a few years ahead of him at Groton School and Harvard. Another major Ivy League connection, and the epitome of the P-Source, was Professor Norman Holmes Pearson, a revered humanist famous for editing the Viking 5-volume Poets of the English Language with W. H. Auden, and an officer of both the American Studies Association and the Modern Language Association, a trustee of the Breiher Foundation, and an executor of the poet H.D.'s estate. Pearson was also an OSS CIA incunabula. He trained many of the most promising minds at Yale, including Angleton and Richard Ellman, whom he recruited to OSS. 13. He himself worked with X2, the counterintelligence branch of OSS, working in London during the war under Kim Philby, who later described him as naive. Pearson supervised the wartime accumulation of files on 1 million enemy agents and organizations, a practice he strongly felt should be continued after the war, despite its offensiveness to traditional Jeffersonian notions of government. Such quaint objections were quickly overcome, as the term enemy acquired a very liberal definition. 14. Returning to Yale, he presided over the promotion of American studies at home and abroad. Like foreign area studies, this new discipline was of clear imperial import, in that it allowed us to understand our unique fitness for our post-war role as the world's governor, and encouraged a finer appreciation of our cultural sophistication among the ruled. 15. Consistent with this view was Pearson's preface to the Reinhardt edition of Thoreau's Walden, where he minimized the radicalism of the great American individualist and sought to release him from any association with anarchy, stressing that his writings were in support of better government, a symbol of the individual freedom on which we like to think the American way of life is based. Pearson's most famous protege was James Jesus Angleton. Born in Idaho in 1917, as a teenager Angleton was sent to Malvern College in Worcestershire, where he worked at becoming more English than the English. He absorbed old world courtesy and the quiet good manners that never deserted him. Indeed, the years gave him a European persona that obscured his Yank background, and gave him a slight English accent. 16. He was at Yale from 1937 to 1941, where he worked on the Yale Lit alongside McGeorge Bundy, the future National Security Advisor, Walter Sullivan, who later became science editor of the New York Times, and the poet E. Reed Whitmore, Jr. In 1938, Angleton met Ezra Pound in Rapallo, and they became firm friends, Pound later describing him as one of the most important hopes of literary magazines in the U.S. When Angleton wrote his will in 1949, he left a bottle of good spirits to Ezra Pound, E. Cummings, and other poet friends from Furioso, and concluded with the following credo: I can say this now, that I do believe in the Spirit of Christ and the life everlasting, and in this turbulent social system which struggles sometimes blindly to preserve the right to freedom and expression of the Spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ I leave. 146. Despite these sentiments, Reed Whitmore remembered that Angleton was embarrassed by his middle name because it suggested he was not an upper-class Englishman, which was then the image he was trying to project. 17. An old hand at conspiracy from OSS, Angleton carried his talents to the CIA, where he developed a seemingly limitless capacity for Byzantine intrigue. His first major success was the orchestration of America's covert campaign to secure victory for the Christian Democrats in the 1948 Italian elections. This campaign, closely watched and supported by George Kennan and Allen Dulles, was America's first successful act of political Cold Warfare. According to Kim Philby, Angleton was promoted to chief of the CIA's Office of Special Operations in 1949. For 20 years he was in charge of the agency's counterintelligence staff, and responsible for all liaison with Allied intelligence from 1954. He also ran a completely independent group of journalist operatives who performed sensitive and frequently dangerous assignments. CIA contemporaries knew virtually nothing of this group, which worked under deep snow cover, and whose secrets Angleton kept locked away in a safe in his office to which only he had access. An accomplished grower of wild orchids, a world-class fly fisherman, a published photographer, a skillful worker in gemstones and leather, a fan of Italian opera, Paul Newman, Robert Redford, Marlon Brando, Peter Sellers, Shirley MacLaine, cricket matches and European soccer, Angleton was an extraordinary, eclectic figure. Claire Booth Luce once told him, "There's no doubt you are easily the most interesting and fascinating figure the intelligence world has produced, and a living legend." 18. Standing 6 feet tall, always dressed in dark clothes, Angleton, said one admirer, had the look of a Byron, very lean and starved about the jaws. He was the very image of the poet spy, the inspiration for many romantic myths about the CIA as an extension of the American liberal literary tradition. Cord Meyer's own extensive network of P-source contacts now drew him to Kenyon College, where his favorite poets Allen Tate and John Crow Ransom taught. It was here, in 1938, that Ransom had founded the Kenyon Review, a magazine which shaped the literary sensibility of a generation, its prestige securing a high place on the cultural Dow Jones for the lazy backwater town of Kenyon. Here, also in 1938, a pool of talent had been residing at Douglas House, a Carpenter Gothic building in the center of campus, earmarked as the ideal isolation block for John Crow Ransom's studious, eccentric poet protégés. Known as Ransom's Boys, this group included Roby Macaulay, Randall Jarrell, John Thompson, David McDowell, Peter Taylor, and the more senior Robert Lowell, a faculty member 19 as a student at Olivet College, Michigan. In 1937 Roby Macaulay had listened to lectures by Catherine Ann Porter and Allen Tate, and observed Ford Maddox Ford wandering around the campus like a pensioned veteran of forgotten wars. During the war, Macaulay served for 4 years with G2, the U.S. Army Counterintelligence Corps, working as a special agent hunting down Nazis. He later fictionalized the experience in a collection of short stories, The End of Pity, which won him the Furioso Fiction Prize. After taking a postgraduate degree at the University of Iowa, he returned to Kenyon College to join John Crow Ransom as an assistant on the Kenyon Review. In August 1953, Ransom told a colleague that he had high hopes of making a fellow out of Roby if he doesn't take a job with Central Intelligence, as I've heard he's going to. Cord Meyer had personally offered Macaulay a job in the international organizations 147 Division. After considering the offer over the summer, Macaulay accepted. Cord recruited him to be a case officer to work with Joss Elson because I guess he thought he could speak the right language, said Lee Williams. 21 Meyer scooped his second Ransom's Boy when he recruited John Jack Thompson, who in 1956 became executive director of the Farfield Foundation, a job he held, under contract to the CIA, for over a decade. After Kenyon, Thompson had authored a number of scholarly articles, and commanded quite a degree of influence amongst the New York literati. He got picked up by John Crow Ransom and the Fugitive Group, then later by Lionel and Diana Trilling in New York, where Thompson was teaching English at Columbia University, remembered his close friend Jason Epstein. The Trillings, who were fantastic snobs, were obsessed with Thompson and his wife. So Trilling suggested Jack as director of the Farfield Foundation, probably because he hoped to get money from it for the American Committee for Cultural Freedom. 22 at the time, it all seemed like a good idea to Thompson. The KGB was spending millions, he said, but we had our friends, too. We knew who was deserving, and who was not, we knew what the best stuff was, and we were trying to avoid the standard democratic crap of seeing that funds went to one Jew, one black, one woman, one Southerner. We wanted to reach our friends, and help them, the people who agreed with us, and were trying to do good things. 23 Despite his long collaboration with the CIA, Thompson's entry in one edition of the Directory of American Professors, under Politics, reads radical. As well as Thompson and Macaulay, one other member of the Douglas House group would also be played as an asset by Cord Meyer, but to disastrous, if darkly comic, effect. To Ransom he was more than a student, he's more like a son to me. His name was Robert Lowell. From the less prestigious classrooms of a small experimental boys' school in St. Louis, Missouri, Cord Meyer now added the young novelist John Hunt to his list of new recruits. Born in Muskogee, Oklahoma, in 1925, Hunt had attended Lawrenceville School in New Jersey, before leaving to enlist in the Marine Corps in 1943. Discharged in 1946 with the rank of second lieutenant, he entered Harvard on a scholarship in the same year. There, he was editor of Student Progressive, the publication of the Harvard Liberal Union. Graduating in 1948 with a major in English literature and a minor in Greek, Hunt married that autumn and moved to Paris, where he started writing fiction, took classes at the Sorbonne, and found himself enchanted and fascinated by the Hemingway notion of an American in Paris. Following the birth of a daughter in July 1949, he returned to the U.S. to enter the writer's workshop of the University of Iowa, where he also taught in the classics department. There, he met Roby Macaulay. In 1951 Hunt joined the faculty of the Thomas Jefferson School in St. Louis, where he stayed until June 1955, when the novel he had begun in Paris, Generations of Men, was accepted for publication by Atlantic, Little Brown. It was around this time that Meyer recruited Hunt as a case officer for the Congress for Cultural Freedom. A combination of the enormous pressure of work and his own highly strung temperament had begun to affect Michael Josleson's health, and in October 1955, aged 47, he suffered his first heart attack. So Meyer decided to send in Second Lieutenant John Hunt to lighten the load. There followed the peculiar charade of John Hunt being formally interviewed by Jos Elson, who had already been supplied with a curriculum vitae and a list of glowing references. John Farrar, of Farrar Straus, recommended Hunt for his executive ability, a careful head and a sense of mission for the things we all believe in. Timothy Foote, assistant editor of 148. Time Life in Paris, was confident that he would be awfully useful to have around in almost any reasonable enterprise, adding that he is a strong believer in American responsibilities overseas, but he does not feel that the United States should apologize for her efforts or influence in foreign countries. 24 Interviewed by Jos Elson in February 1956, Hunt was formally appointed to the Congress Secretariat shortly afterwards. It can only be assumed that the resume and the letters of recommendation were part of Hunt's cover, useful to have in the files in order to give the appearance that his appointment was entirely above board. For Hunt, the Congress was, like Melville's C., my Yale College and my Harvard. Although he could not expect to achieve the authority that Jos Elson had won after years of diligent and scrupulous management of both dollars and temperaments, the Congress benefited from the injection of new blood. The advent of Meyer's recruits signaled a new era in the Congress's relationship with the CIA. It ended the drought of case officers properly suited to the job, providing Jos Elson with adjutants who were intellectually compatible with the demands of the Congress. Jos Elson and Macaulay in particular got on extremely well. They took motoring trips together with their wives, sometimes joined by Hunt and his wife. Photographs show them tanned and relaxed, with Macaulay and Hunt looking the archetypal 1950 Americans, handsomely sporting crew cuts, chino pants, and black-framed sunglasses. Back on the job, they often shared a joke at agency expense. When newly arrived CIA agent Scott Charles revealed that he was taking a different route to the office each day in case he was being followed, Jos Elson, Macaulay and Hunt thought this was hysterically funny. Roby Macaulay didn't think like them or act like them. He wasn't cynical or smart alecky, said Diana Jos Elson, who had been a friend of Macaulay's since 1941. He only ever got one thing wrong with Michael, which was that he wouldn't respond when Michael asked angrily or explained angrily about some situation. Michael would get more and more angry, and his blood pressure would rise, and he'd repeat himself again, and Roby would just sit there and say nothing. I told him once that he wasn't handling Michael properly, that he should say something and not let Michael get all steamed up like this. 25 Meyer's recruitment drive demonstrated a strengthened commitment to the Congress, but this was proving to be a mixed blessing. The arrival of Warren Manchell in 1954, for example, was resented by Jos Elson, who felt that the agency's presence within the Congress apparat was becoming disproportionate. Manchell, said Diana Jos Elson, was sent over by the CIA to report on the Congress. He was planted on Michael, who had to find some kind of cover for him. He was part of a series of shifting relationships outside of the immediate staff, and Michael just had to put up with him. 26 He also had to put up with Scott Charles, who was placed in the Paris office as an auditor. I rather liked him, said Diana. Later, after Michael had died, I edited his guidebook on Geneva. 27 By the mid-1950s, Josselsson's allegiance was primarily to the Congress, whose needs he instinctively ranked higher than those of the CIA. He felt that the Congress needed the agency only for the money. Josselson had even tried to free the Congress from its financial dependency on the agency, making his own overtures to the Ford Foundation. As Ford had already supported the Congress to the tune of several $1 million by the mid-1950s, it might reasonably be expected that it would consider assuming the full financial burden. But the agency refused to relinquish its grip on the Congress, and Josselson's discussions with the Ford Foundation were doomed from the 149 outset. Far from diminishing, the CIA's presence in the cultural life of the period now increased. From New York, Lawrence de Neufville wrote to Josselson with ideas for discussion in Encounter, including a piece on the subject of the conscience of the individual versus the requirements of hierarchy, which Josselson hastily recommended to Spender and Crystal. They, presumably, were ignorant of the special interest Josselson had in the intricacies of such a subject. Other agency men were unable to resist the pull of the pen. Jack Thompson continued to write for scholarly journals like the Hudson Review, and in 1961 he published The Founding of English Metre, a brilliant study of English poetry. Roby Macaulay wrote for the Kenyon Review, the New Republic, the Irish University Review, Partisan Review, and the New York Times Book Review. During his tenure at the CIA, he continued to write fiction, notably The Disguises of Love and the End of Pity and other stories. The London firm of Hodder and Stoughton published a book on Afghanistan by Edward S. Hunter, another CIA operative who used the cover of a freelance writer, and roamed Central Asia for years. Frederick Prieger, a propagandist for the American military government in post-war Germany, published between 20 and 25 volumes in which the CIA had an interest, either in the writing, the publication itself, or the distribution. Prieger said they either reimbursed him directly for the expenses of publication, or guaranteed, usually through a foundation, the purchase of enough copies to make it worthwhile. Books differ from all other propaganda media, wrote a chief of the CIA's covert action staff, primarily because one single book can significantly change the reader's attitude and action to an extent unmatched by the impact of any other single medium. Make books the most important weapon of strategic propaganda. 28 The CIA's clandestine books program was run, according to the same source, with the following aims in mind: get books published or distributed abroad without revealing any U.S. influence, by covertly subsidizing foreign publications or booksellers. Get books published which should not be contaminated by any overt tie-in with the U.S. government, especially if the position of the author is delicate. Get books published for operational reasons, regardless of commercial viability. Initiate and subsidize indigenous national or international organizations for book publishing or distributing purposes. Stimulate the writing of politically significant books by unknown foreign authors, either by directly subsidizing the author, if covert contact is feasible, or indirectly, through literary agents or publishers. 29 The New York Times alleged in 1977 that the CIA had been involved in the publication of at least 1,000 books. 30 The agency has never made public its publications backlist, but it is known that books in which it had an involvement include Lasky's La Révolution Hongroise, translations of T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land and Four Quartets, and, naturally, those books published by the Congress for Cultural Freedom or its affiliates, including anthologies of verse, Herbert Luthie's Le Passé Present, Combats d'Idées de Calvin Rousseau, Patricia Blake's Halfway to the Moon, New Writing from Russia, Literature and Revolution in Soviet Russia, edited by Max Hayward and Leopold Lebed's History and Hope, Progress in Freedom by Kot-Jelensky, Bertrand de Juvenel's The Art of Conjecture. The Hundred Flowers, edited by Roderick MacFarquhar, Niccolo Tucci's autobiographical novel Before My Time, Bardini's The Italians, Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, and new editions of Machiavelli's The Prince. Under the imprint of the Chekhov Publishing Company, Chekhov's works were widely translated and distributed. The Chekhov Publishing Company was secretly sub. 150. Sidized by the CIA. In addition to John Hunt, whose first calling was as a writer, the agency boasted several other active novelists. In Paris, Yale graduate Peter Matheson, later the celebrated author of The Snow Leopard, co-founded and wrote for the Paris Review, and penned the novel Partisans whilst he was working for the CIA. Another of Cord Meyer's recruits was Charles McCary, who was later seen as America's answer to John L. Kerr. There was also James Michener, whose long career writing blockbusters with such modest titles as Poland, Alaska, Texas, Space, was punctuated by a spell with the agency. In the mid-1950s, Michener used his career as a writer as cover for his work in eliminating radicals who had infiltrated one of the CIA's Asian operations. To this end, he was placed in the CIA's Asia Foundation. He later said that a writer must never serve as a secret agent for anything or anybody. Then there was Howard Hunt, author of such novels as East of Farewell, Limit of Darkness, and Stranger in Town. Whilst working for Wisner's OPC, Howard Hunt was signed to do several paperback originals with the Fawcett Publishing Corporation under the Gold Medal imprint. In Mexico, he was responsible for the Marxist writer-intellectual El Campesino's book Life and Death in the USSR, one of the first personal revelations of Stalinist terror to come out of Latin America. The book was widely translated and distributed with CIA assistance. He also assigned case officer William Buckley to help another intellectual, Chilean Marxist Eudosio Ravines, finish his equally influential book, The Yenin Way. In late 1961, Howard Hunt joined Tracy Barnes's newly established Domestic Operations Division. Barnes, who served as Deputy Director of the Psychological Strategy Board, was a strong advocate of the use of literature as an anti-communist weapon, and worked hard to strengthen the CIA's publishing program. The new division accepted both personnel and projects unwanted elsewhere within CIA, Howard Hunt later wrote, and those covert action projects that came to me were almost entirely concerned with publishing and publications. We subsidized significant books, for example, The New Class by Milovangelos, one of a number of Frederick A. Prieger incorporated titles so supported. 31. Under one ghost's name or another, I was helping on a few pro-CIA novels, as well as overseeing one or two scholarly works, not to mention dashing off an occasional magazine piece on the new invidiousness of the old commie threat, says Harry Hubbard in Mailer's Harlot's Ghost. Even travel guides could contain the insights of CIA agents, several of whom floated about Europe using the celebrated Fodor guides as cover. Eugene Fodor, a former OSS lieutenant, later defended this practice, saying the CIA contributors were all highly professional, high quality. We never let politics be smuggled into the books. 32. Lyman Kirkpatrick, executive assistant to the director of CIA, contributed the Armies of the World article each year to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which was owned by former Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, William Benton. Sometimes, reviews of books in the New York Times or other respected broadsheets were penned by CIA writers under contract. CIA agent George Carver signed articles under his own name in Foreign Affairs. In England, Monty Woodhouse wrote articles for Encounter and the Times Literary Supplement. The phenomenon of writer as spy, spy as writer, was by no means new. Somerset Maugham used his literary status as cover for assignments for the British Secret Service during 151. The First World War. His later collection of autobiographical stories, Ashendon, was a Bible for intelligence officers. Compton Mackenzie worked for MI5 in the 1930s, and was later prosecuted by Her Majesty's government for revealing the names of CIS personnel in his book Aegean Memories. Graham Greene derived much fictional material from his experience as an undercover agent for MI5 during, and, it is said, after, the Second World War. He once famously referred to MI5 as the best travel agency in the world. Intellectuals, or a certain sort of intellectuals, have always had a romance about intelligence services, observed Carol Brightman. It's a kind of coming-of-age experience, going into the intelligence services, especially on certain campuses such as Yale. 33 For novelist Richard Ellman, there was also a shared aesthetic concern. It's worth considering what these people had in common. They were all Christians, in a non-sectarian, T.S. Eliot kind of way. They believed in a higher authority, a higher truth which sanctioned their anti-communist, anti-atheist crusade. T.S. Eliot, Pound, and other modernists appealed to their elitist sensibilities. The CIA even commissioned a translation of Eliot's 4 quartets and then had copies airdropped into Russia. These were men, as much as Shaw and Wells, for whom the socialist century of the common man was unwelcome. They wanted the uncommon man and high culture. So, they weren't just putting money into culture willy-nilly. 34 Allen Ginsberg even fantasized that T.S. Eliot was part of a literary conspiracy mounted by his, Eliot's, friend James Jesus Angleton. In a 1978 sketch called T.S. Eliot Entered My Dreams, Ginsberg imagined that on the fantail of a boat to Europe, Eliot was reclining with several passengers in deck seats, blue cloudy sky behind, iron floor below us. And yourself, I said, what did you think of the domination of poetics by the CIA? After all, wasn't Angleton your friend? Didn't he tell you his plan to revitalize the intellectual structure of the West against the so-to-speak Stalinists? Eliot listened attentively. I was surprised he wasn't distracted. Well, there are all sorts of chaps competing for dominance, political and literary. Your gurus for instance, and the theosophists, and the table rappers and dialecticians and telefreeders and ideologues. I suppose I was one such, in my middle years. But I did, yes, know Angleton's literary conspiracies. I thought they were petty, well meant but of no importance to literature. I thought they were of some importance, I said, since it secretly nourished the careers of too many square intellectuals, provided sustenance to thinkers in the academy who influenced the intellectual tone of the West. After all, intellectual tone should be revolutionary, or at least radical, seeking roots of disease and mechanization and dominance by unnatural monopoly. And the government through foundations was supporting a whole field of scholars of war. The subsidization of magazines like Encounter, which held Eliatic style as a touchstone of sophistication and competence, failed to create an alternative free vital decentralized individualistic culture. Instead, we had the worst of capitalist imperialism. 35. The defense of high culture mounted by people like Angleton was automatic. It would never have occurred to us to denounce anyone or anything as elitist, Irving Kristol once said. The elite was us, the happy few who had been chosen by history to guide our fellow creatures toward a secular redemption. 36 Raised on modernist culture, these elitists worshipped Eliot, Yeats, Joyce, and Proust. They saw it as their job not to give the public what it wants, or what it thinks it wants, but what, through the medium of its most intelligent members, it ought to have. 37 In other words, high culture was not only important as an anti-152 communist line of defense, but also the bastion against a homogenized mass society, against what Dwight MacDonald viewed with horror as the spreading ooze of mass culture. 38 The paradox of a defense of democracy mounted by patricians who were essentially deeply suspicious of it is hard to ignore. Positioning themselves like an elite of princes holding the pass against barbarism, they were modernists terrified of modernity and its blood-dim tide. In a valedictory address to Kenyon College in 1940, Robert Lowell had given voice to the darkest fears of this aristocracy. For all of you know that as the Philistines and Goths proceed in their spiritless way to dismember civilization, they will come to all the golden palaces of learning, they will come at last to Milton, Groton, Street Pauls and Street Marks, and there, the students who are neither efficient nor humane nor cultured will be doing what they are doing. And the indignant Goths and Philistines will turn these poor drones out of the hive, and there will be no old limbs, for the new blood, and the world will revert to its unwearied cycles of retrogression, advance, and repetition. 39 Convinced that they had to shore up their defenses against the coming ruin, these were the Aurelians who in 1949 had decided to award Ezra Pound the Bollingen Prize for Poetry for his Paysan cantos. One anecdote tells how one day Paul Mellon, a generous philanthropist, complained to Alan Tate and John Crow Ransom about how many writers were leftists. Mellon himself was advanced in his taste in art, but conservative in politics, almost a sine qua non of Cold War angels. Tate replied to the effect that writers were always needy, so why didn't Mellon put up some money for fellowships, awards, or whatever, which would make the recipients much happier and less inclined to be revolutionary. So Mellon put up the Bollingen Mellon Awards as private endowments worth about $20,000 each. Why did they propose Pound? Asked Richard Ellman. Because he represented the ultimate in the Mandarin culture they were trying to preserve and promote. 40 The award sparked a huge controversy, not least because Pound was in a hospital for the criminally insane at the time, the only American charged with treason in the Second World War. His wartime broadcasts for Mussolini's Ming Culpop had included tirades against Mr. Roosevelt, Franklin Finkelstein Roosevelt, Stinky Rosenstein and Kikes, Sheenies, and the oily people. He argued that Mein Kampf was keenly analyzed history, and called its author a saint and a martyr in the tradition of Joan of Arc. America, he said, had been invaded by vermin. Carl Shapiro, editor of Poetry magazine, wrote that he was the only dissenter from the Bollingen Prize to Pound, except Paul Green, who abstained. Eliot, Auden, Tate, Lowell, all voted the prize to Pound. A passel of fascists. When William Barrett attacked the jury's decision, Alan Tate challenged him to a duel. The decision to award Pound the prize re-inflamed all the art versus politics disputes that had been raging since the 1930s, and seemed to confirm what many on the left feared, that there was a disposition amongst those who called themselves liberals to forgive, or at least ignore, the historic compromises which had led many artists, many of whom were now comfortably relocated in America, to use their creative talent in flattery of fascism. At a time when art and artists were so highly politicized, it seemed insufficient to state, as the Bollingen jury did, that to permit other considerations than that of poetic achievement to sway the decision would destroy the significance of the award and would in principle deny the validity of that objective perception of value on which civilized society must rest. 41 How could art be autonomous on the one hand and, where convenient, pressed into political service on the other? 16. Yankee Doodles. I can paint better than anybody. Jackson Pollock, in de Kooning's Dream. During his presidency, Harry Truman liked to get up early and make for the National Gallery. Arriving before the city had risen, he would nod silently to the guard whose special duty it was to unlock the door for the president's pre-breakfast stroll through the gallery. Truman relished these visits, and recorded them in his diary. In 1948, after gazing at assorted Holbeins and Rembrandts, he entered the following observation: "It's a pleasure to look at perfection and then think of the lazy, nutty moderns. It is like comparing Christ with Lenin." Publicly, he arrived at similar judgments, claiming that the Dutch masters make our modern-day daubers and frustrated ham and egg men look just what they are. In his scorn for the moderns, Truman articulated a view held by many Americans that linked experimental, and especially abstract art to degenerate or subversive impulses. Those European vanguardists who had fled the fascist jackboot were now startled to find themselves in an America where modernism was once again being kicked about. This was, of course, consistent with the cultural fundamentalism of figures like McCarthy, and part of the confusing process by which America, whilst advocating freedom of expression abroad, seemed to begrudge such freedoms at home. On the floor of Congress, a high-octane assault was led by a Republican from Missouri, George Dondero, who declared modernism to be quite simply part of a worldwide conspiracy to weaken American resolve. "All modern art is communistic," he announced, before moving on to a deranged but poetic exegesis of its various manifestations. Cubism aims to destroy by design disorder. Futurism aims to destroy by the machine myth. Dadaism aims to destroy by ridicule. Expressionism aims to destroy by aping the primitive and insane. Abstractionism aims to destroy by the creation of brainstorms. Surrealism aims to destroy by the denial of reason. One Dondero's neurotic assessment was echoed by a coterie of public figures, whose shrill denunciations rang across the floor of Congress and in the conservative press. Their attacks culminated in such claims as ultramodern artists are unconsciously used as tools of the Kremlin, and the assertion that, in some cases, abstract paintings were actually secret maps pinpointing strategic United States fortifications to modern art is actually a means of espionage, one opponent charged. If you know how to read them, modern paintings will disclose the weak spots in U.S. fortifications, and such crucial constructions as Boulder Dam. This was not a propitious time for modernists. Most vulnerable to the attacks of the Dondero caucus was a group of artists that emerged in the late 1940s as the abstract expressionists. In reality, they were not a group at all. It is disastrous to name ourselves, de Kooning once warned, but a disparate band of painters bound more by a taste for artistic adventure than by any formal aesthetic common denominator. But they were linked by a similar past. Most of them had worked for the Federal Arts Project under Roosevelt's New Deal, producing subsidized art for the government and getting involved in left-wing politics. Foremost amongst them was Jackson Pollock, who in the 1930s had been involved in the Communist 162 workshop of the Mexican muralist David Alfaro Siqueiros. Adolf Gottlieb, William Bachotz and several other abstract expressionists had all been communist activists. The fact that theirs had been more an untheorized affiliation with the left than anything deeper was immaterial to Dondero and his allies, who, unable or unwilling to distinguish between the biography and the work, conflated the political record of the artist with his aesthetic expression, and damned both. 3. Where Dondero saw in abstract expressionism evidence of a communist conspiracy, America's cultural mandarins detected a contrary virtue. For them, it spoke to a specifically anti-communist ideology, the ideology of freedom, of free enterprise. Non-figurative and politically silent, it was the very antithesis to socialist realism. It was precisely the kind of art the Soviets loved to hate. But it was more than this. It was, claimed its apologists, an explicitly American intervention in the modernist canon. As early as 1946, critics were applauding the new art as independent, self-reliant, a true expression of the national will, spirit and character. It seems that, in aesthetic character, U.S. art is no longer a repository of European influences, that it is not a mere amalgamate of foreign isms, assembled, compiled and assimilated with lesser or greater intelligence. 4. Elevated as chief representative of this new national discovery was Jackson Pollock. He was the great American painter, said fellow artist Bud Hopkins. If you conceive of such a person, first of all, he had to be a real American, not a transplanted European. And he should have the big macho American virtues, he should be rough and tumble American, taciturn, ideally, and if he is a cowboy, so much the better. Certainly not an Easterner, not someone who went to Harvard. He shouldn't be influenced by the Europeans so much as he should be influenced by our own, the Mexicans and American Indians, and so on. He should come out of the native soil, not out of Picasso and Matisse. And he should be allowed the great American vice, the Hemingway vice, of being a drunk. 5. Everything about Pollock was right. Born on a sheep ranch in Cody, Wyoming, he entered the New York scene like a cowboy, hard-talking, heavy drinking, shooting his way from the Wild West. This was, of course, a mythical past. Pollock had never ridden a horse, and had left Wyoming as a young child. But the image was so apt, so American, and no one disbelieved it. Willem de Kooning once told of a dream he'd had of Pollock flinging open the doors of a bar like a screen cowboy and shouting, "I can paint better than anybody." He had the grittiness of Marlon Brando, the brooding rebelliousness of James Dean. Next to Matisse, by now barely able to lift a paintbrush, the compromised and impotent figurehead of an aging European modernism, Pollock was virility incarnate. He came up with a technique known as action painting, which involved laying a huge canvas flat on the ground, preferably outdoors, and dripping paint all over it. In the splurgy, random knot of lines which threaded their way across the canvas and over the edges, he seemed to be engaged in the act of rediscovering America. Ecstatic, loose, fueled by drink, modernism in Pollock's hands was a kind of tremendous delirium. Although one critic described it as melted Picasso, others rushed to celebrate it as the triumph of American painting, which spoke for what America was: vigorous, energetic, freewheeling, big. It was seen to uphold the great American myth of the lone voice, the intrepid individual, a tradition which Hollywood enshrined in films such as Mr. Smith Goes to Washington and, later, 12 Angry Men. By 1948, the art critic Clement Greenberg, himself a brawling, boozing, one-man slug, 163 Fest, was making prodigal claims for the new aesthetic. When one sees how much the level of American art has risen in the last 5 years, with the emergence of new talents so full of energy and content as Arshile Gorky, Jackson Pollock, David Smith, then the conclusion forces itself, much to our own surprise, that the main premises of Western art have at last migrated to the United States, along with the center of gravity of industrial production and political power. 6. America, in other words, was the place an artist no longer felt he had to escape from, in order to mature in Europe. 7. Commenting on this claim, rather than agreeing with it, Jason Epstein later said, America, and especially New York, had now become the center of the world politically and financially, and, of course, it had become the center culturally too. Well, what would a great power be without an appropriate art? You couldn't be a great power if you didn't have art to go with it, like Venice without Tintoretto or Florence without Giotto. 8. The idea that abstract expressionism could become a vehicle for the imperial burden began to take hold. But its emergence at a time of such political and moral odium presented its would-be promoters with a substantial dilemma. Despite the patent idiocy of Dondero's protests, by the late 1940s he had achieved the collapse of successive attempts on the part of the State Department to deploy American art as a propaganda weapon. The Philistines scored an early victory in 1947 when they forced the withdrawal of a State Department exhibition called Advancing American Art, a selection of 79 progressive works, including those of Georgia O'Keeffe, Adolph Gottlieb, and Arshile Gorky, which was scheduled to travel to Europe and Latin America. The show reached Paris, then moved on to Prague, where it was such a success that the Russians immediately sent in a rival exhibition. The official rationale for this venture was to dispel for the foreign audience any notion of the academic or imitative character of contemporary American art. 9. This time we are exporting neither domestic brandy in imitation cognac bottles nor vintage non-intoxicating grape juice, but real bourbon, aged in the wood, what may justly be described as the wine of the country, 10. Eulogized one critic. Far from advancing the cause of American art, the show signaled its ignominious retreat. Vigorously contested in Congress, it was denounced as subversive and un-American. One speaker detected a malicious intent to tell the foreigners that the American people are despondent, broken down or of hideous shape, thoroughly dissatisfied with their lot and eager for a change of government. The communists and their New Deal fellow travelers have selected art as one of their avenues of propaganda. 11. I am just a dumb American who pays taxes for this kind of trash, cried another, a worthy progenitor of Jesse Helms. If there is a single individual in this Congress who believes this kind of tripe is bringing a better understanding of American life, then he should be sent to the same nut house from which the people who drew this stuff originally came. 12. The show was cancelled, and the paintings were sold off at a 95% discount. American Samoa surplus government property. Responding to the charge that many of the artists represented in the exhibition had dabbled in left-wing politics, the State Department issued a craven directive ordering that in future no American artist with communist or fellow traveling associations be exhibited at government expense. And with this, the perception of avant-garde art as un-American had now been incorporated into official policy. 13. A terrible vision of the barbarians at the gates of the Palace of High Art now insinuated its way into the imagination of the cultural elitists. Dwight MacDonald denounced these attacks as cool turbilshuismus, and argued that while they were proposed in the name of America. 164. Can democracy, they actually mirrored totalitarian attacks on the arts. The Soviets, and indeed much of Europe, were saying that America was a cultural desert, and the behavior of US congressmen seemed to confirm that. Eager to show the world that here was an art commensurate with America's greatness and freedom, high-level strategists found they couldn't publicly support it because of domestic opposition. So what did they do? They turned to the CIA. And a struggle began to assert the merits of abstract expressionism against attempts to smear it. We had a lot of trouble with Congressman Dondero, Braden later recalled. He couldn't stand modern art. He thought it was a travesty, he thought it was sinful, he thought it was ugly. He put up a heck of a fight about painting, and he made it very difficult to get Congress to go along with some of the things that we wanted to do: send art abroad, send symphonies abroad, publish magazines abroad, whatever. That's one of the reasons why it had to be done covertly. It had to be covered because it would have been turned down if it had been put to a vote in a democracy. In order to encourage openness, we had to be secret. 14. Here again was that sublime paradox of American strategy in the cultural Cold War. In order to promote an acceptance of art produced in democracy, the democratic process itself had to be circumvented. Once again, the CIA turned to the private sector to advance its objectives. In America, most museums and collections of art were, as they are now, privately owned and privately funded. Preeminent amongst contemporary and avant-garde art museums was the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Its president through most of the 1940s and 1950s was Nelson Rockefeller, whose mother, Abby Aldrich Rockefeller, had co-founded the museum in 1929. Nelson was a keen supporter of abstract expressionism, which he referred to as free enterprise painting. Over the years, his private collection alone swelled to over 2,500 works. Thousands more covered the lobbies and walls of buildings belonging to the Rockefeller-owned Chase Manhattan Bank. Supporting left-wing artists was familiar territory for the Rockefellers. When challenged over her decision to promote the Mexican revolutionary Diego Rivera, Abby Aldrich Rockefeller had argued that Reds would stop being Reds if we could get them artistic recognition. A one-man show for Rivera, the second in MoMA's history, duly followed. In 1933, Nelson Rockefeller had supervised Rivera's commission to paint a mural at the newly erected Rockefeller Center. Inspecting Rivera's work one day, Nelson noticed that one figure had taken on the unmistakable features of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He politely asked Rivera to remove it. Rivera politely refused. At Nelson's instruction, the mural was surrounded by guards whilst Rivera was handed a check for his full fee, and served notice that his commission was cancelled. In February 1934, the mural, which had been nearly completed, was destroyed with jackhammers. Although this particular piece of patronage was unsuccessful, the principle which guided it was not abandoned. Establishment figures continued to believe that leftist artists were worth supporting. In the process, it could be hoped that the political clamor of the artist might be drowned out by the clink of the patron's coin. In a famous article entitled Avant-Garde and Kitsch, Clement Greenberg, the art critic who did most to put abstract expressionism on the map, set out the ideological rationale for accepting sponsorship from an enlightened patron. Published in Partisan Review in 1939, the article still stands as the definitive article of faith for the elitist, and anti-Marxist view of modernism. The avant-garde, wrote Greenberg, 165, had been abandoned by those to whom it actually belongs, our ruling class. In Europe, traditionally, support was provided by an elite among the ruling classes, from which assumed itself to be cut off, but to which it had always remained attached by an umbilical cord of gold. 15 In the United States, he argued, the same mechanism must prevail. The really deep connection between abstract expressionism and the cultural Cold War can be found here. It was according to this principle that the CIA, together with its private venture capitalists, operated. Tom Braden, in particular, was attracted to the Greenbergian proposition that progressive artists need an elite to subsidize them, just like their Renaissance forebears. "I've forgotten which pope it was who commissioned the Sistine Chapel," he said, "but I suppose that if it had been submitted to a vote of the Italian people there would have been many, many negative responses. It's naked, or, it isn't the way I imagined God, or whatever. I don't think it would have gotten through the Italian parliament, if there had been a parliament at the time. It takes a pope or somebody with a lot of money to recognize art and to support it. And after many centuries people say, look, the Sistine Chapel, the most beautiful creation on earth. It's a problem that civilization has faced ever since the first artist and the first multimillionaire, or pope, who supported him, and yet if it hadn't been for the multimillionaires or the popes, we wouldn't have had the art." 16. Patronage, in Braden's terms, carried with it a duty to instruct, to educate people to accept not what they want, or think they want, but what they ought to have. You have always to battle your own ignoramuses, or, to put it more politely, people who just don't understand. 17. There is a perverse way of looking at this question, which is to say the CIA took art very seriously, commented art critic Philip Dodd. "The great thing about politicians when they get involved in art is it means something to them, whether it's the fascists or the Soviets or the American CIA. So there may be a really perverse argument that says the CIA were the best art critics in America in the 50s because they saw work that actually should have been antipathetic to them, made by old lefties, coming out of European surrealism, and they saw the potential power in that kind of art and ran with it. You couldn't say that of many of the art critics of the time." 18. Regarding abstract expressionism, I'd love to be able to say that the CIA invented it all, just to see what happened in New York and downtown Soho tomorrow. 19. Joked agency man Donald Jameson, before moving to a more sober explanation of the CIA's involvement. "We recognized that this was the kind of art that did not have anything to do with socialist realism, and made socialist realism look even more stylist and more rigid and confined than it was. And that relationship was exploited in some of the exhibits. Moscow in those days was very vicious in its denunciation of any kind of nonconformity to its own very rigid patterns. So one could quite adequately and accurately reason that anything they criticized that much and that heavy-handedly was worth support one way or another. Of course, for matters of this sort could only have been done through the organizations or the operations of the CIA at 2 or 3 removed, so that there wouldn't be any question of having to clear Jackson Pollock, for example, or do anything that would involve these people in the organization, they'd just be added at the end of the line. I don't think that there was any significant relationship between us and Robert Motherwell, for example. And it couldn't have been any closer and certainly shouldn't have been any closer either, because most of them were people who had very little respect for the government in particular and certainly none for the CIA. If you had to use 166 people who considered themselves one way or another closer to Moscow than to Washington, well, so much the better perhaps. 20 operating at a remove from the CIA, and therefore offering a plausible disguise for its interests, was the Museum of Modern Art. An inspection of MoMA's committees and councils reveals a proliferation of links to the agency. First and foremost was Nelson Rockefeller himself, who had headed up the government's wartime intelligence agency for Latin America, named the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. This agency, among other activities, sponsored touring exhibitions of contemporary American painting. 19 of these shows were contracted to MoMA. As a trustee of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, a New York think tank subcontracted by the government to study foreign affairs, Rockefeller presided over some of the most influential minds of the period as they thrashed out definitions of American foreign policy. In the early 1950s, he received briefings on covert activities from Allen Dulles and Tom Braden, who later said, "I assumed Nelson knew pretty much everything about what we were doing." A reasonable assumption, given Nelson's appointment as Eisenhower's special advisor on Cold War strategy in 1954, and his chairmanship of the Planning Coordination Group which oversaw all National Security Council decisions, including CIA covert operations. Rockefeller's close friend was John Jock Hay Whitney, a longtime trustee of MoMA, who also served as its president and chairman of the board. Educated at Groton, Yale, and Oxford, Jock had converted a substantial inheritance into a vast fortune by bankrolling fledgling companies, Broadway plays and Hollywood movies. As director of Rockefeller's motion picture division at CIAA in 1942, Jock oversaw production of such films as Disney's Saludos Amigos, which brimmed with inter-American goodwill. He joined the Office of Strategic Services in 1943, was captured in southern France by German soldiers in August 1944, and loaded onto a train heading east before making a daring escape. After the war, he set up J. H. Whitney & Co., as a partnership dedicated to the propagation of the free enterprise system by the furnishing of financial backing for new, undeveloped, and risky businesses that might have trouble attracting investment capital through more conservative channels. 21. A prominent partner was William H. Jackson, a polo-playing friend of Jock's who also happened to be deputy director of the CIA. Jock had a position on the Psychological Strategy Board, and found many ways of being useful to the CIA. 22. Another link was William Burton, who first joined the museum as chairman of its advisory committee in 1940. Descended from Commodore Vanderbilt, Burton epitomized the Cold War establishment. Formerly Secretary of State for Air, he too had worked for Rockefeller's CIAA during the war. He had also earned a personal fortune and a reputation as a venture capitalist of the first rank. Chairing numerous quasi-governmental bodies, and even the CIA's Farfield Foundation, he seemed happy to perform as a front man. In 1947, he was appointed chairman of the Committee on Museum Collections, and in 1956 he became MoMA's president. Under Boudin's presidency, policy was made by D. Harnoncourt so far as the operations of the museum were concerned, with consultations conducted pretty much on a rubber stamp basis. 23. This gave D. Harnoncourt scope to exercise his considerable talents as the Cardinal Wolsey of the court circles surrounding MoMA. Standing at 6 feet 5 inches, and weighing 230 pounds, the Viennese-born D. Harnoncourt was an extraordinary figure, a descendant, direct and collateral, of a cloud of Middle European noblemen who flourished as 167. Chamberlains and provosts to a cloud of dukes of Lorraine, counts of Luxembourg, and Habsburg emperors. 24. He emigrated to the States in 1932, and during the war worked in the arts section of the CIAA. Nelson then recruited him to the museum, of which he became director in 1949. D. Harnoncourt believed that modern art in its infinite variety and ceaseless exploration was the foremost symbol of democracy, and openly lobbied Congress during the 1950s to finance a cultural campaign against communism. Although Braden maintained that the guys at MoMA liked to handle things in-house, he concluded that René D. Harnoncourt was most likely the agency's contact at the museum. Certainly D. Harnoncourt was consulting with the National Security Council's Operations Coordinating Board. He also reported regularly to the State Department. These liaisons give a certain piquancy to the comment that, like his ancestors, D. Harnoncourt exhibited a gift for making himself indispensable to a succession, and quite often an overlapping, of patrons. 25. William Paley, heir to the Congress Cigar Company, was yet another MoMA trustee with close links to the intelligence world. A personal friend of Allen Dulles, Paley allowed CBS, the network he owned, to provide cover for CIA employees, in an arrangement similar to that authorized by Henry Luce at his Time Life Empire. At the height of this relationship, CBS correspondents joined the CIA hierarchy once a year for private dinners and briefings. These dinners, grown-up affairs with good table talk and good cigars, were held at Dulles's home or at his private club, the Alibi, in Washington. Of Paley's involvement with the CIA, one CBS executive said, "It's the single subject about which his memory has failed." 26. On and on go the names, on and on go the links. Joseph Verner Reed, for example, was a MoMA trustee at the same time as he was a trustee of the Farfield Foundation. So was Gardner Cowles. So was Junkie Fleischman. So was Cass Canfield. Ovta Kulp-Hobby, a founding member of MoMA, sat on the board of the Free Europe Committee, and allowed her family foundation to be used as a CIA conduit. While she was Secretary of State for Health, Education, and Welfare under Eisenhower, her assistant was one Joan Braden, who had previously worked for Nelson Rockefeller. Joan was married to Tom. Tom, before he joined the CIA, had also worked for Nelson Rockefeller, as the Museum of Modern Art's executive secretary from 1947 to late 1949. As Gore Vidal once said, "Everything has so many chains of association in our unexpectedly Jacobean republic that nothing any longer surprises." Of course, it could be argued that this congruity revealed nothing more than the nature of American power at the time. Just because these people knew each other, and just because they were socially enjoined to the CIA, doesn't mean that they were co-conspirators in the promotion of the new American art. But the coziness of the relationship ensured the durability of claims that MoMA was in some official way connected to the government's secret cultural warfare program. This rumor was first examined in 1974 by Eva Cockcroft, in a seminal article for art forum called Abstract Expressionism, Weapon of the Cold War, which concluded, links between cultural Cold War politics and the success of abstract expressionism are by no means coincidental. They were consciously forged at the time by some of the most influential figures controlling museum policies and advocating enlightened Cold War tactics designed to woo European intellectuals. 27 Moreover, Cockcroft asserted, in terms of cultural propaganda, the functions of both the CIA's cultural apparatus and MoMA's international programs were similar. 168. And, in fact, mutually supportive. 28 I didn't have anything to do with promoting Pollock or whomever, said Lawrence de Neufville. I don't even remember when I first heard of him. But I do remember hearing that Jock Whitney and Alan Dulles agreed they had to do something about modern art after the State Department caved in. Perhaps that's how you might define mutually supportive. 29 There is no prima facie evidence for any formal agreement between the CIA and the Museum of Modern Art. The fact is, it simply wasn't necessary. MoMA's defenders have consistently attacked the claim that the museum's support of abstract expressionism was in any way linked to the covert advancement of America's international image. Curiously, one argument they use is that MoMA actually neglected the movement when it first emerged. The Moderns exhibitions of abstract expressionism, more so at home, but also abroad, came on the whole only during the later 50s, by which time the movement's first generation had already been followed by a second, 30 wrote Michael Kimmelman, in a rebuttal commissioned by MoMA. To argue that MoMA simply missed what was right under its nose is disingenuous, and ignores the fact that the museum had steadily and consistently collected works by the abstract expressionists from the time of their earliest appearance. From 1941, MoMA acquired works by Arshile Gorky, Alexander Calder, Frank Stella, Robert Motherwell, Jackson Pollock, Stuart Davis and Adolph Gottlieb. In May 1944, the museum sold at auction certain of its 19th-century works of art to provide funds for the purchase of 20th-century works. Although receipts from the sale were disappointing, enough cash was made available to purchase important paintings by Pollock, Motherwell, and Motta. Thus, as might be expected of a museum of modern art, and particularly one which acknowledged that it held a tremendous moral responsibility toward living artists whose careers and fortunes can be drastically affected by the museum's support or lack of it, 31 was the new generation of American painters brought into its fold. That these acquisitions were made in the face of internal opposition further demonstrates a resolve to consolidate abstract expressionism's right to canonical recognition. When some members of the Committee of Museum Collections, encouraged by adverse newspaper criticism, vigorously questioned the validity of certain acquisitions, including paintings called abstract expressionist, 32 their protests were ineffectual, and nobody stood in the way when one committee member resigned in protest against the purchase of a Rothko. As for foreign tours, Motherwell, Mark Tobey, Georgia O'Keeffe, and Gottlieb were all selected for the exhibition American Painting from the 18th Century to the Present Day, which opened in London in 1946, before proceeding to other European capitals. This was one of the earliest appearances of abstract expressionism in a group show under official auspices. The same year, the MoMA show 14 Americans included Gorky, Motherwell, Toby and Theodore Roshak. By 1948, Lincoln Kirstein, a former MoMA activist, was moaning in Harper's that the museum has done its job almost too well by making itself into a modern abstract academy whose tenets he defined as improvisation as method, deformation as formula, and painting, as an amusement manipulated by interior decorators and high-pressure salesmen. 33 In 1952, some 50 American artists, including Edward Hopper, Charles Birchfield, Yasuo Kuniyoshi, and Jack Levine, attacked MoMA, in what came to be known as the Reality Manifesto, for coming to be more and more identified in the public eye with abstract and non-objective art, a dogma which they felt stemmed very largely from the modern museum and its unquestioned influence. 169. Throughout the country. In the same year, the communist monthly Masses and Mainstream lampooned abstract art and its shrine, the Museum of Modern Art, in a tirade whose title, Dollars, Doodles, and Death, was eerily prophetic. Is it really possible to argue that MoMA came on board late? When Sidney Janis took the group show American Vanguard Art for Paris to the Galerie de France in late 1951, it was a resounding failure. Reviews were lukewarm at best, and mostly downright hostile. Not one picture was sold. It was too early, Janis concluded. Other private gallery owners who championed the New York school were in no doubt that it was indebted to MoMA's early recognition. I must say that the Modern Museum was one of the first to accept people like Motherwell, Gottlieb, Bachotz, said Samuel Kutz of the Kutz Gallery. Barr was an enthusiast for those particular three men and conveyed this enthusiasm to people like Burton, or Nelson Rockefeller, and others of the modern group of trustees. 34 As the authoritative taste-maker of his day, Alfred Barr's advocacy of abstract expressionism was integral to its success. Born in 1902 in Detroit, Barr entered Princeton in 1918, and emerged with a burning interest in art, military history, and chess. In 1929, at Abby Aldrich Rockefeller's invitation, he became MoMA's first director, a post he held until 1943, when he was replaced by René de Harnoncourt. Barr continued to keep an office in the museum, and in February 1947 was appointed Director of Museum Collections. In a New Yorker profile, Dwight MacDonald described him as shy, frail, low of voice, and scholarly of mien, the austerity of his beak-nosed, bespectacled face relieved only by the kind of secret smile one sees on archaic Greek statues or on the carefully locked features of a psychoanalyst. But MacDonald noticed that there was more to Barr than simply another nice old absent-minded professor. In his quiet, rectitudinous way, he is more than something of a politician. The fine Italian hand of Alfred Barr has had its part in creating an atmosphere of intrigue in the museum, where things are not necessarily what they seem to such an extent that one bewildered artist has called the place the House of Mystery if not mirth. MacDonald went on to quote Peggy Guggenheim, who once said of Barr that she hated his cagey quality, and another contemporary who detected something of the Jesuit about Alfred. But as the Jesuits practiced their wiles ad majorem Dei gloriam, so Barr maneuvers away for the greater glory of modern art and the museum. 35 Behind MoMA's strategies in this highly politicized period, there is evidence of Barr's Italian hand. As part of a deliberate maneuver to quiet an opposition to the museum's cultivation of abstract expressionism, he followed a two-pronged policy that, for reasons of tact or diplomacy, was never acknowledged, but was manifested, especially in the museum's exhibition program 36. Thus, there was no shortage of exhibitions catering to the prevailing taste for romantic or representational painting, leading one critic to charge that the museum was dedicated less to the art of our time than to the art of our grandfathers' time. 37 But simultaneously, Barr was acquiring works by the New York School, and canvassing discreetly for broader institutional support. It was he who persuaded Henry Luce of Time Life to change his editorial policy toward the new art, telling him in a letter that it should be especially protected, not criticized as in the Soviet Union, because this, after all, was artistic free enterprise. 38 Thus was Luce, who held the phrase America's intellectual health permanently on the end of his tongue, won over to Barr's and MoMA's interests. In August 1949, Life magazine gave its center page spread to Jackson Pollock, landing the artist and his work on every coffee table in America. Such coverage destroys the case for neglect. 170. But it was loans to Europe from MoMA's collection which best illustrate the fortunes of the New York school. Under the auspices of the International Program, which was established in 1952 through a 5-year annual grant of $125,000 from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, the museum launched a massive export program of abstract expressionism, which Barr himself referred to as a form of benevolent propaganda for foreign intelligentsia. 39. Director of the program was Porter McRae, Yale graduate, and yet another veteran of Nelson Rockefeller's South American intelligence outfit. In December 1950, McRae took a year's leave of absence from his job as director of MoMA's Department of Circulating Exhibitions to become an attaché in the U.S. Foreign Service, assigned to the cultural section of the Marshall Plan in Paris. Of this move, Russell Lines wrote in his History of MoMA that the museum now had, and was delighted to have, the whole world in which to proselytize, though this time the exportable religion was homegrown rather than what had been in the past its primary message, the importable faith from Europe. 40. In France, McRae saw at first hand the negative impact of the State Department's official proscription of left-wing artists, leaving what one American embassy official called a gap in American interests and activities which not only is impossible for Europeans to understand but which plays into the hands of the communists by appearing to justify their charge that America fails to share the basic values of Western civilization. 41. McRae returned to MoMA with a mission to correct this impression. Under him, the museum's loans for touring exhibitions increased dramatically, even to a somewhat disquieting degree, according to one internal report, leaving the museum deprived of most of its best American paintings for 18 months in 1955. By 1956 the international program had organized 33 international exhibitions, including the U.S. participation in the Venice Biennale. At the same time, loans to U.S. embassies and consulates increased dramatically. There was a series of articles relating the Museum of Modern Art's international program to cultural propaganda, and even suggestions that it was associated with the CIA, and since I worked there through those years I can say, categorically, untrue. 42. Said Waldo Rasmussen, assistant to McRae. The main emphasis of the international program was about art, it wasn't about politics, and it wasn't about propaganda. And in fact it was important for an American museum to avoid the suggestion of cultural propaganda, and for that reason it wasn't always advantageous to have connections with American embassies, or American government figures, because that would suggest that the exhibitions were intended as propaganda, and they were not. 43. The Museum of Modern Art was neither free from propaganda, nor from government figures. When, for example, it accepted the contract to supply the art exhibit for the Congress for Cultural Freedom's 1952 Masterpieces Festival in Paris, it did so under the auspices of trustees who were fully cognizant of the CIA's role in that organization. Moreover, the exhibit's curator, James Johnson Sweeney, publicly endorsed the propaganda value of the show when he announced, "On display will be masterpieces that could not have been created nor whose exhibition would be allowed by such totalitarian regimes as Nazi Germany or present-day Soviet Russia and her satellites." 44. The view that abstract art was synonymous with democracy, that it was on our side, was also stressed by Alfred Barr, who borrowed from Cold War rhetoric when he maintained that the modern artist's nonconformity and love of 171. Freedom cannot be tolerated within a monolithic tyranny and modern art is useless for the dictator's propaganda. 45. Of far greater significance than Nabokov's Masterpieces exhibition was the 1953-4 tour of the show 12 contemporary American painters and sculptors, 46. The first by MoMA dedicated exclusively to the New York School. Opening at the Musée National d'Art Moderne in Paris, it was the first significant exhibition of American art to be held in a French museum for over 15 years. To preempt the accusation that it was spearheading a cultural invasion of France, MoMA claimed that the show was the result of requests initiated by the host museum. In fact, the opposite was the case. According to a dispatch from the American Embassy in Paris, in early February 1953, the museum requested the Cultural Relations section of the embassy to discuss with Jean Casseux, director of the Musée National d'Art Moderne at Paris, the possibility of putting on the present show. M. Casseux had already scheduled all of his exhibition space until the spring of 1954. On learning, however, that this exhibition would be available, he reorganized his plans and put off an exhibition of the Belgian painter, Ensor, which had been planned. 47 The dispatch complained of the embassy's inability to take any action on this request because of the absence of any art program under the auspices of the United States government, but went on to state that in the case of the exhibition of American art under consideration, however, this deadlock was broken by action of the Nelson Rockefeller Fund, which allotted funds to the Museum of Modern Art in New York to be used for international exhibitions. 48. Unable to assume any official role in the exhibition, the American Embassy confined itself to acting as a quiet liaison between MoMA and its French hosts. These included the Association Française d'Action Artistique, which was attached to both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of National Education. The association came forward with a significant donation for a deluxe catalog, posters, and all publicity for the show. The link is interesting. The association was also a donor to the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and its director, Philippe Erlanger, was, according to Junkie Fleischmann, one of those people in France who has been most helpful and cooperative every time that we have approached him with any problems having to do with the Congress's 49. Erlanger was, in fact, a designated CIA contact at the French Foreign Office. Through him, the Congress for Cultural Freedom acquired a credible conduit for official French funds to cultural propaganda initiatives. René de Harnoncourt, who attached sufficient importance to the show to install it in person, could not have been ignorant of this connection. Elements of the French press picked up on the political maneuvering behind the show, and snide reference was made to the Musée d'Art Moderne as a new outpost of United States territory, and to the painters on show there as Mr. Foster Dulles' 12 Apostles. As 12 contemporary American painters and sculptors was being packed up for its next destination, MoMA was already preparing for its participation in an exhibition which would bring it once again into a direct relationship with the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Writing to Nabokov on April 9, 1954, Monroe Wheeler, MoMA's Director of Exhibitions and Publications, confirmed that our coordination committee has agreed that we should cooperate as much as we can with your project for an exhibition of paintings by artists between the ages of 18 and 35. We would like to suggest for membership on your International Advisory Committee the MU 172. CM's Director of Painting and Sculpture, Mr. Andrew Carnduff Ritchie. 50. The result of this collaboration was the Young Painters Show, which opened at the Galleria Nazionale di Arte Moderna in Rome, then moved to the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Brussels, the Musée National d'Art Moderne in Paris, and the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London. Of the 170 paintings in the exhibit, nearly all were abstract works. Ritchie, who believed that artists working in the abstract mode were in some way responding to the weakness, even sterility, of most non-communist figurative painting, selected works by Richard Diebenkorn, Seymour Drumlevich, Joseph Glasgow, John Hultberg, Irving Kreisberg, and Theodoros Stamos. Thus, whilst European audiences were still being introduced to the first wave of abstract expressionists, Ritchie was already delivering the second. As usual, the Congress for Cultural Freedom rustled up large cash prizes, to be awarded to the 3 best paintings. Funds to organize the show, and for its transportation and publicity during the year that it toured, were provided directly by the Farfield Foundation. MoMA's international program picked up the tab for transporting the works to and from Europe, using money supplied by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. The Congress's media network did its part in amplifying the show's influence. Probst devoted half of its October 1956 issue to the exhibition, and published an international survey of young painters on the subject of abstraction versus figurative art. 51 Joss Elson, who averred that the problems of modern painting happen to be a hobby of mine, forwarded the survey to Nelson Rockefeller, and said that it ranked high among the topics of discussion in Paris today. 52 The collaboration with the Congress brought MoMA access to the most prestigious art institutions in Europe. Sitting on the Congress Arts Committee were the directors of the Palais des Beaux-Arts in Brussels, Switzerland's Museum of Modern Art, London's ICA, the Kaiser Friedrich Museum in Berlin, the Musée National d'Art Moderne in Paris, the Guggenheim Museum, and the Galleria Nazionale di Arte Moderna in Rome. Combined with the economic strength of MoMA, this committee had the breadth and scope to influence aesthetic tastes across Europe. As one reviewer of Young Painters wrote, the fact that the exhibition conforms to the prevailing taste for various currents of abstract art and offers no surprises is probably attributable to the composition of the selection jury. Almost all members of the jury are museum directors and as such cannot be expected to outpace the established best. 53 There can be little doubt that this prevailing orthodoxy was carved out according to a political, and not a solely aesthetic, agenda. It was an agenda personally sanctioned by President Eisenhower who, unlike Truman before him, recognized the value of modern art as a pillar of liberty. In an address which explicitly endorsed the work of MoMA, Eisenhower declared, "As long as artists are at liberty to feel with high personal intensity, as long as our artists are free to create with sincerity and conviction, there will be healthy controversy and progress in art. How different it is in tyranny. When artists are made the slaves and the tools of the state, when artists become chief propagandists of a cause, progress is arrested and creation and genius are destroyed." 54 These sentiments were echoed by a former chairman of MoMA's international program, August Heckscher, who claimed the museum's work was related to the central struggle of the age, the struggle of freedom against tyranny. "We know that where tyranny takes over, whether under fascism or communism, modern art is destroyed and ex. 173. Ild. 55 George Kennan rallied to this free art ideology, telling an audience of MoMA activists in 1955 that they had a duty to correct a number of impressions that the outside world entertains of us, impressions that are beginning to affect our international position in very important ways. 56 These negative feelings, said Kennan, were related to cultural rather than political conditions. His next point startled everyone. The totalitarians recognized that only if they appeared outwardly to enjoy the confidence and enthusiasm of the artists could they plausibly claim to have created a hopeful and creditable civilization. And I find it sad that they should have come to this appreciation so much sooner than many of our own people. 57 What, asked Kennan, was the nature of the task ahead? We have, to show the outside world both that we have a cultural life and that we care something about it. That we care enough about it, in fact, to give it encouragement and support here at home, and to see that it is enriched by acquaintance with similar activity elsewhere. If these impressions could only be conveyed with enough force and success to countries beyond our borders, I for one would willingly trade the entire remaining inventory of political propaganda for the results that could be achieved by such results alone. 58 The Congress for Cultural Freedom support for experimental, predominantly abstract painting over representational, or realist aesthetics, must be viewed in this context. From the statements of Tom Braden and Donald Jameson, it is evident that the CIA felt it had a part to play in encouraging consent for the new art. From the records of the Farfield Foundation, it can also be shown that the agency expressed its commitment with dollars. In addition to supporting the Young Painters show, several donations were passed from the Farfield to MoMA, including $2,000 to its International Council in 1959, for the provision of books on modern art to Polish readers. There is further, incontrovertible evidence that the CIA was an active component in the machinery which promoted abstract expressionism. Immediately after the 1955-6 Young Painters show closed, Nicholas Nabokov had started to plan a follow-up. Despite a faltering start, the proposal was finally approved in early 1959. Junkie Fleischmann, by now chairman of the Congress Music and Arts Committee, as well as a member of MoMA's International Arts Council, provided the link between the two organizations. Once again, MoMA selected the American participation for the show, mostly from works which had already been shipped to Europe for the Biennale de Paris. By the end of the year, Nabokov's secretary was able to tell Junkie that news of the planned exhibition had swept through the artistic circles like a tornado. Every young painter in Paris, every gallery director, every art critic are telephoning to find out what it's all about. It's going to be a terrific hit. 59 Originally entitled Sources Poétiques de la Peinture Actuelle, the show which finally opened in January 1960 at the Louvre's Musée d'Arts Décoratifs was called, more provocatively, Antagonisms. Dominating the exhibition were works by Mark Rothko, Sam Francis, Yves Klein, Franz Klein, Louise Nevelson, Jackson Pollock, Mark Tobey, and Joan Mitchell. Many of the paintings had been brought to Paris from Vienna, where the Congress had exhibited them as part of a wider, CIA-orchestrated campaign to undermine the 1959 Communist Youth Festival. This show had cost the CIA $15,365, but for its expanded version in Paris they had to dig deeper. A further $10,000 was laundered through the Oblitzel Foundation, to which was added $10,000 from the Association Française d'Action Artistique. 174. Although the press paid lavish attention to the Antagonisms show, the Congress was obliged to acknowledge that reviews were on the whole very spiteful. Although some European critics had been won over to the magnificent resonances and the breathless, dizzy world of abstract expressionism, many others were baffled or outraged by it. In Barcelona, a critic reviewing the new American painting, which MoMA toured that year, was appalled to learn that two canvases, one by Jackson Pollock, the other by Grace Hardigan, were so big that the upper part of the metal entrance door of the museum had to be sawn off to get them in. The biggest in the world, announced La Libre Belgique, which worried that this strength, displayed in the frenzy of a total freedom, seems a really dangerous tide. Our own abstract painters, all the informal European artists, seem pygmies before the disturbing power of these unchained giants. 60 references to the size, the violence, the Wild West abounded, as if the critics had got hold of the wrong catalogue, and thought the pictures were painted by Wyatt Earp or Billy the Kid. 61 It was not only European artists who felt dwarfed by the gigantism of abstract expressionism. Adam Gonick later concluded that oversized abstract watercolors, the single style of the American Museum, forcing two generations of realists to live in basements and pass still lives around like zombies. 62 John Canaday reflected that, by 1959, abstract expressionism was at the zenith of its popularity, to such an extent that an unknown artist trying to exhibit in New York couldn't find a gallery unless he was painting in a mode derived from one or another member of the New York school. 63 critics who suggested that abstract expressionism was abusing its own success and that the monopolistic orgy had gone on long enough could find themselves, said Canaday, in a painful situation. 64 Peggy Guggenheim, returning to the States in 1959 after a 12-year absence, was thunderstruck. The entire art movement had become an enormous business venture. The Museum of Modern Art, described by one critic as the overgeared cartel of modernism, held tenaciously to its executive role in manufacturing a history for abstract expressionism. Ordered and systematic, this history reduced what had once been provocative and strange to an academic formula, a received mannerism, an art officiel. Thus installed within the canon, the freest form of art now lacked freedom. More and more painters produced more and more paintings which got bigger and bigger and emptier and emptier. It was this very stylistic conformity, prescribed by MoMA and the broader social contract of which it was a part, that brought abstract expressionism to the verge of kitsch. It was like the emperor's clothes, said Jason Epstein. You parade it down the street and you say, "This is great art," and the people along the parade route will agree with you. Who's going to stand up to Clem Greenberg and later to the Rockefellers who were buying it for their bank lobbies and say, this stuff is terrible? 65 Perhaps Dwight MacDonald was right when he said few Americans care to argue with $100 million. 66 What of the artists themselves? Did they not object to the Cold War rhetoric, what Peter Fuller called the ideological laundering, that often accompanied exhibitions of their work? One of the extraordinary features of the role that American painting played in the cultural Cold War is not the fact alone that it became part of this enterprise, but that a movement which so deliberately declared itself to be apolitical could become so intensely politicized. Modern painting is the bulwark of the individual creative expression, aloof from the political left and its blood brother, the right. 67 The artist Paul Berlin had declared. For critic Harold. 175. Rosenberg, post-war art entailed the political choice of giving up politics. Yet in its politically shrewd reaction against politics, in its ostensible demonstration that competing ideologies had depleted themselves and dissipated adherents, the new painters and their supporters had of course become fully engaged in the issues of the day. 68 Was their work entirely at odds with the social and political function to which it was put? Barnett Newman, in his introduction to the catalogue of the 1943 show First Exhibition of Modern American Artists, wrote, "We have come together as American modern artists because we feel the need to present to public a body of art that will adequately reflect the new America that is taking place today and the kind of America that will, it is hoped, become the cultural center of the world." 69 Did Newman come to regret this national context? Willem de Kooning found this Americanness to be a certain burden and said, "If you come from a small nation, you don't have that. When I went to the academy and I was drawing from the nude, I was making the drawing, not Holland. I feel sometimes an American artist must feel like a baseball player or something, a member of a team, writing American history." 70 Yet in 1963, de Kooning was proud to receive the President's Medal. The idea of an isolated American painting seems absurd to me, just as the idea of creating a purely American mathematics or physics would seem absurd. 71 Said Jackson Pollock, who died at the will of his Oldsmobile before he faced the choice of whether or not to accept such honors. Robert Motherwell, who was initially happy to be part of the mission to make painting in America equal to painting elsewhere, later thought it strange when a commodity is more powerful than the men who make it. 72 Repudiating nationalist claims for abstract expressionism, in the 1970s he supported the English abstract artist Patrick Heron when he challenged America's right to exert a monopoly in cultural leadership, and wrote of Heron's gallant efforts re-ny imperialism. Your generation in England made a heroic effort to reach beyond gentlemanly art was not then or now given its just due because of New York's want of generosity toward your generation in Britain. Motherwell added that he looked forward to an unchauvinistic story of modern art, and ended by reassuring Heron that not all Americans are Mongols. 73 Motherwell was a member of the American Committee for Cultural Freedom. So were Bachotz, Calder and Pollock. The realist painter Ben Shahn refused to join, referring to it as the ACC fuck. Former fellow travelers Mark Rothko and Adolf Gottlieb both became committed anti-communists during the Cold War. In 1940 they helped found the Federation of Modern Painters and Sculptors, which started by condemning all threats to culture from nationalistic and reactionary political movements. In the following months, the Federation became an active agent for anti-communism in the art world. It sought to expose party influence in various art organizations. Rothko and Gottlieb led these efforts to destroy communist presence in the art world. Their dedication to that cause was so strong that when the Federation voted to cease its political activities in 1953, they resigned. Ad Reinhardt was the only abstract expressionist who continued to cleave to the left, and as such he was all but ignored by the official art world until the 1960s. This left him in a perfect position to point out the inconsistencies in the lives and art of his former friends, whose drunken evenings at the Cedar Tavern had given way to homes in the Hamptons, Providence, and Cape Cod, and whose group photos like the Irascibles of 1950 had been replaced by features in Vogue magazine showing these angry young men looking more like the 176. Stockbrokers who listed them as speculative or growth painters, and reported a market for abstract expressionism boiling with activity. Reinhardt roundly condemned his fellow artists for succumbing to the temptations of greed and ambition. He called Rothko a Vogue magazine cold water flatfave, and Pollock a Harper's Bazaar bum. Barnett Newman was the avant-garde huckster handicraftsman and educational shopkeeper and the holy roller explainer entertainer in residence. Reinhardt didn't stop there. He said that a museum should be a treasure house and tomb, not a counting house or amusement center. 74. He compared art criticism to pigeon droolings, and ridiculed Greenberg as a dictator pope. Reinhardt was the only abstract expressionist to participate in the March on Washington for Black Rights in August 1963. It is hard to sustain the argument that the abstract expressionists merely happened to be painting in the Cold War and not for the Cold War. 75. Their own statements and, in some cases, political allegiances, undermine claims of ideological disengagement. But it is also the case that the work of the abstract expressionists cannot be reduced to the political history in which it is situated. Abstract expressionism, like jazz, is, a creative phenomenon existing independently and even, yes, triumphantly, apart from the political use which was made of it. There's no doubt that we need to understand all art in relationship to its time, argued Philip Dodd. In order to make sense of abstract expressionism, we need to understand how it was made during an extraordinary moment in European and American relationships. At a political level, these were a generation of radicals beached by history, and at a national level they emerged just at the moment when America became the great cultural imperium of the post-war period. All these things need to be understood in order to be able to assess their achievements. But their art cannot be reduced to those conditions. It is true that the CIA were involved. I lament that as much as anybody else laments it, but that doesn't explain why it became important. There was something in the art itself that allowed it to triumph. 76. Jackson Pollock was killed in a car crash in 1956, by which time Arshile Gorky had already hanged himself. Franz Klein was to drink himself to death within 6 years. In 1965, the sculptor David Smith died following a car crash. In 1970, Mark Rothko slashed his veins and bled to death on his studio floor. Some of his friends felt that he killed himself partly because he could not cope with the contradiction of being showered with material rewards for works which howled their opposition to bourgeois materialism. The country is proud of its dead poets, says the narrator of Humboldt's Gift. It takes terrific satisfaction in the poet's testimony that the USA is too tough, too big, too much, too rugged, that American reality is overpowering. The weakness of the spiritual powers is proved in the childishness, madness, drunkenness, and despair of these martyrs. So poets are loved, but loved because they just can't make it here. They exist to light up the enormity of the awful tangle. 77. 177. 17. The Guardian Furies. In 1787, at an inn near Moulins, an old man was dying, a friend of Diderot's, whose ideas had been molded by the philosophes. The local priests were baffled, they had tried everything in vain. The good man refused the last sacraments, saying he was a pantheist. Monsieur de Rolleben, who was passing by and who believed in nothing, bet the cure of Moulins that he would take less than 2 hours to bring the sick man back to Christian sentiments. The cure took the bet and lost. Taken in hand at 3 in the morning, the sick man confessed at 5 and died at 7. You must be very good at arguing, said the cure, to beat our own people. I didn't argue, replied Monsieur de Rolleben, I made him frightened of hell. Jean-Paul Sartre, Nausea. Whilst abstract expressionism was being deployed as a Cold War weapon, America had turned up an even more potent discovery, God. Religious faith in the moral law had been enshrined in the Constitution of the United States in 1789, but it was during the height of the Cold War that America discovered how useful the invocation of the highest Hosanna could be. God was everywhere, he was in 10,000 balloons containing Bibles which were floated across the Iron Curtain by the Bible Balloon Project in 1954. His imprimatur was stamped on an Act of Congress of June 14, 1954, which expanded the Pledge of Allegiance to include the words "One Nation under God," a phrase which, according to Eisenhower, reaffirmed the transcendence of religious faith in America's heritage and future. In this way we shall constantly strengthen those spiritual weapons which forever will be our country's most powerful resource in peace and war. He even began to appear on dollar bills after Congress ordained that the words "In God We Trust" become the nation's official motto in 1956. Why should we make a 5-year plan for ourselves when God seems to have had a 1,000-year plan ready-made for us? 2. Asked one American historian. Under the terms of this logic, political virtue was to be submitted to a long-standing Christian tradition of obedience to the law of God. By invoking the ultimate moral authority, America acquired an unanswerable sanction for her manifest destiny. Destiny's elect had been taught, like the boys at Groton School, that in history, every religion has greatly honored those members who destroyed the enemy. The Quran, Greek mythology, the Old Testament. Doing in the enemy is the right thing to do. Of course, there are some restraints on ends and means. If you go back to Greek culture and read Thucydides, there are limits to what you can do to other Greeks, who are part of your culture. But there are no limits on what you can do a Persian. He's a barbarian. The communists were barbarians. 3. The religious imperative motivated cold warriors such as Allen Dulles, who, brought up in the Presbyterian tradition, was fond of quoting from the Bible for its use of spies. When the CIA moved into its vast new complex in the Virginian woods in 1961, Dulles arranged for one of his favorite quotes from Scripture to be engraved on the wall. 178. Of the Langley Lobby, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Henry Luce, the child of American missionaries, was fond of drawing on the same divine reference. The great Christian promise is this: seek and ye shall find. That is the promise and the premise on which American is founded. Luce seldom missed Sunday church or went to bed without first praying on his knees. His wife, Claire Booth Luce, converted to Roman Catholicism after her daughter Anne had been killed in a car accident in 1943. The country's most publicized conversion, it prompted some detractors to derision. According to one widely repeated jape, the Pope interrupted a doctrinal argument with Mrs. Luce, when she was American ambassador to Italy, to remind her, "But, Madam, I too am a Catholic." She claimed credit for persuading Eisenhower to become a Presbyterian in the run-up to the 1952 election campaign. 4. Neither profit nor personal glory motivated Luce as deeply as his missionary urge to improve his countrymen, and he exercised his power in the sincere, if not unanimously shared belief that he knew what was good for them, wrote one early biographer. 5. He insisted that the American capacity for successful cooperation is directly related to our country's constitutional dependence on God, and believed that no nation in history, except ancient Israel, was so obviously designed for some special phase of God's eternal purpose. 6. To Luce, the Cold War was a holy war, in which Time Incorporated was committed to the dominant aim and purpose of defeating communism throughout the world. Is that a declaration of private war? He once asked Time Incorporated executives. And if so, may it not be unlawful and probably mad? Perhaps so, but there are some mighty fine precedents for the declaration of private war. 7. Nowhere was the parallel with the mercenaries of the Crusades, or the private armada of Francis Drake, so powerfully drawn. The theologian most favored by Luce was Reinhold Niebuhr, an honorary patron of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, and a Cold War realist who believed that the establishment of a calculated balance of power was paramount, with foreign policy the exclusive responsibility of an elite authority. For members of that elite, Niebuhr was, of course, a congenial authority figure. Martin Luther King, on the other hand, claimed to have learned from him the potential for evil. Niebuhr served up liberal helpings of theology to Time Life readers, winning Sidney Hook's approval for successfully reviving the doctrine of original sin as a political tool, and making God an instrument of national policy. 8. Indeed, with the religious imperative insinuating its way into every major Cold War policy plank, the whole edifice of American power in the 1950s seemed to rest on one fundamental, monist proposition, that the future would be decided between the two great camps of men: those who reject and those who worship God. 9. We must not be confused about the issue which confronts the world today, President Truman had warned. It is tyranny or freedom. And even worse, communism denies the very existence of God. 10. The manufacturing of such a concept, which reduced the complexity of world relations to a struggle between the powers of light and darkness, meant that the rhetoric of American foreign policy had come to rest on distinctions which resisted the processes of logic or rationality. George Santayana, writing in 1916, had described the philosophical process by which such distortions come to dominate the historical process: imagination that is sustained is called knowledge, illusion that is coherent is called truth, and will that is systematic is called virtue. 11. Such distinctions were lost on the young preacher Billy Graham, who amplified Truman's warnings with the theory that communism is masterminded by Satan. I think there 179 is no other explanation for the tremendous gains of communism, in which they seem to outwit us at every turn, unless they have supernatural power and wisdom and intelligence given to them. 12. Norman Mailer inferred a different diagnosis: America's deepest political sickness is that it is a self-righteous nation. 13. It was in this climate of doctrinal dogmatism that Senator Joe McCarthy flourished. In The Crucible, Arthur Miller compared the Salem witch hunts with the McCarthy period to demonstrate a parallel guilt, 2 centuries apart, of holding illicit, suppressed feelings of alienation and hostility towards standard, daylight society as defined by its most orthodox opponents. Without guilt, the 1950s Red Hunt could never have generated such power. 14. The main point of both inquisitions was to establish guilt by public confession, with the accused expected to damn his confederates as well as his devil master, and guarantee his sterling new allegiance by breathing disgusting old vows, whereupon he was let loose to rejoin the society of extremely decent people. 15. A curious feature of McCarthy's un-American activities hearings was that they showed less interest in the names supplied than in testing the sincerity of the witnesses. Confession. Leslie Fiedler, who, like his friend Irving Kristol, discovered religion in the early 1950s, described the process as a kind of symbolic ritual when he said that the confession in itself is nothing, but without the confession, we will not be able to move forward from a liberalism of innocence to a liberalism of responsibility. 16. Much drawn to the symbolism of public confession was the American Committee for Cultural Freedom. Elia Kazan, who had named names at a McCarthy hearing in April 1952, had been rewarded with membership of the American Committee, which was now happy to fight his battles for him. Defending Kazan's Actors Studio from the attacks of a hardline anti-communist group, Solstein, in Jesuitical mood, argued that Kazan was fulfilling the proper role for anti-communists in the theater is that of missionary to their politically backward brethren who have taken much too long a time in appreciating the fact that service to front groups in this country contributes to the power of the Soviet mammoth. 17. Those who sided with the communists in the past ought to be given an opportunity to direct their energies into genuinely anti-communist enterprises and efforts, if that is in line with their present convictions, reasoned Stein. 18. Kazan, he said, should be given space to offer the political Johnny-come-latelys an opportunity for redemption in order that their talents might be enlisted against our common enemy. 19. This was not enough to reassure the extreme anti-communist pressure group, Aware Incorporated, who complained that Kazan was continuing to work with unregenerates like Marlon Brando, Frank Silvera and Lou Gilbert, and had failed to employ any active anti-communists. 20. The American Committee also saw fit to appoint to its executive body America's most famous informer, Whittaker Chambers, whose testimony had sunk the career of Alger Hiss. Whittaker had elevated the art of snitching to new heights, provoking one senior colleague at Time Life to tell him, in Luce's presence, "I think your favorite movie would be The Informer." Solstein wrote excitedly to Chambers that his nomination had precipitated a number of post-midnight anonymous calls threatening to wipe the off the face of the earth. "Dear God, I suppose this foolishness will always be with us," he concluded. 21 At issue, wrote Chambers in Witness, his 1952 autobiography, was the question whether this sick society, which we call Western civilization, could in its extremity still cast up a man whose faith in it was so great that he would voluntarily abandon those things which 180 men hold dear, including life, to defend it. 22 Presenting himself as just such a David, Chambers got $75,000 for taking up his sling against communism from the Saturday Evening Post, which serialized the book over 8 weeks. "You are one of those who did not return from hell with empty hands," 23 André Malraux told him after reading Witness. With God and Mammon on their side, American anti-communists were able to reap the benefits of what had become a flourishing sub-profession. In Hollywood, the crusade to cleanse American culture of all godless impurities was seized upon by Hedda Hopper and Luella Parsons, two syndicated gossip columnists who were to moral hygiene what Mrs. Beaton was to a clean kitchen. Richly salaried, they were the guardian furies, the police matrons planted at the portals to keep out the sinful, the unpatriotic, and the rebels against propriety unworthy to breathe the same pure air as such apostolic exemplars as Louis B. Mayer, Harry Cohn, Jack Warner, Darrell Zanuck, Sam Goldwyn, and a handful of others. The ladies' ferocity towards communism was matched only by their duplication of some of its practices. 24 Hopper and Parsons, though they may not have thought of themselves as such, were militant libertists, the phrase which designated a top-secret campaign on the part of the Pentagon, the Navy, the National Security Council and the Operations Coordinating Board to insert the theme of freedom into American movies. On Friday, December 16, 1955, a secret gathering was convened by the Joint Chiefs of Staff to discuss how the idea of militant liberty could be exploited by Hollywood. According to a top-secret report, militant liberty was designed to explain the true conditions existing under communism in simple terms and to explain the principles upon which the free world way of life is based, and to awaken free peoples to an understanding of the magnitude of the danger confronting the free world, and to generate a motivation to combat this threat. 25 The idea was to create a slogan, a political catchword that most people would have the impression had arisen spontaneously but which in fact had been intentionally introduced into the culture, explained cultural historian Christopher Simpson. It was a pretty sophisticated propaganda operation for its time. 26 As the basis for a doctrinal campaign, militant liberty was approved at the highest levels. But it was not until the following year that the Pentagon finally found a concrete formula by which to deliver its message. In June and July 1956, representatives of the Joint Chiefs of Staff held several meetings in California with a posse of Hollywood figures dedicated to expunging communism: John Ford, Marion Cooper, John Wayne, and Ward Bond. The meetings, which were held in the MGM office of John Ford, lasted up to 6 hours. According to a memo of July 5, 1956, Mr. Wayne stated that in his pictures, produced by him, the program would be inserted carefully. To see how this might be done, Wayne invited everyone to his home at 4570 Louise Avenue Encino, the following evening. After dinner, the movies They Were Expendable and The Quiet Man were shown and studied by Mr. Wayne and Mr. Ford for the manner in which favorable slants for the Navy and free world cultural patterns had been introduced in the two films. 27 At another meeting, Marion Cooper pointed out that a series of films being made by Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney lacked a theme, and that he wished that he had had this, and further stated that he would put it in the others. 28 It was arranged that Whitney would be briefed accordingly. A successful industrialist, Cornelius Sonny Vanderbilt Whitney shared in the vast Whitney fortune which had fallen to his cousin, Jock, to manage. Like Jock, he was also close to the CIA, and more than ready to help it. As a trustee, Cornelius allowed the Whitney Trust to be used as a CIA conduit.